Double kill. out, come get it, don't you simmer down. Right now, what you have, you in the wild. Don't stop, give me no doubts. Let me know what you want. Your dark desires and your thoughts. Yeah, you can haunt me like a sport now. I got a cold heart, but I'm running hot. I let you cut in that lane if you want the spot when you're ready. Baby, come get it. You better work hard, what you waiting for? up like it did. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. One touch, now you're back like I never left my heart. It's full again, I got you to take it. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. Now you're back like I never left my heart. It's full again, I got you to take it. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. Getting closer, knowing I'm okay. You got me deep, it ain't over. All I hear you say, shit is all that you see. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. Touch, and I am back like I never left my heart. It's full again, I got you to take it. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. You breathe me back to life. You breathe me back to life.
Double kill.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke. My head is up in the clouds. Maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay.
Killing
And my
spree.
life is in the worst days, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean
Killing
when you're
spree.
at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's a man inside. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life.
Killing spree. No scope.
Oh, I got my mind made up, 'cause my heart still beats to the sound of us. Oh, I got my mind made up, 'cause my heart still beats to the sound of us. lies could feel in the air. This is just a waste of time. No one really cares. But then you came across my mind, got me out of there. So I went down to the river, swam till the panic was over. Yes, I went down to the river, watched all the heavy rain. I watched all the heavy feeling all the noise in here. It's becoming a pull me into calm and deep, and take me out to the waves. 'Cause I feel like a waste of space, breathing in the air. But you hold me like I might just break, like you want me there. So I went down to the river, swam till the panic was over. Yes, I went down to the river, watched all the heavy rain. Watched all the heavy
So far away from it all, can't feel my face anymore. Want someone to numb all the pain, 'cause I can't take it away. So far away from it all, can't say I've been here before. So empty, I hate it. I'm sick and not feeling nothing. So where do we go? We feel so alone and we can't do a thing about it. About it. I'm faking it, I can't pretend. In my head I'm running circles again. I'm faking it, I can't pretend. I've been spending so much time on the edge. Yeah. You can see it in my face though. You solve the mystery once again. Oh no, I know we had this conversation, so don't you know? I've been sitting at home watching the paint dry. Kinda wish you come over and say hi, save my life. Yeah. I'm just hoping that you try. So where do we go? We feel so alone and we can't do a thing about it. About it. I'm faking it, I can't pretend. In my head I'm running pretend.
Snipe. Double kill.
Keep me closer. Don't need closure. 'Cause I don't want it to end. Meet me in the back of the room, back of the party. Meet me in the back of the room, back of the party. Keep me closer. Don't need closure.
We are here, we are ready, it is Championship Sunday, and we have a good Championship bracket to look through here, guys. I'm very excited. I am Reed, I am joined by Captain James Force and Vanadam, and we're going to be joining in here at the round 2 of the winners side of this bracket. I'm very excited. So, should we have a chat? How did round 1 go yesterday?
I think round 1 was really good. Unless you're EU, wasn't quite as good. We got like the hard matchups. I think we had Fries in the Bag versus Shopify, and I think we had Imagine versus Luminon. So that was a little tough on the EU guys. Mags up though. Mags up Kraken. Harry and I cast that. That was an absolute banger. That was, for me, like Mags up looked incredibly impressive. They kind of destroyed Kraken actually. It was a 49-50 Slayer that Kraken won, and we talked to Boo Boo on the couch, right, and he said like it was just good Halo.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately for us, the European teams didn't fare too well there in round number 1, so they are sitting now on the elimination side. And whilst we're not going to have them on stream, we may not see them again. That's my feeling. Adam, what are you thinking?
I mean, it's an old story, isn't it? Like when the American and European teams clash, typically, unless you're like Quadrant or other European teams of the past, the American teams tend to fare better just because of the way they play the pacing of the game. So I think you're probably right, even though I don't want to admit it.
Yeah, I think also with this event, it's been a little bit weird. Like maybe they've not warmed up as much as they would normally do, just because this year is just a different year with just the 2 Dreamhack events and then Halo Fest at the end of the year. But I'm hopeful. Maybe there's a chance we'll see them come through into like elimination round 2 or whatever whenever we get down to that side of the bracket. But we're going to have 2 matches, one on the A, one on the B. So on the A side, we're going to be watching. This is the elimination bracket we actually have a stream right now. So yes, Fries in the Bag versus Kraken, and then Imagine
and
versus
Legion.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if Imagine do well, we'll keep a European team in. If Fries in the Bag do well, we'll keep a European team in. We'll just see how it goes. But
it should be noted as well, by the way, this is Legion and Imagine right here, literally right behind us, and then right behind Reed, that is going to be Fries in the Bag. You can see those guys sitting under Station 1. That's going to be Fries in the Bag versus Kraken. I have more hope for Imagine.
Yep.
I think Imagine versus Legion is going to be a closer matchup.
And full credit to these Fries in the Bag guys, because I'm looking at them, none of them are wearing a jersey. There's no org here with them. Fries in the Bag is not an official org. It is
That'd be a
very
great
much
logo.
so. I would
like
love
the
it.
Fries going into the bag.
Honestly, of all the European logos we've had in the past, Trash Can Esports, I love them.
Oh,
they
that's
had
a
like
flashback.
bin man jerseys.
Yeah. That's flashback.
I love it. I love it. But Adam, maybe you want to go a little bit more into the teams we've got here and talk about what we have coming up, and maybe some ideas of what you think is going to happen.
You didn't even talk about the trophy, mate.
Oh, we're going to get there.
We got the
James.
trophy
We're gonna get to
there.
the trophy.
All right.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure chat has seen it already.
I think definitely the teams that we've got coming up today. You know, we've got Omit and Luminon coming up. There's a lot to be said about how the Opens and the qualifiers went over the last month or so. Online, how you've seen Shopify play, everyone assumed there was a big gap between them. But let's not forget, yesterday Shopify got took to a game 5.
Yep.
Already
Yep.
in pool play, which is I don't think anyone expected that. Also, Omit and Luminon have always finished higher than Omit in every single run-up to every single bracket that's been run before this event. However, it was Omit yesterday that took Shopify all the way, I believe.
Yeah.
So there's been a real shake-up on LAN. This tournament is a lot closer than what we came in with would have suggested, based on how the teams have been performing over the last 48 hours.
It's really interesting. Yeah, I think we all, in our talent predictions, had Shopify confident first. Nobody faltered on that. Nobody wanted to seem like an idiot. But I feel like we're being seen like an idiot right now, because that game that we had on stream yesterday, and I'm sure we'll get replays up a bit as well, or have a look back in the Twitch VOD, absolutely insane. I mean, really, like, we knew it was going to be the closest game, but we were like, oh, okay, we'll have Shopify on and we'll see how it goes. But honestly, those Omit guys have really put on a show, and just seeing how they play, great.
Yeah, I was talking to Hoax just earlier and Trey a little bit as well, right? Just at the feature station, and Hoax was like, yeah, we're feeling really locked in, we're really confident. Like, he was like, I had a good breakfast, so he was complimenting at least some part of European food, which is nice. But yeah, I think those guys are really confident, and when we talked to him on the couch, right, he was already like, you know, we want to win this thing, we want to go and kind of get it done, and you see that with how they performed against Shopify. And if I'm Luminon, I'm probably a little bit sweating right now. Like, I think this is going to be a time that this is going to be a really, really good matchup. It also, we shouldn't forget, and you can kind of see it over Adam's shoulder, is that Shopify are sitting down, they're warming up, they're against Mags Up. That is also going to be a really good game, right? That's going to be on the B stream to watch, but the way Mags Up like dismantled Kraken yesterday, like, that is going to be a scary matchup for Shopify as well.
I would be really interested to know what the effect having Bound as a coach is going to do to that Mags Up roster. Because that was going into it. I don't think anybody knew that. I think he just kind of turned up and we're like, hang on, you're not playing? You're just coaching for this team? Oh, fair enough. But yeah, let's address the elephant in the room. You've already mentioned it, James. We have the lovely trophy here sat in the middle, courtesy of the Halo Studios team. It looks clean. I imagine the Atlanta trophy is going to look the same. Tell you what, glass trophies, pain to keep clean. And surrounded by our lovely sponsor, Gameser, who have brought to us this broadcast, enabled us to do all this fun sort of giveaways and sort of on-stream contests. We've had a few little snippets we filmed that you might see later on come out later in the next week.
Yeah, follow the Gameser socials.
For sure.
Yeah. We've done a lot of cool stuff. We've been running around doing some quizzes with people. Like, yeah, it's been really good fun chatting to the community as well.
Lots of familiar faces on that. It was great to go around and do that quiz. So yeah, stay tuned for that. There's some good ones in there. See if you get all 20 when you watch it as well, especially if it is the pub quiz one that you watch.
We keep having people come up to you and say, I hear there's free controllers.
Yeah. What do I have to do to get a controller? Yeah. So, yeah, I'm excited. I saw the game types on stream just before, but I think, you know, I was there when the admins were showing the teams, and Luminon seemed pretty confident. Like, there was a few game times in there that they were like, Trippy was like, yeah, okay, this is good for us. Like, we feel pretty confident. So, yeah, I think it's gonna be a really interesting battle, and I just can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, I really think, you know, mentioning Trippy, he's been on many rosters over the course of Infinite, and usually with like Lucid. But now, like, he's kind of like the main character on his roster, and we've seen in previous matches over the last month or so, he has been able to bring out like the overkill on live fire he got in the qualifier and things like that. He's got the presence to be able to do it, but he has to like lead his team effectively to be able to make sure that they get to that grand final that they want, because Luminon are a really strong squad.
He's got that main character energy.
Yeah.
Whilst we focus in on the maps and modes, is there anything you want to glean from the Opens or earlier in this tournament this weekend that might make you sway either side based on better performances on either map?
I just think overall Omit have really turned up. over the last 48 hours, Omit have really turned up. Like, over all the names have had, Reality Check, Inconceivable, if you've been watching since like the first Open, like they really have turned up the heat. And I think a lot of the teams here, regardless of whether they end up in the lower bracket after this, they really need to watch out, because I think Omit are definitely looking at third at a minimum at the minute.
Yeah, and like when I had a quick chat to Druck earlier, right? And no secret, I'm a fan of Mags Up, right, for the predictions, but those guys are just different gravy on LAN. And I think for me, that was the thing that was like why I put them at least top 4, and he was like, only top 4, like where's a bit more of the love? But you know, that team I think is so good on LAN that I expect them to challenge Shopify, and you know, even if they don't get the W and they fall down, like again, that is going to be a very, very hard team to face in that lower bracket as well. So yeah, it's going to be tough.
And I think something I've just realised is that if you look at these teams that we're talking about, you know, Shopify, Luminon, Omit, all 3 of these teams have a world champion on them, I believe, at some point. I think that's correct. So like, it's going to come down to like the champion mindset. Like, can you go to the lower bracket and continue? Do you have the resilience to not get checked if you get like 3-0'd when you're expecting it to go to like at least a game 5 or a game 4? So you really got to watch for that. And you know, that's what gets teams to the end. You can't let the losses hit you. You've got to keep going, because Shopify thought maybe they were going to sweep this, and they haven't.
Yeah, and it's probably good to talk about as well is what we're going to cover on the stream. So obviously all 4 of the current games are going to play at the same time. So we're going to have the 2 winners games on the A and the B stream. Then it's going to go to the 2 losers games. So we're going to cover the losers quarters, I believe it is. So both of those games are going to be on stream. Then it's going to be winners final on A and losers semi-final on B. And then it's losers final and grand final. So apart from the 2 losers games that are going on right now, all the rest of the games should be covered by us on the streams. And then there's some Infinite 2v2s hanging around, and you know, the Halo 3 2v2s. I saw a lot of people are very keen to sign up to that. So there's a lot of Halo action still today.
Yeah, depending on how timing works out, we'll try to see if we can get that 2v2 Infinite Finals on the B stream. Like, if we've managed to get to the single stream area, we'll do that. We'll check in with the admins actually and see if we can make that happen.
So I was talking to the admins, and apparently 2 guys who play KOTH have signed up to the Infinite 2v2s. Have never played Infinite before, but they were like, we know how to shoot the gun. We've never played on a controller. We'll just go and see how it goes.
They're
so
basically the same game, James.
Yeah,
like,
I'm excited to see how those guys get on.
Yeah, I'm excited to see actually the post-game analysis we get, because I think when we were speaking yesterday, they were treating yesterday a bit like a scrim, right? It was pool play. 2 teams were going to get knocked out. It was the 2 teams that come in from the LCQ that got knocked out. That was kind of expected. There was a bit of a skill gap there between 8 and 10. Like, that was kind of obvious. However, now they have to lock in, right? We saw them locking in towards the end of yesterday, and we're going to see them all pure lock-in now going into this, but it looks like we're getting right ready for this first matchup. We're going to be doing King of the Hill on Livefire. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, and I think, like, one more to your point, and this is what we talked about in the car on the way home, is that King's Order had it really rough yesterday in the fact that they had to play Majin last, so they kind of got slammed a bit by everyone else and then played Majin, and that was pretty tough. But it is time for Championship Sunday. Omit versus Luminon. Winners semi. I'm not sure. It looks like we're getting off to a good start. Yeah, it looks like one of the Omit players has not jumped into game properly. So we're going to bring it back, which can bring me back to my King's Order point. Yep. I think for King's Order, as we look at the map pool, by the way, King of the Hill, Livefire, Slayer, Origin, Oddball, Lattice, CTF, Aqua. I'm hoping we get to game 4. And a Slayer on Livefire to finish, bookended by Livefire. I think for King's Order, like, it's such a good experience. Like, if you had told those guys, like, 6-8 months ago, oh, by the way, you're going to go play Shopify, the world champions on LAN, I don't think they would have believed you. Yeah. And I think it was so hard for them, is like, you're going against Majin, a team that, you know, you can beat and you're pretty good against, but you got kind of slammed by 3 very, very good NA teams, and then it was like, you're getting slightly checked, and Majin really kind of stomped them as well. Like, I was on the broadcast with Warlord and Outcast, but I think that's all good. I think that's going to be like a massive thing for them, and something they'll be able to grow and take away from. Yeah. And from the other side, in Excelsis, I saw a tweet that Blood Rainer and Ashlyn Bot are the first female players to go from an open bracket to pool play in Halo Infinite.
It's all happening, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
the King's Order bit, I can talk quite a lot about, and those players I know quite well. Either coached them, played in Blackpool with Suspense. Well, coached the team Suspense was on. The growth that I've seen from that boy in the last 3 years. Also, shout out to Sydney, his dad as well, who's always there, like cheering him from the back, like helping him with like the mental and everything. Next game that comes out, you better watch out because Suspense is definitely going to be on that list. Like the talent that he's shown over the last couple of years. Also, the other members of that team as well. All of them. They've all improved so much over the last couple of years. So, you know, credit to them. They got a difficult draw, and you can see on screen now. Thank you very much, Pod, for that. Suspense on the left. They were the first EU seed, followed by Finners, then Sky State, and then Zonit on the right. So they had a great showing. They were my wildcard because I know these guys can dial it in, and they have so much potential.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, like they're probably going to look back at this kind of weekend and probably feel disappointed that they didn't get higher. But I think they had an incredible weekend, and like I was talking about with Harry as well yesterday, like when when EU teams first went to NA, we kind of got a bit slammed because NA just turn up the speed and then you just get like dunked on, and that's what Magin did yesterday to them, and they just had no answer for it.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, they'll go back, they'll watch some VOD, and if they stick together, I think this one tournament is gonna like help their development so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And not to mention the fact that half of the other team had got a third place world position in previous years. So they were stacked against it. Those guys had a lot more experience in the more intense scenarios.
So, King of the Hill Live Fire. Hopefully we can get this underway a second time, as we are going to jump into the action. Everyone deciding to push together. You see that they were kind of waiting for all the spawns so everyone could catch up. We're going to go on board with Luminon right now. And as you can see, Omit standing at Nest. It is going to be Luminon, I think, who have the sniper in top tower. Sorry, Omit have the sniper in top tower. And it's going to be Luminon who find the first kills. But Camo coming up right now. The two-piece push from Omit with the snipe. And there, it's going to be a Camo snipe off the rip. 5 bullets in the chamber.
I'm enjoying how Luminon decided to go for the hill and then allow the Camo to kind of come up, whereas Omit kind of full sent for Camo after that initial push from Big Door. Didn't go how they wanted, but the clock is now 6 round. Omit have Camo. Whoever we're on with right now, they've got Camo and the sniper. You can hear them shouting over the back of us now. They have the power now to keep this hold. So 3 down for Luminon. They're going to spawn up on the back. This Chal on their own, they need to be careful. Camo Eye's not showing up. Getting a surprise drop on that, and they're both going down. So now it's all evened up, but Omit have the space to be able to keep this hill for slightly longer.
Yeah, and a huge play from Luminon as well. Like, yeah, you get caught out in sandbags, but that trade instantly coming through. 2 people spawning into that garage area. You can see a Big Door. Omit trying to kind of deal with it, but these nades flying in. We're on board with Falcated right now. It's just trying to work out. I love how tricky that gets. He isn't going to get it done, but yeah, that little tricky kind of jump pass has done a lot in the last few years.
Yeah, and over the last 20 seconds or so there, Luminon pushed Nest really hard. They're trying to prep out here for this next hill, and that push to Nest does indeed get them the first hill when it looked like it was going to be an Omit one, and Omit have all spawned on Brutes as well, so with Luminon having the high ground here, they're going to be really careful. This flank from Precision, though, he's behind all of them, and he might be able to take them out. We might get another Luminon hold for this second hill, James.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to just lay down damage in front. It was 3 dead for Luminon briefly. And yeah, whoever that poor guy was, just laying it down there on board with Torlik. You can hear, I think, one of the lower bracket games getting loud behind us as well. Say Suppressed with a good start. Same with Descendant. Yeah, this second hill starting to go Omit's way.
This is a good hold from them. Luminon don't have any space on the top side of the map. Omit are pushing out now, trying to potentially get what they thought might have been a flank as they spawned up on B, but Suppressed got caught out there. Bit of mistiming there. Trading out is big as well. That's 2 down for Omit, which is going to give Luminon some space to try and push up. Sniper's up in 10, so that means as they come around and push, there's going to be some pressure from Nest side soon as well, and Precision has the Camo. That's going to give them the time that they need to set up this next move, but he loses the Camo. The Repulsor just shuts him out. That's going to definitely put a wrench in the works for what they thought was going to be their next hold. And look at this scoreboard here, James. Omit now, they're almost closing in on this, what will be the first hill for them and the second hill of the game.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it, right? Like, Omit did such good work in that first hill, and then at the end got pipped at the post by Luminon. Suppressed, though, does have this sniper. Is going to pick up these spikes. Actually didn't end up picking the spikes. Now has no nades left. Does manage to get a body shot. It's cleaned up. A second body shot on the nest. Cleaned up by him as well. 3 dead for Luminon. And this second hill should be locked in for Omit, and it is. 1 apiece with 3 minutes 40 left on the clock. Plenty of time, but this is such a good game. It's Sab at the moment. 11-4. Oh! Finds a hit as well, and another kill and an assist for Suppressed. Is going to eat a nade, but Omit going to get some hill time.
Yeah, and as always, Penguin focusing on the objective. He was already rotated round to A while they were closing in that C hill as well. So the prep, the awareness, he knows where he needs to be, when he needs to be there. He's got the space for his team. They've got the push, they've got the front in A now, and Luminon really have to just push straight through. And they've done exactly that. That's 3 down for Omit. That push from top mid was great. But look, Suppressed is crouched on the other side. Oh no, they just took him out, I think.
Yeah, it was Sab trying to push around and got done. But Luminon now, you can see Trippy with this QT is trying to push, is trying to find where people are. It's going to be quite a crazy push. And actually the player from Omit behind him, and now he has no QT to get away. Can he find a trade? That is a massive trade. And the time that they have spent on this hill as well. Coming out of the scoreboard. But yeah, Omit, I don't think they can find a way into this hill, and they haven't really had anything to do, and even if Precision dies here, he has secured a hill.
We're seeing a lot of confidence from these teams, and obviously they know where the next hill's going to be, right? 3 players down for Luminon right now. They know it was going to be on mud side. They already rotated around to C plat. They're already aware. They're very confident in calling it where they need to call it, just moving to the next one and trying to get that strategic advantage. And in games like this, where the pressure is high, that's exactly what you need to do. You don't want to waste time now to give them spawns later on. They're being very proactive, and the camo on the tower here is going to give them all they need to know about where Omit are. Descendant needs to play this very carefully, because doing that will allow them to get the spawns that they want, and there's 2 up there.
Oh, and he actually, I think, maybe he got a stick or he got repulsed, but yeah, there was a trade that went up there. Camo is down, though, for Luminon. But more importantly, this hill has been there for an entire minute. And finally, Omit going to get on it. But you can see a good trade as they knew they were both going to die. Descendant, the last one left alive. It's actually a 1v1, him versus Penguin on Livefire. We've seen a few 1v1s on Livefire in the time. But Descendant, huge win, will get traded. But for Luminon, you know, maybe it is a little bit of we can run down time. Snipe is up as well. Sab trying to deal as much damage as he can. There's a couple of one-shot Luminon players. Can he clean them up? Oh, he gets absolutely taken out in top tower. No takeout for you. And Sab, who managed to find 2 Luminon players one-shot, can't capitalize.
This is such a huge push onto the bottom there. Instead of going for the power on C, they've gone around to push through big door onto B, completely catching off the defense that was there. And now they've got the time. They need to be able to set this up. He's got the sniper ready. This push, they could get absolutely shut down here if he's got the right angle at the right time.
Yeah, Trippy is going to find a one-shot Suppressed that jumps down in front of him. It is going to be Falcated being taken out as well. And now the 2 players from Omit around the tower. A QT back B is going to be one big door. Oh, if he'd hit that, would have been absolute scenes. You can see the face cam. You can see the comms, how locked in Trippy is right now. The comming, you know, exactly explaining to his players, like you said, how he was going to have to be that kind of team leader. But look how much time in this hill as well. And finally, the Omit player slides out of big door. And he should be traded or taken out by Descendant. Does actually lose that battle. So Luminon just going to have to sit back a little bit, but Trippy, a massive amount of time on that hill.
Intelligent plays from them. He's got the sniper in his hand. They've got most of the hill time. They need to keep the C spawns to be able to get the next bit. The trade there is not ideal, but they get it. And they're just trying to get this all back under control. They've got the time and the space that they need. Minute 30, time not a factor yet, but if Luminon are able to lock in this hill, Omit may start sweating a little bit.
Yeah, and you see there the trade as well. They've still got Snipe. They've still got Snipe in that top tower as well. And Luminon are going to push in, but like you said, time not a factor yet, but it's only 1 minute and 14 seconds, right? Like, there's only so much that Omit can let go before they have to get into this hill. Another 10 seconds off the clock. Ooh. Massive nade, massive double kill from Sab. He goes past the player in big door, but that's going to help because Omit are hanging onto this hill right now, and they are closing in to try and tie this up to a piece.
Yeah, Sab staying down here is huge. It locks off that big door. They can't shoot directly at the hill, so they have to go over top mid. Omit have got the tower. They've also got C-Plat as well, and that just gets them the hill. So that hold was great from them. He just completely shut down their ability to do anything, almost getting the 2 there, but the third man waiting at the bottom. But my God, Sab 20 and 12 right now, doing everything he can to help his team stay in the game. It's 2-2 with 1 minute left.
Yeah, it should be noted as well, Falcaden Suppressed, double-digit assists. Oh, a bit of a whiff there, though, from Suppressed. He's going to allow Trippy to take him out. 5th hill, and potentially last. Torlik with that snipe, going to get a little bit kind of jiggled. He's going to find the kill, though. Precision. How much are you going to let Omit in this hill?
The pressure that you need to hold C for this hill is core to being able to win the game, and that's why there's so much fighting going on bottom mid, so much fighting going on from the bridge. Both teams, look how many Spartans are over at C-Plat right now as we follow Towlek to bottom mid and on mud as well. There's just so much action happening on that area. Whichever team can hold C successfully, they're going to win this game, James.
Yeah, Torlik trying to do a little bit of the jiggle, actually gets killed. Looked like a teammate maybe, but Sab gonna try and find, but you can see, like, look how much chaos there is in this map. 30 seconds remaining. Omit are gonna get on it. It's 3 dead for Luminon, and Omit 25 seconds to go. Are they even interested in this? Are they just trying to play Slayer, or now they're gonna get in this hill? But Sab just gonna hide in the corner, but I understand you don't want to give Luminon anything in this either.
No, and they tried to split spawn Luminon there back between B, but it didn't quite work out because they ended up getting to back mud as well, which has kind of caused the map to rotate a little bit. So we've got a back and forth yet again with 18 seconds left. I think we're going to a sudden death for this one. I don't know if Luminon can hold it for the entire duration of what they need to win. It's 8 players up. The next push will decide the game.
Yeah, 100%. Unfortunately for Omit, they got to sort out that push real quick. You can see the fight into tower, the melee as well, the miss there. The miss there, it's 3 dead for Omit. Luminon, they're going down, but they should be able to get the hill, and they will. 18 seconds to go. We are back to hill 1, but it was literally 1 player alive left in the map, and he was able to secure that hill, but what a messy ending. Luminon trying to get that push, not getting it done. And it might be the cliche, Adam, but this has got to be perfect Halo for the next 7 seconds of neutral time.
They've got to stack it. Omit have to stack this. They have to make sure that Luminon are not able to get to that bridge side of the map. They've got to keep them on this low side so they can't funnel through. And that's what's happening here. Look how they've all set up so that Luminon have to push through big door. They want to watch sandbags as well. You've got player movement for pillars, but he's got caught out. But he gets the trade. That's absolutely massive for them. This hold is looking really good. They're halfway there, James.
Yeah, they've burned another 2 seconds. Luminon have got to find a way to get them out of this hill. It's contested right now, which means Luminon are there. And now the push gonna come in. They're just trying to go, and 3 dead for Luminon again. And this hill should be capped.
I don't believe it.
And with 5 seconds to go, they have played perfect Halo for that hill, but now with 4 seconds left, 3, they're going to jump in this hill. Can they steal it, or are we going to OT?
Look how locked in they are at the bottom left of the screen there. Snipes up. Omit gets some early time on the hill. They really need to play around the spawns here. Omit have got tower. Although they do have 2 players down, they've got to play carefully here. They've got to make sure that they don't die here, because then they'll have 2 and 2 on the map. And then Luminon will have so much time then to be able to catch up to this little bit of progress they've gotten so far.
Yeah, we are into sudden death of Map 1 Championship Sunday already. Are you not entertained? Luminon, 3 players on 20 kills as well. Precision with the snipes, going to hit the body. Sees the spawns, hits another body, gets the assist. 2 dead right now for Omit, and they know exactly where they are as well. They're going to deal so much damage around Camo. Can Torlik clean up? Penguin, this push is going to be massive. He's going to find that kill, but it's an instant trade. And with 1:30 left on the clock, Luminon, they are getting right into this hill, but here comes the push, and Falcated, he hears something. He just doesn't know where he is, but Omit, I think that's Sab that gets sent off the map with the repulse, but the sniper's there on C as well.
On all the chaos at the bottom as well. There is no strategy here, James. It is fly at the hill. There is no time. He almost gets it off the map as well. Look at them. They're trying to get a foothold on the nest as well to stop anyone from standing in the hill. But players are just dying so fast, it's impossible to get a full team push.
Yeah, and look how close Luminon are as well. But Omit, they have the hill now. They have the setup. You can see Trippy, he knows that there'll be a player from Omit behind, but they've just walked in and straight murdered the team. Sab is the last one left. It's 4 dead for Omit, and Luminon will lock this game down in overtime. It's 1-0, but what a banger to start Championship Sunday.
If that doesn't show you how close this bracket is, what we were talking about with Reed earlier, I don't know what will. The first game of the day, they get the perfect halo, 7 seconds on the clock, they get the map to send us to overtime, and then Luminon just pull it back at the end. This is so close.
Man, what an insane game of Halo to kick it off. And kind of, this was this crazy sequence here where, look, this was a massive play from Falcated, like finds a great double kill, almost gets a repulse for a triple, but then this happens. And so the interesting thing just before this was that Trippy knew that someone from Omit would probably be Sandbags, and knew that they kind of double checked and they waited and they peeked and then they went and they killed those 2 players so quick in C that Sandbags player had no time to come back and then just died because all of his teammates were just dead already.
And the kills across the board are so similar to each other. I'm not going to do cast math, but they're scarily close. But look at Sab, 27 kills at the end with 19 deaths. He was really cleaning up for his team, just getting all that damage they put in finished so the Luminon players were in respawn.
Yeah, I'm trying to do a quick cast math. It's, yeah, it was just a super close game. And that kind of just shows how kind of really close these 2 teams are. And it's going to be one as well to see for Luminon and Mags Up as well, how close that game's going to be. And I can see already that the first hill has gone to Mags Up, but again, both teams had like maxed out timer on that bar as well. So that is also an incredibly close game.
Can't wait to see how this goes. I think, as we were saying earlier, I know I keep saying it's close, but man, like, it's getting really hard to call what's going to happen here. Like, everyone thinks Shopify is going to be in the final. Like, I think that's a decent prediction, but the other team that's going to be in that final with them, that is hard to predict right now.
Yeah, to be honest, the way I've seen that these other teams have played, like the Mags Up game yesterday, is Shopify even the guaranteed grand final team. Like, it's been so incredibly close, and that's what you want, right? Like, you want the 4 teams that come over, or 5 if you include Kraken, right? That come over. And Mags Up didn't even qualify through the qualifiers. Like, they didn't even get travel coverage, but they've been pushing these teams so hard. We're going to get on board map number 2. It is a Slorigin, as we like to call it. We're going to get on board with Torlik, who is going to find a kill straight away. He's trying to find a fadeaway. Will get traded out by Falcated, who has a couple of kills, but pretty even start.
That was a really surprising start, and a very passive start from Luminon there, deciding to send a lot of their players into the middle rather than onto Pyramid, where Omit had sent onto that sniper rifle to try and get it. Not the usual start there. Top mid, super important in Origin Slayer. Gives you the sight lines that you need. Rocket launcher as well, always picked up after the sniper. Both rockets now fired by Falcated. 4-0 for him right now, but we're online with precision at the minute. He's got the sniper rifle in his hands.
Yeah, missed a couple of shots. He had the drop on the first one as well. Couldn't quite clean it up. Has missed 3 shots in a row and gets taken down by, suppressed to his 1 shot as well. So Omit, a very, very good start in this Slayer. Descendant already 0-3, and we talk about it a lot. Sab goes down a second time, but how many times this weekend have we seen a player get a killing spree off the rip like Falcated just did.
Starting a Slayer 6-1 is exactly what you want. That's giving you that early buffer, you're feeling good, you're locked in. Falcated, as we know, great player as well. But at the moment here, Omit just tried to get behind Luminon and it didn't really work. Look how far apart these players are. They're unable to really do anything. And Luminon are just picking them off one by one. And that's the thing with Origin. It's great if you want to get a pinch on the other team. But if you mistime that, if you leave the sightlines from the cave all the way over to the other side on elbow, you're just going to get picked down. And the leads that Omit had has just shrunk from 6 to 3.
Yeah, beautiful work from Trippy as well. Might have been able to hear that in the camera, but loses the pin there to Sav. Like you said, Falcated 7-2 start. I don't like to be that guy on a Champ Sunday, but we've got a bit of a goose alert at the moment. Still early days, but Descendant has been laying down some damage, got 3 assists. Precision as well, and the Spanker going to come up. Torlik taking down a bit, 3 dead, and it was a lead, but one lead. Luminon have taken the lead now.
I think Descendant heard you there as well, as soon as you said goose alert. You got a double kill off screen there, but all the toys, I see the rocket launcher across here. These teams have been really intelligent about the rockets. Rockets is a huge bait on this map. You can only go up when you've got the space. You saw that 2 players from Omit were down, and we've got Precision here pushing the window of the opposing team, so they know it's safe to get it. They're going to get the rockets, and that's going to allow them to try to lock in that sniper. And look, oh no, he went down off screen, so no, the rockets are still up, so the push was too late.
Yeah, Descendant unable to get those rockets, and you can see where Omit are spawning. They are trying to get them, or at least provide pressure. Yeah, rockets now picked up by Penguin. Boy, might get a kill. Does find the second though. So rockets 1 out of 2. You take that. I think you take that if you're both teams, right? Like you found a guaranteed kill, but also you didn't lose 2. Penguin get the hit from behind. You can see the comms though, they're so locked in already.
There's a lot of skirmishing going on in this game. You're used to the Origin. When it starts to run away with itself, the Origin becomes a very rotational game where you're going from one side of the map to the other. 3 players have gone down for Luminon momentarily there. This live up here, maybe not ideal. That's going to cause some split spawn timing. Look how 2 players are on the right hand side of the screen and 2 players on the left. They're going to have to back off here. They don't want to engage and make this lead even larger for Omit. They have to play control, and they're doing exactly that. The game has come to a momentary standstill while both teams set up and try and figure out and get a bit of damage in here. They know that Falcated is weak in cave.
Yeah, and it should be noted, Falcated 15 kill participations. The man has been absolutely everywhere. Speaking of, finds a double. Can he get the triple as well? He is going to find the assist. He does get taken down by Descendant, but again, another 3 kills that he is involved in. Falcated has been absolutely dominating this map, and you can see Luminon all spawning together. You can hear the comms, right? Like 3 elbow, they're calling it out. They know exactly where these players are, and you can see Suppressed. He's trying to wait for them to come through base. He's going to lay some damage down. 4 dead for Luminon. Omit just collapsed in on them, and suddenly it's a 6-kill lead, and they're shooting them off spawn again.
It's time for a blender, James. They've got them on the split spawn. There's one down again. Trying to figure out which players. Towlek's trying to get a run for it, but he gets pinched as well. The Rockets are coming up soon. If they can wipe them out here, they've got a 6-kill lead. This is starting to look really dangerous for Luminon. They have to stem the bleeding right now. You can hear them calling out Rockets.
Yeah, Towlek just literally spawned right into Suppressed Crosshair, who has done a very, very good job of living up right now. The nade going to come through, going to get the push on. Repulses back into the maze after the nade goes off and gets the assist. And Luminon just getting crushed at the moment. You talked about how it works with the blender, and look, they're getting spotted. Snipe coming up as well. Still a 6-kill lead, but the problem is Omit just getting a little taken out. The repulse comes through. He can't find this kill, and this is massive. He still gets one anyway.
Oh, he really needed that trade there. 2 players go down for Omit for the 2 players on Luminon, so we're getting evidence. There's 50 kills here, but they know the sniper rifle's going to be caught. So the next part of the game, we're going to get some cave spawns for Luminon. You can see them looking on elbow as well, because they know that Omit are going to be spawning on their cave too. So lots of crash fire about to happen over from sniper. They need to hold that top mid. But if Luminon players start going down here now, James, this is where it starts to become unrecoverable. 5-kill difference. I think we're about to have a huge team fight over the sniper. We have 3 players go down for Omit there. 2 down down for Luminon. It's all to play for now. When they respawn, the next team fight will decide the game.
Yeah, 44 to 39. We are at the pointy end of this Slayer. This is where we start. You can hear the franticness of the comms, the trade. He actually gets a second kill that he missed, and there's a 3 dead for Luminon, 48 to 41, and Omit, they are 2 kills away, make it 1, and they know exactly where Luminon is. Look at this, they can see Valkade does so much damage, they're wrapping, they only need to find 1 kill, they find it, and Omit, they are going to tie this series up, and that was a pretty dominant Slayer once he got to halfway.
Yeah, when they got that, you could... Origin is one of those maps where if you get a team wipe and you're able to position and put the pressure on the enemy team, it can be very hard to get out of it. And Luminon are really skilled, don't get me wrong. They were able to slow the game down, but the score was back and forth until that 35-point mark, where you could tell that Omit had the upper hand and they were determining the pace of the game.
16, 13, 12. A good amount of assists, I think, for both teams, really. Replays powered by GameSir. Going to bring you all the action. But that was a massive kill, and I think at this point, Luminon were looking really good, right? Had a bit of a lead, kind of nearing halfway, and then this play where they tried to get the spanker and then died, and then Penguin, got this confirmed kill, and then they collapsed a bit, and then after this, it just started to go a Mid's way.
It'd be interesting to know the comms there if there's some hesitation going up to that top mid, because I was saying with the cast at that point, if you're going to push rockets, it's a bit of a bait. You've got to be really careful on Origin. You have to have top mid, and ideally you want a couple of players down on the other team, and they had exactly that, but they picked it up probably like 2 or 3 seconds just too late, and that's the margin of error we're dealing with right here at this level. If you're 2 seconds too late and you die, the other team gets the rockets, you're in a 3v4, and then it snowballs to this point. Yeah,
this was actually great work by Suppressed. He tried to find one player and then just had target acquisition, and this is what I meant. So he found a kill and then tried to throw the plasma and distracted that other player, who then got sniped by his teammate. So even though it was like a kind of a 1-for-1 trade, actually it ended up being a 2-for-1 trade, which really helped Omit also then kind of funnel Luminon into some spawns. Talking about Luminon and talking about Omit and talking about gameplay, GameSir, the G7 Pro Shadow Ember, 10% off Dreamhack Special. Go grab a GameSir like a lot of the pros play with. We've been doing a lot of talking with pros. We got some settings videos to say what the pros use. I know Taulik basically just uses default. He doesn't bother changing many of the keybinds, so yeah, pick up and be a pro.
I'm a fan of the G7 Pro. I've been using one of those with the back paddles on as well for a while. I play mouse and keyboard, but that's the controller I used to play when I do, and I really like the shoulder buttons being on there, because I tend to hit the paddles a lot on the back when there's like 4 of them. So having the shoulder buttons has been like a real game changer for me.
Yeah, I'm excited to go home and use mine.
Yeah.
I think it's... I'm also a mouse and keyboard. A lot of us are mouse and keyboard players.
I'm switching. I've been told, I was talking to Warlords and Neb yesterday, and they told me I have to start playing controller now, so I guess my G7 is going to get a lot more use.
I also got that chat. Hey, you know what this is? It does mean no. CTF Aqua, definitely on the cards.
That's why you were getting excited, right?
Very, very excited. See these guys locking in. Like, the smiles, though, right? Like, even though you just lost an Origin, there's not much worry there. Look at those grinning faces. They're relaxed, man.
Oh, he's having a good time.
Yeah,
Trip is always smiling anyway. He's always got a bit of a cheeky smile going on.
That's true. He's actually got his jersey on backwards, by the way. Because his nameplate is supposed to be at the back. That's brilliant.
Just in case you didn't know who he was.
Yeah, it's just for the camera. Just for the camera. You can see the Omit boys starting to come back. Quick toilet break for them. Walking through the shop. Bit of a chat. Get up. Kind of just loosen it out a little bit. But that's kind of it, right? And that's what you see is like, you've had this Slayer where you had this insane King of the Hill. You had a Slayer which you like kind of nicely kind of got going and got into it and got a W, past halfway, you kind of dominate that map. You just take a little bit of a breather. Just relax, go to the toilet, kind of reset the mental a little bit, sit back down. You see, by the way, that some of these guys are using just the normal chairs.
Yeah.
So all the feature station had the kind of tall back chairs, but some of them don't like that. I also believe, by the way, it says Luminon. It's supposed to say Legion, but
yeah,
is it 2-0 up for Magin? That's awesome.
see if I can find out.
Yeah, there we go, Legion. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear a lot of yelling behind me, and it looks like they are in a lattice. So it looks like lattice oddball. So yeah, imagine locking in. Kraken have already beaten Fries in the bag 3-0 according to this as well. So unfortunately we had to say goodbye to one EU team, but I don't think that was a surprise per se. But Imagine versus Legion, that's the game that, you know, when we talked about it, I was like, I can see that. I can see Imagine kind of locking in.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the previous events that have run in the run-up to today, you know, Imagine and Legion have had quite similar finishes, to be fair. Just looking back at some of the stuff here, Legion, they finished in the same round twice, I believe, from what I've got here. So very close for them. But Imagine, as we said earlier on, we're talking about King's Order, they've just got so much experience as a team.
Yeah, exactly. You can see Shopify 1-0 up over Mags Up. I had a quick look over your shoulder, and it looked like Shopify lost the first hill and then won all the rest of them. So kind of got that nice and sorted, and you can see right here, there's been a lot of shouting from just over our shoulders of this Imagine, and I think it's one of those things. I think if Imagine can get that sorted, there might be a bit more yelling before this is out, because I definitely know that Legion were absolutely giving it the beans yesterday.
Yeah, they were.
There was a lot of yelling, there was a lot of shouting, there was a lot of kind of carnage going on. So I think we are just getting into game. As you can see, our observers just joined the lobby. So we're just waiting for one more person and then we will get started. But man, I know he's tall, but seeing Trey like literally half a body length taller than everyone else when they sit down is dude's terrifyingly tall.
He's like as tall as the banner there with the QR code.
And then Hoaxer looks really small in comparison.
I really like that we have the feature station like right near the main gangway here at Dreamhack as well, because there's been so much foot traffic past it. I mean, right now, can't really tell because it's quite early in the day. Like, it's only like 11 local time. But as the day goes on, like especially yesterday, there was so many people just stopping and watching some good Halo on the feature stage yesterday, because the screens we've got surrounding it. It was just great to see like more people who are interested in esports like getting a look at it, because sometimes like Halo doesn't get kind of the full wide range recognition that you would expect. But it's a lot of faces coming past, and it's only good for the scene, right?
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you have a slightly smaller event like this, and then you have a 2-hall COD event, it's quite easy for people to just only focus on COD. But I saw a lot of people with like the COD All Access or the COD Weekend Passes kind of coming by and having a look and kind of seeing what was going on. So it was good to see those people, and obviously, like, you know, if you've been anywhere near Twitter and have any inkling of Birmingham, obviously, like, the crowd at CDL has been absolutely nuts, of course, for a British crowd, but it was the same at HCS London. Yeah, it was. Like, we were the same kind of popping off there. So, yeah, it's I'm excited for, like, the full, like, HCS Halo to come back to Europe as well, and hopefully in H7, fingers crossed, we get a Europe event every year, because talking to the pros, they love it as well. But speaking of loving it, it's going to be a lattice oddball.
Strap in.
Yeah, absolutely lock in, because this could be an absolute banger, and it should be. I'm predicting a third round here already. Playing a little bit of ring around the roses. Precision getting taken down by Suppressed, and it's going to be Omit with first ball.
I think Omit here maybe need to concede their early losses there. Saying that though, some of the Luminon players just going down our screen, I thought they were going to get turned on there, and it turned out that Omit were able to full send and get the sniper rifle. So Suppressed now has to snipe with a triple kill, and he's waiting now on red tower for them to try and run across cargo. So 15 points on the board early, sniper in hand, spawns in the right place, Omit off to a strong start.
Yeah, so unselfish from Suppressed as well. Could have really tried to push the over, but made sure that he was going to try and consolidate. Gets the body shot as well. Unfortunately, 2 players of Omit going down to 29-0. You know, sometimes if you're a player, you really want to hunt that overkill, but you've got to sit back and realize that, you know, sometimes it's not worth it. And actually, this this entire setup has kind of been overturned.
Yeah, they want to keep with this collapse as well. 2 players momentarily down for Luminon. They're going to spawn behind them at the other side. So if Suppress wants to have this push, they need to go through Eli fast. Otherwise, they're going to find 2 players from Luminon behind them or at Cargo. You can see to the left of the screen there, they actually wrapped around really, really fast. And oh my god, just get destroyed. It's like the no-scope there. 2 players going down for each team, ball left on ice. This is a cheeky pickup, but he's the last player alive.
Yeah, I even think like that Snipe got a second body shot before getting taken down as well. But a great push for Luminon to go in there. Now, Omit have taken the control, but interestingly, ball like hasn't moved.
No.
Like no one's rotating. It's just it's just waves crashing against the wall. Like we're gonna kill you, we're gonna take the setup. You're gonna kill us, you're gonna take the setup. Just rinse and repeat. But I think for Omit, their setups have been so good that they have had a massive kind of run twice in this ball, and now it's 16-0. There's almost double, finds a killing spree. But now Falcated has to try and take down Precision Will. 3 dead for Luminon, and Omit, wow, they've got this ball and another good setup in literally the same place.
I've been saying this all weekend, but we were on with Sab earlier, and my god, Sab has really been showing that he was a great addition to this team after the second open for Omit, replacing Avusi. Slaughter me in the chat because I never say it right. Avusi, yeah. Thank you. He has been a great addition to this team. He's 6-2 right now. He's got 21 points on the ball, and all yesterday he was singing his praises as well. So Omit really benefiting from that roster change that they had. Oh, I thought that was a stick there. Unfortunately not to be, but I agree. He has been an absolutely fantastic player for them. And Omit, like you said, have just looked so good. Good trade as well. But once again, Precision going to have this ball in this back C area. You can see Falcated 53 seconds of ball time. Just been holding on for a long, long time. Precision. The tag goes through the double nades as well. Finds the assist, snipes there. Tried for a bank shot, gets an assist. Precision does get taken down eventually. The problem for Luminon is like, yeah, nice that you had a whole setup, but they got like 18 seconds of ball time. That's just not going to cut it. Yeah, we've not seen too much of the sniper recently either. Usually the teams will rotate back and forth between Eli and the sniper to try to get some hold, but Omit are just hard sending to the red vent Eli hold, and they're closing in on this first round already. I did not expect this round to go this way. Yeah, I also thought that this would kind of be one of those that would be much, much closer. 3 dead for Luminon though, and this might be the end if Trippy gets taken down. Will survive, but this ball really out in the open. Really going to be hard to get. Might even reset eventually, but the reversal, the double kill from Suppressed, going for that triple. Will find the assist, but again, how many times have Omit players found a double kill and an assist? 3 dead for Luminon, and they have just 5 seconds to push. Otherwise, this is done, and it feels pretty done. Yeah, at the end of that round there, Luminon were feeling the pressure. You could tell they were just funneling in. They were kind of dying, like not necessarily one by one. It was very chaotic, and you know, the well-executed coordinated pushes you would expect from that team kind of disintegrated as the time they had left just closed in on 0. They just had to push at that point. Yeah, you see Thug Nasty there checking out the competition as well in the background of that shot. Just sitting behind the Omit guys, just checking in on them, seeing what's happening. We are going to start on board with Penguin. Again, we talked about Penguin yesterday, but double-digit assists already. And 7 kills. Has been doing a lot of work, laying a lot of damage. Good nade cleans him out though. But yeah, I think most people in the talent had Luminon as second. But yeah, Omit have looked so good on land. It's almost like a different team to online. Yeah, and maybe you could talk about, I was talking on the way here with Lethal about the fact that all these stations are running on the Xbox, so it's causing the players to play slightly differently because of the frame rate and the latency differences, and maybe it's making them play a little bit safer, which is perhaps giving an advantage to teams that maybe not play a little slower, but maybe more methodically with more information and not by feeling. And, you know, when that happens, you get snipes like that. Yeah, massive snipe. Sab also hitting another body shot as well, but trying to take down Precision. But yeah, it's also one of those things, right? Like, there have been, I think when we were talking to Hoaxer, right?
they have 1 player on Xbox and 3 players at home on a PC who've been trying to simulate the Xbox. Whereas someone like Shopify, they've been on all Xboxes. They were boot camping together, right? They were on all Xboxes. So it is that kind of difference of how you're playing and whether it's a simulated Xbox or a real Xbox. Like, that was what Friday was, that some teams like Magin had a slow start.
Yeah.
And then they've been like kind of building into it. And it looks like, at least for Magin, they're in a lattice as well. So everyone seems to be playing lattice. But Omit, great start. 3 dead for Luminon. They're trying to find that 4th player, but lucky for Luminon. Now, I was going to say lucky, they have the ball. They're going to go down. It was trippy. Now Luminon just giving another setup to Omit.
It seems like Omit are allowing Luminon to funnel in and think that they've got this upper hand. Look how many assists Penguin has right now. He must be putting so much damage down on the map. They're moving around. They have the ball and they have the space to move around and shoot at you from the low ground. That's how much pressure they have on the map right now. They have 41-point advantage, 1 round in the bag, 3 minutes left. They're kind of just playing this as safe as they can. They're not desperate. The ball might even reset here if it's not touched. I think it's been down for about 15-20 seconds. Oh no, he picked it up.
Yeah, and like you actually saw Suppressed had a bit of a misplay. The first nade hit the ledge and bounced up. The plasma kind of got caught too early, and then his second plasma like instant exploded off that. So even though he was low ground and had 3 essentially useless nades, like they still managed to find a way to get some kills onto Luminon. But now, Luminon, 1 man left alive. Descendant just gonna maybe give a free sniper over to Omit as well. It's going to be that player who dodges the nade. Falcated, just trying to run around. They're just getting a bit hunted at the moment. They've both run out of bullets. He's going to find 1. Can he find a second as well? He's going to find the double out of absolutely nothing.
I love that rotation after as well, blocking out that area as the respawns come in. And now look, they're all in like, what do you call it, Ben 10 and then the top of pipes. They've funneled Luminon so hard to the other side and they know that, and that's why they're trying to push the riverside, but it doesn't matter. Trippy thinks he's got the sneak on him. Falcated's like, no, back to respawn, see you later. And it's just, they're just getting red. Like, I have to give it to Omit. They're just playing the map so well, they're setting up so well, they're stopping all the pushes. And here we are, we're closing in on 70 points. Luminon haven't really had a say in this game at all.
No, and you know, even there you saw Luminon, right? Omit left sniper for so long. Luminon went and got it and then basically insta-died. So like didn't get anything out of the power weapon. And it's something we've talked about so much this weekend, is how important power weapon use is. I was going to say we've been on Falcated's POV literally forever, and he's found a killing spree and another kill. Can he find a 3rd as well? It's going to be an assist, but you can see there's Taulik here, and there's not much he can even do. Like, it's just Omit being so oppressive. 83-23, and you're right. Luminon have barely been in this game.
There's like a 20 kill difference in kills between these 2 teams right now. That's the difference in how much slaying power they have. Most players on Omit are closing in on 20 with double-digit assists. This is how much pressure that they have right now. Luminon know this. They're still trying to push that bottom side through River. They're constantly trying to flank through that bottom side when the push comes in. But the ball's top mid now. 110 seconds of the round left. They can just play around how they want here. They're pushing over into the other side of the map now. They're just playing super aggressive, and I don't think Luminon even expect this. Ball's now back over there. They don't even have to hold it if they don't want to.
Yeah, and you saw that, like even though Suppress goes down, takes 1 with him, forces Luminon to reveal where they are as well. That push from Descendant is going to find a kill. Actually, he's going to find a beautiful double kill. And it's going to be 3 dead for Omit. Descendant going to grab the ball. Unfortunately for Sab, 3 players are going to be chasing him. And finally, Luminon seem to have a decent setup for what seems like the first time in this game.
It's not over till it's over. We saw that King of the Hill reversal towards the end on Livefire earlier, so I'm not going to count Luminon out. They are a very strong team, but you're going to have to get a good hold at this point to catch up, and they have had 20 seconds or so, but 2 players have now gone down. They have to rotate this ball. This is the opportunity now to stay in the game.
Yeah, Precision using the smoke is going to get taken out though. Trippy, you see the amount of Omit, just like we can see it, but the amount of Omit players right in front of him. Luminon 3 dead again. And this might be it unless it's an overkill. It's an overkill for Falcated. Oh no, the old overkill in the feed. And that is done and dusted. He managed to sneak the over in right at the end. And Omit get that oddball really, really cleanly. You can see Hoaxer pumping the troops up. But yeah, it was just, that overkill kind of shows how dominating that game was.
Yeah, nice performance there from Omit. Really, really strong. Kill feed saves it all. Look at the difference. If you add, I'm not going to add them up. We're not allowed to do. I'm not going to do that. But there was a clear difference. All of the players on Omit over 19 kills. Not the same story for Luminon. You would not have guessed that from the first 2 matches that we saw. It was much, much closer. But Omit looked like they turned up the heat. Hoaxer's giving them the pep talk. They had the little break. They're locked in. They're just playing really, really well right now.
I can also see that Magin have scored a victory over Legion. So Magin moving on. Top 6 at least for EU. Very excited to see that happen as well. Oh, we almost went a whole weekend without missing an overkill. Oh, nightmare. But it is going to be Kraken and Magin moving on. So Legion and Fries in the Bag will finish this LAN at top 8. Shopify 2-0 up against Mags Up, and at least in the round of Oddball that I'm looking at, over your shoulder is looking pretty dominant. Replays powered by Organiser on board with Suppressed. Yeah, it was just like even these setups, like he gets the sniper, he just pushes out the triple, and I think what was really highlights about that triple is that he didn't bother. Oh my gosh, he even gets a body shot there, right? Like the thing I liked about that triple was that he didn't push for the over, he consolidated like Omit's setup, and they just got so many points so quickly.
They played this map so confidently. I wonder if this has been a map in particular they've been looking at, because Luminon were forced to do that river push to try and break the hold on Eli so often, but someone was kind of hanging around the bottom of where Cargo is, or around here where we've just seen a player go down there at the back of ice where the hill usually is. They always just had someone there waiting. It's like they were reading them and how they were going to break the setup, and Omit they just had the presence on the map. Luminon were just kind of forced into a corner, and you can tell by how wide Omit's setup actually became.
Yeah, that was such a nice shot from Sav as well. Yeah, Falcated here, like this was crazy to find. He was in a gunfight before that. Switched player he was attacking because a teammate got killed, and then like finds a killing spree and just did so much work in that one life alone. We were on his POV for quite a while, and then yeah, right at the end, like that there as well. Like found a kill and then had to have someone come and clear him out. Gave him time to rotate. And we go into a CTF Aqua, and like Luminon have got to sort this out, because the Slayer Origin got away from them. The Oddball Lattice wasn't close, and the King of the Hill live fight was such a scrappy back and forward
overtime.
Overtime that we come into the CTF Aqua and they've got to work this out real quick.
Yeah, I'm thinking, Omit have really shown that they're playing that slightly slower pace. They're playing very methodically, but they're allowing their setups to be a little wider than what you would expect. Perhaps on Aquarius, because you can't do that, that might mean that Luminon's individual skill, like Trippy, might have some space to kind of flaunt the skill that he has and how he is like the leader, as we've been putting in inverted commas for this team. So Aquarius much faster than what we've had so far. Is that going to change the pace? Is this where Luminon bring it back and they send us to a game 5? It's hard to call it, but Aquarius is very volatile and can swing either way incredibly quickly. It's very easy to chain caps on this map. Yeah, and we talked about, how that first map went to OT, but like how many times over the years of Infinite have you seen an Accor where you're like, oh, this team's 3-1 up with like 3 minutes to go, like this seems to be locked in, and then they just lose out of nowhere, or we head into OT. And it's actually one thing I haven't seen a lot of this weekend, or maybe any at all, but there's not really been any flag OTs. No.
Like everyone is kind of, I remember the first few years at Infinite, like every flag seemed to be an OT, and rather recently it's kind of, teams have got this going where we barely get there. The amount of sudden death caps as Luminon go 4 dead off the rip, it's kind of insane, but it's going to be Suppressed that has the camo. Pick up the heat wave, son. You know you want it.
This is the opportunity time now to get the push on them and be able to set up. I don't think he expected 2 players of Luminon to be around that corner, but you can see preemptively they're trying to get the setup through the utility so they can run that flag either mid or through that utility side. There's 3 dead, it's going to be free to respawns. Luminon need to move fast.
Yeah, and as you can see, it's just going to be suppressed laying damage down. It's going to be a flag grab as well. Even with the camo, is in the right spot for it. Luminon player goes down, 2 dead, and this might be a flag cap within a minute and a half. Decides to go through mid. Has kind of left this flag out in the open to bait a little bit. Gets repulsed away. Does find the killing spree though. Can he manage to escape as well? Luminon player gonna try and chase. It's gonna be a 2v1. He actually, oh no, he ran out of bullets. Oh no, it was a 2v1 and Luminon player absolutely dicked them both. And they get the flag return. Oh, Omit. It has to be a misplay.
Yeah, he dropped the play to drop that. I'm not sure if he just missed the flag or if they knew that the respawns are coming in and they had comms that we don't have there. But you wanted to keep running to get past that choke point there. Cow 1 is so open to so many angles that to just leave the flag like that, not the best play. However, the way he tried to live up and help his team after that was correct. So maybe just some timing issues, maybe some comms there. Could have been a little bit better. Right idea, execution just not where they wanted it.
Yeah, and Sab there trying to 1v2 and then got third-partied by Luminon themselves. So actually have 3 players going after him. Took a lot of the map. Camo there as well. Penguin avoiding the clamber, but it's going to be 3 Luminons in the util. Finds the trade though. Oh, huge kill from Falcated, but he gets traded as well. Camo up still. Probably try to avoid the team nade if I were you, Precision. But now the flag being taken and Camo should go to Omit, and he's just pipped him. 3 dead for Luminon, the green gun as well, and surely how has Descendant managed to find that kill when he got green gunned as well?
And the flag carrier's one shot the other side of the map as well. He was trying to get that last shot and he got the body. And then the nade took him out as well, so they're able to reset shields. 2 players go down, 3 players go down off screen. They need to move really quickly.
Oh, Camo, the misplay there as well. The flag is being run though, and will be capped.
What is happening?
The back smack, the double kill for Suppressed. He can go for the over if he wants it. But Omit find a flag cap. 4 flags away from locking in a winner's final spot.
The carnage and the chaos there, the way that the table play to get the triple, nearly getting the triple and overkill there just so the flag could get in. Luminon gave them way too much space there. That was crazy how they're able to run through like that, and it seems that Omit's aggression, speaking of which, Suppressed 10-3 right now at this point in the game. With how small Aquarius is, he's doing such a good job living up, but I've just cursed him because 3 players just went down, and Precision is going to spend no time longer than he needs to get this flag across the map.
Yeah, I was getting shot from multiple angles. You can see the red reticle pinging 3 separate times. Torlik going to jump in as well. He's going to find a beatdown. He's in a trade, though. Can he find another? Somehow finds another trade. Precision trying to get up this bridge. Penguin, it's just a 1v1, and actually it's a massive win for Descendant. It was even a double kill. Should be able to cap this flag, and in that 1v1, Descendant says, this flag is mine.
We're all tied up already. This series has been crazy so far. These teams are so locked in, and the way they play against each other and how the different maps favour their different playstyles has really come to a head here on Aquarius, which is fast, it's furious. You don't have space for big setups here. You have to run quickly and make decisions on the fly with all the ways that you can wrap around here. So Descendant being here with the green gun is going to set them up with some fire from the back. The camo's up in 4, but 2 players went down for Luminon. They need to get this camo, they need to reset it and get a power position here, and they get the trade. That is disappointing. That would have been the crossfire for that camo.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. Camo is going to get popped, should be going down, and will. Trippy with a kill and an assist there. And you can see 2v2 on the map. And there will be Trippy just in the U2 and a small bit of calm. Descendant does go down though. You can see damage trying to come in. Good trade as well. And again, a 2v2 on this map. In fact, make it 4 dead for Luminon. And Sab gonna start this flag run again. Decides not to take it out this time. Will go through the util. And this has been an absolutely clean run so far, but you can see now this Luminon setup, nades starting to come through, the comms are flowing, and Sab should be able to just dunk this one in, and will. Doesn't survive, but it's 2-1 Omit in the series, 2-1 Omit in the game.
Descendant was hanging around in the fridge there for so long, trying to shoot Sab to stop that flag, shoot the player on Omit to stop that flag going through there. Didn't quite able to get the crossfire. The back smack comes in, that's 2 down for each now. I think we're almost down to a bit of a reset here. Sab trying to clear out his base to make sure none of the Luminon players are in there. But look, 2 have just gone into his util.
Well, I can guarantee none of the Legion players are there. But it is going to be 2 Luminon players in the util. You can see all 4 of the Luminon guys on that util side of the map. Hello gets the drop in as Taulik is going to find him. Double kill for Penguin. A beautiful shot to the back of the head for Falcated as well. And how many times, I feel like a broken record, mate. 3 dead for Luminon again.
Precision was too late there. I think the push maybe came in a bit earlier than they expected. He was trying to come around and support them in that util, maybe get to push on the top as they were all fighting towards the ramp. And he was just not there at the right time. So Luminon taking a bit of a clumsy fight there. Suppressed though, capitalising on all the mistakes that they're making. 21-7 right now. Every player in Omit so far as I know. We're talking about Sab, we're talking about Falcated and Penguin, but now it's Suppressed's turn to keep his team in the lead.
Yeah, double kill coming through is there. Penguin, oh my god. He plays a little bit of ring around a little bit of ice skating right there. Does manage to find it. Camo up as well. Penguin trying to deal some damage. 2 members of his team go down though. Descendants there. He's just going to get shot in the back and taken out. Does find it from the grave nade. 4 dead for Omit. Very briefly is going to allow Precision to grab this flag. Oh, ran the wrong way. Ran right into the util because teammates not there to block the spawns.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that on Aquarius. The jump up from Fridge can throw you off as well, but the players from Luminon is dropping. Omit had 4 players down, but they've been able to recalibrate really, really quickly. Flag's still on the podium here. There's a push round from Fridge side. This is a little bit unconventional, and they've got some players going the other way. They need to take top mid here to start the setup, but at the moment, it's at a full reset. All players in the middle of the map trying to get something done. Neither team able to get a foothold.
Yeah, that was Taulik with the camo that went down just as you started speaking as well. So not even a good camo out of Luminon either. Didn't get as much done as it wanted to. 3 minutes 30 left on the clock. Time flying away from you as Trippy is going to fly out of front base with this flag. Going to try and get it around the corner. And he will actually manage to get it to the util. This could be a massive, massive flag in the context of this series, and somehow he just manages to walk it in.
In the comms, they must have known where all the players on Omit were, and Trippy, with the experience that he's got, he just must have known he could run it. You can't leave your flag open like that, even if you've got map control. If you're too far forward, the way the rooms work on Aquarius, you could just run it. So that was excellent map awareness there from Luminon, just to run the flag.
3 players below Sab. He actually misses the first one with green guns, but all the players from Luminon in the back of their base. You can see on board with Sab, you can see the controller going. Look at the fingers in the hands, it's zooming all over the place. But still this green gun, and still Luminon trying to play defense, gets absolutely slammed though. And Sab is one shot, gonna have to retreat. I'm no controller expert. Is that the claw setup?
Yeah, he's using his index finger there to go across and move. Yeah, you see there? He's going across, yeah. One of the older ways of playing, I suppose. It's back in the day when the controllers, you couldn't change the controller settings. No bumper jumper, Halo 2 days.
Yep.
But yeah, sweepers still play that way. But here it's all even again. We got the flag off the podium, but it's 2-2. Both flags are off actually, and they're trying to run each one.
Precision is going to get the flag to at least the front of their base, but it is a 4v3 on the map briefly. You can see this flag being grabbed. Precision gets back smacked. 2 dead for Luminon. Falcated has the camo as well. And they're going to try it their best. Another 3 dead. Luminon 4 dead again. And with 1 minute 40 left on the clock, this should be another flag cap for Omit. And they are 1 minute 30 away from a winner's final. And a massive kill for Falcated. As you can see, Luminon flooding forward to try and make this work. Falcated says, not on my watch. Luminon 3 dead again.
And Suppressed as well. He's 27 and 11 right now. Omit are doing such a good job here with the flag being run as well to stop them from doing anything, and they're having to take the bottom of pink, but look, they're just able to put so much damage down. Falcade is doing everything he can, but that flag is making its way to that podium, and they carry another one just while all the chaos is going on that side.
And you talked about it, how quickly flag caps can happen in Aqua, and that shows it. Omit, they find the third, but they're not done sticking the dagger in. They get it, they twist it for a fourth. And Luminon, they have to get this. They have to find a way to grab this flag now. Otherwise, this winner's semi is just going to be over.
I can't believe that he's been able to score that flag just like Trippy got the sneaky flag, and then Omit just went, no, do you know what? We're just going to run the flag straight through you, knock you down. Look at our KDs, look at how well we're playing, and we're just going to lock this one in. So this is going to take something incredible. They're going to have to score a flag and pull another one. It's getting close to being mathematically impossible. What a game from Omit.
Yeah, I think it's already mathematically impossible. I think this is signed, sealed, delivered. I think Omit are about to stamp themselves in to a winner's final. And I tell you what, it is done. It is dusted. They know Suppressed is just sitting in Luminon's base. And it's going to be that way. 4-2 in the Aqua. Omit get it done. And they will play Shopify Rebellion for a spot in the Championship Sunday Grand Final in Birmingham.
Wow. I would not... Omit really dialed up the heat. The pep talk maybe from Huxer there, the gap that they had between those two games, something changed. They really had I'm trying to think of the word, they just had the awareness. They were able to read Luminon's plays so well. They were so predictive and preemptive in stopping Luminon from getting anywhere.
Yeah, they played some lights out Halo right there. Like, that was actually insane. Look at that. 30 kills as well for Suppressed. Man just was absolutely going off. The assist column as well, so many assists, like 14, 12, just like the 19.3 KDA. Like, he had more than a 2 KD, which is absolutely insane in a winner's semi-final. Yeah.
Absolutely dialed in. Just the way, as I was saying during the series, every player on Omit during that series had a moment where they really showed their skill, and they had a scoreline that reflected the power they brought to their team. And when we're talking about Sab being added to this team after Open 2 and really putting in the work on Lattice as well.
Yeah, that Aqua as well. The fourth flag was so quick, it didn't even make the bracket.
No.
But yeah, that Omit, like that King of the Hill was so insane that, like, that kind of set the series. But maybe if you look back at it, was Luminon like lucky, or like that game was so close that I think they may have spent almost like too much in that first game, because Omit just really dominated that Slayer and then just rolled the Oddball and then the Aqua as well.
Looking back at some of the gameplay, it was clear that Omit were kind of allowing Luminon to push in to think they could break the setup, and there was players waiting, not baiting them, but waiting for that push to come through. To give them that moment where they commit to the push, and then suddenly players start falling because they're taking them out on the one side of the push.
So here is the winner's bracket side. Of course, Shopify Rebellion versus Omit. That will come later. Those guys are going to pause. We are going to move on to the losers side of the bracket, or the lower bracket, depending what you want to call it. Luminon Gaming versus Kraken. That's going to be a banger.
That's our predictions getting challenged right there.
Yeah,
for that one.
if Luminon win, you're all wrong, basically. And the other side, which I think will be a really good matchup as well, is Mags Up versus Magin. I'm a little scared for Magin, I'm not going to lie, because Mags Up, have been playing really, really well. You can see it here, but woo, it's a spicy bracket. That Luminon Kraken game, that's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, and all of these teams at this point, we're down to the last 6 teams now, so all these guys are taking at least 4,000 back with them. Actually, I've read that wrong. That's $8,000 back with them to share, so more than the flight to get here paid if you're from America as well. Yeah,
so at least a grand each.
Yeah.
Where we are, and then you start winning, and it starts getting pretty high pretty quick. So, I mean, Shopify and Omit, they have locked up at least 10 grand, right, for top 3. So 35k up top as well. And I can tell you, it's going to be an absolute battle for that. I think we are going to throw to a break. When we come back, it is going to be the losers' quarters that we're going to cover. It's going to be Harry and Hixie on the desk to take you through it. But we will see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
This feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you won't leave, better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own pride. A push towards the peace in our hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust that you'll know. Is it fair to watch me fall? Broken up in pieces. Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly?
Hello, hello. We are back with another winner's interview, and Hoaxer, you're back here joining us again. That must
Sir.
mean you're doing something, right?
Not doing too bad, I would imagine. I mean, how did it look from you guys, POV?
It was insane. Yeah, like that first game, like what was the thought process? Like it was sudden death. Like what was going through your mind right
Man,
there? 'Cause
oh, you're talking about the
the
live
King
fire,
of the Hill,
the
yeah.
live fire king. Man, oh, it was we were doing such a good job like rallying back into that game, but they were playing it like they're playing it so well. We definitely missed an opportunity on catching them coming out mud when we were going top tower and whatnot, and so they just took advantage of that. It just was so scrappy. I mean, they just clutched it up against us on that one, but I think we regained super well after that.
And I want to talk about like that Slayer on Origin looked like really clean, and we were talking about like you were controlling their spawns so much and then just collapsing it, like repeatedly. But that Oddball was very, very dominant. Like, is that like your best game type, or but like it looked like it?
Well, when I was up here on Friday, one of the last things that I said was, we just want to evolve like throughout this weekend, and I think that's like the biggest thing. And it's not really like a game type specific thing. It's just about us evolving and learning how we need to play, learning the game, and then just like learning these teams. And it's just all coming together. And I honestly, like, we just had a super good series.
Yeah, I want to talk about one thing before I throw it over, but like, how easy is it as a coach when you're seeing, in a game 4, Suppress just going more than 2 KD? How easy does it make your life?
So I don't know if it makes it any easier necessarily, but my goodness, man, like my POV, seeing the way that these guys execute plays, their shots, I mean, I can't help it but to make noise. Like I just have to let everybody know that these plays are happening, and it's just we're lit. We're just lit, So man, I love this shit. I love this shit so much, man. I love it.
Yeah, same, yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the questions I have is, we were talking about that live fire game and how it went to that sudden death, but then after that, it seems that the way that you were allowing Luminon to like move into your setups kind of changed. So were you guys like dynamically adjusting the way you were letting them take the map? Because you kind of baited them pretty hard a few times.
You're talking about the live fire king, or which game type?
So the Lattice, you did it quite a lot, where
Lattice,
you were baiting them. Like they would take river, and you would just have someone there ready to receive it.
Yeah. I mean, it's more of like just like fluid gameplay in terms of, you recognize what your weak side is, you recognize what your strong side is, and you just are reacting to the game, and you know what they want, you know what they need, and you just deny it.
Yeah.
that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a Lattice Oddball where the ball has literally not moved the entire game. It was like just back C the whole time. No one bothered. You were like, we'll give them snipe.
Yeah.
Like, we don't care. Like, you have snipe, we'll just kill you anyway. Like, yeah, there was just zero rotate. Was that part of the plan, or like it's just the way it played out?
I would say it's a little bit of both. I mean, you know, they have so many threats on their team as far as anybody who gets snipers and whatnot.
Yeah.
But I mean, usually the keys to the victory are just to keep the sniper out of the hands. But Lattice is such a like finicky map that you can only do so much. So you just have to like mitigate and avoid. You know what I mean? So I think we did all of those things like super well. Like I have nothing but good things to say about how we executed that series for the most part after game 1.
Yeah, and I think that showed in the Oddball. Like both rounds were like, oh, it's like 70-15 already, and like we've barely played any of this game, and Luminon just never felt in it. And I guess that was what we were talking about, was like there was no time pressure for you. Like once you got a massive lead, it was like, we'll just play the game.
For sure. I mean, that's the luxury of like having a good start and doing the little things early, et cetera, and it just puts less pressure on you to like do inputs on the OBJ, whatnot. So that's kind of how it goes.
Brilliant. Well, thank you for talking to us. You're going to have a little bit of a break now, and then we'll continue on with the wins bracket. We're going to go to the losers, and we're actually going to follow into Luminon again in the losers bracket. So this will be good.
That's going to be a great game.
We'll see you guys in a little bit.
I just wanna sleep forever. I wish you'd call. stuck inside a dream forever. Climb only to fall. I don't wanna bring you down, so I lock myself away. I told you I don't need your help, but now I wish you'd stay. I wish you'd stay. When the voices get too loud, you know you're all I think about. I don't wanna bring you down, so I lock myself away. I told you I don't need your help, but now I wish you'd stay. I don't wanna bring you down, so I lock myself away. I told you I don't need your help, but now I wish you'd stay. I wish you'd stay. I wish you'd stay. Seems right, it never was. We were just stuck into something. Time shows we let it go for too long. Go back, I never could. It wasn't what I was searching for at all. We've been turning upside down. Now things are stranger. Nothing's left to say. Too far gone to go back to that place. And I don't wanna feel that way.
drunk, but it had to be fate between you and me. If it breaks down, then we'll fix what is broken. Yeah, it'll take time, but you know that I'm hooked. All the best things don't get built in an instant. Yeah, we can get back all the time that it took. Play our cards right, take a trip to the ocean. Yeah, back of my hand, I read you like a book. And honestly, I'm circling. Take me right back to the way that it was. Oh, baby, if it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take. Make or break, I will follow. High and low, you get the best of me. If it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take. Make or break, I will follow. High and low, you get the best of me. Daybreak, the rain's gone, let up, it saves us. It had to be a fate between you and me. After the down, we make it all back. I can admit that I'm far from perfect. Yeah, I can break bread, take it all back. End of the day, lay your head on my chest. Yeah. If it breaks down, then we'll fix what is broken. Yeah, it'll take time, but you know that I'm hooked. All the best things don't get built in an instant. Yeah, we can get back all the time that it took. Play our cards right, take a trip to the ocean. Yeah, back of my hand, I read you like a book. And honestly, I'm circling. Take me right back to the way that it was. Oh, baby, if it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take. Make or break, I will follow. High and low, you get the best of me. If it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take. Make or break, I will follow. High and low, you
It's time to crack on, Luminon. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Kraken versus Luminon. So we had Luminon on last, obviously, on stream, and they are still going to sit on the victory station. This should be quite an interesting one. I'm thinking back to our predictions, and there was a lot of disagreement between the casters as to where these two teams sit. There was a little back and forth. What do you think, Hexy?
I mean, I had Luminon second, Kraken fourth, and, clearly I'm going to be wrong after this series, right? This is elimination. I'm very surprised by Omit. Yesterday, we saw them take Shopify pretty far, right? Game 5, it was crazy. There were a lot of moments where I thought that they were just going to take it. Like, Shopify looked kind of shaky against them, and Omit just looks so damn good. They continued that today, and, I think they're going to ruin everyone's predictions, bar maybe yourself and Stu, because you've both got them second.
Yeah, we do. Okay, cool. Adam.
So, looking back from pool play, when Luminon went against Kraken before, it went 3-1. So, thinking back to that, yesterday was, the teams are kind of still warming up a little, but as you step into Champ Sunday and what we've seen from Omit and Luminon already, this is where Kraken are coming in a bit cold. They've really got to think about how we're going to meet what we've just seen, how can we exploit what we've just seen, because I did predict Kraken to be second, but I must admit, from what I've seen from the other teams that have been frequently predicted in the top 4 by all of the talent that we've got, I'm starting to change my mind, and I'm starting to think that Kraken really need to dial in where they are, or Luminon might take this from them.
I'm going to put you on the spot. In that match that went 3-1, which map was it that Luminon managed to take?
I can't actually remember.
Okay, I didn't know if we can have a look. Cool.
Yeah.
That is good. So, I'm interested to see. I think what you've mentioned there about Luminon coming in this warm, Kraken coming in cold is important, but one of these teams is going home. This is the elimination round, so both teams are going to be putting absolutely everything into this.
Yeah, I think Kraken, from what I've seen from them over the weekend, it hasn't felt like the Kraken we saw online, I think it might be fair to say. I feel, of all the teams that I've seen that have gone up against Shopify or could go up against Shopify this weekend to try and take down this big bad that we've got, this kind of Shopify Ganondorf, Omit and Luminon look like the best contenders, especially Omit yesterday, and considering that they've dropped them in the first matchup today, Omit looking pretty scary for me. I think Kraken and Luminon, I do feel like I favor Luminon in this. I just think Kraken need someone to heat up. They're such a momentum-based team, as is Luminon with players like Torlik and Trippy. But you need people on Kraken, I think, to just kind of all the stars to align for them.
Interestingly, looking at the results from the Open and the qualifier, both Kraken and Luminon have both finished second and third.
Yes.
So there's still something to be played for here, but this is not at home, this is on LAN, this is on Xbox. And it's after we've been playing all these matches. So, based on what we've seen, I think Luminon could take this. Based on all the information we have from the start of this, it would have been hard to say 24 hours ago.
Yeah, man, look, it's kind of sad for Kraken as well, because I feel like they warmed up in the onlines. They went from 4th to 3rd to 3rd, doing pretty solidly, just getting better. But Luminon just constantly sat second. It was maybe a surprise then that Omit take it from them today. Look, man, they're just playing so well. It's so fun to see them not just play well, but look so well drilled, right? It really looks like a team that's put in the hours. And I think today's best opportunity for Shopify to actually be stress tested a little bit more like yesterday.
Yeah, and they have dropped a few maps. They have been taken to Game 5.
Yeah.
They haven't won Perfect Series. So, as I was saying earlier when I was on here with James, like, everyone thought Shopify being in the final was a granted. I think that's still very likely. But let's not forget, all of these other teams that are predicting Omit, Luminon, my brain's just completely dropped. Omit, Luminon, Kraken, the one we've got on screen right now. All these teams, they have shown that they have what it takes to take each other down and to take maps from Shopify as well. So it's still really open, but we're going to jump in with our first game of this series. Although we don't have a scoreboard at the bottom for some reason, we'll figure it out, but it's Origin, and it looks like it's a Slayer.
Yeah. Gonna get nameplate sorted as well. Nice little place to sit there. Just a cool little ledge to be chilling on. As we're gonna be wrapping on around to bottom grass under the bridge. Going through maze now. Just gets tagged up from cave. So knows there's at least one player for Kraken round here. Just trying to keep this high position. You're already going 8-4. This is a pretty solid start for Luminon.
Yeah, actually, this is a CTF, and the scoreboard says it's 2-1 to Luminon. So
wow. Okay. Yeah. So we're coming in kind of a little bit late. We were just too busy yapping. Now we got some names coming up. Piggy, we are on board with. Just trying to be the glue for this Kraken team and hope that his big name players can start popping off. Nice kill there. Just going to play around the elbow, and actually Flag's going to get pulled around this rocket side as well. It's going to keep going. Not a lot of damage done to that player running. That player running also has the sniper, so if they need to, they can try and shut down any players trying to get round to them, because this bit's very open, but it looks like it's already beyond the halfway point. Scratch that. It's already into the base, and Flag's going to go in. So that is going to be 3-1 in favor of Luminon, and it feels like we got a little bit cheated out of map 1.
Wow. I was about to say that's the first time I've seen someone run the Flag elbow side this tournament while I've been casting as well. Still fine to run it that way. If you spawn them in cave, you can run it elbow. If you spawn them elbow, you can run it over the pyramid side through maze. It's totally good. But it was just, that was really quick and decisive. Jumping in without the scoreboard was a bit disorienting for us too. But you could see as soon as that flag was gone, it didn't matter that player had the sniper. They were just away with it. They'd locked Kraken in their base really, really well. Yeah,
it just felt like in the small part that we did see, it was just all Luminon. They had rockets, they had sniper, they had general map control as well. They had very high positioning. With Piggy trying to slip through, but that one Luminon player just kind of sat by Kraken's maze. It just felt very much like it was entirely theirs, and we do have a little bit of a goose.
Shh, we don't talk about those. We don't talk about those.
Hopefully it's not a sign of things to come for Kraken, because these guys are heavy momentum-based players.
Yeah, but Luminon, as you said, they've just come off hot from playing a really tough series versus Omit. So they're already thinking about how they played last time, not mentioning the fact that they did lose their Origin Slayer versus Omit, versus Omit in their last series as well. So they'll be thinking really hard about how their Origin gameplay goes. And not sure if we can get some damage numbers. No, it looks like the lobby's gone there, but I would guess that Luminon's damage was a lot higher.
Yes, I would have thought so. I think also much more consistent throughout the team. Yeah. Look, man, I think it's a scary one for Kraken coming into this, like you said, being kind of cold and also coming up against Luminon. It feels like the cards are stacked against Kraken a little bit in this series, but we do have the layout up for you guys. So coming up next will be Slayer Recharge. We'll be seeing that entire map now as well. I'm not just jumping in for a little bit of a YouTube short at the end of that first one. King of the Hill Lattice is going to be a fun grudge match. I think it's just going to be kind of rolling around in the mud a little bit. And then if we do need them, which I do hope we do, I don't want Kraken just to kind of fizzle out here. It would be nice to see a map 4 and maybe even a map 5, because they're looking pretty solid. I like this map setup.
Yeah, I think going into the Recharge Slayer match, I definitely think that Kraken are going to have to be very wary of how they allow Trippy to get the shock rifle and run around the map. I keep talking about him, but obviously he's like the most decorated player, I suppose.
Yeah.
On that team, though, let's not forget, like, the other members of his team are still very talented. So
yeah, entirely.
He's going to be running around trying to get things done. And similarly, for Kraken, they've got Breaking Shot, Jackson, Piggy, Aston as well. They have all players who can do what they need to do. So it's very much going to be a case of the camo as usual, the shock rifle as usual, but with Slayer, you really want to make sure you're not over focusing here on the cross map with Recharge. You really need to make sure that you're getting in there, getting in those rooms and getting the kills. We see collapses on Elevator quite a lot. We see collapses on Long Haul quite a lot. But if you're not able to get that kind of control, this will get very scrappy really fast. And the way that Origin went, if I'm on the side of Kraken, that's scary.
Yeah. And if we just look over to our other matchups as well in the elimination bracket, we've got on Station 3 Mags Up versus Magin. Mags Up actually a map up already. So I'm just looking behind me to see if I can see any scores at all. We do have the Magin boys sat right behind us. Things are starting to get loud as well, even spectators actually, as I'm seeing some shouting. And it looks like Mags Up are leading, but ever so slightly.
It's very close.
Yeah, it does look very close. Obviously, same map layout, so they are on a recharge Slayer. Just imagine you're there. Imagine you can see all these players just running around as we will go through our fly-through for this exact map and mode.
Not forgetting, of course, that the winner of this series will lock themselves in the opportunity for a minimum of $8,000, and the losers of this round in our lower bracket will lock in themselves $4,000 as well. So a pretty penny. That's $1,000 per player. Well, you got to count the coach as well, so it's slightly less than that. Let's not forget the coach. But that's still a nice little chunk of money to be taken back.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, it gets a little bit more dramatic, a little bit more heated when there's money on the line. So we're going to be diving into Recharge Slayer on board with Luminon once again. They took the first map. They're going to try and do the same and just close out Kraken very quickly. They don't want to gas out too early today because they do have that big bad of Shopify and even Omit being that middle level boss that everyone's kind of fearing today.
I think in this earlier part of the game, both teams kind of rotating around each other here. 4 kills going to Luminon. Kraken taking space now, trying to slow the game down. They're all in long haul though. This is going to give them a funnel opportunity. Look at the player who's coming from C-Plat now.
Yeah, already pushing through onto C-Plat. So you get the call from long haul and then one instantly in your face in C-Plat. Everyone back on C and also in bottom tower. Actually, one able to slip the net. It looks like 2 are sat around Whirlpool. Just going to grapple away and get away from that shock rifle. You don't want to give away anything free. Nice remote detonation there as well. That looks like a Torlik play if I've ever seen one, and it is, of course. 9-1 start for Luminon. They're just putting Kraken into a blender. Torlik getting very antsy, diving in, maybe a little bit too overzealous, but the rest of the team actually come through as Breaking Shot with a triple kill to try and open things up for Luminon and just be able to push out.
Trippy getting himself his 5th kill as well. Not quite a killing spree. He's gone down once, I believe, which was during his first or second kill there. But a very convincing start from Luminon. Nice little strong side there, jumping away with a bit of Gandhi up at the same time from Trippy. Don't forget also, a lot of these players using the game cert. G7 Pro, got one myself. Great little control to pick up yourself. Yeah, I love the sticks on there. Different technology, TMR sticks there, so you get the high polling rate if you're on PC, but also don't get yourself some stick drift.
Damn stick drift. Never a fan. Trippy just trying to play around top gold. He is aware that someone is around him, will actually spot that player on glass. Sees 2 as well. This could be very, very profitable for Trippy. Get some good damage down. But no one really pushing in. They can hear that plasma from across the room, and they don't want to go near it. And Trippy now activates as well. Able to find one, but missing a few shots there. Nice little wiggles from Yaxon. Means that all Trippy will get out with is that 1 kill across into security. Yaxon now to try and take some control in top gold and actually just mirror what Trippy was doing.
Yep, top gold being integral to Slayer here. You've got to be really careful over focusing on the cross map on recharge. But if your teammates are pushing out and trying to get some holds to funnel the enemy team into a choke point, it's really important to have that top gold so you can stop any flanks from coming in and stopping your setup from going through. So well played from both teams, and Kraken knew that, so they went and got rid of Trippy.
Camo picked up for Luminon, and a little bit of pushback from Kraken, but no one really there able to stop it. So I do believe that one has been popped and not burnt. We'll see what Luminon are able to do. Is they're just going to push right into security. Descendant with that camo, though, not really able to help out Trippy, so Trippy will fall. Descendant just trying to info gather. Does see that player on C-Plat. Actually going to grapple up to his teammate, just get a little bit of cover and fire. And try and relocate, because that position was looking a little bit hairy. He sees that player C-Plat. I think they did actually know that Descendant was down here, so he's actually just gone back through. He's routing back through this. He says he's going to go through to long haul as well. He does find that player, but the stick comes through. Really nice job there from Piggy to get that trade and completely shut out that camo.
That was great. You saw the chip damage come through there, so they know they could push with the camo. Kraken decided to play it really slow because they knew that camo was there on the map somewhere. They'd all backed up to blue and to the tower area, and getting rid of that camo is really, really important. However, there is a problem here, Hixie. They're still down by 9 kills, even though 2 players from Luminon just went down for only 1. Speaking too soon, trade for both teams. So still 10 kill deficit, and Talik's got the shock rifle.
Torlik with a shock rifle and a perfect elsewhere. Torlik actually turning. He 180 cranked it trying to find that player, but already shut down. Nice body shot landed, but won't be able to get out with any more. Acid will take him down. A stick off screen as well for Luminon. Means that they are going to have the response and just keep this lead ahead. Acid going to be working around as Precision is trying to take the fight to them, but will get bested. 2 players here for Kraken to take him down, and now 2 coming up for Luminon through Longhall. Player back onto security, and actually another one wrapping round to join them up. So they're going to be a little bit split. They're just going to try and find some info. Piggy going to be spotted first.
Ooh. Oh, no way getting that there. It's the same story here this whole game, isn't it? Gold is getting fought over so much. Both teams really want to use this as a pivot point for their pushes and for their safe spawns for the high ground. This fight in Elevate is going to be really important, though, because it's going to affect the spawns for the next round. That's a huge pick up there from Acid, taking down Talek and sending him back to the other side of the map. And he's doing everything he can, putting on his dancing shoes to survive the push from the player on Luminon game in there, but fortunately gets taken down by Descendant.
Yeah, nice push from Descendant as well, just to block Kraken from getting some freaky spawns and actually joining up to help out Acid. 10 kill lead now for Luminon. Strippy's just going to get his shields back. Precision, though, and his teammate actually both taking one shot. So Torlik and Precision are both going to fall down in Whirlpool. And this is what you need from Kraken. You need a little bit more. You need some untradeable kills to try and claw this back because it's such a deficit. Oh. Nice kill from Yaxin, but a beautiful trade coming back. And a camo in the hands of Kraken. So we're going 1 for 1 for camos right now. We'll see what he can do. Although there's someone coming snooping in that remote detonation. Whilst it's a good idea, isn't going to land. Going to find the kill anyway. So still just a question mark on where Breaking Shot can go around.
That was a massive pickup for Breaking Shot there. And this one as well, putting the camo to full utilization. Even the player, even Descendant, they're going for the trade, just completely running at him to try to get the melee so the plasma takes him out. Got to get this camo in. There's now 7 kills between them. The camo is going to give them all the info. They know they need to slow this down. They're just calling out all the players that he can see. But the camo eyes are on. They've seen him. He needs to go and hide for a little bit, but he's got probably about 20 seconds left.
Breaking Shot just snooping around. It looks like
he ran
camo
out.
has actually run out. So the 20-second call, maybe not correct, but it's fine. You're in the moment. As are these players as well. And Kraken, be too careful. That moment might slip. 8 kills to separate you, and just feeling like Luminon constantly putting the pressure on. Yaxon able to find a bit of space through Longhall at least, so he's going to be rooting through. There are 3 players sat up on 2, actually got top glass and 1 top gold, so he's dead to rights. Trippy, 17 and 5 as he picks up another, and it's just all Luminon right now. He's got the support of Torlik as well, and no doubt they're going to be getting loud.
Oh, Acid getting taken down there. That's going to split the spawn time. We've got a split spawn scenario here. I think they're just going to absolutely throw the anvil at them here. This is going to be really hard to get out of the blender, even if they slow it down. 14 kills between these 2 teams now. Not a spectacular, but a really convincing Slayer match here from Luminon.
Yeah, you see Trippy with that shock rifle as well. He's just locked in on his player cam, just wanting to secure these final 3 kills and lock out Kraken. Put yourselves on series point. Kraken on elimination as well. This is an elimination game, best of 5, so this could be the lifeline, but Kraken not going to be given anything. Luminon going to make him absolutely fight for it, as they're going to have to reverse sweep if they want to take Luminon down.
2-0 back against the wall here. 4 grand if you get through, but these guys obviously thinking, we need a moment here, we need to have a think. Pretty sure this is a best of 5. I think they're just going for a little break.
Yeah, I think so. I was just trying to. I was just looking around, maybe if I was wrong. Yeah, we did see 5 maps lined up.
It is best of 5.
I'm just getting baited. Oh my god, my voice is breaking as well. My throat's so rough from the weekend. It's been fun. Been doing a lot of shouting. Hopefully, I fully lose it today. So you're probably going to hear a little bit more voice breaking from me. Squeaky Squad's coming out. Who else is coming out? Luminon looks like they're going to be coming out of this series if they can secure the next map, and if they can keep up performances like this with the 18 and 5 and the 14 and 8. It's going to be pretty rough for Kraken. Hopefully they can turn on the gas cooker before they're completely frozen off. But you need something, just 1 map. King of the Hill Lattice. I mean, how do you even come out on this one? I feel like it's still a very difficult map to break that first hill. And if you're not able to pick that one up when you're Kraken, it does feel like the motivation and the mindset is just going to be completely broken.
Yeah, I agree with that. And here you replays from the game here, powered by GameCert. Looking at some of the best moments of the series that we had there. Very convincing from Luminon. Likes the remote deck there, though. I just love that in Halo Infinite. I love getting the remote deck on people, and I love that it shows up in the kill feed as well. Big dopamine on that. Just missing out here on the overkill as well. Doing really well to just sprint away. But this was the camo thing was on out. The chip damage was there. That got comped, but that stick would this have been a closer game, that would have really, really slowed that down.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely would have been much more punishing to Luminon. But with 2 camos going either way, breaking shot as well did a lot in terms of info, but maybe individually not as much as Descendant did. I mean, very good job from both teams to shut down this camo. You saw the attempt from Descendant to trade breaking shots camo like Piggy did on him, but not able to land it. It's interesting to see how these guys just go, you know, I'm going to die, I might as well just try and get the stick off because then it's a guaranteed trade. Just go for the easy trade, but it's a high risk, high reward.
Yeah, and speaking of trades, I think one of the things I want to highlight, and it was on the highlight reel as well, there was a moment where we saw a player from Kraken run out and backsmack someone who was on the bridge, not knowing that there's a Luminon player in top tower. Can't remember the players it was, but one of the patterns that I kind of noticed during that game is they're really trying to grasp at as many kills as they can to get through this Slayer. But actually what was causing them to do as the game went on is they were overcommitting a little. They were going for kills that they thought they had that ended up being trades, and because Luminon already had that 10 kill lead, that 10 kill lead was maintained from around 12-22 all the way through to about 31-ish, something like that. It went up and down very little during that time. So you got to make sure you're not overcommitting, and going into Lattice King of the Hill, yes, you want to trade out to get yourself on the hill, but Lattice is really, really punishing because of the way the spawns works. If you're trading out too easily and you're spawning all the way back in blue and the hill's on ice, you might as well just give the hill away. Yeah,
just set up for new. It is getting loud here. We're hearing a lot of shouting in, I believe it's the 2v2s. We do have the H3 2v2s going on today, and I think the Infinite 2s is finishing, if not already, today.
That was on a late one yesterday.
I thought they were finishing it this morning, though.
It was only first round that got played yesterday for that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. Well, yeah, we got a lot of side tournaments going on. I believe even Lethal is involved in the Halo 3. So if you're here, definitely watch his POV. It's feel like a rare sight to see, you know, Harry picking up the sticks in any sort tournament in any fashion.
Yeah, and just to update you guys on the elimination bracket, the noise that we heard behind us there, that was Mags Up going 2-0 up against Imagine at the moment. It is best of 5 for them, so still one game left to play. They'll be going through, I'm trying to think of the play order, my brain's just completely gone. It's Lattice King of the Hill, isn't it, game 3?
Yes, Lattice King of the Hill, so they're going to be jumping into that now. It looks like they are, actually. I'm just staring at Bastos' screen behind us. He's loading in, I think.
Yeah, so both of these series progressing at a similar rate here. It looks like Mags Up are having a pretty comfortable time against Imagine, so you would expect that the projected next match in the elimination bracket is going to be Luminon Gaming versus Mags Up.
Yeah, and Mags Up being, I believe, James's 4th pick, right, in predictions. The only person to have Mags Up in there, and they definitely made us aware that we're probably wrong in doing so. So yeah, James with Mags Up in 4th, and Outcasted with Fries in the bag as well. They did actually make it to bracket play, so them and Imagine, the highest performers as far as predictions go, able to secure $2,500 excuse me, for Fries in the bag, as did Elysian Esports. And this game and these matchups going to be the difference between 4,000 and 8,000.
I feel bad that I didn't have the confidence in Omit. I put them 4th, and I'm really feeling like I got that wrong based on what I've seen.
I mean, look, Kraken look really good online in the build-up, so I can understand why. I feel like 2nd for me feels like a kind of a crazy pick for Kraken, considering you've got Luminon and Omit. But I feel like I need to switch it over. I need to start saying Omit and Luminon because that's how it's looking like it's going to shape up. Yeah,
I was really looking at the Open 2 and qualifier results and how that had gone through based on how these players have been together. But man, the quality of gameplay that we've seen at the LAN over the last 2 days, I've said this a few times today already, some players have really stepped up. Yeah. Like we were saying how Omit picked up Sab. My God, this guy has been doing so much work for that roster, and Falcated as well.
Yeah.
On his roster too. So it's just, you know, the players really turning up the heat and really showing up for their teams. You know, passion on LAN, different environment. We're on Xbox as well, so that favours, for those that don't know, the entire competition is being played on Xboxes, so that means that the frame rate on the systems they're using is capped at 120. That means that the input that the players are experiencing and the way they play the game is slightly slower. So that is allowing players to be more conservative about the pushes that they take. and it's leaning the meta of the tournament towards players who are more methodical because they're not taking the risks that are associated with low input latency. They are being way more purposeful with the things that they're taking. And I think Lethal's been talking about that in some of the casts that he's done as well. He's certainly been talking about that to me and Outcasted off camera.
Yeah, I mean, we've also had Best Man come on here. Very grateful for him jumping in after a Shopify win. No surprise there. But he also did mention that playing on Xboxes does lend it to the players that play a little bit slower. And with the powerhouses that are on Shopify, all very eager to be, pushing and just getting, because they back their shots so much and they back their individuals and their teamwork that they can just fly in. They know they've got the support, so they needing to adjust a little bit. I do want to go back to what you were saying about Omit though as well, with the pickup of Sab and also the pointing out how good Falcated has been. I feel like Falcated has always been a criminally underrated player on his teams. I think it's because he's quite a quiet guy in the server, outside the server. Not like, I don't mean quiet in terms of stats inside the server. I mean more so just I never see him shouting. He's pretty cool, calm and collected, a little chill, cool cucumber. And I don't know, I feel like he never really gets the flowers he deserves on the teams he's in. He's always pretty Mr. Consistent, I feel. And Sab, at this event, we saw Shopify versus Omit yesterday. It was Harry and myself had the pleasure of casting it. Sab had a series, man. He was so good. He was fragging out. I mean, just everyone in that lobby was so good with the sniper, but Sab was really giving it to him as an individual. I think he definitely although they did lose it, if Omit were to take it, I would say the series MVP in that one.
Yeah, for sure. And we can see the players are just loaded in there. We saw the thumbs up from the likes of Kraken to our feature stage admin, Metalizer, who's been there yesterday and the day before as well. A familiar face from Blackpool for me. I've not seen him for such a long time. It was great to see a lot of the admins as well. Like, we've got Sketch, who's admin as well.
I still haven't seen
you need to
Sketch.
go see him.
I know, I need to go find him.
Yeah.
I feel like I've just constantly been missing him. I didn't even know Sketch was here until yesterday.
He's done something to his hand.
Metalizer, thank you to obviously everyone as well that has been helping out from Esports Engine and all of Dreamhack, as we're going to be diving on into Lattice King of the Hill, potentially the final stand for Kraken, their last hurrah. If they can't secure this one, they are out. And Luminon are going to do everything in their power to make this a nice 3-0.
Yeah, lots of gameplay on the river against Omit early with Luminon getting baited in. Maybe they might reconsider that, but 3 players are going down for Kraken straight away. Hill time in for Luminon. They're getting set up. They're trying to get cargo locked down so that they can't push through pipes. Have a look at this. Like, see 3 players trying to push through. Luminon ready to receive, and the flank there, the QT popped. That is Trippy waiting to receive that Kraken push.
Yeah, Trippy as well in the nice little spot. If he needs to QT back to there, he can overextend now and just zip back to help out Torlik on Hill. He has been taking one shot. Breaking shot just going to be sliding on in to take him down. So a lot of progress picked up for Luminon, but with 3 dead, you're going to need someone jumping on this hill. It looks like Breaking Shot's going to be the man to do it. He's going to carry that torch, but already wanting to help out his teammate. Doesn't actually need to. Able to get that kill, so just jump back onto the hill, try and get some time on your own, as you're going to spot a player out on cargo and actually pick him up. So this could be a little bit of a snowball effect for Kraken.
That was a massive pick up for Breaking Shot there, taking that player out on cargo. I don't think the player who pushed cargo from Luminon expected to get that assist from that angle from the hill, so that really shut that push down. That's going to give him a little bit of time to try to hold this area. That's a huge pick up there. That was a massive win on that duel, sending Luminon back to the blue side of the map. But look, they're still carrying the hill, so even though Kraken think they've got Eli in the bottom side, Luminon is still managing to score.
Yeah, I mean, Trippy losing that fight, it felt like it would have been huge, but that entire time Luminon was still in the hill, so they've just inched themselves even closer. Killing spree for Acid, but it feels like the rest of the team just need to pick themselves up as well. Acid trying to do everything. They're now on the hill, so they're going to continue getting progress on there, and Acid just looking for more bodies to find, and he's finding everyone. 6 and 2 for him, another one pinged as well, so you know he's going to go hunting. Nade will back him off a little bit, and looks like Luminon are going to be losing out on this hill, as Kraken just able to sit in this one the entire time. Props to Acid, surely he's going to be propping them up and picking up the QT as a reward for that first hill.
Yeah, they're definitely not going quietly into the night in this elimination bracket. They know exactly what they needed to do. They pushed out, they took that space, they wasted their time, and then they took out 3 players from Luminon to secure that first hill. Next hill, of course, being round at the other side of the map in the red section, so that's why they preemptively moved around there as well, and they were fighting. But Tylex pushing through, trying to stop that hold. You can see the respawns now are on cargo side, so Luminon, they need to wrap round, they need to be ready to receive this from the Eli side. Look at the player there. Piggy trying to get through, to push through, to stop this hold, and Luminon are starting to chip away at that time, but they've got slightly less than Kraken in this early stages of this second hill.
And Torlik as well, a player that really needs to get fired up in this matchup, because it looks like Kraken are starting to bring it to him. A nice little bit of teamwork there from two Luminon players, but actually both of them going to be falling, and the triple kill coming through means that Kraken are going to be able to weave themselves into this hill. Descendant here as the response squad, but needs a little bit more from just that trade. A lot of damage done onto him, and actually Breaking Shot with the double kill finds the easy backsmack, and 3 dead again for Luminon. But you need to get on this hill. You've got the sniper, you've got everything to work with, and already hitting that body shot is Breaking Shot. So you're going to be tucking tail if you're that Luminon player. Will get cleaned up, and now you need Breaking Shot to go huge with this sniper to open things up for them to get back on this hill.
I love this preemptive aggression from Kraken that they found after these first 2 games. They have not had their confidence knocked by what they've had to go through the last 2 games. They are playing the spawns well. Look at these, just firing, Breaking Shot, just using the snipe, just get all the damage in that he can. They are playing this map well. They have taken the first hill, they've got some time in the second. They need to be really careful here. Luminon will play quickly, they will play around Trippy, they will play around what is happening on the map. Look at that, 2 players down in the hill, Talik up top trying to support them. They need to not, Kraken need to not have deaths like that. They need to make sure that they're waiting for their players to arrive, because you're going to end up with your staggered spawns, you're going to end up struggling to take the 3 versus 2, the 3 versus 4, and you're going to start losing time on this hill. Luminon now closing in halfway on this second hill.
But well and good getting that first hill and having your players going nuclear at least at the beginning with kills like Acid, like Yaxon, but it felt like they had Luminon dead, 3 dead twice, back to back, and Luminon is still taking this hill. It just felt maybe Kraken were out of position, or they just weren't able to get onto this hill. Maybe just missed comms, no one actually opting to be the hill guardian. And they're paying for it. They're finally back onto the hill, but it looks like Luminon still have half progress over them. Kraken, need to try and hold on to this. Piggy with the QT at least can make things work. He can be a little bit more fluid. He's just going to wrap round and keep an eye on this player at Cargo. I think they will actually be taking 1 shot, and Piggy doesn't even need it. 4 dead again for Luminon. So that second hill going in favor of Kraken. Felt a little bit rocky there when they had those 3 deads and not really able to capitalize, but still locking in that hill is solid.
Yeah, and Piggy being ready, he was blocking the spawns in Cargo, but also being ready to take that hill. He's already got his team some time there, so just what I was saying, Kraken are being really, really preemptive here. They're focusing so hard on the objective. And look at Acid and Yaxon, 15 and 8, 15 and 10, doing everything they absolutely can to get Luminon away from that hill so if they can score. And they've got halfway on this 3rd hill already.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kraken starting to warm up at the very last moment, you know, kind of expecting it a little bit sooner, but better late than never. Just going to need to do this back-to-back a few more times in this map, and then 2 more maps. But we'll get to that point when we can. And 3 dead again for Luminon, so it feels like Kraken are feeling themselves a bit more. They are finally warm, and they're bringing it to Luminon. They are going pretty heavy into this one. Yaxon, 17 and 10, but opting to sit on hill and just going to be peeking through, trying to get some eyes through that crystal. Will spot Trippy, so the call will come through and some covering fire and some help from the rest of Kraken. Nice nades coming in. You don't want to get traded there, and good job to not be. Eventually will actually be traded out, and somehow Luminon are able to break through.
Oh, that was such a good push from Luminon, just having Breaking Shot down so there wasn't a player on Cargo stopping the push from coming through. We just watched as Luminon just spotted the gap in the armor, pushed Cargo, and just systematically tore that setup apart. And that's why it's so important that if you lose a player in a setup, it opens up huge weaknesses, Cargo being the one in that instance.
Yeah, Torlik not getting his shields back. He did actually get tagged up just outside, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. Luminon are getting kind of shut out right now. Kraken 3-0, not a single response from Luminon. It looks like at moments they've been able to get close to taking a hill, but never actually able to pick up one themselves. And Acid with the sniper to hit that body shot. That's going to get cleaned up as well by another teammate. So Kraken in a very solid position to be taking this next hill and the map.
There aren't many kills between these teams at this point, but look at the scoreboard. Kraken are just playing all the objective efficiency they can. They have time. They can technically start to waste time at this point. 2 minutes left, it is a while, but you don't have to stand in the hill necessarily. You could play Slayer for a little bit, get a bit of chip time. Like now, 3 players down. They have the opportunity to take some chip time, but actually they're not. They're just taking the game to them. No one's in the hill. They had 10 seconds or so there. They're playing around spawns. They're playing around setting up. and they've just got total control in what is going to be the final minute or so of this game.
Yeah, and a very difficult hill to try and grab for either team, so Kraken maybe don't want to jump in there and actually lose out on the hold they've got. Just keeping Luminon out is enough. They have the sniper. Asid's also got thrust as well, so if he gets taken weak, he can use that to zip away. You don't want to waste it. And just going to find that body shot as well. Wasn't a no-scope, but kind of felt like it. The Quigley not going to line up. And actually, does that stick even land? It doesn't. It does look like he gets the kill at least. Not the stick to land, but do enough damage so that it will take the player down and Torlik lasts alive. As looks like Kraken are just going to try and close this hill out. They don't want to waste the time. They're just trying to get this one. They'll take, when they've got 3 dead, they'll jump on this hill, and now they'll just try and close and squeeze Luminon back into this red base. Breaking shot getting loud, shouting, hyping up the rest of his team because everyone putting on a show. I believe Jackson was top fragger, so you want to keep him hot and make sure that he's feeling it.
Yeah, Thug Nasty keeping the morale of the team up as well. Fist bumps all around taking that game. I love the defiance here. The first 2 games really felt like Luminon were just locked in, really felt like they were ready to just go to the next round, but actually Kraken say no. Like, we've got some fuel left in the tank. We are definitely here to go as far as we can. And look at that, 23 and 14 there with 7 assists, but then further down the list, 14 assists coming in on the side of Kraken as well. So it really goes to show, you know, you need someone to clean up, but you need someone to put the damage in as well.
Yeah, and it looks like Kraken now starting to fire on all cylinders. So we do have a series on our hands. Nice little G-slide out there from the replay from Breaking Shot, and it just felt like a different Kraken from map 1 and 2 in this third. It'll just be nice to see if players like Acid and Jackson can really keep showing up. Acid having such a hot start, and then Jackson really bringing up the rear in the latter half of that game. Nets them the map. And now we look to Strongholds on map 4, and potentially that final Slayer just comes into the conversation a little bit more.
It does indeed, and thanks again to GameSurf for helping us bring the best moments of that last match to the broadcast as well. And I'm very excited. I want this to go all the way. I think we've had some great series through the competition so far this weekend. I've been very fortunate to, I don't think I've casted a straight yet. I think all of mine have been like 3-1. Oh, they've gone all the way.
Okay. Must be nice.
Yeah. The teams are just so close. Like, it's fantastic, and I love how dynamic Kraken has been able to be in the face of Luminon. We were talking to Hugs earlier on the sofa about, you know, the strategy that they use and how they're able to dynamically adjust to what Luminon were doing, and that's what allowed them to take the series in the way that they did. So great from them. Kraken just showing up. 4-0.
I mean, look, Strongholds live fire. If Kraken can take that one, then we're going to be going to the game 5. We're going to be going the full distance, and the reverse sweep looming over Luminon. But to get there, we're going to have a sniper and a camo and a QT. Pretty similar to what we saw on King of the Hill in that previous. So what are you going to do different if you're Luminon? How are you going to shut Kraken out and shut down the conversation of a reverse sweep? You're going to have to try and do it. 250 points to win. Live fire, the sniper, QT, and camo to work with. All the goodies, everything on your side, so long as you can pick them up.
Yeah, and quick update for the likes of our other matchup, Mags Up versus Majin. Just over my shoulder here, I can see the final seconds of the clock ticking down. It's 3-2 to Mags Up on this latest King of the Hill. Just looking as the game comes to an end, and that locks in our other lower bracket winner for the next round, the winner of this series. Mags Up lock themselves in for the next round. Majin going home with some prize money, but EU now locked out of the competition. It's all in a single teary shed. But we're going to hop into the current game on screen. Strongholds live fire. Let's get to this one.
Yeah, as one game ends, another starts. And hoping for the sake of Kraken that they can continue their momentum. 2 seconds for that camo, and sniper actually in the hands of Luminon. Not able to get the conversion onto that tag onto Acid though, so he will be absolute and try to help out his team. Not able to do enough, but at least keeps himself alive as well and wants to play for that sniper. Does get caught on the edge, so he's actually going to be taken down. A nice nade, and Torlik to pick up that sniper with 5 bullets to work with. He's going to have to go kind of crazy to just shut down the momentum of Kraken. A heavy momentum-based team, and already with a very solid start going 34-0.
Yeah, the attempt to triple cap comes in. The counter rotation comes through. Kraken are going to spawn at the other side of the map. They're going to take a C. Still gets held though, so they keep going up. One of the things you really need to talk about with Strongholds, and I say this a lot, Strongholds is the only game mode in the game where you can score while dead. So trading is understanding when to trade in Strongholds will single-handedly win you the game. If you know when you can throw away your life to get points because your teammates are going to spawn and prevent a rotation, as Luminon lose 3 players there versus Kraken only losing 2, that is how you win. And look at this, Kraken, 60 points opening, no points for Luminon. What is happening so far?
Kraken, momentum-based team, just really feeling it. Everyone there. You need players like Torlik to get loud, try and shut out Kraken. Thought he goes flying there for breaking shot. As the sniper will fall. I believe there is still ammo in it, so it is left bottom B. First points on the board for Luminon. A, C, and also I thought Descendant might maybe try and flip C as A is going to get some eyes on it from Kraken, but no, just going to go for the defense. A will get flipped, so back to scoring are Kraken. Only a handful of points for Luminon, but they do have this sniper and QT in one player.
I think the callback there was because off-screen C was attempting to be taken by Luminon, B and C being the easier hold to have initially because it means you can wrap around to make the enemy team spawn on that turbine there, but the camo is coming up early, so we'll have to see how that one goes, but neither team here really been able to move. The state of the game, Kraken trying to take B, going for that hold that I was talking about here, but the camo is going to be up soon. It is up now, and it looks like Luminon have that side of the map, so they're going to have to consider exactly how this is going to affect the next part of the game because they have the strongholds, but they don't know. Luminon don't get the camo. Kraken come over, force them in a checkmate scenario. Luminon lose the camo, and Kraken get 20 points.
Yeah, and Kraken with 2 dead is still able to get those 20 points like you were saying earlier, right? You can still get points when you're dead. Speaking of points, Luminon to flip B. So now trying to claw back this slight deficit. Just need to find a little bit more if you're Acid. Nice trade at least. Will take the pressure off some of your team. But with that sniper in the hands of Torlik, once again, he needs to do something, make something work, and finds a player on scoreboard looking for the next. So he's one shot. The help comes through, and the tag won't land. So Torlik just to back off and live up. Does find that player sandbags and gets the conversion as well with the bandit. Looking for more as B is getting some pressure on it, but Torlik hears the call. The 2 are sandbags. He's just going to be trying to hit these shots, but as a bare minimum waste the ammo. He will fall with absolutely nothing. But at least that sniper is dead in the water.
This Luminon lead, this Luminon deficit is starting to get smaller and smaller now. Kraken had the toys, and they were willing to play with them, but they need to be quite careful here as we step into this. That was so close to being tagged. That was a huge pickup there from Torlik. It was literally full at the bottom of the screen there. B was literally a pixel away from being taken, but they kept it in. So that means this counter rotation coming through is going to keep Luminon scoring as they hold the bottom side of the map. They're going to be looking to rotate to take that C side and then push through to B to try and get Kraken to spawn on turbine because they only have 2 players on, but being down there, that's going to put a huge stop on that strategy.
Torlik trying to root through cuts, but doesn't expect the second player, and now everyone falling for Luminon. Precision last alive, and you're going to be diving on into B if you're Kraken. You've taken a lot of damage and a lot of hits. You are wounded and hobbling over to B with only Acid and Piggy there, but with a double kill from Acid, you can't ask for much more. Looking for the triple as well. Acid to get that through a perfect, gets his killing spree, and 3 dead again for Luminon. So it looks like Kraken are going to be taking BC, and they're going for A as well. They want to plunge this dagger deeper.
Yeah, and they have spawned over on that camo bottom A side as well, so they're doing exactly that. This is crunch time. This is where if you're not careful on Strongholds, on Livefire, you are getting thrown in the blender. Camo up, only A taken, Luminon on the bottom side. Kraken have set this up so well, and their lead is now extending. That camo did get picked up, I believe. We'll have to see who that is with, but Kraken doing so well. And getting away as well.
How Jackson gets away there is insane. I saw he got tagged up from behind, and I thought he was dead to rights. But the repulsor, only to limit, he will eventually fall. Trippy to pick that one up as well. So 2 repulsors to work with for Trippy. It's always nice to keep an eye on the equipment for these players, because at this kind of level, they're so versatile with them. It just opens up so much more. Ooh, Camo actually jumping around towards Nestbridge. Not sure. Believe that's actually on Kraken, and is able to use that repulsor exactly to get that player away. And now the call does come through. Trippy will lose his life, but the info gathered that Camo is sat around here. 6 seconds to go for that S7. Looks like Kraken are in a pretty solid position to stop Luminon from grabbing it.
Luminon doing what they can to take that top side. We've talked about this many times during this game already. You have to take that top side, and look, they've just baited them in. They're taking the bottom side of the map, and they're just going to keep trading here with the momentum. 3 players down for Kraken, 2 players down for Luminon. They just can't get the trades they want. Kraken are just locking them in. They're just trading their lives, like I said, right at the start of the game, and they're really struggling to keep that hold. So Luminon have been forced to take either side, and now they're going to have to fight over B because all players are alive, and almost just losing his face there. Trippy doing what he does best, using that S7.
Yeah, does actually land that body shot down onto sandbags as well, so Trippy can just hit some wild ones. 1 bullet before needing to reload, so wants to make sure it counts. And 2 underneath him, but they will get cleaned up by the rest of his team. So Trippy just hunting ghosts, as it feels like every sniper has been in Luminon's hands for the majority of it, yet they're still trailing by 40 points. Nice headshot, snipe to the back of the head. Take that, sir. As looking for the repeat, does get the body shot, knows there's another player up there, so doesn't want to be overzealous, doesn't want to dive in. You've got B and C, and you've got the numbers, as 2 are dead for Kraken, so what is the point of chasing them down?
This rotation here. I'm not sure that I would have rotated through here, but these guys know a lot more than I do. Being very, very aggressive. Going to have to be very quick if they're going for a triple cap. This could be a little greedy and bite them, because they only were able to trade out 2 for 2. So we'll have to see where they decide to push from here. But Talit doing everything he can to live up. Player down there on window. I think that's Piggy trying to survive. He goes down as well. Was that a camo pop or was that a shield pop that I just saw there? I don't know if my eyes deceived me, but this is a very greedy play from Luminon trying to go around like that. But 4 players have gone down from Kraken, so it is going to play dividends. They're going for the triple cap.
Yeah, Torlik with that solo chal as well. Winning that one is going to get him feeling it. He will fall, but his motivation is going to be oh so high to shut out Kraken. A very, very, very solid performance from Kraken so far in this map as well. But they are now trailing Luminon to be taking it. B and C hold for Kraken at least, and you do have that QT to work with as well. Breaking shot just trying to hold the front line. Keep C in their hands. 200 points for Kraken, first to reach it as they take the lead back. Breaking shot, we're actually going to find a plasma pistol kill. Very, very rare to see those, but always fun to, as now the eyes are averted to B.
We're very close to a game 5 fix here. I can feel the tension here in this game. Strongholds isn't over till it's over. The clock only goes up. If you get a good hold, you can stop this, but the clock is ticking. 20 seconds needed. 25 seconds needed for Kraken to lock in their game 5. Luminon need to do something quick, and they need to push, and they're going to have to go for B because they don't have the time and the luxury to go for the other side. There's players falling off screen on C already, but they're trying to go for both, and they need a front, and they can't find it.
Yeah, dividing and conquering is really not the strategy here. You need to go for one because the final few points are going to be totaled up for Kraken. They're going to be locking this one in almost definitely. You're going to need some magic if you're Luminon. A player gets in, the plasma pistol lands, but the shields are only taken down, not the full player. And now you're sat in B and things are just down to a standstill. 2 points only for Kraken as you're going to be finding Breaking Shot, finding that kill, and they're going to stay in this hill and shut out 3 dead for Luminon. Means that they're going to be pushing us to this map 5 and opening up that conversation for the reverse sweep even more.
Wow. What a series with this one. We came into this, and I would have said, based on that first game, Luminon were just going to run away with it. But look at how it has changed after that second game. Game 5, Slayer on streets. Based on how the first Slayer went, Kraken need to keep this energy, or this is going to be very decisive for Luminon.
Yeah, what happens when you have 2 momentum-based teams coming up against each other, and Kraken are actually the ones to continue feeling it. We did see after the second map that Kraken did actually go off. Now it looks like Luminon are going to be doing the same. So everyone's just going to take a quick break, so we've got a little bit of time to mull over what could be a reverse sweep, or what could be a heartbreaking defeat for Kraken to extend it so far, to go from 2-0 to 2-2, and then to lose out, because this is an elimination match. So this final map means so much for these players.
Just look at the scoreline there at the top though. 23 with 14 assists coming in on the likes of Kraken. That was instrumental to this victory. The amount of participation there is very, very... I'm struggling with the words sometimes. Very, just incredible. Just the way he was able to show it for a team.
Breathtaking.
Yeah, there you go.
Speechless.
Yes, literally. Literally speechless.
Yeah, you've got your games replays coming up as well from that last map. And just Kraken, man, they're feeling it more and more. It's great to see. And Luminon maybe just worried coming into this next map. Did see a little bit of individual brilliance from the man on your screen, Torlik. he did get that solo piv by Big Door, and I thought maybe that might be where things start to flip and Luminon start to come back a bit more. Don't get me wrong, it was quite close until I feel like the very end. Kraken just had that hold that couldn't be broken, but up to that point it was very back and forth. It was kind of flip-floppy, both teams taking the lead, and this triple kill from Acid, the fadeaway, just threaded the needle through both walls that would stop the shot from landing, actually able to find it. It was a perfect as well for that triple. So definitely turning up. Acid having a very solid map. Jackson in the previous as well alongside it. Just everyone on Kraken cooking on gas.
Oh, that shot though. Oh, just threading the needle.
Yeah.
Pixels there of Spartan Dome just poking out from the top of Snipe Tower there, just be able to land that under that pressure. But I would like to take this opportunity to just see your phone screen where you've got our predictions graphic on. If Kraken win this game, they will upset pretty much all of the talent predictions that we have made.
I see why you're bringing this up now.
Yes, but I need to eat my words because I was singing Luminon's praise at the start of this series. Yeah. Kraken have really, really brought it back here.
Yeah.
And lots of us predicted that Luminon were going to be second, and here we are.
Yep. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing this up as well because I was one of the Luminon seconders, and you put Kraken second, which we did talk about at the very beginning of this series. Luminon third for yourself as well. So at least one of those is going to be incorrect, but I mean, if Kraken goes second, man, that would be crazy. They do still have Omit to face off against, and just have a little team talk as they do wait for Luminon to come back, get some water, get hydrated. Just make sure you don't lose your momentum. Feels a little tactical to be taking a break coming into map 5, probably lending itself a little bit more to Luminon, I would say. Yeah, rest the nerves and also just take some of the wind out of the Kraken sails.
Absolutely, and context here, just thinking about the position of these teams, I was saying earlier that, you know, it's starting to get into big money territory here. Yeah. If you're one of these teams taking home, you know, imagine they're taking home $4,000. The loser of this series will also take home $4,000 as well, but the winner gives himself the opportunity to compete for 10.
Yep.
So yeah, this is where the money starts to rack up quite quickly.
Yeah, and then you also guarantee that you're doubling your money from now, right? You get into $8,000, and like you said, you can contend for 10. And I believe it will be Mags Up, actually, in that elimination final against the winner of this game. So, you know, maybe Mags Up, a team I feel like we've slept on, right? It's got to be said now because they have gotten so far. I do think they were a top 5 for sure, but they have surprised, I would say, me, and I think a few others.
Yeah, and I'm going to interrupt you really briefly on your point. I just want to point out that Trippy has turned his top round. He had his top on the wrong way around. Yeah,
I didn't even notice.
James pointed it out. He was wearing his top the wrong way around earlier, and he switched it around. So
maybe that's what he needs. Maybe he just needs to switch it around and
lock in.
Yeah, that's locking in. Or maybe he was locked in before because he didn't notice. Right? He's put it on and just has no idea. He's just too busy getting in. But headsets go back on. Piggy getting a little zen going into this one. Knows what it means. An extra $4,000. Guaranteed to win this, or by winning this. So everyone just wanting to get nice and zen, nice and chill, make sure comms are flowing, no messy comms at all. And just continue the dominance that you've shown in the last 2 maps. You don't want to burn out, you don't want to be like Icarus and fly too close to the sun.
Yeah, and speaking of where we're going to be going next, Mags Up, they took their last series, who will be waiting for the winner of this 3-0. And when they played Kraken last, Mags Up won 3-1. So if Kraken win this, they really have to think about how they're going to go up into that next one, because they're now winners in the opening part of the Championship bracket. The reason why Kraken are in this situation is because Mags Up beat them 3-1.
Yeah, and with this being a long series going all the way to our final map of Slayer on Streets, you have to wonder if that's going to have an effect later on in the day. I feel like Luminon and Kraken, 2 teams that we expected to get pretty far into today, and one of them going to be going home after this map. 50 kills, and then we'll have an answer.
Indeed, and Street Slayer is really, really punishing the way you can wrap around, how spawns can be easily predicted, and you can get flanks and you can cross from the likes of Shotgun over to Music. There's just so many ways you can be caught out on this map, and we know for a fact that players, momentum-based teams, this is going to be super volatile.
Yeah, But I mean, look, the two heaviest momentum-based teams we've got duking it out in one final map. One of these two teams, this will be the end for them. And already, just Trade City coming through. Of course, we're 2-2, as Camo will be coming up. So Eye's going to be averted over to there, as Piggy just trying to get some sightlines down onto Tram stairs and lock out any of these Luminon players. There's actually someone pushing in. I believe it was Acid. He doesn't get anything for his money. He puts everything on black and not able to make out with anything. Camo up, and looks like everyone but Piggy is averted. Everyone else, just PD and Tram. A bit of a flub, I would say, from Kraken.
Yeah, that was crazy. There was a fight on two fronts there as the Camo came up, and we're dead even at the moment. That was a big pickup there, but it gets traded out as well. So both these teams, you know, this is what I was saying. Streaks are so quick, you're going to be ready to react, to quickly move to the other side of the map to receive the spawns that are in sub. The kills that go down here, they're probably going to respawn A or PD. And if they're respawning A, you need to be looking at getting up to that cafe area fast. And that's exactly what Tolik's doing. They already know that.
Yeah, and continuing to be tied. I feel like it's just so poetic. Both these teams, very similar. Already just keeping it neck and neck. Tolik just trying to get some pot shots down. They know exactly where they've got them trapped. There's 3 back here. Don't know about the 4th. Could be the unknown entity for Luminon. It could be the break that Kraken need. Now Tolik just trying to put foot on the neck even harder. Just close him out. Actually stuck in Cafe. Does have more players from Kraken around, so he's just trying to get out with something. Does a lot of damage at least, but no one there to pick it up for Luminon. So Tolik will fall with nothing. Things are just getting already so technical. No one getting too aggressive. For such heavy momentum teams, to see both of these guys hold themselves back and be very reserved is quite surprising in the first 2 minutes.
Here it comes, exactly. I agree with you completely on that momentum. And one player goes down, the house of cards starts to topple, and then all of the players from Luminon run in to capitalise on that Kraken chip damage that was taken. And that's what this game's going to be. It's going to be very wait until someone gets low shields, get that pick, and then collapse relentlessly. And here we are still after all that. It's 12-12.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're just hoping someone makes a mistake, someone over peaks, gets taken weak, and like you said, just flood in on them. Just tighten yourself around them, choke them out. Breaking shot, just trying to get some sight lines. Player will actually fall down on PD, so he's going to pick up that position. Doesn't want him spawning there. As Camo's picked up as well. Another one for Luminon. Precision not able to do too much with the first one, but Tolik hoping he can find more because he's already in the backlines. So Kraken going to be wondering where he's going to be coming from. Oh, but he gets caught out. It's crazy the vision they've got. Clearly had their carrots. And they're able to shut out Tolik. So another Camo just falls. It was in the hands of Luminon, but again, just nothing made with it.
It's fantastic. Like, even though how 2 players momentarily went down for Luminon before that fight started, we're still in a position where the game's completely tied. There was Camo in there, Luminon were at a massive disadvantage, and they managed to not only trade that out, but secure themselves a 2-point lead from that scenario where they were clearly at a disadvantage.
Yeah, look, man, it's back and forth, back and forth. They could not be more tied up in the series. And only 2 kills to separate them. Luminon with the lead so far, but almost destined to be so damn close for the rest of it. Tolik trying to work this carbine over towards Cafe. Another collapse is coming through. Everyone just falling for Kraken. They're able to get out with a few at least. So it's not entirely a calamity for them. Descendant not able to get that stick off the G-slide. And Acid to see another day. He's now just going to be looking for these players up by PD. They're actually going to be dropping down. There's 3 of them, though, so he needs to be careful. He's actually finding a trade. Maybe wanted to get that kill and probably would have been picked up anyway. There were a lot of Luminon players here with 3 dead, though. Looking a little bit scary for Descendant. Lone survivor and not surviving for long.
Yeah, you don't want to be surviving too long by yourself when that happens. He was separate from his team. Luminon only have 3 players on the map. Make that their 4th. Little bit of careful gameplay there from Kraken. I'm surprised they didn't go in for the collapse, considering the fact that they knew that Luminon only had 3 players on the board there. But here we are, 24-24 once again. It's a sneaky red gun angle, but it's just run out of ammo. This is where the players look how there's a player there on B stairs trying to get an angle. There's some chip damage coming through. The follow-up comes though. That was a huge bit, and Piggy needs to run for his life. Yeah,
saw those 2 players on driveway, so knew exactly that he couldn't just push that player on B stairs. He'd be dead to rights. 6 seconds for Camo now, as everyone's going to be averting their gaze. 2 players able to look from afar. You've got 1 B stairs and 1 actually on C stairs as well. And 1 benches. Benches taken down though. Piggy finding that one. maybe just opens up the pressure valve. Finding a double kill really just opened things up. 2 apiece on the map so far for either team. Piggy sees his teammate drop, doesn't want to push in, knows there's 2 down P Street. So just going to have to back away and wait for spawners. And it's just constantly wait for everyone to be up and then make your move.
The chaos there, I was trying to make sense of what happened between the repulse and all the other kills that we just saw, but it's still dead even. That's 2 players, but only for 1 there. So there's still this opportunity. Kraken need to keep the heat on here. They did have a damage advantage, but I'm not quite sure they've got the angles to push it. The respawn comes in from Luminon from the bottom of sub. I think that's Trippy who's at the back there. Look, he's trying to move around at the side as well. This push needs to go or an absolutely catastrophic flank is going to come through from Kraken. They have to move.
Yeah, really nice restraint there from Piggy as well. Does get that player one shot in arcade, but spots the other, so just doesn't push in. Knows he's got the teammates behind him. He just needs to wait for them to get close enough. Torlik trying to work with his teammate in PD, that shroud screen as well, to make things a little bit more dicey. But will find that kill. The assist comes through for Torlik, so now eyes averted just as soon as they spawn it up. 180s back onto the mission, never really giving yourself a chance to breathe. As we're still so close, 3-kill lead for Luminon. This would be heartbreaking if Kraken can't find this final puzzle piece and stick it on in. To be shut out. Red gun in the hands of Luminon as well, so damage potential very, very high. But it looks like that player's shut out. Looks like everyone's shut out as the double kill comes through for Jackson. Torlik last alive. I believe he's a spawner, spawning up on P Street. So already, I think eyes are onto him, and the collapse coming in from Kraken as they push up on arcade side, and they're going to try and close them out and squeeze them into PD or back A.
Momentarily here, as these teams find each other out, get this information, one of the things on streets that you cannot do is hold out on one of the corners, because you are opening yourself up to a flank of catastrophic proportions, and that's almost what happened to Kraken there. In fact, it did happen. That is what did happen. They stayed too long. If you can't push the way you're trying to push, you have to turn, if it's at long distance, and try to take out the player they have sent behind you. And we're starting, both teams now are waiting for this camo to come up. The red gun will be up probably in about 30 seconds or so. The coaches will be timing that as well. That's going to be super important to these teams. Capitalising on the stuff that's available on the map, but the camo is taken. It is still even at this point, and this game is going to grind to an absolute halt.
Yeah, and if you're able to get away with that camo, you could try and find yourself out in a bit more of a lead. Kraken now to take the lead, but only by 1. Luminon had a little bit more of a convincing lead when they did hold it, so we'll see what Kraken can do, how they can respond. But now, like you said, things just slow down to a snail's pace. Looks like 2 players going to be wrapping around arcade side, and actually Luminon, you've got Trippy spotting 2 on Pink Street as well. But again, they take the positions, and they actually able to find 1 in Cafe. So now just the collapse coming through, the back for Piggy. Piggy needs to find another, but actually gets the help, and now 3 dead for Luminon. Piggy with this camo does get the assist and has his teammate there to help him in tires, so he's able to find another, gets the assist as well, and now things just start to snowball for Kraken, and Luminon might start to see their feet slip out from under them.
Oh, every time you see the chip damage come through, you just saw 1 player went down for a Luminon there, bang, 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 all of them went down straight away, and this is the caliber of player that we're seeing. But look, it was a 3-point advantage, and now we're tied up again. So they know where these players are, these Kraken players. They get the damage in, they get the kills, but that last remaining player on Luminon, they're calling out the locations, they're getting the chip damage in, and Kraken aren't able to recharge their shields, and they're getting caught out on the retreat or the setup for the next part. So yet again, here we are. It's a Western shootout. No one's doing anything until someone takes damage.
The chess game of late game Slayer. When things are this tied up, I get so excited. I love to see how teams are going to play. Nice catch from Precision. The repulse and the call, knowing that he can find that player out in the open, gets the trade, and that is like gold dust right now to keep things tied up. Only 8 kills for either team, not just to take the map, but to take the series and avoid elimination. This is our closest game in an elimination match so far. And it just feels so poetic. I love how methodical these games get this far in. And it just feels like this camo in 20 seconds could be something to allow either team to pick it up. Either a breakthrough, if you put all your chips on black and it lands on red, you could be seeing yourself 46, 42 down if you're not able to get away with the camo.
We are entering the territory where time becomes a factor in Slayer. This is rare. This is very rare. Neither team is willing to make a full commit, although I say that and they go in. That is an absolutely massive pickup.
No way, he gets two.
There's a chance for the double. There's a chance for the double in ties there. The camo has been picked up.
Just to get away is insane there anyway for Breaking Shot. I thought he was dead to rights by that tire player. Camo's been picked up by Luminon. So actually 2 in tires. Breaking Shot still making it a meal for them to take him down. Actually able to find one is crazy. No way. Trippy though trying to slip the net. Breaking Shot will finally fall. And now a 2-kill lead for Luminon. They only need one more team wipe to bomb out Kraken, to drop them out, to eliminate them, and everyone just trying to hide round now. Sat on Gen is one player for Kraken. Trippy to spot him out and get some chip damage. He doesn't want to get too pushed in. Now it looks like they're starting to get collapsed, although finding that kill down P Street maybe opens things up a little bit more for Kraken, but you're going to need a bit more. And when you're finding players out on their own, 2 to fall without a rebuttal, it looks like Luminon are going to be so damn close to taking this one. That unfortunate nade for Trippy makes things a little bit more dicey for Luminon. But with 1 minute left to go and only one more kill for Luminon, surely this is just guaranteed. Descendant doesn't find it. It's 49-49 with 50 seconds left. 2 dead for Luminon. It feels like Kraken are going to have to find something now. And surely things are just going to stop, but the timer is so close. Do you play for overtime or do you try and find your moment?
That camo pickup from Trippy there, that was them having the game. This is going to be heartbreaking for Kraken if they come this far and they lose. All these players right now, their hearts will be pounding. The coach will be telling them to be calm. The coach will be telling them that they need to stay together. But look, none of the teams are moving. All of the formations here. This is where the stray grenade, the chip damage, wins the game. If you peek an angle, you better make sure the repulsor in hand. If you peek an angle, you better make sure your team is ready to pick it up and help you. Because if you don't, you're throwing the game.
One mistake could mean the end. That plasma could have done it. Descendant so lucky he had another repulse there to keep himself at full shields, because any bit of damage could just be blood in the water for either team. Going into overtime, 3 minutes left to just find that single kill to decide whether you're going to carry on in this bracket or if you're going home. Trying to find just the lucky stick. If that were to end it, it would be so heartbreaking. Descendant taking weak. Surely someone's going to try and find him. All the movement isn't perfect, but it looks like no one's there on Kraken to capitalize. So we go again. Descendant able to get his shields up, surely feeling like he's got a guardian angel somewhere. And oh my god, camo being up as well just throws another thing into the mix.
You cannot risk it for camo at this point, though. They have the team that's holding bottom, Luminon holding sub. They've decided to use the shroud screen to get camo. That is a huge risky play, but now they have it. That's going to pay off. They have to be really careful. The plasma comes in. He's isolated in mid. This is a huge angle here. Will he get it? Kraken take the game.
Oh my. I just wanted to hear that, man. Oh my god. Kraken with the upset. Luminon are eliminated, not even making it to the losers final. A team that so many of us had for second place in our predictions. Kraken to shut them out. Wow. My lord, that's insane. We're going to be having a Kraken mags up losers final. Losers semi-final, excuse me. And just, my god, Luminon must be heartbreaking to win the first 2 maps and then to get reverse swept, and Kraken making sure they know about it.
By 1.
Yeah, that one kill decided it all in overtime as well.
That's one for VOD. That's one for VOD.
Man.
There were so many brilliant players in that game, but neither team were able to get away with the collapse that they had. Yeah. Look at the scoreline. Like, it was the green just taking it all at the start, Kraken taking it in the second half there on game 3 and game 4, and then right at the end down to the absolute wire. 1 kill in overtime.
This is when Kraken just reached terminal velocity. They become an unstoppable force. Luminon shut out Lattice. Was so good for Kraken, and it just snowballed from there. Oh my lord, these replays are just going to show the heartbreak for Luminon. It's so close. Luminon with the lead for the majority of regulation, and overtime required because neither team wanted to make a mistake. Neither team wanted to push out in reg. We go overtime, and finally Kraken able to find it. The balls to go for that camo in overtime, even with the shroud screen. Just get enough players shooting through and maybe you find something. but they get away with it, and it's just invaluable. Once you're able to secure it, it just pays dividends, and clearly it has. Kraken to be continuing and making sure Luminon know about it. They're screaming. And Piggy as well, 15-9, a player maybe you don't expect to have such a crazy individual performance. Completely shuts him out.
Yeah, and I want to say there, the replays there, powered by Gamester, that kill in the Hazard, Hazard? My brain's going out there, but that kill that was picked up by Kraken in caution, there you go, in caution, that was the kill that won the game. That pickup of that attempted flank that came from the player on Luminon, that pick won them the game.
Yeah, I mean, just insane. I think looking back to it as well, breaking shot not falling to those two players sat in tires was just incredible. I mean, that won them the game. Breaking shot was one shot. I thought he was definitely going to be falling there, but Torlik and I think it was Trippy that had camo, not able to secure him, and he stays alive and actually finds another. So just incredible. I mean, GG's to both teams, but we do actually have winner, chicken dinner over here. We got Jackson, and it's just, how are you feeling, man, after that?
You don't even know, man. I'm feeling incredible.
Yeah, I mean, the reverse sweep just looked insane. You guys, we talk about it all the time. You guys are a momentum-based team, as are Luminon. And yourself as well, having a pretty solid game. I believe Lattice, you went 22-13.
I did, yes.
Yeah,
that's my best map. That's my best map by far.
Yeah, but a question I think we're all wanting to know is, when you're in that 49-49 overtime, how do you ice up in a scenario like that? Because they had the Shroud screen, they played for camo. What was going through your mind when that happened?
I think they had camo, like the camo before the last, actually. I think when it was 49-49, I ended up grabbing Shroud and going for the last camo. But I just knew they did the same thing to us. They grabbed Shroud, they grabbed the camo, and that's just year 5 things, man. Like, you grab the Shroud, get camo, get out, make an icy play.
I mean, whose call was that, right? That's such a ballsy play when you're 49-49 to go for that. And then when you get away with it, it's so invaluable. But whose call?
Oh, I mean, I called it because I had Shroud.
Okay.
I think any one of us would have called it if they had Shroud, though.
Yeah, I mean, set up perfectly for that, right? Having the Shroud just makes it so much easier, but
Oh, yeah.
still so scary, right? At that point, you got to be a little bit nervous because you're making that call, and if then you get caught in the Shroud screen, you're going to feel like maybe it's your fault. But
Yeah.
we don't have to live in that timeline, you know? You guys are continuing on, and I mean, I was hearing you guys shouting. I just wanted to listen to that go, and I think specifically you said you guys can't win without me.
Oh, yeah. Those guys are my ex-teammates. And I have nothing but respect for them, but it definitely feels nice to beat them. You know?
Yeah, I mean, in the moment, man, keep it in the series. You know, obviously, all love outside, but just I love the passion from you guys. You know, it's same for Luminon as well. Unfortunate for them, but it's just such a great series to watch.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I was sitting there watching the 49-49, and I think it was Descendant that had the repulsor, right?
Yeah.
And he kept repulsing back nades.
He did.
He kept. I was like, is he going to try and do like a throw plasma, repulse it across, and just take one of you down?
I think he tried.
And then he was one shot, and I thought, okay, that's it, it's over. And he did like a 180 spin to like get himself to trash to get away from everything. Like, there was so much going on in that last minute, and I think there was 30 seconds left, 49-49, and there was a couple of people around me, and they were like, this is going to go to overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we could just tell how much both of you wanted it, and you were just not going to let it go.
Oh, yeah, 100%. That was a grudge match for sure.
So, I think last question is, you guys are going into the next match now. You're against Mags Up. They've just taken Magin out. So, like, what are you guys going to be thinking about, like, going into this? You just come off a huge win. Like, you must be feeling amazing off getting that.
We just want to keep the momentum going. Like you said, we're a momentum-based team. When we start playing good, we can play with anybody in the game. So, yeah, just keep playing our game. Keep communicating well. When we're playing really good, we're communicating well. So, just emphasize on that.
Cool.
Awesome.
Well,
I had you down as my second on picks, just going to say.
Hey, I appreciate that. Ball knower.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, and good luck. Yeah, good luck in your next series.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, best of luck, man.
Hello, hello. We are back already, and I am joined on the sofa by Mighties and Seeker of Margin. How are you two doing today?
Well, great. Not so much after the loss, but great overall, I feel like.
Yeah, so we wanted to bring you on the sofa because obviously you were the... so you weren't technically the highest placing EU seed going into this, but I think you were probably the EU favourite going into this.
Probably,
so
yeah.
what does that feel like with the pressure, Liam?
I mean, I don't think we're really a team that has a lot of pressure, honestly, purely because, like, we got this guy out of retirement, like, a month ago or something. Like, our roster was kind of, like, all over the place, so I feel like we kind of went in, like, let's just show what we got, see what we can make of it. Decent result, obviously we wanted more, but I think, like, for what we did and the amount of time we had, we did fine now.
I mean, I saw your match this morning where you took a 3-0 win, right?
Yeah.
And that looked really high. I mean, you had the Europeans behind you really repping it, and it was a lot of fun, and we really enjoyed having that kind of in the background for us to see. What does it feel like coming out of retirement, Seeker?
Feels kind of strange. Not that much, actually. Like, as soon as you sit on the chair, like, you remind yourself the past 4 years, so I'm kind of used to it. But at the same time, it was weird to just think about getting back into a team, practicing and everything. Coming back from work this time, since, well, I have a job now, so not fully gaming. But yeah, it felt great. I'm glad the guys gave me the opportunity, as well as Majin. It was a very good org. I know we've not been there for a long time with Majin. It was only for Olan, but they provided some big support. They all came supporting us. They gave good energy, my bad.
Yeah.
They're just being very comprehensive overall. They are not arch toward you whenever you lose. They just keep on supporting you. And it's a bunch of really good guys, and it's a really good org as well. So
yeah, we love the Majin guys. They've been kind of working with us on some of the broadcast stuff we do for a long time. Their logo looks great. I love the colour scheme as well. The jersey.
It looks very good. It looks very good.
Actually, yeah.
Also here and in the COD, because obviously Legend is now playing for Majin in the COD, so they were playing on the Friday, I believe. So a question. We've been speaking to some of the other teams, and some of the conversations that we've had, people have been like modifying their PCs so they're kind of like Xboxes, or getting Xboxes ready so they can prepare for this tournament. Did you guys do that, or you just kind of came ready for it?
Yeah, we all went to 120 hertz VSync on. At least I personally, I was playing on the Razer controller, the 8K controller.
Okay.
Doesn't work on Xbox, so I had to go to a GameSir, back to what I was playing on, to be fair, before the beautiful GameSirs. So it was a little bit adjusting again, but I mean, I've played on GameSir for like a year or 2 years before that, so it was like just getting back into it. But yeah, we went back to 120, VSync on everything, and try to make it feel like Xbox as much as we can, of course, without an Xbox. But I think I still honestly think the Xboxes felt better than at home.
100% it does. I did the same thing. Like, we pretty much all did it.
Yeah.
So we are like on 120 FPS, VSync on, everything can think of to just make it as hard as possible to aim.
Yeah.
And like, as soon as you come online, you'd be expecting Xbox to feel worse, but it wasn't the case actually.
Yeah, it was actually better.
It was a pleasant surprise to feel like it was not, at least as bad as home, so it was not worse. So it was good, some good preparation, I guess.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I just wanted to ask for you, Mighty, like, how was it getting to kind of team with a French trio? I don't know how much experience you have playing Best LG, but I mean, were you guys calling out English? Were you calling out in French? Was it a bit of a mix?
It is like, let's say probably like 80% French, honestly.
Wow.
Like we tried a couple of different things. We went from purely talking English to a mix of both, and then we kind of went to, okay, you guys just talk French.
Yeah.
I just go rogue, essentially. I do my thing. I try not to average too hard. And then those guys will play in a 3 kind of and communicate. And obviously, if there's a point where I'm needed, they'll go to English, obviously.
Okay.
But most of the time, everything is in French. But I know basic French, and it's gamer language at the end of the day. Like, one-shot elbow, like, come on, like.
Yeah.
So.
No, I was wondering how difficult that'd be. But I mean, you guys obviously got that 3-0 earlier on against quite a strong Legion team. Those guys have been grinding for a while now.
Yeah.
Obviously, didn't quite get the result you wanted in the end, but I think, at least from my point of view, you guys like established yourself again as like the #1 EU team. I know you didn't quite get some success in the seeding cups, but I think when it got to LAN, especially your series against that King's Order team, like, it was just so one-sided. So I think it was nice for you guys to kind of re-establish yourselves as #1, despite kind of taking breaks and things like that. Like, you guys look really strong, and hopefully you can keep competing for the rest of the season. I don't know what the plans are, but it's nice to see you guys on LAN again, at least from my point of view.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
Do we get any teasers? Are you thinking about Atlanta?
There's a couple talks. I'm just gonna say I probably won't be going. There's a lot of backstory about it. I don't want to go too public about it right now.
That's fine.
But I probably won't be competing at Atlanta personally.
Okay.
But if there were to be another European event,
Maybe end of May? Or
maybe,
November?
we don't know for sure.
I don't
of
know,
course.
but that would be a lot of fun.
If there is, I'll be there.
Well,
we love to hear it.
personally, I would like to do it, but since you know how the system works, so the seeding points and the online cups, mixing all the regions together, and since we live in France or Europe or whatever, we play on a high ping online, so it makes it really hard to get some points. So it makes it really hard to get travel coverage.
Yeah.
So realistically speaking, unless you get an org that gives you funding and everything to go to the US, but it's very expensive, it's kind of look very hard for any European team to actually make it to the other side of the pond.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the qualifiers a little bit, there was obviously that game you played against Bound's team that was supposedly the phase pickup, and you knocked them out round 1 because they had no.
Because we had the server.
We had server.
So
it's like
it was just.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Just Mickey Mouse, honestly. Like.
And I guess that's like another dynamic that you got to deal with in these DreamHack tournaments. It's not just the Xboxes; it's the online global qualifiers and stuff like that. That just makes it really interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for joining us. I want to thank again our sponsor, Gameser, for sponsoring this stream. And as part of that, I would like to bestow upon both of you guys a controller. You have a black and a white controller in front of you. Feel free to pick whichever one you would like.
Wow. What are you doing?
To the stream.
Taking the black one because I already played with the white one at this event.
Ah, well, there you go.
There's beauty. Look at this beauty.
It looks really good.
Yeah, it does actually.
And if you guys in the chat want to win one, we'll be giving away one right now. So if you put !EHL Gameser in the chat, and if you're watching one of our co-streamers, make sure you put it in our chat or we won't see it. And we'd like to thank you guys for joining us. We're going to go again to another break, and we'll come back with the winners' finals, I believe, next.
Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. It's so absurd to me. Double kill. Double kill. kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill.
Since I said
Welcome back, everybody. I am joined by a couple of our players here. Top-seeded EU team. We have Finners and Suspense. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Yeah.
Chilling. So, right, going into this, King's Order, there were a lot of people's wildcards as our talents when we made predictions. So, Finnis, how did it feel playing with this squad, right? Do you feel like you were a little bit I guess the thing that you guys lacked was LAN experience compared to some of the other teams here. Do you think that was what maybe let you down in the tournament a little bit, or do you think that it could have gone the other way if you just had some tweaks?
No, I don't think it was the LAN experience. I think it was more the experience playing against top teams just in general. We tried to scrim Trippy's team coming in, but they cancelled, and then we tried to we got scrims against Magin and Moses' team. That was probably the best teams we were able to play. Other than that, if we played another team that was like lower, we would just steamroll them, and then so our only practice was against Magin or Moses' team the whole time. Right. Okay. And then Suspense. So you had a pretty good showing actually in the opens leading up to this event. What's your what match are you most proud of?
From this LAN or from like the opens?
From the opens before this LAN.
Probably beating Hero DNA's team. Like we almost got reverse swept, but we don't talk about that. It was like we're down 7 Origin game 5, and we came back. I got sniped, and I got like I think 4 of the last kills, or like 4 or 5 of the last kills to bring a game back. And like that series was all on NA host. Like we got accused of geoing a lot, and that series only one that was like complete NA, and we still like beat a really good team.
Yeah. Okay. I got another question for you. So there's a lot of players here that I don't want to say they're old, right? But they've got a very established Halo career. They've been playing Halo for a majority of their lives. They know exactly how the game works. They are absolutely locked in, and they know basically every single person that they're playing against. They've played against them before. But you're fairly new to the Halo scene compared to some of these players, and quite a young player in general. How does that feel? Do you feel like you got something to prove?
Yeah, pretty much. Like always got to prove something. Like whenever I play in like MM or whatnot, I always got to like show up. Or like in a tournament, people are just looking for like my stats and whatnot. It's good to have a like rival. Like I guess Finn was my rival for a little bit. Like. Yeah, like Finn and Cammy were big rivals, like the young up-and-coming.
Okay. All right. I was just wondering what it was like playing with Scarcity and Scarcity and Slink as teammates. Like, can you speak a little bit about that? What's like teaming with them?
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, Callum gets on the game 1 minute before the scrim starts, but other than that, it's fun. And this headset's full of my head.
You're fine. What about how would you say like teaming has gone? I feel like this is probably like quite a long-term team for a lot of you guys. I feel like you've been on rosters 1 minute, then they split up. But I feel like you finally actually to have like an established roster get scrims. What's it like maybe? Because it's probably the most serious team you've both been on. Would you not agree? I feel like?
Definitely. Yeah. I feel like this is like the best team we've probably been on.
Yeah, I think it shows because you improved like so much just under this one team. I feel like, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So. Let's talk about the rest of the tournament.
I can't focus with the cap on.
Yeah, I think move the cable out from over the mic. I think that's what's pulling.
Yeah.
As in the
yeah, you got it.
There you go.
Woohoo! Perfect. God. So just looking at the tournament in general, I'm going to ask both of you independently. We'll start with you, Finners.
Yeah.
What team do you think has impressed you the most, and what team ultimately do you think will win?
I'd definitely say Shopify. Like we played them in pools. And I've never played a team that's made me look like I've never played the game before. They were so good. It's the pace. It's not even individual skill because it's not that different. Although they are like cracked. It's
How many kills did we get in that Slayer?
Yeah, we got like they beat us like 50 to like 18 or something in the Slayer. Like they steamrolled us. Yeah, they were so good.
At least they showed you respect though, right? I mean that's the one way of looking at it, I guess, right?
Yeah. Suspense.
Who did we play again? Like Saturday's just like a phase for me, like a haze.
We played Omit, Mags up.
Yeah, well, what do you think about Omit maybe? Because I mean they're going to be playing Shopify shortly in the final, right? So do you think Omit could maybe beat Shopify?
I mean, yeah, they played very well. I mean, that was probably our closest series, crazily. Like they just come off the game 5 loss. We caught them a bit off guard. I say off guard, we still got 3-0 on Origin, but the Slayer was really close.
Alright, first.
Yeah, I mean, when Omit pushed Shopify to that map 5, I don't know if you were able to spectate that game or whether you were playing at the same time, but that was an insane map 5 that I don't think any of us really expected would come around. And the fact that now in our winners finals we're going to have Shopify and Omit playing again, I'm very excited. I think it'll be a very interesting game.
Definitely.
But we want to thank you guys for joining us on the couch and talking to us about your experience here at this event. It's always fun to have players kind of dip into the competitive, like high-level competitive side, like you guys. Being the top seed EU team have definitely done that. So it's really good to see you play together. Do you think you'll stick together as a team, or you think you might go your separate ways?
Don't know. I mean, I would be happy to, but you got to see how things go after the event. You know,
I'm hoping they stick.
Yeah, we all do. That's what European needs. European needs some more solid teams, and that would be great to see. Well, we just want to thank our sponsor GameSir again, and just remind you guys that if you want to enter our giveaway, we are going to be giving away a controller soon. Type !EHL GameSir in the European Halo Twitch chat, and they would like to grace you two with some controllers. So I think in front of you have a controller each that you can have and look after.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for you guys at home, make sure you enter that giveaway. And if you are not already, follow us. If you want to skip our ads, subscribe. We would really appreciate it. And we'll be back very, very soon with the winners final.
Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
Hello, hello, welcome back. We are nearly ready. It is the winners' final time, and it is a repeat of a matchup we've already had this tournament. It is Omit versus Shopify Rebellion, and honestly, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be an amazing series. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, arguably everyone's favourite heading in this tournament, but I mean, Omit have been looking incredible like all weekend. So I think this is the match that a lot of us might have expected here. But Stu, I mean, it's hard to call, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of people have been saying, "Oh, Shopify, they're going to win this event easy." But I mean, if you actually look, I mean, earlier in the tournament, we saw a Game 5 between Omit and Shopify. And if you look at some of the online scrims as well, I'm pretty sure Omit have beat Shopify. So if you do a bit of digging, you can actually see this is a really close series we have coming up.
Yeah, they definitely dropped a few maps here and there. So I'm very excited to see which of these teams is going to take this one ultimately. It would be quite fun for us, I think, to see a lower bracket run for Shopify.
Yeah.
And then see them meet again in the grand finals if there's not another team that can push them to that.
Yes.
But honestly, this is going to be the match to watch of this tournament, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think, well, like you mentioned, I think the lower bracket run for Shopify is what everyone's kind of hoping for in terms of the competition, because, I mean, Shopify have been so dominant now, obviously the World Championship win most recently, so I think for any teams hope to kind of take them down in this tournament, I think having that advantage to go to the grand final and only needing to win one series, while Shopify would have to win two, I think that's going to be pivotal. So there's a lot on the line in this winners final, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the team from winners who wins the winners final does usually win the tournament because it's just such a huge advantage. But Shopify have a huge target on their back, and they have done for like all of last season, all of this season, and I think Omit might be able to hit that target if they play well in this winners final.
Yeah, no, it's a really big series for Omit, and I mean, Omit have been looking great. Obviously, they've won a few series against that Mags Up roster. We obviously saw them take down Luminon earlier on, and like you mentioned, they weren't able to get the win against Shopify earlier in the tournament, but I think from their point of view, right, to take them all the way to a Game 5, didn't quite get over the line, but you got to think, Stu, that's got to give them a lot of confidence for the series.
Yeah, definitely should give them a lot of confidence. I mean, they've been playing absolutely fantastic so far. I mean, I think this is probably the most we've seen Shopify get pushed so far. In maybe ever, right? I mean, they've just been so dominant. But yeah, I mean, I think Omit probably can do this, right? I mean, they've come close so many times. I just think this could be the time that maybe they beat them.
Yeah.
So I can see the game just about to get ready over my shoulder. It looks like everybody is in the lobby, but I want to announce the winner of our first game giveaway of the day. So, Mungry. It's like hungry, but replace the H with an M.
Congratulations.
You have won yourself a GameSir G7 Pro, and I shall be sorting that out. We'll send you a whisper on Twitch. If you have your whispers disabled, please pay attention to chat. We'll at you and we'll get it all sorted out. So, congratulations to you, and we'll have another giveaway later today, so make sure you're watching the EHL channel for that. And just, yeah, again, thanks to GameSir for sponsoring this entire tournament. Now let's go back to the game.
Yes.
All right, which player, you can each pick a player, it can be on either team, are you most expecting to kind of step up and really finish this one out?
You go first.
All
Who
right.
do you think?
I mean, Royal 2 is always a shout. I mean, it's just, yeah, Mr. GameSir himself, Royal 2. I mean, he's just been he's always just clutches up whenever he starts off like okay, but usually when he gets to the end of the tournament, Championship Sunday, if you will, he always just plays absolutely fantastic. So, bit of an easy pick, but Royal 2 for me.
I think from my point of view, I'm probably looking at Penguin on the Omit roster. I'd say arguably the most experienced player on their team, but also one of those players that kind of has that pop-off potential. So not only can he kind of lead the way in terms of IGLing, but he can also kind of lead the way in terms of slays. As we are now going to be getting into this one, the winners bracket final between Shopify Rebellion and Omit. Stu, Recharge Strongholds is going to be our game one, and wow, what a series it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, Recharge Strongholds, one of the classics of Halo Infinite. Many ways to play it. You can hold the traditional AB setup. You can put the pressure on the trip. Both these teams know that. This should be, we're in for a banger game one right here, aren't we, Steve?
Yeah, that's going to be an incredible game one. And I mean, Recharge Strongholds for these teams, it's such a fast-paced game one, right? I mean, sometimes you see Oddball and you kind of get a bit of a chance to feel each other out in that first round, but there's no room for error when it comes to Strongholds. Straight off the start here, we're going to see one of these players from Shopify pushing aggressively towards the tower, but Stu, that fight for the camo here off the start going massive.
That fight for the camo would have been massive, but unfortunately we have a tie right now. It's to be expected, you know. We're always going to have one or two technical issues here and there, but you know, that was a little tease right there for the action we have coming up pretty soon.
You know, I'll have to calm myself down for a second, but I mean, yeah, just talking about this series, obviously, I mean, I think you kind of spoke about already a little bit. I think most people heading into this tournament before this weekend, and maybe people that haven't maybe paid too much attention to Halo Esports since the most recent World Championship, probably might think, you know, Shopify Rebellion, they're going to win this tournament with ease, but that's not really what we've been seeing in the kind of recent months, you know, like you mentioned with the scrims and even this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Reed a little bit about it. I mean, in scrims, I mean, just generally speaking, like, players have swapped two Xboxes for this LAN because this LAN is played on Xboxes. And something that we've noticed is it just feels like a lot of these teams have been a lot more evenly matched since the swap over to Xboxes, because it's really hard to replicate, you know, that aggressive play style on that lower frame rate with the VSync, right? So it's like teams have had to adjust ever so slightly, and I feel like it has kind of, I wouldn't say nerfed the skill gap, but I would say it's just kind of made a lot of teams, maybe made it a little bit more teamworky. You know, maybe there's a little bit less of that individual flair. Don't get me wrong. I mean, these players are amazing. They have that individual flair. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely a little bit more all to play for a lot of these teams since the swap to Xboxes.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think, you know, even just looking at the rest of this tournament, right, we've seen a Game 5 50-49
yeah,
quite
what a series
on the mainstream, and there's been a lot of really close matches, and it's kind of hard to tell, right? Is that because we are now getting into year 5 of Infinite? Maybe some of these teams kind of starting to figure out that meta a little bit more, and it is just coming down to who's shooting better on the day, or it could be just a mix of, you know, maybe some of these team compositions are actually working a lot better than some people expected. Because, I mean, think about last season, right? That Optic Gaming roster, we all kind of looked at that team thinking, you know, if they're the only team that can even challenge a team like Shopify, but we're seeing teams like Omit push Shopify to a Game 5, and we're seeing Luminon as well doing it kind of a few months ago with the LVT LAN. So I think Shopify looking a little bit more kind of human this season.
Yeah, I mean, as for I think a big reason for Omit's success is like some of these newer game modes, right? It's like Shopify have a lot of reps on some of these game types just like this on your screen right here, Recharge Strongholds. But if you look at maps like Vacancy and stuff, they are performing fantastic in those game modes. And I feel like, you know, as like you're saying about a lot of close series, I feel like some of these older maps, everyone knows how to play them, right? It's all about, everyone knows what to do, it's just, and like how to do it, but it's just all about that execution.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I mean, these teams are so close, right? Like everyone knows the holds, everyone knows how the spawns work, how to manipulate the spawns.
Yeah, as we are hopefully going to be getting to it soon, guys. A little bit of a delay as we just wait to get this one going for you as we come back to us again.
Hello there.
But, I mean, just talking about the tournament as a whole, right? I mean, obviously, winners bracket final, we spoke about it a little bit already, but the implications in this series in terms of the winner, not only do you book your spot in that grand final, you can kind of relax a little bit, kind of get ready to kind of get a guaranteed top 2 finish. But, I mean, like you mentioned, right, that advantage you get where you've only got to win one series and your opponent has to win 2.
Yeah, I mean, if we just go back through the history of Halo, right, you can load up your Esports Wikipedia or whatever, and you will see the team that wins the winners final very usually just goes on to win the whole thing, right? And I mean, especially in that second best of 7, we're hopping on board now.
As we are now into it, Shopify Rebellion versus Omit, best of 5 series here in the winners bracket final, as once again Stu to fight for the camo off the start here. So pivotal.
Yeah, this is absolutely pivotal, and it looks like that Shopify opted for a much more aggressive starting strat from the last game. Oh, almost a nice triple right there, but yeah, this camo is absolutely massive. You're going to try to see them hop over to maybe towards B, secure the grapple and the shock as well.
Yeah, camo in the hands here of Shopify Rebellion. There's a bit of a patient play here towards the Mangler pit. As you can see, A is going to be in control of Shopify Rebellion. They're working on converting B as well. As a nice early hold here, potentially, is Royal 2 on your screen with the camouflage. Able to stay alive, put some damage down onto the players on the Mangler, but the push now coming in.
The push is now coming in. You can see Shopify trying to get that traditional A-B hold. This is going to be absolutely massive. Top A, the most important position on this map, and that is why everyone is scrapping for it right now.
Yeah, A now being converted by Omit. Frosty trying to find some sight lines towards the tower. Does put down some damage as he is now going to be collapsing towards the tower. Can he find this kill onto his player C-Plat? Frosty being so aggressive, just trying to be such a nuisance, but most importantly, shock rifle in the back pocket here for Frosty.
I mean, is there anyone else you want with the shock than Frosty? He is ice cold with it, no pun intended. He is an unbelievable shot with this shock as he picks up one on the tower. It's a double kill! Frosty, unbelievable.
Frosty, wow, locking down this tower. Shock rifle in hand. AB in control here for Shopify Rebellion. A 3-1 start for Frosty as he is still locking down this top tower position, trying to find these sightlines on the players. Finds another kill. Can he find the double? Yes, he can. Killing spree for Frosty, and he's just doing such a good job staying alive as well, Stu.
This is unbelievable right now from Shopify Rebellion. Off to an unbelievable start. They had the enemy trapped in the long haul, and they just let them push. But now, Omit have spawned in A. This is a decent spawn for Omit. This is their chance to get back into the game if they play their cards right.
Yeah, Frosty, 6-1 starts this game, still locking down this B-box position, trying to find some damage onto his players top A, but you can see on the outlines so many players on Omit trapped towards A as they are yet to score a point in this game, and the collapse now looks like it could be coming in from Shopify, but Frosty still on the other side of the map, just locking down this long haul.
Yeah, this is an interesting play from Frosty, opting to go towards long haul. He will be blocking these spawns. Usually, you know, you'll see teams kind of stay away from this position, but Frosty knows when to go long and when not to, and he has this BR, which is just a very strong weapon on this map right now, and they're just dominating right now, rotating around the map as we see the camo coming up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, new camo coming up, and the fight for this could be absolutely massive as Omit arguably need to get this camo in their hands, try to get a few points on the board. Frosty still yet to be taken down for so long, puts down some damage with that BR. Camo still yet to be grabbed. Frosty playing chase here towards the stacks. Is actually going to go for the camo, does get the pop, but can he stay alive? It looks like the answer is yes for now. Frosty being such a difficult kill as he stays alive with that camo.
That was another unbelievable play from Frosty. So far, just popping off 6-1 at the start of this game with 2 assists, and again fighting towards A. A is the most important place for a reason right now, and you see that is what he's going to be prioritizing with this camo. If he can get A control here, this could get out of hand.
Another kill from Frosty as he finds his 7th. Can he find his 8th? Yes, he can. Frosty just absolutely dominating this map right now as he still has camo to work with. Maybe going to go for that shock rifle. His teammate does grab it, but Shopify Rebellion have so much presence on this map. Omit just scrambling around, getting taken down all over the place. 2 down yet again for Omit as they're trapped towards the long haul.
Being trapped towards the long haul is not good. It's not good right now if you're Omit. Omit trapped towards the C. Will they decide to go tower? Will they decide to go long? This is a nice flank from a player for Omit if he can get the kill, but he looks like he is being isolated right now. Can they maybe get this B cap? I mean, Omit need to start scoring, and they need to start scoring fast.
Omit, they are able to convert B, and a little bit of pressure coming in as Frosty finally gets taken down. It's 3 dead for a moment on the side of Shopify, but Cycle, last player left alive, putting down so much damage, is able to find the kill and escape with his life. It's 2 down here for Omit as Cycle now flanking towards the turbine.
And again, as we see towards A, usually Shopify have been winning these fights towards A, and it looks like this might not. Yep, and again, that is no exception right there. Every single time there is a fight towards A, Shopify are winning that, and that is why they are maintaining control this entire game.
Cycle in the 1v1 here towards tower, once again able to stay alive as repositioning towards the mid-bridge, but no, he gets taken down from one of the players on Omit. As you can see, Omit trying to convert that B stronghold, but Penguin in the 1v1 here potentially towards C. It does actually elect to try help his teammate on that B, but can he stop this capture going down 1v1, but he's going to lose it, and Shopify continue the scoring.
Penguin 5-10 right now. Maybe not the start we'd like to see from him. He was playing absolutely fantastic yesterday when I casted him, and he's going to be one of those players I'm going to need to see step it up if Omit are going to have any chance of bringing back the series.
Sab does get taken down as yet again you can see in the scoreboard the slaying differential. Shopify absolutely dominating in the slays as Penguin is able to convert B, but instantaneously gets taken down as Shopify A and C in their control. 150 to 41 in game 1 of this winners final, and Stu once again this fight for this camo coming up.
This camo is a must grab for Omit. They didn't get the first 2, but this one they have to. You're never going to win a game at this level if you do not get a single camo, so this is going to be an absolutely pivotal fight right here.
Cycle locking down this tower position. You can see the fight bottom mid going to be going down. The Cycle able to find that cleanup, and it's all 4 dead for just a moment on the side of Omit. Suppressed first player to spawn, but still it's A and C in control here for Shopify.
I mean, it's like I've been saying the whole game, right? Who's had control of A? It's been Shopify. It doesn't matter if it's A, B, if it's AC. Those are the 2 holds you want to have. And every time when it comes down to those A fights, Shopify have had that on lockdown right now. And you're never going to be able to win this game without scoring top A.
Cycle flanking towards a long haul, but it's 2 dead here for a moment on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Make it 3 as Cycle, last player left alive, and now finally a chance for Omit to get some feet in those strongholds and finally start scoring. But look at this score differential, Stu.
And this is getting already quite out of hand, but it looks like Omit have kind of started scoring now, maybe called themselves back into the game a little bit. They have finally got control of A, and I think it's maybe the first time in a while we've seen them have control of A. And at this level, it's all about maximising control as a nice stick comes through there, and it's about doing the absolute most you can with top A.
Yeah, that traditional A-B hold in the favour of Omit as Cycle in the 1v1 tower does get the support from his teammates, so the opening pick does go down in favour of Shopify Rebellion. Cycle now making the push. Can he find his kill? Yes, he can. It's 3 dead on the side of Omit for just a moment. The push coming in towards A, but he's going to be met with some resistance. A shock rifle shot goes down. Cycle taken down by that headshot from Sav as he's able to stay alive here for just a moment, but still the pressure coming in. The 1v1 towards bottom A, not able to connect with a shot, and he's going to be taken down as once again Shopify Rebellion trying to convert A.
They just cannot win those A fights. Every single time we were switched over to players fighting in A, Shopify have been winning it. They just can't seem to make a break that gets them out of there, and this game is just, it looks like it's only going one way right now unless they fix up their ideas soon.
Yeah, Shopify Shopify Rebellion closing in on 200 points here. There's only 50 more points needed for them to win game 1 in this winner's final. Frosty, though, is going to get taken down. It's 2 dead on the side of Omit for a moment as last shot locking down this tower position. B nearly halfway converted on the side of Omit, but the Slay is still going down towards tower. 2 dead for just a moment for Shopify Rebellion as Royal 2 fighting tooth and nail to hold onto this B stronghold, but
4
3
dead
for a moment for Shopify. Frosty was last player left alive. The grenade going down towards Ovang, but a triple cap for just a moment here for Omit.
Yeah, the trip cap is going to be absolutely massive. They have to keep them trapped in a long haul. They cannot let them leak out. These are absolutely huge pivs. Shopify already getting numbers into C. And then if we look at the kill feed right there, that is big slays right now. They're breaking this trip cap with ease.
Wow, despite the triple cap, Shopify Rebellion, perfect break. All 4 down for a moment.
And a camo.
On the side of Omit, and the camo in the hands of Cycle as once again scoring resumes for Shopify Rebellion. Only about 40 points needed here for Shopify to take game 1.
Yeah, this could be the beginning of the end right now, especially with kills like this. Looking at the kill feed, last shot is playing absolutely fantastic. That is why he is the MVP. And yeah, this looks like we could be approaching the end game right now.
Yep, Cycle with a game in his hands, camouflage to play with here as he can make the play that closes out this game for his team. A now being converted, and once again, Shopify going for the triple cap. The 1v1 towards C. Cycle puts that play down to 1 shot, doesn't even try finish the kill. He doesn't need to as B and A still in their control. Finds the play towards the C plat, finds 1. Can he find 2? No, but he gets taken down anyway. 5 more points needed here for Shopify Rebellion to take one more kill. But you can see Omit making the push towards A. It's not over yet, Stu.
Yeah, they have to win their first A fight of the game, and that's exactly what they do. They've finally won a fight in A. They are scoring in B. It is now or never if Omit. Perfect Halo if they want to win this game.
Yeah, perfect Halo is what's going to be required here from Omit if they want to have a chance of taking this game 1 as Royal 2 now finds himself towards the tower, putting down some cross-map damage. Are Shopify going to be able to break this hold? We see here from Omit. Shock rifle coming up in just a moment, but Omit can't afford to make a single mistake on the map as Shopify making the push towards gold. A trade does go down. 2 down now. Make it 3 down on the side of Omit. Sab, last player left alive. A now being converted, and that looks like that is going to be game 1. Going to Shopify Rebellion.
Wow.
1-0 lead here in this winners final.
Wow, what a strong start from Shopify. It feels like we're picking right up from where we left off at the World Championships, right? That is a great performance. Omit have looked so strong in scrims, so strong, even in pool play. But when it comes to the grand finals, or the winners finals, mind you, it is, it's a different ball game, I guess, with Shopify.
Yep, 250 to 130 in the end as we have a look at the stats here. 19 and 15 with 11 assists from Royal 2. Cycle as well, by the way, Stu, 16 assists. But I mean, look at that score, 250 to 130. What a dominant game 1 for Shopify.
I mean, just look at the assists we just saw right there, right? Look how many assists Shopify have. They were just lasering absolutely everything. The team fire was insane. Everyone was just playing so well that game. I mean, wow.
Yeah, absolutely incredible performance from Shopify. But I mean, just speaking back from an Omit point of view, right? I mean, you are arguably the underdogs in the series. Everyone expects Shopify probably to win this series, maybe win the event. But like you mentioned, right, we've seen Omit look so good in this tournament, look good in scrims. I mean, how do you think a game 1 like that might affect the kind of mentality of these players?
I mean, you'd hope that, to get to a position like this in winners finals, you'd hope they have top mentals, to be honest, so they shouldn't let it dishearten them, right? Shopify have done that to many teams in the past, and they're very capable. Just talking a little bit also about that map 1. That is a map 1 that a team like Shopify, it's been in the rotation since the start of the game, right? So that is like maybe a game that you would have favored maybe Shopify to win because they have a lot of reps on it. If you look at the series layout that we saw earlier, you will see next up we have Vacancy, right?
Yeah.
And then after that, we also have Lattice. So those are 2 brand new maps that are going to favour, in my opinion, Omit. So maybe they wasn't looking at Recharge as the must-win, but for me, and I think everyone watching at home, Game 2 and 3 are must-wins. You have to take those 2 maps if you're on Team Omit.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about, obviously, that Game 2 Vacancy Slayer, the newest map in the rotation. Obviously, Shopify have stuck as a team since the last season, but Vacancy, such a new map to rotation, and I think, you really highlighted a good point there, Stu. I think Omit, this Game 2 Vacancy Slayer, such an important game for them to try to take.
Yeah, it's a must-win. As simple as that, really. I don't think it's like, maybe if we lose this, we can still win the Lattice. No. You can't do that. I think Oddball Livefire is a game I'm thinking Shopify are going to be very strong at. Not saying Omit can't win it, because they definitely can. They may have even won it in scrims with some of their... Because they have beat Shopify in scrims, of course. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be one of those games that the coach would have been saying, hey guys, we've got to make sure we're on our P's and Q's for this game, because this is going to be a must-win if you're going to win this winners bracket.
Oh, no, 100%. Obviously, let's just talk about Vacancy Slayer a little bit. Like you mentioned, a very new map to rotation. Obviously, me and you have both had some reps from that as players playing on it. but what do you see as the kind of keys to victory when it comes to a map like Vacancy?
I think just like every asymmetrical map, there's always going to be one side of the map that's better than the other, right? So, and I think generally on this map, that top red tower is going to be a position you'll notice. Not necessarily saying at this level everyone will be sat there for their team, but at least one player will be anchoring, trying to block spawns around that area, and they'll just be trying to cycle them towards the green, towards blue, and just kind of keep them trapped in those positions, right? You'll have one or two players playing static towards the tower, whilst the other two are kind of swooping around looking for pinches.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think also a lot of utility, right, on this map. The grapple, you got bottom mid, shroud screen as well. I think there is quite a lot of utility as well as, like you mentioned, that shock rifle top mid. So it's going to be interesting. And I think, you know, obviously Shopify, they looked very dominant last season. We all know that. But there's always that question, how much have they been grinding kind of since then? Some players we saw in different teams, some pros, took a little bit of time off, you know, tried to recover after a long season. Whereas some other pros kind of kept that grind going. I mean, namely when I think of Last Shot especially, he's been streaming non-stop Halo Infinite. So a player like him, I think I expect to have lots of reps on a map like Vacancy. But, you know, there's matchmaking reps and then there's the highest level reps. So we'll have to see which of these two teams at the highest level maybe be able to kind of work this new map out a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen, just when watching the Cups, right, I've seen a lot of different ways to play this map. I think, you know, you've seen players opt for more of a passive approach towards the red tower, but I don't think we're going to see that in this grand final, right? I feel like that's maybe when you're a bit newer to the game mode, if that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Winners final.
Oh, yeah, winners final.
It feels like a grand final.
Yeah, it does.
And to be honest, this could end up being the grand final, if I be like. I mean, these two teams have looked so good all weekend, but we won't count anybody out yet, as we are now going to be getting in to Vacancy Slayer. Like we mentioned, that shock rifle top mid, going to be that main point of contention in terms of the power weapons. There is also a lot of utility towards bottom mid. The grapple going to be up for grabs. The shroud screen as well towards the elbow, but this start here going to be big. The thruster pack as well towards that kind of red hotel position could be something that we see these players grab off the start. But, you know, like we speak about a lot, Stu, sometimes these starting strats in Slayer is so important.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't really get that many shots at getting the power weapons in Slayer, right? It's not like an Oddball where, you know, the power-ups or the power weapons only come up many times, only come up one or two times in a Slayer game, right? So this starting strat is going to be big as well on board with Last Shot.
Yep, Last Shot here off the start, pushing towards this blue tower. Is going to grab that carbine to put down some nice damage. Does find the opening pick onto Suppress, but is he going to be aware of this player's position to his right-hand side? It looks like the answer is yes, as Last Shot looking to engage here. So many players towards bottom mid. Does find the double. Is he able to find this triple? Coming under a little bit of pressure. Is going to get taken down as that player towards the hotel. Being such a difficult kill, and despite the strong start from Last Shot, Omit able to stabilize for a second here.
Yeah, that looked like a really strong collapse right there from Shopify, but Omit deals with it brilliantly, right? Shopify attacked from multiple angles, but Omit managed to trade out very well. Very good start for both teams so far.
Yep, Suppressed is going to get taken down. It's basically a tie game here off the start. A perfect kill, double kill for Sab, as a well-placed grenade might help his team maybe locate the triple. It seems like Shopify staying alive towards that blue position. They're kind of in pairs at the moment, as Sab just slowing things down here for a moment.
I'm kind of liking Omit's positions though. They do have, look, you see that one player anchoring the tower with the shock. That is of the utmost importance, and you're seeing the rest of Omit roaming around in position. So as you can see in the kill feed, Omit definitely with a better map control right now.
Yeah, Shopify trapped towards this blue position, as Sab being very aggressive towards top mid is going to get punished as he does get taken down. As on board now with Cycle, as it was 3 dead for just a moment on the side of Omit, and shock rifle here still in the hands of Cycle. Let's see if we can put it to use.
I mean, Cycle can definitely put it to use. He's a very good player. He's a very good player with this weapon. Looks like he's just going to be sneaking around now, looking for those entry picks. They do have Falcated dead in the kill feed. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with that pick and what position they will push. But an excellent kill right there.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic there, as Cycle does unfortunately not able to clean up that kill, as we are on board now with Falcated looking to put some pressure onto these Shopify Rebellion players, as it is a narrow 1-kill lead here off to start for Omit.
I mean, just like you were saying before the game, right? Last Shot has a lot of reps on this map. He's playing a lot of matchmaking, and it looks like that matchmaking's being put to good use here. Currently has 6 of his team's kills. That's half of his team's kills to start this game off, so he's off to a strong start for his team, Last Shot.
Yeah, but despite that, Omit continually holding down that top red position. You can see how difficult it is for these Shopify Rebellion players. They try to push into red, and they get absolutely melted by Omit just locking it down.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly been it, right? I feel like we've noticed Omit are playing for a little bit more of a passive style, where once they get control of that red tower, they just kind of anchoring it and letting Shopify make the mistake, right? Omit seem to have a really good grasp on how to play this map, and it's really showing so far.
Yeah, Falcated though getting a little bit greedy, trying to get blue control as well as red at the same time. And look how much map control Omit have right now. They have red, they have blue, they have all these Shopify Rebellion players spawning towards the hotel.
Yeah, but looks like they've gone absolutely trapped right here and it's going to be really difficult to break out of this if Shopify have to pick one way and they have to commit to it as a team. But Sab with a very nice stick, and they're just locking down this tower. The Omit heat map has just been bright red right now on that tower, and Shopify just can't seem to get them out of it.
Yeah, but despite that really kind of well-planned trap from Omit, it was all the players on Shopify spawning towards the hotel, but Shopify do such a good job winning their fights, using that teamwork and breaking out of it, and they've now closed this down to only a 3-kill lead for Omit, as Shopify now putting on the pressure.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of pressure on right now. There's going to be a big set of slays coming up towards the mid-game here. This Raw 2 is in a big fight right there, and that's why he was one of my important players to watch. After a little bit of a slow start, but usually as longer the series go, he usually only gets better and better. But yeah, I mean, we're starting to see a really even mid-game right now.
Yeah, Raw 2 now being aggressive towards this red base. It looks like Shopify have identified the importance of locking down this red base as the fight's going down continually towards red. Royal 2 going to run into a little bit of traffic here for a moment as he's putting down so much damage, able to find a kill, and it's 2 dead for a moment on either side as Last Shot alive towards red. 8 kills for him as he's just trying to stay alive for his team.
Yeah, finally Shopify gets some resemblance to control. They're not doing too bad considering they have not had control of this tower for much of this game, but Last Shot needs help and he needs it quick.
Yeah, Last Shot just continuing to play a little bit slow here. Maybe trying to set up a bit of bait and switch with his team as his teammates are now here for support, and the push is going to come in. The 1v1 going down. He does wisely back down, but a well-placed grenade from one of the members on Omit is going to take him down. Cycle, though, going to be there for the trade. 2 down on the side of Omit. Could it be 3 down? The Cycle in the 1v1. Does have to reload, though, for just a moment. And this game's so much more closely contested, Stu, than that first game.
And these are big fights. These are big fights. And Omit are going to win that one right there, but it does get traded out. Last Shot with the grapple. He's trying to take this game into his own hands. But as you can see, everyone is scrapping for this tower. This is a huge part of the game, whoever wins these fights.
30-26 in favour of Omit. They look like a different team in this game 2 of this series. As Royal 2, is he going to be aware of his player's position? Does get caught out, but his teammate going to be there for support. Doesn't even need it in the end. There's some really well-played shots from Royal 2, but once again, I sound like a broken record. It's going to be Omit with that red base control, and you can see Royal 2 does get punished for it as he finds himself caught out top mid. Penguin, though, going to be here as it's 3 dead again for Shopify Rebellion.
3 dead for Shopify Rebellion, and they know exactly where they're spawning right now. They should know exactly where they're spawning. Penguin looking to help his teammate, and they should have pretty good intel on where where Shopify are coming from right now. But Penguin needs help, and this is some really good teamwork. They're getting funneled into that bottom red tower right there. And yeah, Omit are just playing this really well right now. Excellent bait and switching.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of team fights going down here towards the red base, but some incredible bait and switches from Omit as 36-31. They've been able to consistently hold on to this lead. As you can see, all 4 players of Omit with 9 kills. They are all pulling their weight in this game 2 to try to tie up this series. As Penguin with some great shots onto Last Shot takes him down to extend that lead now to 6. But Penguin is such a difficult kill, does eventually get taken down. But Stu, Omit, if they just keep trading out these kills, they're going to win this game.
Penguin played his life absolutely fantastic there. That is why he is one of, if not one of my favourite players in the game right there. He's playing absolutely fantastic, and he's showing why he deserves maybe even this event win right now.
Frosty is going to be trapped towards the hotel, but trying his best to stay alive and now kind of make that push towards red. But you can see on the outlines on your screen, there's so many players for Omit locking down this red base, but the push now coming in. 3 players making a push towards red. Frosty is going to be there with his teammate. They get that opening pick, but you see, responded with a trade. The fight's still going down towards red.
I mean, again, trades are great if you're on the side of Omit, right? But I mean, Shopify, another big piff here. Shopify trading out, but not trading out well enough as Omit just keep trading and trading and trading, and that's just going to keep being good for them. Cycle in another fight right now, but you can see Omit, he's just running him down. He's like, I'll be happy with a trade. Never mind, I'll win the fight, and this is a great end game from Omit.
I'm hearing the Omit players get loud behind me on the station as they are letting these Shopify Rebellion players know that they are getting the better of these 1v1 engagements in this game. Only 4 more kills needed for Omit to tie up this series. As Suppress now making the collapse towards these Shopify players. 1 kill does go down. Suppress putting down the damage. Can they find the clean up? The answer is yes. This is 49 kills now for Omit. Only 1 more kill needed for them to tie up this series. As you can see now, Falcated on your screen. Is he going to make this push towards red? His teammates there, they've given each other the nod as they are now making the push. The grapple comes in. Can he hit the shot? Yes, he can. And Omit, they tie up the series.
I mean, new map. Great victory right there on the new map. But we have a new map, and we might even have new champions, right? Like I was telling you before, like this map was a must-win for Omit, and win it they did, and they won it in style.
Yeah, really decisive win in the end. I mean, a 10-kill difference in a Slayer is nothing to kind of turn your head up at. That is a
very comfortable.
Yeah, that's a comfortable victory on the side of Omit. As we have a look at the stats here, anything stand out to you, Stu?
I mean, overall, I mean, everyone Omit was pulling their weight, right? I feel like they're always going to be looking across from each other and being like, yeah, we all played well that game, right?
Yeah.
And that's the perfect thing. Even when you win a game, if you're getting like 20 kills, you're like, all right, guys, come on, let's share the load a bit here. But everyone was playing really well, Omit, and yeah, I mean, they're gonna have a lot of confidence heading into this next map. And I think, like I said earlier, I think this next map is the one that's gonna favour them as well. And Halo's like any sport, right? It's all about momentum. And I think right now the ball's in Omit's court, and they have a lot of momentum.
Yeah, and I think what really impressed me, like you just mentioned about some Omit roster, is we saw it yesterday when we casted their series against Mags Up, is they're all kind of taking it in turns to have big games.
Yes.
And even in that game, they all kind of consistently kept the kills up. They're not always relying on just one or two players to really pull the weight in terms of the slays. It does seem like with this Omit roster, all 4 players are capable of keeping up and pulling their weight in terms of slays, which is something that you're going to have to do if you want to keep up with a team as talented as Shopify Rebellion. But I think the other thing as well, Stu, right, when it comes to that Slayer win, it wasn't just like a scrappy Slayer where Omit were just winning their 1v1s. I mean, they were winning their 1v1s, but also, just as importantly, they were playing it so smartly. They were locking down those power positions, they were locking down red, and they were forcing those spawns towards the hotel. When you saw Falcade rotate towards blue, they had red control, they forced the spawns, and it was just such a cohesive performance from that Omit roster, as of course now we do find ourselves tied up 1-1, and Lattice King of the Hill is going to be our game 3.
Lattice King of the Hill, this one's interesting. Again, I do think Omit are going to be thinking, all right, we have to be winning the new modes, right? Because these are the ones they're going to have a bit of an edge on, right? They've been doing a lot of scrims, maybe even more scrims than Shopify, right? So I think when it comes to these new modes, they're going to be wanting to win it. I mean, Lattice King of the Hill as a game mode, I mean, yeah, I feel like this is King of the Hill and Oddball and me are always like the true tests of which team is better, right? Because you're getting tested in so many different ways: holds, breaks, rotations. So this is really, this is what separates, the good teams from the great teams.
Yeah, I think like you mentioned, King of the Hill and Oddball especially, as you can see, they are going to be our game 3 and game 4. They're kind of like your bread and butter modes for a Halo team. Most of the time, when it comes to the objectives, the better team is going to win. I'd say when it comes to Slayer, it's kind of general consensus.
Bit more of a coin flip, some people would say, right?
Yeah, I'd say obviously there is a skill to Slayer, we all recognise that, but I think a lot of players would say that Slayers are a little bit more kind of up for grabs for a team where they are the underdog. So I think, from a kind of Omit perspective, if they could take this next objective, that might really set a little bit of doubt into these Shopify Rebellion players. Be like, wow, we're kind of up against a real kind of competition here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, 2-1. He's only got to win one more map, right? That's what they'll be telling each other. And then you got a free hit on the Oddball live fire if they win this next map. And then a Slayer, anyone can win, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. But I mean, from a Shopify perspective, we saw how dominant they looked in that game on objective mode. They might just shrug that one off and be like, vacancy, it's one of the new maps, it's a Slayer, it can happen. Kind of have those talks and be like, you know what, we're back to the objectives now, we're back to the real game modes, and let's show them that we are the better team, as we are just waiting to load into this one. But I mean, just talking about, obviously, Lattice specifically, when it comes to King of the Hill, what are your kind of keys to victory, you think, for this one?
I mean, it really depends on what hill we're talking about, right? I mean, talking about the first hill on the ice side, generally you're going to be seeing a lot of teams favour trying to get that red side and trying to spawn their teammates on that side and force the enemy team towards blue. But I mean, all these players now know these setups, they know their rotations. Again, it's just about who's more on fire, right?
And I think also something that we're going to see in this game that we didn't see in game 1 and 2 is that sniper rifle. It's going to be located towards the catwalk. It's a little bit kind of out the way of that first hill, so we're going to see these players going to make that effort early on to maybe go for that grab and just leave the hill for a moment. But the Quantum translocator as well, top mid, has so much kind of play potential. We've seen Frosty, especially on this map, use it to such kind of high success. But yeah, Lattice King of the Hill is going to be our game mode, and we'll have to see as this fight for the first hill does go down towards ice, who's going to be able to kind of take a strong start in this game.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game, folks. Don't go anywhere, because we could have another game 5 on our hands as we move forward with Cycle.
Yeah, we could be going to a game 5 at this rate, as it is tied 1-1 in this series. Cycle here off the start of this game 3 is going to find himself towards bottom mid, does find that kill onto Suppress. It's a 3v3 here on the map at the moment. No one going for that sniper rifle off the start here, and it seems like Stu both is recognising the importance of early control of that hill.
Yeah, you can see Omit, right? Really just trying to make sure they hold that red base. That red base is going to be huge for this hill. You have much better angles. You have the high ground. And this is what you don't want it from the side of Shopify, right? Is getting kind of contained on this side, getting contained on the cargo. It's very difficult to kill the hill player from this cargo position with nades.
Yep, 2 down for a second though on the side of Omit. As you can see, Shopify now trying to get control of this hill. It is going to be last shot just stepping feet in this hill for a moment, as it is once again 2 down. Make it 3 down on the side of Omit. Sniper rifle in the control of one of these players on Shopify Rebellion, but still it's going to be last shot just chilling, racking up that time in that hill, and you can see these really awkward spawns coming in towards blue. It's so hard to break out.
Yeah, this is probably the worst spawn you could get, but what we've seen from both teams. There's been some really unbelievable breaks, but now we're hopping on board with an unbelievable sniper in Frosty.
Yeah, Frosty with the sniper rifle. Still 5 bullets to work with here, potentially, if he can put these to use. But he doesn't even need to, as his teammates finding kills off screen. 2 dead for a moment. Frosty does come under a little bit of pressure, is able to relocate here for just a moment towards the vent to try stay alive. As you can see that hill progress.
They are spawning red.
Yep, slightly in favour of Shopify, but is Frosty going to be aware of this player's position?
Yeah, I mean, this is huge from Frosty if he can get these kills right, because red is what it's all about. And Frosty have a huge pick right now. He is doing God's work right now, just living up in red. It is impossible to get hill time when Frosty is alive here.
Yep, 2 dead again on the side of Omit as Shopify just locking down this red base. Still, sniper rifle in the hands of Frosty as he's still just trying to locate these enemy players. Narrowly misses the headshot. Is able to connect with the body though, as he's just trying to put down damage and make things easier for his roster. Bit of a missed thrust there for a moment, and it is now Omit in the advantage as they find themselves 2 kills.
They need to kill Frosty here. Decent trade by Frosty, but yeah, Omit are trying to win these fights over in the red base, but Psycho was saying you're not going to get red that easy, buddy, because he's really trying his best to kill this guy at red. But they have to start thinking about the hill here, right? Because both teams over halfway to capping this hill, so they have to start prioritizing these hill kills pretty soon, as that was a huge kill right there from Omit.
Oh my,
nice double.
3 down on the side of Shopify Rebellion. As you can see, Cycle, last player left
He's
alive.
gotta get in.
Omit are about to
He's
catch
gotta
this
get
hill.
in.
He has to find this kill, but he's not going to be able to, as that player on the hill being such a difficult kill. Using that cover, Cycle does find the double though. 9 and 2 start for Cycle, but the only stat that really matters is the one at the bottom of your screen. It's going to be the hill captures, and that is currently in favour of Omit.
Yeah, Omit have just had some really great strategies on these new maps, right? And you're seeing it here. The objective efficiency is so better. You saw Cycle right there. Could he have maybe pushed that hill a little bit earlier? I mean, he knows better than me, but I mean, at least on the bright side, they are set up beautifully for this next hill towards red.
It is back-to-back 4 deads though on the side of Omit, as they're going to have so much map control here, and you can see already it's resulted in so much hill time on this second hill, but the new sniper rifle here going to be up, and this could be Omit's key to breaking this.
Yeah, sniper is huge for both teams right now, right? Especially if he can get in the hands of Frosty, who's been playing absolutely fantastic with it. Some really good early time though from Shopify, but Cycle was the last member unfortunately, so it's going to be really rough regarding that sniper and the hill.
Yep, Cycle now pushing towards the ice, as he has got to wait for a little bit of support here, potentially, as some nice grenades going down. Not able to connect though, as Cycle playing so patient here, but the push has to come in soon. As you can see, Omit, Stu, just not even getting in the hill. You can see they're really feeling this pressure from Shopify.
Yeah, Shopify playing this fantastic, and who is playing even more fantastic is Cycle, currently 9 and 3 in the scoreboard right now, playing really well, just winning all his fights, getting loads of multi-kills. But yeah, he's... Oh! I was going to say he's doing a good job living up, but it's really hard to live up when you have Penguin hitting snipes like that.
Penguin now with a sniper in hand, and this could be the opening that Omit need to think about kind of starting to rack up their hill time, but still it looks like they're electing to go for a few more kills towards the middle of the map. But oh my god, Penguin! Big no-scope as it's 3 down though, despite that for Omit, despite the crazy shots, his teammates
are you kidding me?
Around him. Penguin, huge kills, but still the hill time is not going to be able to get grabbed for Omit, as Penguin is doing God's work here towards red, but his teammates need to get there for support.
Penguin, did I need to get this for support? Because Penguin is just on a clinic right now. He's killing everyone. Oh my god, this is insane in the red base.
Now, Penguin stays alive for so long, but you can see still it's going to be Shopify with the advantage in terms of the current hill time, but Omit still 1-0 in this game. And Stu, I mean, it just looks like both these teams really struggling to get time on this hill.
I don't know how Shopify haven't capped this hill, but actually I do know Penguin, but this has become a very hotly contested hill, right? I mean, look at the game clock, only 2 minutes left in the game, and we're still on the second hill.
Now this is insane. It seems like both teams showing so much respect to each other, not just trying to scrap up time and kind of give away an easy death. As you can see now, Cycle staying alive towards red. Only one more set of kills probably needed for Shopify to tie up this game at 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, this next set of kills is going to be huge. If Shopify win this team fight, they cap the hill, and that is 2 dead, and they should win this team fight right now.
Yep, Cycle is now going to step foot in this hill, as it's going to be a tie game here between Shopify Rebellion. Tied series, tied game. These teams so closely contested so far in this series, but you can see Shopify have rotated early towards this crystal hill, and Cycle going to be in position to flank, but he gets taken down. World 2 now going to be here for support. He finds a kill, but it's trade after trade between these teams, but it doesn't matter as Larshot is racking up that time.
I mean, for this hill, it's all about getting control of top blue right now. Because top blue is where you want to be giving your teammates spawns, but that is exactly where Omit have spawned, right? So even though Shopify got that early time, Omit's got those early spawns, and I'd much rather be in the position of Omit right now.
Yep, Cycle trying his best to stay alive. Can he win this 1v1? Both plays down to one shot. He's going to win it. Cycle does get traded out, though, but still that hill progress in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. That new sniper rifle about to be up, but are they even going to be able to think about it? It's the pressure still coming in from Omit. And Stu, look at the hill time for Shopify Rebellion.
That was absolutely textbook from Shopify Rebellion. The pinches, the collapses, the shots. It's all been really well played by Shopify, and that was a picture-perfect hill right there.
Yeah, that hill much more comfortable of a capture for Shopify Rebellion, as despite losing that first one, they do now take a 2-1 lead in this game. Still 1 minute and 40 on this game clock, and I guess the question for me is, are we going to see maybe Shopify think about playing time, or are we going to see him try cap this third hill?
That is a really great question, right? I mean, it's kind of in that in-between where you're not quite sure. I feel like maybe with a minute left, they might play time. I think it's really going to depend on this sniper, right? Whoever gets this sniper, then they might maybe like, all right, let's play time, we have sniper. So just a huge round of slays right now, and really could determine Shopify Rebellion strategy.
Yep, Sab here, having a bit of a slower game at 5-9, but now makes it 6-9 with the perfect shot onto that player towards the blue bases. Omit now, this hill so difficult to capture, but they are starting to rack up just a little bit of time on this blue hill. As you can see, Sab locking down this top blue position. These Shopify players, though, making the push towards the pizza, maybe thinking about flanking towards cargo.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the hardest hills to cap, but so far Omit are doing a fantastic job. It's already halfway capped for them, and Shopify do have the sniper, but they've took down the sniper, and Shopify are trying to get angles towards the eyesight on the hill, but Omit are just doing such a good job of blocking all sightlines and protecting that hill player, and they've almost got it capped already.
Yep, sniper rifle as well in the hands of Suppressed off screen, as he still has 4 bullets to work with, and he's capping the hill as well. Suppressed doing it all for his team.
Oh!
It's a crazy shot onto that player top mid, not able to connect with a second, but you can see the damage has been done. Look at the bottom of the screen, so much hill time in the favor of Omit. Suppressed hits the nose gun, finds the headshot as well. Omit so close to capping this hill and tying up this game.
I thought Shopify played the last hill perfect, but Omit have played. I mean, how do you cap that hill so quickly against a team like Shopify Rebellion? That hill is so hard to cap. We were talking about Shopify needing to maybe play in time, and it's already tied up 2-2.
2-2 in this game. It's all going to come down to this hill here towards the cargo. Falcated staying alive towards the pizza. 2 dead for a moment on the side of Shopify Rebellion, as Falcated catches his player out towards bottom mid. He's in such a good position to deal damage. Oh, it's a triple kill, killing spree for Falcated. Cycle, last player left alive, as Omit are now racking up that time.
We're watching an absolute montage in the winners final right now. No matter who we hop on board with, we're seeing triple kills, no scopes. Look at this unbelievable flag. Everyone is put on a highlight clinic. Everyone is playing at the highest level in this winners final.
3 dead again for Shopify Rebellion, as Omit so close to capping this hill and taking the lead in this game. Falcated now finds himself towards the ice. 1v1 going down, but Shopify
Big
there for support. They find the opening pick, but look at the hill.
They're not going to cap it.
So close to capping it. A 3-2 lead now for Omit in this game, but Stu, still 50 seconds to work with. More than enough time for Shopify to get back into it.
It is more than enough time, especially if Cycle can live up in red base. But he needs to live. He needs to win these fights. He's going to run into 2 people, and now time is really going to be against them, because Omit have control of red, and it is impossible to get into this hill when you have Omit living in red base.
Falcated here, staying alive towards red, but Shopify, they realise they need to get feet in this hill. That clock is now going to begin to play a factor for Shopify Rebellion, as Falcated looking this down towards bottom mid, just trying to cut off these sight lines for these Shopify Rebellion players, as it's 2 down for Shopify. The pressure, but you know, continuing to mount, you got to say, on Shopify, as they are now trying to make that rotation towards red. But is it too little, too late? Only 15 seconds needed for Omit, and they're going to take the lead in this series potentially.
Yeah, they've absolutely got this hill on lock right now. Looks like there's going to be absolutely no way back. But saying that, that is 3 dead for Omit, but can they get in the hill? Shopify are desperate towards that hill.
Yeah, 2 dead for a moment, make it 3 dead for Omit, as Shopify still not giving up in this game. They're still trying to stay alive and not let Omit take this 3rd game in this series. But the pressure now coming in. Frosty gets taken down.
He's dead.
Last shot gets taken down as well, and that's going to be game 3 going to Omit, and Stu, they take the lead in this series.
I mean, wow. What a game. What a game.
That was incredible. That was a highlight reel. I mean, I think you spoke about it. That's like a highlight reel game from a lot of those players on Omit. I mean, Penguin with that sniper towards red. Absolutely incredible. As you see now the series layout on your screen. A 2-1 lead in this winners final. And Stu, Omit, 1 game away from advancing to the grand final and having that advantage.
I mean, just taking a quick look at the stats right now. Again, everyone pretty much pulling their weight. Maybe some slightly, sloppier performances right there from Cycle and Co. But I don't, I can't be mad at anyone after what the game we just watched, right? You can't say you play bad, because I mean every time we hop on board with someone, we were seeing great decisions, great shots, and yeah, like I was saying at the start of the series, those were 2 must-win games for Omit, and what win them they did.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really strong start to this game from Omit, but then we kind of saw this first hill be so scrappy, and then, I mean, Frosty was staying alive with that sniper rifle for so long, but you saw Omit have a lot of success on this first hill, but then it really was a kind of story of the back and forth of this game, as we saw Omit with a strong start. We then did see Shopify take that second and that third hill to take the lead, and I was speaking about Shopify playing time, trying to close the game out, but Omit just almost seemed to switch gears as these shots that Penguin was hitting were just incredible.
I mean, have you ever seen a team play the last 2 hills as well as Omit played them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, and it's the fact that they're playing Shopify as well, and they still managed to cap those 2 hills so convincingly. It's like, as a team, they're playing fantastic. As individuals, they're playing fantastic. I'm still in awe of the end of that game, Steve.
No, honestly, I mean, anyone that's played Lattice King of the Hill, whether it's matchmaking, scrims, tournaments, you just know how difficult this hill is right here to capture, this catwalk hill. But when Suppressed is hitting shots like that, when they're locking down the map the way they were, I mean, every single time we saw an Omit play against Sniper Rifle, they were putting it to work.
Yeah, I mean, if you play Halo Infinite right now, you'll appreciate how hard it is to cap that top catwalk hill, right? And he's made it look so easy. And he also made that nose look so easy. But Steve, I mean, that was a great game, but we still have plenty more great games possibly coming up in this series, right?
Yeah, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they are going to be 2-1 down in this series, but Live Fire Oddball is going to be our game 4, and we just know how good Shopify are. I think arguably one of their better modes last season when it comes to Shopify, when it comes to Live Fire Oddball, so you know, the pressure is going to be on them, though. They're only 1 game away from dropping down to our losers bracket. And who thought that would even be a conversation that we'd be having in this tournament?
Yeah, not a lot of people, to be fair. But like I said, Omit would have been looking at that game 2 and game 3 as slightly newer maps where they're thinking, okay, if we're going to win 2 maps, it's going to be those 2, right? But on the flip side, we haven't really talked about it, Shopify. They're going to be looking at this game, the game 1, which they won comfortably, and like you said, that game 4, a very strong game mode for them. So they would have been heading into this series thinking, we're definitely going to win that game mode. So, you know, even though Omit have won the last 2 games, I kind of feel like we got a game 5 on our hands here, Steve, because I really do fancy Shopify in this oddball.
No, I mean, that's definitely fair enough. I mean, I think a lot of us, you know, just from my perspective, I'd love to see a game 5 between these 2 teams, but the pressure is going to be on Shopify Rebellion as, I mean, just talking about Live Fire Oddball a bit, right? I mean, we saw the sniper rifle be so pivotal in that last game, but, I mean, mainly in the hands of Omit, right? It was mainly suppressed. We saw Penguin hit some big shots. We did see Frosty grab it, but not really putting it to work the same way. And, I mean, do you think that could be one of the keys to victory here in this kind of Live Fire Oddball, just the use of those power weapons?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing at this top level, right? I mean, there's plenty of really good players at this event, right? I mean, a lot of these players know how to play these maps perfectly. But what separates the really great players from the very best players is maximizing your great moments, and these lot are amazing at maximizing with those power weapons, as we saw with those crazy no-scopes in the last game. So getting control of the camos, getting control of the snipes, these are going to win you the games, right?
Yep, game 4 in this series between Shopify Rebellion and Omit. The pressure is piling onto Shopify now, as they cannot afford to lose another game in this series, or they will be falling to the losers bracket. Omit, though, Stu, just 1 game away from causing such a big upset, being the first team potentially to get a victory in this tournament against Shopify Rebellion, as we are going to be kicking things off on board with Last Shot.
Yeah, hopping up on my last shot right now. And right now, there's a lot to play for, right? You see that ball bottom middle, but generally teams are going to be prioritizing that sniper and maybe even the camo before they get the ball. But saying that, it looks like Omit are going to be trying to get an early mud rotate, which is going to put Shopify in a really tough position. So they're going to have to be like, do we play for the ball or do we play for the camo? But it's a very scrappy start right here from both teams.
Yep, Last Shot now being aggressive towards C. As you can see, he's trying to hunt down this player top tower on the side of Omit. Sniper rifle in his hands, but no, the Ninja comes in as that player on Omit with the sniper rifle. Sab is going to have it in his hands. That camo yet to be grabbed, but you can see Omit, camo in their hands, sniper in their hands, but ball more importantly in the hands of Shopify.
I really like that from Shopify though. They're like, you can have the sniper, you can have the camo, but you're definitely not getting the ball. They really put Omit in a tough situation, saying if you want the power weapons, you're going to lose ball time. So I'm not sure who got the better of this trade. Not sure which one I'd rather have. But it's like really good job by Shopify though, milking some early time. And Sab hasn't really been able to put the snipe to use just yet.
Yeah, Sab though does hit the body shot, able to find that kill onto Last Shot, as he is going to back down for just a moment, and that back B hold proving so difficult for Omit to break, as the pressure now coming in from Omit. Omit. That ball continuing to be milked towards back
got
B.
push B.
How has that ball not been played yet? Is Frosty doing such a good job staying alive with that ball? And despite Sap getting the sniper stew, it's a 38-0 lead here as Sap gets taken down.
Yeah, we've seen some unbelievable sniper usage so far on the main stage, but maybe not the best sniper usage right there from Sap. He knows he can do better than that. But Raw 2 trying to win these pivots in tower, takes down one, and this is what Raw 2 is best at. Is once you get him in a position, he is impossible to get out of it. So, but unfortunately for him, he is far away from the ball, so he's got a little bit of a journey to make right here.
I just heard last shot get loud behind me when he hit that perfect kill in the feed as Royal 2 finds one as well. It's 3 dead for a moment on the side of Omit as that ball time
this could get ugly.
Continuing to be racked up. And look at this setup. They have C control, they have A control, and all these players know Omit spawning towards B.
Yeah, this is really bad if you're in the hands of Omit, right? Because right now Shopify, they have the ball in the A, but they also have a free cuts rotation if they want it. And Raw 2 is just doing such a good job containing them. I've never seen a team have such incredible map control. They're almost controlling the entire map right now, and it's impossible for Omit to break this.
68-0 and climbing as this round 1 has been absolute dominance on the side of Shopify Rebellion. There's not even that much of a differential in terms of the slays, but the OBJ efficiency from Shopify Rebellion has been absolutely immense. But Stu, this camo's coming up and it's going to be in the hands of Omit, and maybe this is what they need.
Yeah, Omit are going to have to play really well right now. They need to get kills with this camo, but again, Shopify doing a really good collapse, but that's a big kill on the ball. Yeah, Omit need to start playing really well right now if they're going to bring this one back.
Wow, and despite the camo grab for Omit, it's going to prove to be kind of futile as 3 dead again on the side of Omit. 75-0 in this first round of Oddball as Shopify Rebellion. Looks like they aren't letting that game 2 and game 3 performance get to them as they look absolutely dominant. But Falcated here, pushing towards top mid. Only 15 points needed for Shopify Rebellion to take this round 1, but the flank coming in from Falcated.
Yeah, it's a bit of a long flank right now. Maybe had to be a little bit more direct on that ball time, especially with the snipe coming up right now. Unfortunately, an unfortunate team nade. But yeah, I mean, I admit this look a little bit frazzled right now. Maybe taking a little bit long to help each other. As you see, a nice sprint strafe from Omit. But yeah, I mean, so far this has just been all Shopify.
Yeah, the round not over yet, but so much still yet to be done for Omit if they want to have a chance of taking this first round of Oddball. As Royal 2 now making a flank towards A. He's going to have his teammate there for support. The ball down towards the screen. It's a well-placed grenade, not able to connect though, as this player towards the screen's been such a difficult kill. He is eventually going to be taken down. As Royal 2 just surveying this key door position, does catch this player, but the no-scope from Falcated does come in. Sab, going to be on your screen now, and it's just such a scrap towards A.
Yeah, this is a huge scrap right now, right? But Shopify are going to be happy trading out right now. Like, these trades are decent. I mean, all Shopify need is 1-4 dead, and they will win the round. But yeah, this is a huge scrap in A, and Shopify might close out this round here with just 1 or 2 more kills.
Once again, we're seeing these players on Omit falling on your screen as it's going to be round 1 of this live fire Oddball going to Shopify Rebellion. And Stu, you got to say,
utter domination.
Yeah, what a response from Shopify, right? They lose that game 3, and round 1 of Oddball dominant.
I mean, look at them there right there. Look, they are locked in right now. They know that this is their map, like you were saying. Such a good win rate on this map heading into this game. But yeah, I mean, that was utter dominance from Shopify.
Yeah, but thankfully for Omit, Oddball, it's a round-based mode. They can wipe that round 1 from their memory. As once again, the fight for the sniper rifle here off the start going to be pivotal. Last shot gets taken down, but you can see 3 dead again for Omit as Cycle finds the kill, and he's now rotating towards that camo. It's going to be a little bit early though, so does choose to rotate towards the cuts. The remote detonation comes in. That ball on the move again for Shopify, and Frosty with sniper rifle in hand.
Frosty was hitting some unbelievable snipes with the shock rifle last game. Can he replicate it with the S7 as the camo is coming up? And this is going to be an unbelievable important moment right now for Frosty if he can hit these shots.
Frosty trying to find these sightlines onto camo, but he does get descoped for a moment. And look at the pressure he's coming under. The grenade from Omit as they do take down Frosty. Ball now being rotated towards B, but you can see once again Shopify going to have a strong start in terms of the ball time. But last shot chased this play towards bottom mid. The stick does come in. It's 2 dead on either side at the moment, but Omit finally with that ball in hand.
Looks like Omit have finally kind of clocked on to what Shopify are trying to do here, right? I mean, Shopify have done an excellent job of getting this ball to B. I mean, normally you see a lot of teams bring the ball towards tower, but not Shopify. They've been rotating it cuts, rotating it B, but that was a really heads-up play from Omit, cutting off that rotate as they maybe try to scrap some time as their own.
Yeah, that ball towards B and the fight going down. Whoever can get these kills might be in position to get the ball time, and it's going to be Cycle finding the double, staying alive, racking up that ball time towards B. It's going to be throwing a grenade, but are we going to see a rotation towards C? It looks like he just wants to hold it towards back B. It is eventually going to play it, as you can see the pressure coming in from Omit. But Stu, it just seems like Omit is struggling to get anywhere near this Oddball.
Yeah, I mean, a big reason why they can't get anywhere near that Oddball, right, is because they keep Shopify keep having the ball in B, and they are dragging all of Omit towards B, and then, you know, once they play the ball resets bottom mid, so they have to travel all the way back and contest that new ball. So they're always just playing catch-up and just can't get near that odd ball.
They've rotated that ball now towards C as a well-placed grenade from Royal 2, as Royal 2 playing so aggressive towards the screens, and we're seeing this over and over again, the aggression, the confidence from these Shopify players. 15 and 6 in this game.
Oh.
From Royal 2 to 1v1, he's not going to win it, but look how far pushed up he is, putting down so much pressure, and last shot just holding that ball, racking up that time. The ball is eventually going to get played, but once again, Omit just can't get anywhere near it.
I mean, they're playing this at such a high level. I mean, this is like a new meta of Oddball in this map. It's the way that they're rotating around with the ball. I feel like they just don't really have any clear counters for this. They're not sure if to focus the tower kill, if to leave the tower kill. I mean, Shopify are just presenting so many questions that Omit don't have the answer to.
There's camouflage coming up though, and Omit really could do with getting their hands on it, as they're just struggling to get any foothold in this game. Cycle though is going to get hands on that camo as things go from bad to worse for Omit, as Cycle staying alive now towards the turbine, putting down so much damage towards C, but you can see that sniper rifle are going to be up in 5 seconds, and we expect to see a fight for it go down.
Omit need it. It's as simple as that. I mean, they've been getting utterly dominated this game, and if they're going to bring this game back, they need something like a power weapon, right? Because Omit just have this camo, and you can't give up many more deaths, because this game could be over in a flash.
Yep, Cycle staying alive once again towards the cuts, finds a kill, as his teammates are going to find even more kills. 3 dead for a moment on the side of Omit, making it 4 dead. And now Stu, are they going to try force spawns towards B? But it seems like one of these players on Omit already spawned towards A, and the spawn's coming in.
Yeah, they've got them trapped in A, right, which is ideal. They've got them spawning really far away from the ball. They've got them all funneled on the same lane. Cycle is a little bit far from his teammates right now, so maybe Omit might be able to force numbers towards the ball if they're aggressive, and that's exactly what they are doing right now. They exploit that hold by Cycle being isolated, and that's a very nice pick, making them maybe play the ball right there.
Royal 2, sniper in hand, does connect with a shot once that played towards the net. 18 and 8 from Royal 2. I mean, this is what we associate with Royal 2, right? Insane KDs, insane performances when it comes to a Championship Sunday, as he hits the no-scope, not able to clean up the kill, but once again his teammates going to be there for support, and 59 to 6 in this round to Omit, and just getting outclassed on this oddball.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game that has suited Royal 2 perfectly, right? He has just been sat in that tower, locking it down with the snipe. Penguin, though, he has played so fantastic this entire weekend, but this game, he just can't really get into it, right? Penguin is a player that thrives with rotating the oddball and just making really good objective plays. But as you can see, he's just getting mowed down before he can even get to the oddball.
Yep, Royal 2 finding another kill, as that's 19 kills now for Royal 2, trying to find a double. The grenade is going to get that player down to weak, but once again the ball being rotated by Shopify Rebellion. Only about 35 points needed for Shopify to force the game 5 in this series, as these players spawning towards B for Omit. Royal 2 putting down the damage towards the big door, holding these players at bay, but Stu, that camo coming up soon.
Yeah, this camo is probably going to decide the game. If they get the camo, they win the game, and that's a huge kill by Frosty. Really heads up play, noticing his teammates are dead, but that is 3 dead for Omit right now, and this camo, if they get it, they win the game.
Yep, Shopify, if they get this camo, it could be curtains for Omit, but Omit still trying to stay alive in this game. But look at the clock at the bottom of the screen. Omit, the pressure is piling. They need to stop Shopify Rebellion holding this ball. As you can see, Frosty just continuing to scrap that time up. Staying alive though, being such a difficult kill towards the screens, does eventually get taken down as Royal 2, camo in hand, finds the double, not able to find the triple though, as Omit do take him down, and they're fighting tooth and nail at the end of this game.
They're fighting tooth and nail. They do not want to go to that game 5, Omit. It just seems like a matter of time right now till they go to that game 5. The Shopify are playing fantastic, but Omit are trying their absolute hardest to not make that happen.
Yep, Royal 2 now towards the A plat is going to be in position to bait this ball and maybe use it to get an opening pick, but a perfectly timed flank towards the key door. Finds one, finds 2, as it's 2 down at the moment on the side of Omit, but the ball has been rotated towards the cuts.
Yeah, it almost feels like Omit know that they just can't hang with Royal 2 right now, so they just try, wherever Royal 2 is, they're trying their best to get the oddball away from him, but he is the Terminator right now. He is just mowing everyone down in his path, Steve.
87 to 14, it needs to be perfect halo, as it's 3 dead for just a moment on the side of Omit. Ball now in the hands of Royal 2, he's getting the kills, he's getting the ball time. Royal 2 doing it all for his team. 5 more points needed for Shopify Rebellion to force this game 5 in this series.
Oh my god.
And would you have it any other way? Winners finals going all the way to a game 5.
This is what Halo is all about. This has been an unbelievable series, and these are 2 unbelievable teams heading into this game 5. What a dream hack we've had here. Wow.
Wow, and you got to say as well, Stu, another game 5 this weekend between Shopify Rebellion and Omit. Omit have been playing so well to keep up, but it just seems like, look at the score, 200-18.
That's 11 minutes as well, is rapid for an Oddball game.
That might be the most one-sided pro-level game of Oddball Life I have seen in a long time.
And it's in the winners final, which is crazy. And it's to force a game 5 when you're 2-1 down in the series. That is what you call unbelievable mental game from Shopify Rebellion, right? You're 2-1 down the series and you're like, no. We're better than these guys. The rotations, the slays, they just played it so fantastic. I mean, we kind of called it, right? We know Omit have what it takes to beat Shopify, but we also know that Shopify are world champions for a reason.
No, 100%. I mean, this is just going to be a kind of highlight reel for Shopify Rebellion. It was a bit of a scrappy start, and we saw Sab get hands on the sniper rifle. We saw Omit get camo and sniper at the start, but this start almost kind of set the tone for the game as Shopify were able to rotate the ball the way towards B, and ever since then, it just seems like Omit literally could not get anywhere near that Oddball.
No, the rotates were just fantastic from Shopify. I really liked how they were getting the player into tower, but then not rotating the ball towards tower, right? Because you notice that with a lot of lower tier teams, is they'll just get the ball into tower, and then all their team is just kind of trapped in the tower. Shopify did a really good job of managing the space on the map. They controlled that entire map, and they would control tower, have the ball cuts, control tower, and have the ball in B, and it was just so difficult because Omit just didn't know where to go. They didn't know if to focus the ball, focus the tower kill. There was just so many unanswered questions that Shopify could poise Omit.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we expect, right? For a team like Shopify, Year 5 Halo Infinite, this is the highest level we have seen this game ever being played at, and Shopify looking like a different level when it comes to some of these modes, but it's been such an interesting series, right? I mean, let's just talk about it. I mean, Game 1, Strongholds Recharge, domination for Shopify Rebellion.
Yes.
Then Game 2 and Game 3 in this series, Omit coming back so strong, looking so kind of closely matched to Shopify, but then once again we get to this Game 4 and we're all 2 hitting shots like this, but Game 1 and Game 4 have been dominant for Shopify Rebellion. It's almost making this Game 5 kind of hard to call.
It's kind of like the old school versus the new school in some ways, right? Where in your older, more traditional game types, you're really seeing Shopify shine. But on these newer game modes, they've just been all to Omit, right? I mean, Streets is a little bit of a older game mode, so, you know, makes you think maybe that one might go towards Shopify, but it's also a very fast-paced game mode, which might suit Omit, right? So I can't call this series. I mean, up to now, like, I'm maybe leaning towards Shopify, but, like, Omit are, like, you know, don't let that last game fool you. I mean, they've had some dominant performances, and they did win our last Slayer, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, obviously, there's only been one other Slayer in this series, and you can see it on your screen. It was 50-40 in favour of Omit. As you can see now, the players on your screen taking a few more sips of their drinks, getting locked in. As this is such a big series, the winner of this game is going to secure their place in the grand final. And arguably, just as importantly as that, Stu, they're going to have that advantage. They're going to only have to win one series, whereas their opponents would have to win 2.
Yeah, and generally speaking, the team that wins the winners final is going to win the whole thing, right? And it's not just because, you know, the better team wins the winners final. It is that 2 series advantage. It is grueling to not just win 1 series, but to win 2. You just so rarely see it happen, right? So this game is absolutely massive. And Frosty has said it many times. I've quoted him in interviews saying, you know, winners final, we give it our absolute all. In some ways, he says it's more important than the grand finals because it doesn't just set momentum. But, you know, if you lose, there's no guarantee you'll even make it back to the grand finals, right?
Yeah.
You still have to win an absolute grueling losers bracket final and then win 2 more series. It is a must-win a winners final in a Halo tournament, and both of these teams are going to know that, as you can see by the expressions on their face.
Yeah, Coach Best Man there in the background. Is he going to provide a few more wise words for his roster? I mean, these players have played at the highest level of Halo. I mean, Frosty and Roll2 especially have found themselves in so many kind of high-intensity, high-pressure moments throughout their Halo careers. On the other side, arguably a few kind of less experienced players when it comes to playing in these kind of championship Sundays. I mean, Sab especially, I'd say, arguably one of the better teams we've kind of seen him on throughout his Halo career. Is he going to be someone to really kind of step up in this Game 5?
I think Sab definitely could be. I mean, he's shown like unbelievable slaying power. But just really I want to talk a little bit about Penguin, right? Because this whole tournament, he has played really well. But that last game, that's not like the Penguin that we know. And talking about experience, is there anyone more experienced than Penguin, right? He's been in so many grand finals in his Halo career. You can see him there maybe talking a little bit, you know, initiating the fist bumps. He is the player that can maybe lead his team to victory right now.
Yeah, it looks like we are now going to be getting into our Game 5 in this series winners bracket final between Shopify Rebellion and Omit. Slayer Streets is going to be the one to decide it. First to 50 kills, a camouflage located towards bottom mid, the stalker rifle towards that red room. Not too many power weapons to work with, but the team fights, the team shot is going to be so important in this game.
I am so excited for this, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, on this game mode, A control is going to be the most important thing, right? You're going to notice that these teams are going to be trying to do one of 2 things. Rather trap the enemy team in C if things are going good, but the ideal hold is trying to trap the enemy team in red room with that player in the top IV position. But I mean, that is generally going to be your strategy. So you can notice at the start, players going to be prioritizing, you know, the Stalker and stuff like that, but getting over to A is going to be the goal for Omit if you're right now, because Shopify have the small advantage with those A spawns.
Yeah, there's fight here for early map control. Is that camo going to be so pivotal, but the opening kills do go down in favor of Shopify Rebellion. There's 2 dead here already on the side of Omit. Make it 3 down. Stu, that camouflage is going to be coming up soon, and it's been such a strong start already for Shopify.
Wow. I mean, no one expected that. Shopify was such an aggressive start, and last shot already has the camo, and this puts them in an absolutely prime position to collapse on those A spawns and get control of A.
Yep, Shopify look like they haven't missed a beat from the end of that last game, as last shot still able to stay alive with camo and Stalker Rifle as well. Going to be in the hands of Frosty, so early power weapon and power up control here from Shopify Rebellion. As you can see, the spawns coming in, but look at that flank on board there. Suppress getting such a big kill on stack camo players. That could be the opening that Omit need to find a bit of map control here, but the stick goes down in the kill feed. Shopify Rebellion continuing to find kills. A nice cleanup from Omit, but Omit seems to have stabilized here just a little bit.
That is a great recovery from it. There's nothing more scarier than Shopify Rebellion collapsing with camo on you in A. And like I said at the start, this A control is absolutely massive, right? So this is, even though it's still early doors into this game, this is a huge pivotal moment, right, for Omit, just getting us that A control nice and early.
It looks like Omit thinking about the collapse towards C, as Sab now making the move towards bottom C. It's going to catch 2 players out here.
Trapped.
Can he stay alive? Puts down some nice damage. The opening kill does go down, as it's 2 dead on the side of Shopify for just a moment. Sab does eventually, though, get cleaned up from Frosty, as Frosty and his teammate here still just trying to stay alive in C. The push coming in, the 1v1 here towards back C. Commando in the hands of Frosty is able to get the kill with the help of his teammate. It's 3 down here for just a moment on the side of Omit, and once again Shopify find themselves in the lead.
Big kills from Shopify right now. They're going to try keep momentum with those kills. As you can see, they've took space on the map. They now have Omit trapped towards the A side. This first pick is going to be everything, and Shopify get that first pick right now, and this should be a huge collapse towards the A side for Shopify.
The collapse continuing to come in here from Shopify.
2.
There's another kill.
3
kills. Can they make it a triple?
4.
Last shot doesn't even need to finish the kill. As 16-9 is going to be the lead for Shopify Rebellion. They have all these players spawning towards C, but look at that. No, 1 split spawn does come in towards A, and Shopify, oh my lord, last shot's aware of it, but can he find a kill?
This is huge for last shot. He knows it is imperative that he lives towards A right now. He cannot die with his teammates collapsing in C, and his teammates die, and that means that they won't get the camo. That is a huge misplay from Shopify Rebellion right now, but fortunately last shot did give his teammates spawn in A, but unfortunately for them, Sab has the camo.
Sab has the camo, and they've really closed that lead now to only a 2-kill differential, as Sab with that camo in hand. A bit of a slower start at 2 and 3, but he could really have an impact for his team here. Just missed the stick though.
Ooh.
Able to get the beat down onto Cycle. Now only a 1-kill game, as Sab still alive with this camo, just patrolling this map, putting down so much damage. And look at the pressure that Shopify are coming under.
They're trapped in C. They have to get out right now. Big nades onto Sab right now, but Omit have them right where they want them. As a pro team, it's all about maximizing your good moments, and this is a good moment from Omit. They're really going to have to maximize having Shopify all trapped in C right now.
Shopify trapped towards C, the push down coming in towards the driveway, as Sab is going to wisely back down and play his life for a moment, but is he going to have teammates there for support? It looks like the answer is yes, as Shopify still going to be trapped towards C. The push down coming in from Omit. Penguin going to be here, the grenades coming in. Is the damage going to be there? Penguin continuing to play so aggressive. 6 and 4 starts this game. The Omit collapse is going to be successful for a moment. They're able to find some kills, but Shopify still finding a way to trade these kills out and narrowly maintain that lead.
Shopify are living so well right now. I mean, Omit have such insane map control, and they are just juking them in C. They're just not sure, like, do I collapse? Because they don't want to get trapped in C themselves, right? So that's why Penguin opted to leave C, but now he feels like he can push this player out, and has a huge kill by Penguin. Make that a double kill and a killing spree.
Penguin finds a double kill. 8 and 5 start for Penguin to this crucial game 5. He has not let that game 4 performance get him bogged down, as last shot 1v1 here towards front A. A well-placed grenade. Can he find the cleanup on his play towards the cafe? The answer is yes, as last shot finds the kill. He does get taken down though. Suppressed in the 1v1. 3 dead, 4 dead on the side of Omit. 29-25, and map control in the favor of Shopify.
This is the perfect spawn trap. They have them trapped in the red room. This is the worst case scenario. This is what both teams would have been playing for the entire game. That is a huge pick by Shopify though, and they are playing this red room spawn fantastic right now. What are they going to do? Are they going to push C? Are they going to push A? They are trapped towards B with this camo coming up in 15 seconds. This could decide the game.
Cycle putting down the damage now towards B, as the collapse starting to come in, as Omit doing such a good job playing their lives but Shopify with full map control, and this camouflage coming up as the pressure now on Omit to
They're
make the
gonna go
push.
C.
The
They've
push
decided
comes
C.
in, the first kill is going to go in favour of Omit, but it's going to be a trade as Penguin
Sab on the
and
flank.
Suppress gets taken down. Camo going to be
Sab on the
grabbed,
flank.
but Sab finds the perfect shots. Camo is going to be down towards bottom mid. Royal 2 gets the grab as it was 3 down for a moment on the side of Omit. 33-28 lead, and Camo in the hands of Royal 2.
Royal 2 identifying right there that he's going to be spawning the enemy team towards A. So again, Omit are in pretty good positions right now. They're going to fancy their chances, but Royal 2 does have the camo. This is going to be a huge fight because Omit realise they have the better side of the map, so they don't need to leave it right now. So it's going to be the initiative is going to be on Shopify to push Omit right now.
Camo in the hands of Royal 2, and he's making the push towards A. Finds that kill, and the killing spree.
That's
Finds
two.
the double onto bottom A. Can he find the triple? Does get taken down, but the damage has been dealt towards PD. Last shot going to be there for the cleanup. 37-30 now in favour of Shopify. They're so close to taking this game 5, so close to taking this series as the pressure is continuing to mount onto these Omit players. The spawn's coming in towards the pink streak. Last shot is going to be there for the cleanup. They maintain that 7 kill, now 8 kill lead, and Omit are scrambling.
Omit are scrambling indeed right now. Shopify, all they need are trades. All they need to do is just get aggressive. And Omit, as you know, they cannot take trades at all. Omit are trying their best to clear out A and get control, but it doesn't matter because they're 3 dead. Make that 4 dead, and Shopify are getting loud in the background.
4 dead on the side of Omit. Only 6 kills needed for Shopify Rebellion to close out this winners final and secure their ticket to our grand final. Frosty, he recognises these spawns coming in towards C. The collapse now coming in. The damage has been dealt. The push coming in towards top Ivy. Frosty going to be there with the commando in hand. 2 dead again for Omit. Last 2 players going to be left alive for Omit towards C. The commando shots come in. The beat now doesn't connect. 48-32. It's been absolute domination. 17-7 for Frosty.
Frosty is on fire right now. This is why he has won so many world championships. 17-7. Oh my god.
49, only 1 more kill needed. It's going to be Shopify Rebellion taking our winners final, banking their place in the grand final, and all the way to a game 5 again. But once again, our world champions, Shopify Rebellion, clutching up when it matters the most, and the fist bumps go down. What a series.
That's why you're world champions, right? Game was looking close. Series couldn't have been any closer. But at midpoint of the game, right, it was like I was saying, it was that one. All it takes is one moment to swing a game. It was that time that they got them trapped in the red room. They just could not seem to break out of it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the stats there. 17-7 from Frosty, 13-9. All 4 players positive on the side of Shopify Rebellion. And I mean, what an interesting game, right? It was so closely contested, but once you saw those spawns coming in towards the red room, like you spoke about, for Omit, it just seems like Shopify did not let up, and they were just cycling Omit.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Shopify had a little bit more of a game plan, right? They just kind of knew what spawns they were trying to force. Maybe, you know, they didn't know, but they executed it much better, knowing what spawns to force, and they just couldn't really seem to break out of it.
You see there on your screen, 3-2 series victory in the end for Shopify Rebellion. It's another game 5 between these 2 teams this weekend, but once again it goes in favour of Shopify Rebellion as they are going to bank their place in that grand final. Omit though, they're still in the tournament, they're going to be in our losers bracket. We are going to see them in the losers final coming up, but I mean, Shopify Rebellion still yet to lose a series this weekend, and you can see why.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great series right there. But I mean, looking at the lower semi-final right now, I mean, the winner of that Kraken and Mags Up game will be going against Omit, but I don't think anyone's going to be wanting to go against Omit, right? Even though they did lose that series, they've shown that they can take it to Shopify Rebellion, and that is that's good, looking like a scary lower final for both of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, the way the bracket is shaping up is so interesting. As you see there on your screen, Shopify Rebellion just dominating in the first kind of early rounds of the winners, but they really pushed to their limit there in that winners final, but they clutch up once again, and like we mentioned, banking their place in this grand final of the $100,000 Halo Open. I mean, what a tournament it's been. The series today have been absolutely incredible.
They've been so good.
We had a 50-49 Game 5 earlier on. We have another Game 5 here. So many Game 5s this weekend. So many great series. We are really seeing a really high level of Halo.
Yeah, I mean, it's like year 5 of Halo Infinite, right? I mean, it's just why everyone's just almost perfected it in some ways, right? Yeah. Obviously, there's some mistakes, but it's just all about maximizing your good moments because no one is making mistakes right now. Or everyone is just playing so unbelievably well, and it's just all about maximizing those good moments, right? Maximizing with the power weapons, maximizing trapping the enemy team in red room, right? I mean, it's just absolutely it's just such a good series. I'm lost for words, Steve.
No, honestly, that was incredible. I mean, what a Game 5, what a series between these 2 teams. I mean, I think like we spoke about before the series even started, I mean, a lot of us might have predicted Shopify to win the series, but for me, it's just refreshing, and it's so incredible to watch them kind of get pushed to their limit, but still find a way to kind of bounce back. And I mean, I think that Game 4 was a kind of Game 4 for the ages. That Oddball performance from Shopify, I think that's as close to perfect Halo as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I've played a lot of pretty high level Oddball on live fire games. I played against like Margin, Quadrant back in the day, and they played at a very high level. But the rotates, like you were saying, that game from Shopify into the B with the anchor in the player tower, it just looked. They made it look easy. It made it look like anyone can do it, but trust me, no one can do it, and only Shopify can do it.
Yeah, no, absolutely incredible. I mean, heartbreaking way to lose that series, right, though, for Mags Up. I mean, so close in the end, taking it 2-1 lead they had at one point in that series. And I mean, they must have been thinking, right, we're 2-1 up, we're against Shopify, we're playing incredible, we can win this series. And then it just seemed like Shopify almost just flipped a switch in that Game 4 and just kind of raised it a level.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable series from both teams. I mean, wow, I can't really believe it, Steve.
Yeah, no, honestly, absolutely insane. We're just going to wait to hear word if we are maybe going to have an interview, or are we going to go to an intermission. It seems like we might be going to a quick intermission, guys, as we just try to get our next series situated. So, hope you enjoyed that winners finals. I know I did, and we'll get back to the action as soon as we can, so don't go anywhere.
What a series.
Took a little longer this time to finally open the blind. Every time I look at the sky, reminds me it's 2,000 miles between us and this size. The distances are worse than I thought. Is this what I want? Ooh, everything's changed without you. Even breathing feels different now that I'm on a plane heading back to LA. Ooh, everything's changed without it. Everything's changed without it. Thought that when I left I'd be fine, but damn, it really hurts to say goodbye. 'Cause growing up is getting tough. My vision is blurry. I'm sick of these 2,000 miles between us and this size. The distances are worse than I thought. Is this what I want? Ooh, everything's changed without you. Even breathing feels different now that I'm on a plane heading back to LA. Ooh, everything's changed without it. Everything's changed without it.
I have a million reasons to leave you.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We have a very quick losers final because we are already in. My name's Hixie, I'm joined here by Vanadam. And we got Omit versus Kraken. They are already into map 1, so we're going to be diving in as soon as possible. We're just waiting for Prod to send us over. But just in a second as well, the glasses I am wearing are from Zenny. They are a sponsor of Dreamhack, and they very kindly gifted us some blue light filtering glasses. So thank you very much to them. But yeah, you know, depending on if you can wear them or not, you know, if you rock them, right, if they look good on you, maybe you can pull them off. I'm not sure if I am. We're just rolling with it. But yeah, we'll be jumping into this matchup in a second. They have already started, I believe. So I think we're just. I'm going to look over to our observers.
He's getting the weight from Mr. Director over there. It's like, hang on a minute. But yeah, just while we're waiting to hop in here. Sorry about that. Just while I went to hop in here, I just want to say, like, that series, Omit just took Shopify to a game 5.
Yeah, they did it yesterday as well. The second time. They did it in pool play yesterday, and unfortunately they lost their 0. They went 2-1 after that series. But yeah, they took him to game 5, and I think, I was casting that series yesterday with Lethal, there were many, many times where I thought Omit were actually going to take it.
Yeah, they've really showed up to the LAN, and I think, let's not count everything before it's kind of happened, but I think Omit have really showed everybody here today that they are the main contender to take down Shopify Rebellion.
Yes, for sure. Like, they are definitely second seed. I mean, look, this grand finals, if they can make it back to it, my God, would it be crazy? Would it be poetic if they not reverse sweep, if they reset the bracket and then beat them? All this time, Omit have fallen to Shopify every single time they've matched up in the opens that we did online, and even here yesterday and now today. And if they can come back on it, that'd be insane. But first, they're going to have to take down Kraken, who we saw earlier reverse sweep Luminon and gave them a massive earful for it.
That was ridiculous. Watching that Streets game, that Street Slayer finish up. Just again, that last series, Street Slayer comes up again. It is such a high-octane game mode, and it always ends up being that deciding factor. I mean, Slayer is always game 5, right? But,
oh, yeah.
But Street Slayer, like, it really, really takes it down to the wire. It's one of those maps where there's so many cut-throughs, there's so much speed, and there's not a lot of power weapons, so it's mainly just the camo, the red gun, and then just managing other players on the map. We are going to hop into this game as soon as we can again. We're just waiting for that all clear from production. The game has started. We'll let you know where we are with that as soon as we can. Here we go. We're straight in. So we get those nameplates sorted out for you. But this is the losers final. It says winners final. This is the losers final of the championship bracket for the Dreamhack Halo Open. And we are here with Kraken and Mags Up.
Kraken and Omit.
Sorry.
Kraken and Omit.
Omit, sorry, yeah.
Mags Up already.
It's the red trolling me. Yeah.
Just rub salt in the wound for Mags Up. Yeah, so 38-32 in favour of Kraken so far. Sniper in the hands of one of these Kraken players as well. Like Adam said, we'll get nameplates on as soon as possible. Just going to try and line up some shots. But a nice D-scope at least means that you'll keep your head for that player on Omit. I mean, points totaling up for Kraken right now. It looks like they've got a tower hold, and it's looking pretty fruitful.
Yeah, Kraken I think will be the yellow side here with their colours. But yeah, the tower hold is really big in Oddball. You want to have that so you can bait people in, play the ball if you need to, and it allows you to rotate easily around to B if you need to. But some teams do opt for A. We'll have to see where the spawns come in. But at the moment, Kraken looking to push this nest area to get that C control back. And with the sniper rifle in hand, he's going to be able to, whoever we're on board with at the moment, he's going to be able to hold that down pretty effectively. But look, they're pushing forward. They're trying to pinch them in here. There's only 2 players left for Kraken, while that red score tally is going up, and it's about to cross the halfway mark for this first round.
Yeah, it looks like support for Kraken is pretty far away. There's some players up on sandbags that are trying to just help out, and actually one down by pillars. 2 no-scopes missed. It's going to be your demise, buddy. Unlucky. I don't think it is actually Mags Up. We should be on with Omit again. Obviously, Mags Up are already out. Omit did lose to Shopify, so we're going to get that sorted out as soon as possible. We've got Infinity on the desk just trying to get everything sorted, all scrambling towards it. Appreciate him. And the ball still being held by Kraken, though. There is some pressure coming in from Omit. Sniper does have bullets left to ring out, so we'll see. There's only 2 left in there, so they need to be pivotal in order to flip the points. Although, actually, speaking of that, it looks like Omit are pretty close. They managed to pull this ball away, so we'll see. The Sniper now just playing up along towards tower, just setting up for this. Camo, nice snipe there. Completely shuts him out. No camo for you, sir. Nice killing spree found for this Omit player as well.
Yeah, both teams here, as we said, really fighting for that C control. Nest a really good way to push it, but You don't want to be spawning over on Turbine right at the other side. You're going to be walking straight into all the players that are up top there. Lots of fighting going out down pillars. Both teams, again, trying to get that main push up into the C area. In this instance, with all the respawns coming in, they're going to take that to tower once again. All of the Kraken respawns are going to be in A, so they've got time to set up, fan out. They've got 2 players on the nest side already, and they're going to be taking that back B position to crossfire. But I don't think they're expecting all 4 players.
Yeah, I mean, as well, if we think back to Kraken's previous series, it was a long slog against Luminon to 3-2 them and actually reverse sweep it. Unfortunate. I think that was
friendly.
Yeah, that was a team nade that just bounced back off the back of another nade's explosion. So a little bit awkward there for that player on Kraken. But 84 points as well for Omit, and also this Sniper coming up. They're going to get it completely free and drop down into lower. So Sniper going to be able to get away. It does actually look like one player outside of dummies will fall for Kraken. So completely away with the Sniper, and the points still going up for Omit. Means that this first round is all Omit.
They were just wasting their time. Like we were on board with the Sniper there on tower for so long, and the ball time was just going up and up and up. And they were just distracting them. The push came in, but it didn't matter because Omit just had the ball and they were just holding it. They just were not going anywhere with it. They just took them in a 3v4.
Yeah, I mean, crazy work from them. Jumping on board with Omit again, I believe. Now into that second round, and just the bodies falling in top mid. 4 dead for Kraken. And already running that ball. Oh no, I think we flipped colours. Not too sure who we're working with now. Maybe even Kraken took that round. Who knows?
We'll find out.
We will find out as soon as possible. Okay, actually, if still says Mags up, but if Kraken have just taken that, that's crazy start from them.
Okay, we'll figure it out. We're running on the fly here, but as the score goes up here again, we're going for this C-hub. Both teams opting to not rotate the ball. They're staying on this side of the map. The camo is up. It is really good for setting up the counter push to when the enemy team wants to take the ball from you. But look at this, using the pillar. They are actually rotating the ball here. And I think Prod have just confirmed this is actually Mags up.
Oh. Well, okay, yeah. It is actually Mags up. Apologies then for the confusion. It's not Omit. We do have Mags up versus Kraken. So this is now correct. Everything's correct. We don't have player names. That's the only thing that is outstanding. But Infini's working tirelessly and very, very frantically, I can imagine, to get all this set up. But yeah, Mags up versus Kraken, and completely send him into the drink. That player will get repulsed in for Mags up, courtesy from Kraken. So Kraken are 1 round up. Mags up are 26-0 up in this round, this second round. Just trying to play around the dummies here, and also just keep cuts locked down, because you've got ball in a bit of a precarious position. You're playing around the camo, and you really want to get it either back to A or back to that tower.
Yeah, just to course correct a bit, I think I was stuck on the Omit because they just lost to Shopify Rebellion in the winners final, so they're waiting in the losers final. So this is actually the losers semi-final.
Sure.
Just to correct everything I was saying there. So sorry for the confusion. This is the losers semi-final here, and it is Mags up versus Kraken, and Kraken are 1 round up.
Cool. Everyone on the same plate? Good. Everyone's together. We're all here now holding hands. Holding on to the ball is Kraken, although actually opting to just leave it be. Getting some calls that a lot of pressure is coming in from that seaside. KOTH as well, making things a little bit difficult for Kraken. Going to be hitting a couple 360s, a couple 180s. Nice little repeat there through Rat Tunnel, but actually getting caught is huge.
Pinch there. That was a very big pickup with the camo coming up and the players down. Mags up holding this side of the map here is huge for the push that's about to come in. If this player can get that, if he can get the flank on this, that is a very preemptive shot though, revealing your position like that. That means they're going to be able to get the collapse, and even though they had the ball, they just completely dropped it.
Just trying to dance around this nest. It's always such a difficult place to play when you're fighting from bottom and up to top. Good job at least from Envor to pick that kill up and get some help. Coming up to tower. Now 2 players pushing up to this ball play. You're going to have to try and play it, but actually opting to get as many points as possible off it before playing it. Really well done, actually, because the ball does still get played and you get a few extra points, and those could pay dividends in the late game.
Oh, this flank as well. Getting the power there to be able to take out and capitalize on that damage. 3 players going down for Kraken gives Mags up even more time to set up, and they're wasting none of it. Druk getting himself on the tower. This has been the main character this series already. Starting to take the sniper shots. Ball up there with him as well. And the rest of the team waiting for that push so they can flank behind them. They are waiting for Kraken to just walk into the trap.
Yeah, Druk just finding body shots. No heads, unfortunately. And 3 dead again for Kraken. as the points are just flowing now for Mags Up. They didn't like losing that first round, and now Truck just going for a couple of crazy plays, hitting a little 360 with 2 bullets left to work with that sniper. He's just going to hold down all lanes. Top mid gets tagged up, but still no kill found. Second shot won't land, and actually no one there to pick up on that damage caused by Druck, so completely null and void. That ball does get played, and 80 points to 20 is still very comfortable, but maybe not the strongest hold if you're Mags Up.
No, and just taking a look at the scoreboard here, the frags in the match, they're starting to close in a little bit. This first round was really strong from Kraken, very decisive, but this second round, Mags Up have changed it up. They've got themselves the tower, they've been getting themselves a sniper rifle, and Boobadoo has been putting in the work. 21 and 14 right now for his team, cleaning up all the assists that Druck's been putting out on the table, all the damage he's been doing this round. Druck now 13 assists.
Yeah, just very, very solid in this round, like you said, from Mags Up. They clearly figured something out from the last round. That's 2v2 down on by Cuts as well. Nice find for Acid. He actually gets the double. He has the help, and Acid there to just finish things off. Gets taken absolute and will finally fall by Soul Snipe's hand. But still, very, very solid work, and the ball picked up with that plasma pistol, so Soul Snipe can be quite dangerous if anyone gets too close. He's got the support as well from Garage, but that camo is coming up, so you might want to rethink your hold.
Oh, Mags Up played that so well. They let Kraken play into their hands where they got the ball just as we switch your hands once again. They played it towards camo early. They fought around camo. This has allowed them to be around it.
Oh,
but
wow.
It doesn't matter because Kraken pushed in. All 4 went down. Piggy got the camo. It totally backfired. The idea was there, but the execution didn't land how they wanted it. And there's not much room for error here for Kraken in this round, but they've shown they have the ability to be able to turn it around when they need to.
Yeah, it was do or die time for Kraken. If they failed on that push, that would have been round. They would have been going to a round 3 guaranteed. Now there's a little bit more of a conversation, as Piggy's just going to be sneaking around with this camo. He spots one player very weak and capitalizes on that. The ball's right by him, though, so doesn't really know what to do. There's 2 players here, so he does have the support and someone able to pick up that ball. They're going to need to keep someone on there because they don't have any opportunity. They don't have the comfort because Mags Up are so close. Finding this kill as well is huge for Piggy as he gets the killing spree. Still maybe a little bit camo left over. It might have expired by now. It doesn't matter anyway because his position is known. That Nest player is going to be finding him. Now 1 dead apiece for both teams. The push is coming through and Piggy actually has to back off, but that ball's already been rotated.
That happened really quickly. I was looking for the ball back B there. Boobadoo pushed onto it, got the kill, and then the ball ended up on the other side of the map. So great preemptive play there from Kraken to get them over there. And this lead is getting smaller and smaller. And while the players go down, they do have the opportunity to potentially rotate again here, but no, they've been pinched in to the back of it.
This is the push from Mags Up. They're going to have to try and perfect this with Druck falling and Onfor as well. Soul Snipe down too. Boo Boo on his own, but he still picks up the ball. Gets only 1 point, but he's got the QT, so he can play this very, very caution to the wind-esque. He will fall down though. Not able to use that QT, so breaking shot to rotate this ball around and just alleviate some of the pressure so far. Only 1 point picked up for Mags Up. It feels a little bit frantic. They're able to get through and actually get the trade. It's 2 dead. Make that 3 for Kraken. So this could be the round going Mags Up. They just need to hold on to it for 7 seconds. Druck in a very good position, but doesn't know about the player wrapping round. But the ball's already gone. You're missing it, buddy. Too far gone. You're chasing shadows, and Kraken to lose that round means that we are tied up going into round 3 of just map 1.
This is gonna be a series, this one, and the main character, the tower, feeling a bit sad, moving over to B for the last part of that round. So Mags Up kind of figuring out that actually holding it around that tower area is not working for them with the way that they're being played here. All the nades, just absolute nukes going off their top mid. But they've changed the gameplay. We've seen a lot of teams adapt to each other today, and that was a really good example of taking the ball somewhere else and changing the way that the game has been played, changing the strategy that's being used to help you to win that round. So it's the final round in this best of 5.
Acid with a nice spine-breaking sniper shot there. Just finds a freebie with the no-scope. Oh, nice body shot, but doesn't actually get the head. And when you've got QT, you're going to zip away as soon as you're tagged up like that. Actually does re-peek it and has the help. So Acid will fall, make that 2 players dead. Acid and Yaxon both down. QT still up in Druck as well, as he's then going to find the repulsor and pick up that kill. I don't think Sniper fell off the map, so he's definitely going to be scooping that one up. And with 5 bullets to work with and a tower position set up, he's already got sightlines.
Druck being in the dream position with all the toys in his back pocket. Trying to live up though, this is huge. Drops down, almost got that set up there, but all the toys are down there on that corner. Tower is ready for someone to get that ball and get it over. And both teams are almost in a reset position here, but there is a push coming over from the bridge.
This one's a lot slower, a lot slower. Every individual just considering every single option, maybe even overthinking for some of these because they just don't want to be the first team to drop the map, drop the ball, literally and figuratively. Finally, Kraken maybe getting somewhat of a actual setup going. They do have one player down. Jackson makes their hold a little bit weak, but finding two onto Mags Up means that they're still going to have a bit of freedom. Acid falling, though, by pillars, and also the body shots coming through means that that other player by B is tagged up. They're going to have to be careful. They don't want to get tagged by any flying nades like that. It looks like shields have actually come up, and they're able to flip the script. Takedown one, takedown two for Mags Up. The push is just null and void.
Mags Up just sat there. They got the pick on Acid. They got the 2 respawns in for 4 players, and they just sat there, and now they're all 4 down. They had the space to be able to take it. They had the numbers. They had the shields, and they just stood there and did nothing.
We might be sat a little bit far away from main stage, but I'm still hearing dead screamed out by Kraken when they get that 4-piece. 69 points to 8. Much more convincing in this round. This is the Kraken we saw in round 1. Finds the double kill, and getting loud is Jackson. It's just screaming at them as he finds 4 dead again, and the killing spree comes through for him. He picks up that camo as his reward, and it looks like surely you have to throw this insanely if you're Kraken to lose this map.
This is looking so strong from them, just the way they're able to work together, and now Mags Up are just forced to walk in, and Hixie, I think that's going to be the first game over. An absolutely brilliant showing in that final round from Kraken. It's 1-0 to them in the losers semi-final against Mags Up. That was an excellent final round.
Yeah, insanely played by Kraken. They had a little bit of a falter in that second round where Mags Up just managed to piece it together, but Kraken coming through in round 1 and round 3 very convincingly is kind of insane.
Yeah, like, you got to stay in. Like, we had Jackson earlier on here, and we were talking to him, and he sounded like he was really feeling it from how things are going earlier on. You can tell that their energy's still there. They don't care if they lose a round. The mental's strong. It's going really well for them.
Yeah, I think he was pretty chilling as well.
Yeah, he
like,
was,
after
yeah.
all the shouting
Yeah,
they
yeah.
did, he kind of got out of his
Yeah.
system, and
Yeah.
then he was just all vibes on the couch. But again, 31 and 25 for him, kind of nuts. Jackson's really having a day.
Yeah, that's great. I'd love to see the damage numbers too. Like, even on the side of Mags Up, like, they were putting in the numbers. They were trying, like Boo Boo with the, what was that, 29 and 23, dropping the 8,000 damage. Like, it was almost not quite the highest damage in the lobby, but you know, 9,300 damage as well coming in from Mags Up. It's just the way you put it, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Piggy as well with 9k, right? A player that I feel like a lot of people consider the glue of this Kraken team. The man that would be willing to do it all. Able to get 9k damage, and then I think back to that Luminon series that Kraken had as well. In that final map, in that reverse sweep success for Kraken, map 5, Piggy goes 15 and 9, having a crazy individual performance and also laying down so much damage to just facilitate the rest of his players, you know, the big game players, the players like Acid and Jackson and Breaking Shot as well, to find the kills they need, to just find the cleanups to make them feel confident. This is going to be a crazy series.
Yeah, and just bringing in the highlights of this first game, powered by GameSir as well. Just looking at the carnage that went out in that full 3-rounder of an Oddball as the first game of the semi-final. Like, everything we've seen so far, the bracket today has been insane. Every single series is going basically the full distance. Every single player is pulling out everything they can. And even though we did our predictions, I have to keep saying it, it looks like we've had a bit, you know, Shopify aren't looking invincible at the moment.
No, they're really not. I mean, Omit are showing that the king can bleed, and everyone's smelling blood, so everyone's just scrambling. They're clawing to get up to that grand finals where Shopify just sit in wait after taking down Omit earlier today. And if we look to the rest of this series, we've got Vacancy Slayer coming up next, and I am so glad about that map 3. My favorite map and mode, and in a great matchup as well.
Yeah.
I just want it to be cinema.
Yeah, I love my CTF Imperial. Every time James is on here and he gets excited about his Aqua Slayer, I'm like, no. CTF Imperial and El Clasico all the way back from Halo 3.
It's beautiful. So many historic moments on every iteration that this map and mode has had. It's so fun to watch. But before we get there, we've got the starter.
Yeah, Vacancy Slayer is another map that's really fast. It's not quite streets, but it's, you know, if you can hold that red tower, if you can hold Crossroads, you can basically see everywhere on the map at the same time. So it does have kind of that streets element to it, and we'll see how important that shock rifle comes. A lot of teams like to hide around red, like to use that and then kind of rotate round from green over to blue, and it's very easy to rotate the enemy team.
Yeah, I think this map being so small and it being Slayer lends itself a little bit more to Kraken, to be honest. Like we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, and also when we spoke to Jackson, they're a very momentum-based team. it's very hard to kick them out of that. You need a team like Luminon, who are also a momentum-based team, to try and almost give a rebuttal. For Mags Up, it's a little bit more, it's a little bit different, right? Kraken, some of these players are so well known for their momentum. You look on Luminon, you got Torlik as well. I'll look on Mags Up, maybe Boo Boo is their kind of counterpart, possibly Druck as well.
I would say so. I would say that's accurate. And while we get into this game 2 of our loser semi, let's see what they got for this Slayer. There's plenty of characters in this lobby, and it's all even right now, or it was. It's 4-2 to Mags Up early on. Too early to really say anything right now, but you can see the carnage on Vacancy already unfolding.
And Shock Rifle up in top mid as well. You're going to see eyes averted over to that. Just now trying to get some positioning for Mags Up. Just trying to find this player down in the rat tunnel. Soul Snipe actually to find him. The nade goes a little bit too fast. That player gets away and the support is there. So Soul Snipe falls with absolutely nothing. 3 dead for Mags Up, and now a 6-5 lead taken over by Kraken. Piggy just trying to work it now. 4-1 start for him. Finding that 5th as well. It's not the killing spree, and he will actually fall, but still having a very solid start to this map.
Yeah, that's a sad time if you're Mags Up there thinking you're getting the drop on players bottom mid and all of a sudden you're all 4 down. This gives them the perfect chance to set up and rotate them here. Look how they're all spawning in hotel, and you can see Kraken moving round to Red Tower. They've actually got Split moving across here, so they're going to have to move quickly to stop this. If they can get 4 players in, that's going to give them an even greater lead than they've got now. They're in the lead by 5.
One will fall for Mags, the other one will get traded, so it's a 3-2. And now another player falling for Mags Up. It's just looking pretty dire. It's feeling a little blendery almost. Kraken did have what felt like a pretty solid setup. The Shock Rifle will come through and save Piggy, but only for a moment. He's not long for this world, and he will fall 15-10 now. Kraken need to find those gaps in wherever they were standing that caused the split spawns and try and close them out, because they had everything to work with there and to squeeze them into that back spawn with the Shock Rifle holding the angle, but people just slip in the net.
Yeah, Soul Snipe was looking for the G-slide with the grapple there to get away, to get to safety, because he was on his own, but he wasn't able to get it, and that Shock Rifle's doing everything that you expect it to do on this map. Holding out here is a little risky. It's absolute chaos here on the hut side of the map, and while the respawns come in, this is going to have to be really careful, because 3 players from Kraken are coming around to flank Soul Snipe right now. They need to move.
Yeah, just going trade for trade, blow for blow, but that is absolutely fine if you're Kraken. You have established yourselves as the leader. The Plasma trying to find the player in the corner. Doesn't look like either will land, but maybe some damage was done, who knows? But that won't be capitalized on anyway, so all we can do is speculate. Just set up top mid now. Jackson just finding players weak. He's taking a weak as well. He finds another one weak, able to get the shields off, but Soul Snipe there as the contingency will take him down. Druck to fall. And this Shock Rifle in 10 minutes, 10 seconds, excuse me, looking like Mags Up are actually in a pretty solid position to pick this one up. But can you slay and pick up the spawn trap?
Kraken are managing the map really, really well. I mean, you can hear from the other side of the arena here that we're getting some shouting from Mags Up as 4 players go down for them again, extending that lead to 7 points. Kraken just look like they're able to cover the sightlines and preemptively rotate to set these split spawns much quicker than Mags Up. Mags Up can do it, but they're not being given the space to do it. Kraken look like they're in the driving seat right now.
Yeah, Acid to find the tag with the Shock Rifle as well. Nothing capitalized on from him though. And actually, he's just looking where no one is home. No one's come knocking, so Acid, you need to reposition, find yourself a little bit more impact, because you keep looking over this way, buddy, but they are coming elsewhere. Mags Up have completely slipped under your nose, and you're just playing incredibly passively. No one really pushing up for Mags Up, though, so although Acid didn't really have sightlines on anyone, they haven't actually managed to capitalize on his back being turned. Taken weak now as Acid, so repositioning going to be coming through, but it feels very, very passive for Kraken. This is unlike them. Acid able to find that kill at least is huge, and he's still working. That grapple makes it so difficult for him to be found. Still working round. Shock Rifle gets wasted at least, but he will fall.
The chip damage there, setting off the collapse of that setup that they had, and you saw them fall one by one, leading to the scenario that we're in now. It's really important to capitalize. If you get damage in this game type on a map that's this small, you have to capitalize on that before the shields regenerate. You have to close out your slayers, because if you're doing loads of damage but you're not getting the slayers, it doesn't matter where it's going, and that's exactly what we just saw right there, and that's exactly why Kraken are now 5 kills ahead.
Piggy and squad, it's just the duo as well, both just back to back trying to fight from all angles. Actually able to get out, and they do have the cavalry coming in as well. At least one more player, although one split spawn, one is elsewhere, so you're going to have to try and link up with him. Piggy to fall means that Mags Up will actually now take this space themselves. The rest of Kraken to be on the other side of the map. It's all fallen silent just for a moment as bullets start to ring out and find their targets. taken one shot is a player for Kraken, and actually picked up, that was Jackson. He will fall, so now surely the collapse coming in, and exactly that, it's a blender for Kraken, trying to get away and tuck tail, but everyone to fall, no one to escape, and the bodies will just drop.
Oh, you can't leave yourself in a choke point like that. Like, they had so much of the initiative in the map and just letting themselves gather up and be in there like that, and then they're spawning bottom like this. This is where you could potentially throw the lead. It's almost tied. Kraken were in the driving seat for so long, taking the initiative on the spawns and the control. And here we are, where Ombo's just waiting for them to walk up the stairs, and goodbye, Piggy sent back to the respawn.
Yeah, and Omvo screaming as they tie up that map. 32-32. It's just insane. It felt so Kraken for so long, and then those two team slays just getting absolutely cycled. Just trying to get some shots down elsewhere. Boo actually taken weak and will fall. Crazy to see almost Mags up bleeding a little bit more. 2 dead for either team. And still 1 kill lead for Mags up. Just wrapping around. Jackson as well just doesn't actually know that there's 2, but he's got the support, so even if he pushes up and finds them, they should be dead. They're actually wrapping around as well, trying to group up, Mags up, trying to work together, but as one falls, now you're going to see Kraken try and push forward with that grapple as well. There's going to be a lot of aggression coming out. There's going to be a lot of firefighting, and Jackson, you need this kill, or at least to back off and keep your life, because that grapple could be very helpful to get the aggression just dialed up.
Mags up there, doing a great job of backing off from the pressure from Jackson, and then taking out players from 3 players from Kraken there. It's just not how you expect it to go. Mags up were really disciplined there. They could have taken the fight. Jackson knew that he could have taken it. He backed up, but they went in because they had the damage.
Crazy days.
And it's crazy. It is absolutely crazy how they're funneling like this. And the game is so close, but there's so many kind of positional rotations of players not being where you'd expect them to be. It's kind of devolving a bit into chaos.
Yeah, and it's so close. Kraken feel like they've been here before in that earlier series against Luminon, hoping that it won't be as close as it was in that Game 5, the 49-49 standoff into overtime. Mags up, though, actually starting to run away with it a little bit. Drop from behind as well. The unknown entity finds another 3 dead for Kraken, and not a single kill back means that Mags up will be leading now by 4, and things starting to slip away from Kraken as the continues to get worse for them. Piggy just completely caught on his own, stuck at that cake with 3 players surrounding him, just circling him like sharks.
This is the blender. This is where we were before. I've seen this before, Hixie. They were all stood in the bottom of jail before, and that's when they got 4-man wiped, and they're trying to push up here to do something about it. And if it ends the same way again, that potentially will end the game. But no, Mags up showing some discipline here, backing up a little bit, getting some control of the main part of the map. Kraken trying to do the same on the tower side. Not sending anyone underneath. They're doing chip damage at the moment. This is the part we have to be really careful. They have to communicate how many shots they land on the other players. That's going to let their teammates know whether they can go in. That was a 1 for 2 right there. They have a player who's ready to push on the top of that tower. As soon as that damage goes in, shields have now recharged. It's these moments that win or lose Slayer games. This is where teams have to be exact in the amount of damage that they're delivering to the other team, so their teammates can trust them, they can push in, and they secure that kill so that damage leads to a victory.
Soul Snipe just reloading every single bullet, making sure that he has max 15 in his magazine. Doesn't want to be caught short in such a pivotal moment like this. Boo just making sure no one's coming down to bottom mid in the sewers. And it's so close. Kraken very careful, knowing that if they get blended again, team wiped once more, that only 2 kills would be required for Mags up. Nice use of the grapple at least. Alleviates some of the pressure for Boo, but he's left his teammate on an island and he gets caught out. Boo can't do anything but run.
He really got left out to dry there by his team. The pressure that you could see, the whole team pushing out, that's what you don't want there. You've got to keep your formation tight. 5 kills left now for Mags up. If they can start isolating Kraken players like that, look at the amount of nades coming through. One player from Mags up going down there. Druk finding his end from a straight bandit shot. You would have thought the nades had landed a bit quicker, but look, they're trying to pin them in. Even though Kraken got a kill, he can't move.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Mags up are actually leading, but it feels like they're playing rather sheepishly. Finding that last shot is on board. Just getting them ever closer. 47-42 now. As Mags up are going to be pushing on in, and actually Envor maybe biting off a little bit more. He can shoot. He finds players weak, but he has no ammo. Envor has to go for the beatdown. He gets traded, but for them that's fine. They've done the groundwork, and they are only 1 kill away now. They just need to find one more Kraken player, and with 2 of them sat here, they're going to find it with the shock to end it all. And the Mags Up going to be tying this series, going 50-43 in our Vacancy Slayer map 2.
I have to say it. I've got to say the line. I think we've got a series on our hands here. I've got to say it. And we get the fit. We get the premium game mode. We get CTF Imperium as we both want.
Yeah.
But we might end up getting a Slayer live fire at this rate. This is looking really close.
Yeah, it is very, very close. It's very back and forth. Kraken dominating in that map 1, and then Mags Up taking the second map maybe a little bit. Well, it was the 7-kill differential, but still feeling like when it was 44-39, it felt like Mags Up were actually on the back foot, if anything. Kraken had seemingly map control, or at least the confidence to be pushing into areas that Mags Up weren't necessarily feeling, and they started to pay for it. Mags Up then just locked back in, recognized the lead they have, and maybe they can take a handful more risks to get the rewards and end up locking that one in.
Yeah, and our replays here, powered by GameSir. The grapple was like the MVP of this match. Like, how many players were using the grapple effectively to live up?
Except for that boo-boo moment where he does just kind of leave. He leaves Struck till it's just like, just leaves him on an island.
But other than that. But really highlighting, you've got to use the entire sandbox. If you're going to get to this point, like, you've got to be using, like, thruster is a given. Everyone knows how powerful the thruster was before it got changed, so you couldn't shoot while you used it. Yeah. But like the grapple, the G-slide, movement in Halo Infinite is so important. And we saw multiple players not die from using the grapple effectively. And essentially, if you went back and looked how many times the players used that, you could probably figure out like why the score ended up the way it did. There's other factors as well, but the grapple really being, I think, the MVP, much more than the Shock rifle that game.
Yeah, I think Shock was maybe a little quiet there. It did pick up the final kill for Mags Up and make it far less dramatic, I guess, than the ending of that map. But CTF Imperium, we do have 2 snipers. And we have rockets.
We do.
And we've got that overshield. So there's a lot. You're talking about utilizing the sandbox to be the way teams can separate themselves. And what better map to have so much sandbox and so many games played on every iteration of this map as well. Both these teams are going to be more than familiar. I cannot wait. I'm noticing actually as well, just a funny little tidbit there, the photo we have has the turrets.
The spiker turret.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. I've not seen one of those at ranked. Yeah, that's it used to be the chain gun in Halo 3, didn't it? It was the chain gun for a while on the top. But just for some context here, right? The winner of this series will go on to the losers finals to play against Omit.
Yes.
And in that, they'll be playing for $10,000. The loser of this will take home $8,000. That's still a nice chunk of cash.
Oh yeah.
But both their teams are going to be setting their eyes on that $35,000 for first place and that $17,000 for second place. If you can get through Omit, it doesn't even matter if you don't beat Shopify. You get $17K in your pocket.
Yeah, that's a lot of money, right? Everything just accumulating. These players now playing for some pretty big cash prizes, so it just means all that more, especially being in the lower bracket as well. It's do or die time, right? The winner's bracket is entirely over, so this really dictates whether you're going to continue to play for the rest of the day, or if you're just going to be watching from the sidelines and enjoying the rest of what Dreamhack has to offer. Strongholds Streets as well. I feel like I haven't seen that for such a long time.
I know. I think we might need to verify that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if Street Strongholds is something we've seen for a while. We'll get back to you on that one, but I'll bring us back to CTF Imperium because we were talking about these types of teams that, momentum-based team. Kraken definitely momentum-based. Imperium's big. Yeah. There's a lot of space. The sniper does allow momentum to be generated, but there's also a lot of dead space between teams where players aren't on the map. And we've seen a lot of flag pulls on this map kind of disintegrate instantly because teams aren't correctly allowing the timing of spawns to be calculated. And not even on Imperium, in fact. I've casted quite a few games this series, where this tournament, where like on Origin and on Aquarius, there's been slight time mismanagement of pulls, some hesitation. And if you're Mags Up and you're playing in this kind of momentum-driven game, you really can't be hesitating for that second or two on Imperium. There's so many ledges to curb slide. There's so many ways to get that flag. You need to pick it up. You need to run.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, look, the flag runs these guys love is down Lovel.
Yep.
You've got that extra slide in the middle of it that I was made aware of by Last Shot just absolutely going nuclear, using that and then sliding Repulsor up into the air and then just sniping someone as he's mid-air, because style points just are what everyone wants now. You don't want just some crazy no or some boring no scopes where you just stood still. You want to be doing everything and more. So yeah, like it can be a very quick flag run if you're able to hit every slide, and you know your movement's just on point. And I feel like for all the teams that we have left in this tournament, there should be no room for error in the movement.
No, and there is a ghost ledge on long hole that's quite hard to see, but you can. There's a little ledge you can kind of get onto and slide down, but it's very rarely used because it's quite hard to hit, and if you mess it up, it will screw your flag run up pretty bad. But there is the alternative flag route. If you think back to I think it was like Season 2, Season 3 of HCS, some teams did like to actually run the flag bottom. And the reason for that is because you can pick up an overshield on the way past, which almost guarantees that you get the rockets, you get overshield, and snipes down there. You can essentially fully cover the map. We'll have to see which strategies they like to employ. I was talking earlier today, I think it was Kraken. I'll have to cast my mind back a little bit. I can't remember for sure, but one of the teams we were looking at, they were actually running the flag on Origin, the opposite side. They weren't running it through maze, they were opting for the rocket side of the map. And a lot of teams like to run through maze and light over because you can get a lot of curb slides and it's like past that threshold point.
Yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for the final player to get back in. Probable game reset, or restart, excuse me. And the winner of this series, moving on to the losers final against Omit. It's going to be a very tall order. See the rest of the layout from today. Earlier on we had Majin versus Legion. Majin 3-0ing them. Fries in the bag, unfortunately getting 3-0'd by Kraken. And a very, very big surprise and somewhat upset in that lower quarters. Luminon getting taken down, getting defeated, vanquished even, by Kraken in 3-2 fashion. Not just 3-2 fashion, but reverse sweep fashion.
Oh wow! It was
so loud afterwards.
It was a good show. That I don't think we've had a showdown come down to that level of wire for quite a while.
Yes.
And you've got to think like the Kraken players are going to be riding on that high. Like if you walk out of moments like that, the amount of like dopamine that you get from winning a game 5 in overtime in a Slayer by 1. You're going to be feeling really confident. You'll be like, we've got this, we iced up, we got it. And we're going to win this losers semi-final and we're going to go against Omit later on.
Yeah. So, fly through happening. I can see our observer also loading into the lobby. So providing there's no false starts, this will be the beginning of the decider of the swing game. Both teams up 1 apiece. Now we're finding ourselves moving on into map 3. My favorite map and mode. Yours as well?
Yeah. Hands
cool.
down, I love Empyrean City.
Lovely stuff. So we're going to be grinning here to hear this entire map, no doubt. I want to see a lot of back-to-back snipes. I want to see some crazy stuff. We're hearing shouting behind us as well in the other series going on. Boo Boo with some incredible movement to grab that sniper, and already looking for names to take. Body shots that other sniper player for Kraken, so going to be pushing out, trying to capitalize on that damage. But already doesn't know about, I thought that was actually a Kraken player down on S1, but looks like it's actually a teammate.
Yeah, they let them get rockets for free there, just off screen. 4 players for Kraken showed themselves on that overshield area, and Mags Up used that as an opportunity to go and just grab the rockets for free, and we've not seen where they are just yet. But I'm surprised that we saw a 4v4 down at overshield instantly.
Yeah, Envort now wrapping around through long haul, sees a body, finds the sniper, and actually rockets to work with. Not able to ring out any though, no rockets are fired. So Piggy doing a good job to shut that one down as 2 of his teammates fall, but it's the same for Mags Up. So Piggy trying to take some space and actually wrap behind them. He's going to just run over through elevator. And actually gets a back green, picks up those rockets again, so they're just trading hands. But it looks like they're death rockets. They're signed by the devil. Anyone who shall pick up shall see. Sniper drops as well. So Yaxin to pick up the ammo. Doesn't look like there was much. He's only got 3 to work with, but crazy that Mags Up are going to push up that high with the sniper rifle. Body shot found as well to find that kill. So nice defense coming through from Yaxin.
Yeah, the rotation onto tower there to try and get some control on the other player's side of the map. Mags Up trying to do what they do to shut out Kraken, to take that key part of their map, opting for the lower side. Ended there with a nice no-scope, and also holding out in sword here. This is a really oppressive angle, almost getting the headshot there on Druk, who's then cleaned up by the bandit. This is where you don't want to play to be with the sniper. He's only got 1 bullet, but this is quite oppressive, and he's ready to stop anyone who spawns at the bottom should his team push at the top.
2 minutes played. Just holding the angle. Doesn't look like the stick actually did land there, so going to fall with nothing as breaking shot. Boo Boo, though, also to fall for the other side. Means that they're still up 3 versus 3. As There's just some defense coming through from Onvor. Players pushing up the Kraken, and actually Onvor somehow able to get away. The headshot isn't converted. He actually gets tagged up on the body once his shield's dropped. Thanking his lucky stars. Overshield up in 10 seconds and the push coming through from Kraken, so there's no chance. Surely Mags Up picked this one up. Onvor finds one onto Yaxon at least, so alleviating some of this pressure coming into his base. But his flag's still being taken, so he opts to go for this overshield. He recognizes this flag is going to be run, so he needs to try and just work things out and figure out what is the path of least resistance for me to actually push through myself. He's just going on a solo run.
He doesn't have much space to make any other decision here. He's got to stop their flag run. He's got to apply pressure somewhere else to take their eyes to another part of the map. He's done a pretty good job with that. The overshield does get burned. He almost wins the trade, but it looks like that flag is going to get returned. But look at the other side of the map. Mags Up's flag also getting returned off screen as well.
Yeah. Just pushing up again. Mags Up just feeling relentless right now. That flag is still out by Needles. Well, actually, Mauler is going to go back. So flag being run by Soul Sniper. Now he's got potential to hit these G-slides. Lands the first, but taken incredibly weak. And the flag actually fumbled slightly. It's going to slow him down ever so slightly. This sniper kill for Acid needs to be huge. Now Boo Boo can try and get some sightlines. And he's going to be able to defend his teammate the entire way. Although a player is behind, tagged up in the body. That's not good enough though. But the flag goes through. Soul Sniper to plug that one in. And already, though, pushing up our Kraken. Looks like Soul Snipe should be able to deal with this player. He gets pinned. Soul Snipe, that's unfortunate for you, buddy, because now breaking shots coming through. He's going to try and run a flag himself with 2 dead for Mags Up. This looks like it could be likely.
Yeah, they need to watch the bottom side of the map here. The respawners are going to come in and crossfire him, but he gets through the threshold successfully. Maybe to the right, they might be running through to the bottom. You can see there a pit coming through training. He has to get over here quickly. I think his teammates is generating a crossfire to get it, and he does. It's tied. We thought we had a 1-0 lead, and just like that, Ixie, it's just gone.
That's the butterfly effect. Soul Snipe going to be kicking himself after losing that fight where he definitely should have won it. Breaking shot, going to make him wish he killed him. Players around the long haul side for Mags Up and actually able to find one kill, but you're taking weak, so you've got to play as carefully. That plasma, you've got to run away from it. Unlucky there. Does get repulsed away as well, so a little bit awkward. 2 dead for Mags Up, whilst Kraken have Piggy spawn up to make them 4 solid. Nice kill from Acid as well, and not able to use the repulse to get away. Wishing that he could have been able to sneak back into top mid and just stay away from them, but he will get dropped, so the pressure just falling off slightly, just decayed ever so for Kraken. Although Piggy actually just getting really aggressive. He wants to try and take the fight to him. He knows this player's weak and he just finds him and shuts him down. Incredible play from Piggy and no one here from Mags Up to stop them. As I say that, Druck with the rockets, the high investment will pay great dividends as Druck still has one to work with, but that flag run has stopped dead in his tracks.
That push there where they managed to pull the flag, they were banking on getting the overshield and getting the rockets to be able to take that flag back in and lock in their second point of the game. But Druck flanking around like that really messed that up for them, and 4 go down for Kraken, which means we've had an entire flip reverse. I'm pulling your flag, I've got the rockets, I've got all the stuff. Don't you come to my side of the map and think you could do anything that you want. He gets the double, he almost gets the double kill with the rocket. How is that man still alive? That is absolutely crazy that he was able to survive that. But the flag made its way to the end, and I'm sorry to say, if you're a Kraken fan, it's 2-1 up to Mags Up with that great pull, great run, just shutting them out completely.
Yeah, big old bodyguard with that rocket. Although it doesn't find the 2, it doesn't matter. Onvor had a completely free run with that flag. Now Sniper picked up instantly off spawn from Mags Up. It's definitely part of their game plan, but Sniper actually ringing out for Kraken as well. The first one to find heads. 2 dead momentarily as Boo Boo now spawns up. Make that 2 again as Soul Snipe falling. And Acid just to chuck this flag out, but he needs to live up by Mauler. He needs to keep the pressure on. And that player just able to slip away could be a problem. Now breaking shots attention is averted. He's worried about the player behind. And the flag could be pulled, but he's just going for the Hail Mary play with the rest of his team. Everyone's pushed up. The Sniper flying up now with 6 bullets to work with and a repulsor. Surely you're going to have to make it worthwhile. You've just given that away, buddy. Druck picked it up with 4 bullets to work with now. That could be damning.
Oh, that's a rough result from that. The flag's starting to move on the other side of the map as well. You've got to give it to him. If 4 players commit to the decision, you can turn a mild decision into a good one. But in this case, it did not pay off. And 3 players go down. They get rotated again. And Boo Boo Dooba's got the flag in his hand. And I think, Ixie, that's the end of the game. So 2-1 to Mags Up. Very surprising close to that game.
Yeah, very quick map as well. For what we hope for Empyrean, for it to be long, right? We both enjoy it, so I want to see as much Empyrean as possible. But yeah, just crazy. Those last 2 runs for Mags Up were so well orchestrated. Envor pulling that second one just had no friction at all because of Druck with that single rocket, just doing enough, being there to be a bodyguard. Then that final flag, just getting 4 dead. Boo just could walk it in. He didn't even have to juggle it. Just confidence flowing, oozing for Mags Up as they are on series point and eliminating Kraken. I bet James is smiling.
Mags Up had less kills. Caster math.
By 1.
By 1. They won the game by 2 flags.
Yeah, okay.
That push through where we said he committed with the snipe to help his team. He really got left out on his own there. He really got hung out to dry. He had to commit with his team. There was no other choice he could make, really. He could have held back, but then they would have been able to push anyway.
Yeah, I think either way, Breaking Shot was probably going to struggle because, like you said, he needed to push up. If he wasn't there, it would have been a 3v4. And with him being there and just trying to make that sniper work, the high risk, high reward of the sniper rifle didn't work out in his favor. You know, he rolled Snake Eyes, and unfortunately that came back to bite them. The only flag they got, mind you, was from a mistake from Soul Snipe. It was an unforced error. Soul Snipe actually just missing his final shot to kill Breaking Shot, and then the butterfly effect comes through. Breaking Shot is then able to get that flag back off of that run. He runs through to grab the flag and just doesn't get stopped at all. It's the only flag they pick up, so that single kill means the difference between a 3-0 and a 3-1.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's the timing of kills. In an objective game mode, you can slay and slay and slay, but you got to play the objective. And the way that Mags Up were able to capitalize on the unforced errors that Kraken put themselves into, the aggression that they had, we were saying they're a momentum-based team. They're going to bring the fight to you, and in this case, unforced error at the end of the game definitely locked in that 3rd flag that ended the game. But maybe some stuff to look at in Robert. You got to have the courage, you got to have the confidence to make the plays.
Yeah.
But you got to have the info to make the plays at the right time.
Yeah, for sure. And we were right to be skeptical about that map 4 as well. It's not Strongholds. Strongholds on Streets is actually Recharge, which
sigh relief.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense, right? Strongholds Streets, excuse me, we haven't seen for a while.
Very long time.
Yeah, very, very long time. And with these fly-throughs, I do believe, Vanadam, we're going to be jumping into map 4. Do or die time for Kraken. They did it once before in reverse sweep fashion against Luminon. A lot of people's second pick and actually second seed coming into Dreamhack. But now Kraken looking like they're going to be falling short. They put the pedal to the metal too early and now they have gassed out seemingly. But they do have this one lifeline. They're going to have to take Mags Up the full 5 map distance to continue their run or they are out.
Super aggressive on the early point of the game there. Getting a setup in Strongholds is really important. Camo can be pivotal, but you've really got to manage the spawns on Recharge to win. Gold is going to be super important. Lots of teams opt in for the AB hold because C is locked away from Upat's map. This push here through to the top of tower as we see Breaking Shot go down and 3 players from Kraken go down as well. It's really hard to push through the choke point of tower into A, so you really want to have the gold area, you really want to have A, and you just want to spawn the enemy team at long haul. And if you can, get that triple cap, which Mags Up are trying to get right now.
AB hold and actually going for C, like you said, just trying to get that triple cap and really just plunge the dagger in deep whilst Kraken are breathing heavy. Gassing out pretty hard, although B actually seemingly goes their way, no questions asked. Druck and the rest of the boys on Mags Up, everyone was up and not a single player could go and stop that capture from happening. They do still have the points totaling up in their favor, not a single one for Kraken yet, but still, you're going to need to plug some holes in your game if that's how they're going to get B. You can't let them have it for free.
It's very hard to cut across the middle of the map on Recharge when everyone's alive. You have to go the long route with this one. That's why losing Strongholds is so punishing. Look now that we've flipped around. Kraken now have the setup that I was talking about at the beginning. But Druck is doing everything he can to try and stop that, and he's going to get challenged really soon. But there's a fight for gold, there's a fight for B. 2 players from Kraken lose their lives, while Boo Doo locks in that potential what would have been the triple cap had he have not stepped out there.
Yeah, just stepped out trying to strafe, and everyone's going to do it. You know, instinctively, you're going to think to strafe rather than to stay in. But unfortunately for him, it does actually look like B's had a lot of progress on, but no one there to finish it off. As I say, that player does run in. So B picked up 4 Mags Up, but A and C both getting flipped. Unorthodox from Kraken, but they'll take anything they can get initially just to try and stem some of the bleeding and try and bring a bit of order back into their game. With 2 dead, though, for both sides, it's still looking a little hairy.
spawns are super important here. These teams are going to be looking to manage the respawn on these two players that are coming in. Look, Soul Snap going up to Attic here means that any of the enemy's teammates that go down, we just saw the respawn there of, I believe that's on Envor that's running around the side. He just went down again, but they're managing it well. They're trying, they have to keep B, otherwise they've got to go the long way around to get it, and that camo is coming up.
Yeah, really good job there from Soul Snipe to find that kill as well. He just plays around the window and just waits exactly for his prey to fall into his open mouth. Now looking for another, he gets the stick, it looks like, I thought, but no, it's just from the camo sitting in the back of Breaking Shot's pocket. He now plugs that one in. Actually able to get away with this one. So potential for Kraken now. They need to try and make this work. They're flipping B, they have C. So now they're going to try and close this gap as far as points are concerned. But Breaking Shot needs to try and elevate his team. He needs to be the one to find the gap and just completely break the dam. He's found a back turn though, so this could be his kill. Thankfully the plasma pistol doesn't ring out onto him, so he picks that one up. Actually going to trade it out for the shocks as well. So you need to be the one to lift up your team and bring back the momentum for Kraken.
They're making them fight on the backside of the map here. They're making Mags Up pull for everything they absolutely can. They've closed this gap, but they step out again, and he gets a killing spree for Breaking Shot right now. 10 and 6, this man. No assist, but that means he is cleaning this map up for his team, and that is what you need on Recharge. You don't want to cross-map too much, but you got to be there to help fight, to help your teammates in the other rooms as you push around. Going that long route and just getting blamed as you walk through Attic as well. That's 2 players down for Mags Up. But it looks like, Hixie, we're all tied up for this game. But the triple cap might be coming in, and we've got to watch where these respawners are coming in. Where Boo Boo Doo is right now is going to be super important, and it looks like he's in gold.
The rest of Kraken just recognizing that they need to try and manufacture their own momentum before it just comes fluidly. Be so close for Mags Up to pick it up, but Kraken actually not really feeling any resistance, any desire to jump on it. Does just kind of go away a little bit for free. That player was weak, it does get traded out. Breaking Shot for Boo Boo, but B has been taken. So AC not exactly what you want, but you work with it just to take the lead, and you've done exactly that. 103 to 65, getting loud now as Jackson finds one to take Mags Up. 2 players down, make that 3 as Boo Boo finds himself on an island in the back of pipes, and all he can do is watch these points total up for Kraken. Nothing he can do is he just has to wait for his team to spawn up, and now they can try and make something happen. But A has pretty solid defense so far. 2 players here for Kraken. One will fall pretty easily. So you've got the other one shot. He's going to have to be flushed out by that nade, and suddenly A opens up.
It's such an unconventional hold by Kraken there, going for the AC and just hard staying with it. They had the opportunity there to potentially take space. You can hear Jackson again just shouting dead over the hall. And with the camo coming up now and that push leading us to where we are here, Kraken again are going for A and C. They're not going the long route, they're going the short route. So how is this going to affect how this map's being played? This is not what teams normally do.
Yeah, going for the A and C, maybe just to throw off Mags Up a little bit, maybe get their calls and their game plan a little bit dicey. I don't know, it felt like it should have just been temporary, the AC hold, but they're still just working with it. Finally, A is going to get some pressure on, and it looks like it's surely going to flip. Breaking Shot with a very risky smack. It could have gone both ways, and he might have been just traded out, but able to get away with it and get his shields back up. He is still working with this camo as he tries to collect B, and able to do it on his own with the support elsewhere from his team. And already on to B is Mags Up, but Boo Boo, just a desperation play to dive onto it. Gets taken one shot. Breaking Shot just working in tandem with that other player on his team through security. Surely going to pick up off the damage he's dealt. Trade comes through at least at the back of pipes, and Breaking Shot seemingly just chasing ghosts.
A couple of minutes ago, I was saying we've tied up this game. And now look where we are, 100-point lead for Kraken as the fight starts out in gold pipes here. They have taken gold pipes, they are now taking C. This is not the hold that I would have described earlier, but it's better than nothing, and you're in the lead, so you might as well just stick with it. Either way, Mags Up, they're looking, oh sorry, I'm talking absolute load of rubbish here. They actually did hold B and C, so this is all that they want, but they're getting them to spawn in long haul, and we've got a triple cap. This is where you got to stem the bleeding really hard. Look how many players from Mags Up have gone for B. That was the right play, they have to hold it, but now Kraken have the opportunity to cross map and flank them with the grapple like this.
Yeah, the fastest flank comes through for Acid, but a lot of team damage means that he won't be able to do much. He will just be absolutely shut out and muted. B gonna get 4, gonna get flipped, actually able to dive in it and take down that player. That's huge from Mags Up. AB hold now for them. They're going to see how long they can ride this one out, but they're going to have to fight for it. Kraken are feeling it now, 195 to 85, but you're trying to close the gap if you're mags up. You just need to find the kills. With Oddball dropping, he does get traded out, at least for Piggy, and SoulSnipe now finds the double kill for him. The one to trade out Piggy and find the one onto Acid, and now he's got support, trying to take C, hold on to B and C for a little bit, make it temporary, and then move over to A. Just make sure that Kraken don't get any more points.
This is interesting. Mags Up are opting for the aggressive route of taking more zones when they already have them. 5-shot there coming in, sending breaking shot back to the respawn as well. They are opting to go for the push when they have 2 zones. It is easier to defend a stronghold than it is to take one. And yet they are still choosing to go with momentum, and look at the result that Kraken are getting because of this. 3 players down for Mags Up. They're just wiping the floor there. But they're 3 players down for Kraken. They're so far ahead though, you can afford to die and trade when you're this far ahead.
Yeah, like you said earlier, Adam, you can continue totaling up points on Strongholds, even if you're dead. SoulSnipe with that camo as well, just going to try and play around Whirlpool. Does get pushed back down, though, and knows there's at least 1 player, likely 2, up on A. Guaranteed that there is actually 2, thanks to our observer view. We know a little bit more, but you're going to have to try and make something work with this camo. This could be gold dust for you right now if you are SoulSnipe. He's actually going to go for the B play. A player up in window, but he didn't spot him. 2 sat down by A as well, and also another one top glass. He just gets it completely for free. No one wants to push in, and actually the back turn. The timing's so bad for Kraken. They are just faltering. Now SoulSnipe with the double. Surely he doesn't have the health for this. Can't get the trade either, but eventually gets traded out. Last alive until Jackson spawns up. Was breaking shot. Now it's just Jackson to work, and the points still. Now you're looking for a triple cap. If you're mags up, you're gonna find it, but how long can you hold on to this, because you don't have a lot of room for error.
They've got the setup. The long haul respawns for Mags Up mean they've got maximum distance to cover to close anything. They've reset that C as well, which means now they're getting 2 points every second, which means they need to hold this for 30 seconds to catch up. This challenging from Mags Up here. They really need to get rid of this player if they're going to hold this. It's going to mess up the timing, and the respawns, and they do. That is a huge pickup for them right there. That is going to stop this respawn trap, this triple cap from going. Kraken break it, but the clock is still ticking.
Yeah, it's still ticking, exactly. Oh, God, it's just so difficult. Jackson actually able to find the help and get a kill of his own. So now 3 dead for Mags Up. All you need to do is pick up either B or C, and you're going for both. You want to go for glory. Looks like A is actually going to get flipped. So you're going to see Mags Up spawning up around A. So there's a lot of work for Jackson to do. Finds 1. He does expect another player to be coming through as well. The calls actually seem like, looks like tower. Bottom tower is going to be called out. No one really around Jackson to actually try and take him out. Where the hell have Mags Up gone? It seems like they've just gone lost. They've just taken the wrong direction. Everyone coming in, 1 apiece, and just making it easy. Just taking 1 fight, one after the next. A and C somehow getting taken by Mags Up, even after it felt like they were just running in on their own. Oddball with a huge kill, but he pre-nades himself, and unfortunately that's going to cost him.
They take B as well. Everyone's scrambling Embryo now. This is where Strongholds goes from strategy to chaos. You're going to the closest Stronghold to flip it, to crossfire, to put damage in, and it looks like Kraken can't get these last 5 points. Mags Up have their backs against the wall in this match here. They have to stay their place live. They have to be looking where the Strongholds are. They have to be thinking, where are they going to respawn? And the Pivs come in. The 2v2 means that both Piggy and Jackson find themselves in the respawn, and Mags Up somehow are keeping themselves in the game. They're closing this lead, but this is a steep hill to climb.
And they have camo as well. Mags Up really looking dangerous now. It's only 5 points for Kraken to take it. They're going to take A as well, but still points for Mags Up. Mags Up are desperate for that triple cap. They just want these points to disappear, this time to go. They want it to be over super quick. Druk to find a kill and take very little damage as a player for Kraken dives into B, but there's only one C plant as well. So this is actually a really solid setup for only the 2 players that were alive for Kraken. They take down Druk, camo removed from what could be the final few plays, the final few minutes even of this map. 240 to 210, excuse me, as now A and B are being held by Mags Up. They just want to try and lock in this hold. This is the orthodox hold. You just need to keep it. Trying to pre-nade it as well. Oddball is going to be a demise. You don't want to trade there. It's now 3 dead for Mags Up, so AC going to be taken. They seem to have loved this really unorthodox hold, and it's actually going to secure them the map. And Vanadam, we go to a Game 5 again. Kraken find themselves here once more. Back-to-back series Game 5s for them. This one, not a reverse sweep opportunity, but feeling a little bit like a pseudo one, taking map 1 all that time ago and now moving to the final map, Slayer Live Fire. Again, Kraken just constantly going the full distance. Battle of Endurance. I thought they might have gassed out coming into map 2 and 3, but they're able to pull it back and find their second wind.
That ending sequence there was ridiculous. The way that Mags Up were able to keep the pressure on, despite how close they were to losing the game. They iced up super hard there, but the margin for error was just too small. Kraken only needed 5 points for so long. Once you've backed yourself into a corner like that, you can play really good Halo and you can still lose the game because of the mistakes that have accumulated to you earlier on. And let's look at some of the players that we got from this. Obviously powered by GameStars, the first triple cap. Almost came in the game there. Boo Boo just stepping out as he was going for the chow there to trade it, which causes a reset. But this game was absolute carnage.
Yeah, especially towards the very end. It got so incredibly scrappy as well. It's kind of fun to see players just seemingly playing off of nothing but instinct, right? Yeah. You just got to look at and see where your team are, hope you can hear some form of calls as everyone's probably screaming where every single player is, and just see how your gut takes you, you know, where it leads you. Onvort just getting shut down with that shock as well. Did actually spot it there and still getting shut down by it. But the camos as well, not really neutered as much as we saw in previous series, right? The camos were kind of able to actually do something, make a little bit happen on either side. Breaking shot, and then also Druck as well, having them able to do a fair bit. I think there was quite a pivotal kill by Boo Boo down in the very late game, down in bottom elevator, that meant that Piggy and I think another player weren't able to cap A and close it out there and then. You know, just these crazy little moments that mean so much.
It's the consistency of the game. I think here, like Mags Up, this series has gone to game 5 for a reason. These guys are in the lower semi. They've got this far for a reason. And that reason is because they're able to make the right calls under pressure frequently. But in a match like this, when it gets to this point, your mistakes will cumulatively add up. And despite playing a ridiculous last couple of minutes of Strongholds against Kraken there, against all odds, against all the pressure, and against moments like this where Acid is just pivoting you, they still lost the game because of what happened earlier.
Yeah, and just got to remind you all, final 4 teams, this is for 4th place, the loser. Winner moving forward with a potential to fight for $10,000 against Omit, sat there in that losers final. And of course, the big bad of Shopify in the grand finals, waiting to decide who is going to be taking $35,000 and who's going to get 17. Quite a difference, but I guess that's what happens when you're the best. You got to be number 1 to get the big bucks.
Yeah, but we've got to keep emphasizing here that Shopify have not looked invincible here. They
really haven't.
They have been having maps taken off them. Omit did, as you can see on the bracket there, take them to a game 5 again, just like they did yesterday. Though Shopify did very well against Mags Up and Fries in the bag as well. So hill to climb for Mags Up, looking at the bracket right there, but Omit feeling pretty good about their chances of getting themselves back into that grand final.
Yeah, pretty crazy for Omit, right? I feel like 3 times the charm could be something that we do see. Obviously, they would have to reset the bracket if they can make it back up to that grand final, which does feel very likely. Omit definitely the closest we've seen, and twice, like you said, to actually taking down Shopify here. Shopify have looked so damn difficult to beat. Just everything bounces off their armor until we come to LAN and get into pools. You know, they had a pretty easy run through everything else up to pools, and then as soon as they take on Omit, they were both 2-0 in that pool A. Suddenly, things don't look so confident.
No. And look at this Kraken now. They're going to be feeling the fatigue, right? They're in the lower bracket. They 3-0 Fries in the bag, but the Luminon series that they played against, they're going to be feeling good about it. I was emphasizing you're going to be feeling great about that win. But now, we're in a game 5 again. The fatigue starts to set in, and then you're thinking, well, I'm against Omit now, and they were almost beating Shopify, and now I'm looking at potentially a game 5 series again. So these guys, like, the endurance that you need to make a run like this, like, they have it. They clearly have it. We've just seen it.
Yeah.
But this is like where the champion mindset that I keep talking about comes in. You have got a hill to climb. You've been in the blender like all day.
Yeah, for sure. And look, I think with Luminon being out to Kraken as well, that, like you said, that's just got to make you feel like you're riding such a high coming into this series. And then you take map 1, and then map 2 and 3 just falter. You know, you have your stumbles, and mags up look pretty solid. You have quite a few unforced errors from Kraken, and you also have some pretty good moments in those 2 maps you lost. You know, didn't feel like a full-on blowout, but then you come into this 4th map, and my God, was it scrappy, but I feel like Kraken just feed off that.
Yeah, it's the momentum team, isn't it? Like we keep saying, like they really, really get themselves locked in off of the highs and lows of the gameplay that they're going through here. And you see, that's why they end up so snowbally. That's why the games that when they really get it, it's like, it's just clockwork. It's just bang, bang, bang. It just goes. Live Fire Slayer is one of those maps where if you can get things in the right place, it's not as scrappy as Streets. There is a bit more space on the map, but we've talked about earlier, Tower was the main character during the Oddball game at the start of the series. If you can get the Tower, if you can get the Snipe, you can lock that stuff down. You can really start to get the enemy team rotated, back into A, back onto Turbine, moving around, predicting them, and it's how you use that sandbox. And that camo, we've not seen it used fully to its effect in this series so far. Both teams have been really good at shutting it down when they don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that last map was probably the best we saw from the camos, purely because earlier on they were just so lights out with it. It was very quick to shut it down. If you didn't get it, it was your priority to get it off the map entirely. Sniper on the map, always a fun weapon to work with. But only one team going to have fun after this series. 50 kills to decide where we are going, whether we're seeing it all red or all yellow.
Oh,
we do
false
have a false start, as I believe Jackson has just disconnected. So all that intro and, you know, just a little bit of a tease for you. But I think it's interesting to see live fire at the beginning and the end of the series as well.
Yeah, it's
I don't
nice.
think I've seen that many times where we've had the same map in twice.
No, it doesn't happen very often at all.
Feels like COD.
And I think that it gives you that opportunity to maybe consider how the enemy team played the map the last time you were on.
Yeah.
Obviously, Oddball is slightly different to Slayer, right? We all know that
The players have tendencies and places, areas of the map they kind of like to be.
Yeah, and the way that perhaps players were going about the camo, the pushes that they were doing, how the sniper was secured, how they were taking tower and things like that. That's something you can carry into the next game. You have info about this series that maybe previously you wouldn't normally have. It's very rare that, as we said, a map is at the start and at the end.
Yeah, I mean, also, how much does it play on your mind if you're mags up that Kraken took live fire? Albeit different mode, and you did also, if you are mags up, win the Slayer. So it feels a little bit, it is interesting, right? We've got the map that Kraken won earlier and the mode that mags up won earlier. Now together as map 5 with both your tournament lives on the line to go forward and double your money.
Yeah, one of you's going back to the airport after this.
Yes.
Yeah, both these teams obviously from the US, so the loser will be probably watching the final and then getting themselves back on a plane. The winner gives themselves the chance to fight against Omit to have another shot at Shopify Rebellion. We've got all the drama here soon. This will be the game 5 of our losers semi-final, but we're just going to get back into that as soon as we can. So adjusting your glasses there.
Yeah. Yeah, they just kind of slide down my my big old schnoz. So just needed to adjust them.
Yeah, but this weekend's been great. Have you had a lot of chance to go around the hall? Like I was walking around the bottom earlier on. We got all like the all the stalls are out there. Like some games, like we've got Riot Games, like they're straight next to us there. We've also got like British Esports who are behind us as well.
Yeah.
We've got Thumb Soldiers over there. They had a Luminon stand that's like just over that side, like, and loads of cosplay stuff as well. Like, I've spent a lot of time on the creator stand as well, and like some of the costumes and stuff I've seen in there have been just ridiculous. Loads of Halo ones as well. They've got their own stand as well.
Yeah, the Halo stand. Me and Lethal were over there yesterday. I don't know if you saw EHL's tweet about it, but we felt, you know, we chatted to the guys. We got our hands on some of the props as well, sniper rifles, magnums, everything. Some amalgamation as well. The guys over there are pretty happy with what they've made. It's like an SMG mixed with a Magnum. It looks hideous and it looks great at the same time. But yeah, I've seen some really cool things here. You know, over the weekend, I've seen some great cosplayers. Some notable ones. I saw some Witcher cosplayers that looked really, really good.
Yeah.
Saw them on Friday and also on Saturday, I think, as well. And it's been interesting. You know, there's been other events going on this weekend at the NEC here in Birmingham. So it's cool to see like a mix of people on the outside.
I think on the other halls is MegaCon and then
the Arnold
Classic.
Yeah.
So you got a real...
Oh, and ESL 1 as well.
Yeah, and ESL 1, which is like connected to every other side. So you got a real variance of players there. Not players, but like people in general. Like the NEC is like so diverse.
Yeah, and also for DreamHack, not only is the Halo here, but also, of course, the Call of Duty Major 2, which is just absolutely electric in there. I was in there on Friday, man. It was crazy seeing how many people were there. On a Friday, you know, you don't expect it to be as busy as that. Genuinely, probably 20-ish seats free, and that was it. Everyone was sat down. So many people were in the open area as well, the general admission bit where you haven't paid for your ticket. And Challengers was super busy too. It's incredible to see how busy it was on a Friday, and it's only gotten busier, of course, coming into Champs.
Yeah, I think I was talking about it the other day. It was weird to like go into there and then watch Renegade play on. I think it's Huntsman, the Renegade plays on.
Huntsman.
And then I managed to catch the end of Legend playing for Imagine Club.
Yep.
As well. So it's just it's nice to like go across the other side of the river and just see like what's happening, see how our players are like faring over there, and like Renegade and Legend, they're like getting themselves through challenges. It's nice to see it, and we've had players come over as well. Like, obviously, Formal.
Yes.
Came over.
Yeah, it's been
back. He's like back and forth, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, I feel like there's been a transfer of players to and from Halo and Call of Duty, right? Obviously, Shotzi and Formal probably the most notable ones. Hook as well, actually. So a lot of people maybe don't remember Hook as much as they remember Shotzi being a Halo player. You know, these guys were playing Halo when they were very young in Halo 5 and actually doing pretty well. Hook going on to Envy with Pistola snipe down. And I can't remember their fourth. I think it was Miquin at the time, actually, with Hook. And then, you know, everyone just thought Kyler was really like a solid player and expected him to do really well in Halo. And then he jumped ship. But, I mean, he's a world champion, so we can't, you know, multiple-time world champion as well, so we can't really say he made the wrong choice. But, yeah, I mean, having Formal come back as well has been awesome to have him back in Halo, being a world champion in Call of Duty beforehand, during the Advanced Warfare Optic Dynasty. It's really cool, the shared history we have, and the fact that they are just across the hall.
Yeah, and very loud.
Yeah, very, very loud. Although, you know, Kraken were
too.
pretty loud earlier.
Yeah.
You know, it's peaks and troughs. Everyone's got loud players. It's always fun to be on LAN, man. You know, I was talking to Lethal about the earlier Dreamhacks. Obviously, he's been been around the block a little bit more than us.
A few times.
to say so. And yeah, he's just reminiscing on like previous Dreamhacks, previous events even. The bring your own computer is quite a big staple of Dreamhack, and it's maybe not featured here as much, but it was so early on. Like I wish I was a part of that time, seeing the photos from old Dreamhack where everyone's got their massive CRTs under their arm, and bringing their computers in as well, like in trolleys and things. It's a different time.
Yeah, and I have to say, like, the set we've got here, you can see the stations behind us with the Xboxes on. It feels like that really nice middle ground between, like, your big, like, major kind of thing, but then also, like, your grassroots, like, really organic type of LAN, and it makes the community kind of come together, and you get like Shopify watching other teams, you get the pro teams watching other pro teams, you get EU teams watching other EU teams, and vice versa as well.
Yeah.
But
it looks like we've been joined.
Reed has joined us while we're just waiting for this last game.
I've come with news.
Oh.
They are fixing a mix-amp problem. So once we have that cable switched, we'll hop into the game and I will piss off, basically.
No worries. Cool.
But I just wanted to come down and have a chat to you guys and see how you're doing.
Doing well, man. This series is pretty electric.
It's been so insane. I mean, all these series have, right? We've pushed to so many map 5s, and it's honestly great. I'm hoping that we can manage to get one of the winning team members down here to talk to us and just really get a full understanding of how things are going. But we've been doing some stuff floating around with games, so I'm hoping we're going to get some content maybe after this you'll see on stream recorded. That'll be quite nice. We gave away 50 controllers today, guys.
Wow, that's crazy.
Well, today, yesterday, and the day before.
Yeah, 50 today would be kind of nuts.
Some
50 in total is
yeah.
insane. Thank you to GameSir, of course, for providing those controllers, the lovely ones you see in front of us as well, in black and white.
And
yeah,
I also want to do another giveaway, but not quite yet. Not quite yet.
You're going to tease us with that.
We're going to do another giveaway just before the grand final.
Sure.
I'll sit here. I'll tell you what to put in chat. I think you know what it's going to be. And then we'll pick somebody who puts it in afterwards. If you are one of the people that we've already picked out to win, make sure you've checked your whispers and have replied to a message from Xenology, because we need to make sure that we get your emails and get that all sorted. With the Steel Spartan, we called you out. We can't whisper you, so if you know who that is, or if you're watching yourself, please make sure you send a whisper to either the main EHL account or to Xenology, and we'll get that all sorted for you.
Sweet. Yeah, make sure you get your controller. You don't want to miss out, right? It's always a rough time when you win a giveaway and then you're just inactive. But yeah, I mean, we were just talking about like the rest of the event. and kind of the cool things we've seen, the cosplayers, the other stands. I'm curious what your favorite part of the event outside of Halo has been.
Honestly, it's got to be the Call of Duty, right? Like, that's populated and dominated the entire event. I mean, I walked in there, and my God, I'm very jealous. I'm sounding a little bit bitter, but I want that.
It's
I want
insane,
that
man. I think it's so loud. One, when Optic are there, because Optic just have fans everywhere they go. But also, for anyone that doesn't necessarily know Call of Duty all that well, on Toronto KOTH, formerly Toronto Ultra, you've got Insight, Jamie Craven. He is the last standing bastion for Britain in Call of Duty. We do obviously have Beans in challenges as well, Ben Beans. But on main stage, I saw a couple Twitter videos, and I can't quote it because there's a bit of profanity.
Yep, okay.
But it's what do we think of? I think it was Gentlemates. What do we think of Gentlemates? And obviously, if you know the chant, you know what follows. And my God, every single person shouted. And there was a lot of beef then that followed on Twitter from that. But it's crazy to see Insight work in his home crowd. And also just people like Scrap as well, always a big body in the scene and big crowd worker as well. But it's just nuts how electric and how loud it gets in there. And I was saying to Adam as well, on Friday, I genuinely don't think there were more than 20 seats vacant.
Wow.
Just on a Friday for main stage.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember going to the London 2018, I believe it was, CS Major, the
Okay.
Face It Major. I think
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
2018.
Face It Major, I think it was 2018.
And Shmuya was the only British player to still be in.
I
who
just
was playing
heard
for
the
Big
chant
at
in
the
my
time.
head.
And you could just hear the chant, and they were just going for it. And the atmosphere was electric, and that's why I'm jealous, because I know the exact same thing is going on right now for those guys. But for me, what I've enjoyed the most in the Halo area, it's been the side tournaments.
Yeah.
Like, there's been a lot of people turning
really
up
cool.
just to play the side tournaments because
a lot of noise.
They don't want to get knocked out by Shopify in the chat bracket. But I mean, looking at this, so in the Halo 5 2v2, we had Soul Snipe and Druck. They take first and second place. Booba Doobu and Envoy take second place. So interesting. Okay, Americans have come across to do it. But however, the other events, we have some British guys and in fact European guys in general doing pretty well. So Snipe Drone and Hollers, they just kind of rocked up.
Yeah, turned up today. I hadn't seen
They
them
were
before.
not playing in the 4v4. They are 4v4 players in their own right, but they just wanted to come play the Halo 3 2v2. So they were stuck as it was an all-European final. It was Snipe Drone and Hollers versus Slink and Light Axel.
Oh, okay, nice.
It was a pretty confident win there for Snipe Drone and Hollers, but we enjoyed it. We actually did interview Hollers. We might get that up on broadcast during a break as well. That'll be interesting. Then on the Infinite FFA, we had Cami, who I believe is the European player who's made the most money from this event because he got $2,000 for winning the Infinite FFA, and then he got 375 dollars on top for coming second place in the Infinite 2v2s, falling there to Bound and Sirion. I think it's pronounced Sirion. I hope I got that right. That was actually a really close map 3. Okay. It wasn't 3-0, but there was a point there where Baxter was like feeling it. He was positive. He was doing some mean stuff with the snipe and camo on Livefire. We went over there. We were going to try and film the victory there because I think we can both expect Bound to
get pretty loud.
Well, not Bound to be loud, but Bound to sit there and have to feel Baxter just coming across.
Okay, sure.
It's Baxter, right?
Yeah, it's yeah. I was wondering when we'd see Baxter at this event. He's waited till Sunday. He's powered up. He's channeled all his energy for this.
Yeah, so it's been a lot of fun. Honestly, the side events, they've been great. We will be posting something on Twitter, probably just after the segment actually, just explaining how those went down and who won money where. Obviously, Command Station came second in the FFA, so an American person coming over, she's got a great legacy in FFA.
Yeah.
And then third place, it was Hollers.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Command Station.
No, not Hollers. Sorry, Harshly.
Harsh.
They're both becoming Page. I don't want to get that wrong.
Yeah, Hollers, Harsh, and Hex.
Yeah.
I mean, it's close enough, I guess. Okay, yeah, so Harsh coming third, Command Station second. Who was first in FFA, sorry? Who was that?
It was Cami again.
Oh, it was Cami. Oh, of course, yeah, you said Cami. Yeah, Cami came and secured a lot of cash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's great that we've got the side tournaments because a lot of us that have been working on the event, we've had the opportunity to play in the side tournament. I got to play in the 2v2, Lethal got to play, and Warlord got to play in the Halo 3 2v2, and then James got to play in the Infinite FFA as well. So it's nice for us to get a chance to go and play those moments with you guys, so the guys that are watching or the guys that are here, isn't it? It's always good for us to be able to go and play with people because it's open.
Yeah, I mean, James has a lot more balls than I do. There's no way I'm getting involved. I'm not a personal enjoyer of FFA, but I would not want to get smoked in that.
I stay away from it.
I'm not going to say James got smoked, but
really?
he was in a round 1 FFA, top 4 qualified, and there was 5 players in that match. So that's all I'm going to say. He's not within earshot. He can't hear what I'm saying.
He's run off somewhere.
So we will leave it at that. And chat, don't tell him.
James is probably already in chat, like saying things I can't say on broadcast.
And stream.
But no, so let's go back to the series, because hopefully we should be getting this sorted soon. Maybe Pod can give me a bit of a feeling as to what it looks like.
Yeah, so it's map 5.
It's map 5. It's a Slayer.
On live fire.
On live fire. Are you pretty neutral on who's going to win this, or you do think this favours one of the teams?
I think it's hard. I mean, I don't know. I'll let you go first, so I can think.
It really depends, because we've seen Kraken have the power to really push that momentum that they've got, but on Vacancy, that kind of, I believe it was Vacancy they lost, wasn't it?
Yes, they lost Vacancy Slayer.
Yeah, so in Vacancy, that really punished them, because they were caught out in a lot of areas where they would push and then they would kind of stop. And I feel like when Kraken stop, that's when the problems arise, because that initiative, that kind of oomph that they have to go, when that's offline, Mags Up just know exactly what to do. They just get in on them, they just take them out one by one, and then that's how we ended up with that Vacancy going the way that it did.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, I think it's strange to see live fire in there twice. I haven't seen many series where we've seen the same map in one series, and where the Oddball went the way of Kraken on that live fire, then the Slayer going in favor right afterwards to Mags Up. Now you've got the mix of both of the Slayer onto live fire, right? It's the mode that Mags Up won, and then the map that Kraken won. So, like, you know, I really don't know who is going to go for. Me and Adam were talking earlier about as well. Maybe, obviously, it's a different objective, but players have tendencies to go certain ways, to route certain paths, right? So if you can pick up on those, I feel like it's hard to call. I think Kraken, having won the last map as well in that Strongholds on Recharge, if we just jumped right into this one, I feel like they would have more of a potential to win it in my head, but I just having the momentum kind of killed by this tech issue, which just can't be helped, of course, but I don't know. Maybe it throws a few more questions up to Kraken. I do think they could still take this, though.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm going to back Kraken in this one.
Yeah, this might work as a bit of a mental reset, actually, because after what we saw on Empyrean and after what we saw, you know, in all the games we've had, like, having that stopping point between in a series, like something we mentioned quite a few times over this weekend. It happens a lot in traditional sports as well. Like tennis, for example, like players will purposely take longer during the break to reset the mental. And even though this is a technical issue, it's still going to have the same effect, isn't it? If you had the momentum, if you were locked in, you were ready to go in thinking, we've got this, we're going to win, and now you just sat there waiting for 25 minutes, that's going to kind of annoy you a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about you, Reed? You're gonna split it? I mean, I said Kraken. I don't think you actually gave a prediction, did you, Adam?
I think if Kraken aren't allowed to run around the map as they want, I think Mags Up will steamroll them.
So I'm Kraken, you're Mags Up.
If Kraken can have the space, Kraken definitely win.
So are you Kraken?
Are you asking me to give you?
I need a definitive answer. I'm not asking for if they could do this, if they do that. I want an answer.
Right, I'm gonna say Kraken. I have to.
Okay, Reed.
I'm gonna give him Mags Up.
Okay.
I think if you're good at a Slayer, you're good at a Slayer.
Discuss my prediction.
They won the first Slayer.
Yeah.
We'll see how this goes.
Cool.
I'm gonna leave it to you guys. Have fun.
Perfect. Thank you very much,
See you
Reed.
soon, Reed.
Appreciate you joining, and appreciate everyone's patience as we deal with that mix amp tech issue. Looks like we should be jumping on in Live Fire Slayer, our final map. Everyone's running around, no one's stopping, so it looks like it's going to be all gas, no brakes. As Oddball already taking a heavy hit coming into this final map. You've had a bit of time to chill, to get a little bit of zen in your system, but are you going to be taking on the momentum from the last win if you're Kraken, or are you going to be able to reset if you're Mags Up?
Who wants this? Who wants the money more? Who wants the time to go against Omit once more? It's game 5 in our lower bracket semi-final. I had to call Kraken because of my prediction graphics, so I've got to stick with it, but it's 4-1 to them. It's really early. Piggy's got the sniper. I'm going to stick with my decision, Hicksy.
You can't change it now we're in. We both said Kraken. And Reed with Mags Up. We'll have to see. Camo in the hands of Kraken. Acid just working in tandem with this team, and actually a nice body shot comes through. It takes one player weak down on back green. try to get the stick and zip away, but not able to get it. So now you're just being choked in now. 2 players being pinched and collapsed upon. KOTH able to zip away again, but surely there's going to be someone there to actually pick that up. I don't think there was. So KOTH managed to slip away. Only Druck will fall, but a 10-1 start for Kraken. That's insane.
That's rough. And I was saying it's not been long. Camo there, Camo Eyes. You see the player who was walking across there. I think that was Piggy. Who was, I know it wasn't, it was Breaking Shot who had the camo there. His Pip not showing up until he revealed himself. But the momentum that Kraken had there was absolutely debilitating. Look at how they're pushing in right now. If Kraken can keep the movement, Mags Up aren't in a position to ready themselves for that push, but they're giving them time here. They've got 4 players ready. Look at how they're all grouped up on B, but Mags Up, they've got a split here. There might be a flank on Sandbags. They need to get the other players round fast enough so they can get the damage in together.
Last sniper shot rings out, but doesn't find its target. Piggy still with the reversal, though. Oh my God, Piggy! I can hear him getting loud as he minds the gaps. That player, they're still screaming back there. I can hear him so far away. Acid will fall on Garage Biller. Boo to find that one, but a 10-kill lead coming into this one. You got to be feeling pretty good as you find 2 more if you're Kraken. 2 dead for Mags Up right now. As a perfect will come through at least for Mags Up to pick that and pick away and chip away at this lead. But my God, have you got your work cut out for you already early on?
Yeah, it's 2 sides to the same coin here. Breaking Shot with a brilliant 6-1 start. Boo Dooba with the assist, but he's 0-5 right now. He needs to get online to close this gap for his team. He's had a great series so far, but he's struggling to get online in this one.
Yeah, Jackson as well up there with alongside Breaking Shot. It will fall to Envor, who's actually going to try and root through for this camo, but he just wants to question. It doesn't feel like it's all that free. His team are there, though, to help him out. And also, actually, pick up 2 kills of their own now, closing this gap just a little bit. 8-kill lead now, what once was 11. As everyone on Kraken spawning up, and I love this little sneaky spot. You can actually chuck a nade down there, as demonstrated by Envor. Doesn't really land all that much, maybe a little bit of damage, but he's got a teammate down there who actually finds that kill as well.
Oh.
And one onto Nest, the sniper shot rings out, the headshot found, and the visor splinters into his eyes.
Good collapse here, though. Coming through. That was relentless how they collapsed on him right there. Mags Up definitely showing they got some fight in them. Druck has 7 shots, make that 6 in his sniper. If they can slow this down, like I said, Kraken need momentum. If you slow them down and you make them walk into you when you've got the sniper and you can land your shots, it's going to close that 5-point deficit. It's going to make it so this game gets even a lot quicker. And they know that, and all players now are waiting. Look at how Kraken are just sat in here. They're not pushing anything. They're like, we've got the lead, boys. If you want to win this game, you got to come to us. And Druck takes the pot shot, revealing where he is as well. So now Kraken know that they can potentially push the other side, and we might see some of their players start to fan out, maybe from the other side of A. But it actually looks like they're still just completely turtling the game. They just sat there in A. We want the win, just come to us.
Yeah, happy to sit back and let Druck and the boys come to them, because whilst he does have KOTH, he's also got that very precious looking sniper with 5 bullets to work with. 1 rings out, not able to find it. Instantly going to back off, but nice work from them. And already just getting 2 kills for Mags Up and shutting down that sniper. I can hear screams behind me from Kraken. They're very happy with how that push came off. And surely that sniper has changed hands. Jackson to get traded, the perfect actually to come through. Nice job from Soul Snipe at least to get the trade in a situation where he necessarily wouldn't have done.
Yeah, Boo gets himself on the board. But speaking of Jackson, he's been on the stream. We were talking to him earlier, and his score right now, 10-5. He's the highest positive for his team right now. Shortly followed by Breaking Shot, who's +4, doing everything they can. Piggy with the 6 assists as well, getting himself as part of so many of his team's kills. But the lead isn't changing. It's still 9 points here. If you're Mags Up, something's got to change. As we cross into this 30-point mark, the margin for error is starting to get small.
Yeah, you look at a Breaking Shot. He's only died twice. He's just been so good at living up and still finding more damage. As I say that, though, Caster Curse does come out. He will fall, taken very weak. 3 dead now for Kraken, and only 1 for Mags Up. Continuing their lead, 8-kill lead. Make that 7 now, as you find Piggy just caught between a rock and a hard place. Those nades coming through. Camo actually picked up for Mags Up as well. So maybe they can start to flip the tide here, flip the script. Does actually get a back smack. Also, the teammate with the camo to find that kill. So now 3 dead again for Kraken. They're starting to get a little cycled, and only 4 kills to separate these 2 teams. And Druck still with a camo to work with.
He's got the game in his hands here. I love to say that. The info he can give to his team, the split damage he can give them, so they can get another angle. There's a back smack somewhere off screen, but a melee gets traded. This is where you can collapse. There's 3 players down. They're going to be able to get the full rotate, but they can't identify where the last player is. He's hiding in Mudixie, and those other respawners are going to be in A or around the B area, so the momentum that Mags Up had, because that one player stayed alive, it's just stopped the game dead in its tracks. It's a 3-point difference between these two teams.
Yeah, it looks like Boo Boo was trying to take that fight to that final player, but also was taken weak and didn't want to give anything up, showing restraint even on the back foot. You don't want to get too greedy because things can just slip away, and when you're in a map 5 in elimination, you don't have many opportunities to make mistakes. Nice body shot rings out onto Jackson, so he's going to have to drop down and will do that, playing around the pillars now to just try and get his shields back up, although Soul Snipe in a very strong position. He needs to try and find a lot of heads. He's got 5 bullets to work with, and if you don't get traded out, anyone on Mags Up, you can actually take the lead here. Body shot found, and QT up for Kraken as well. Nades are just going to be sending on over. No one to be meeting that delivery, unfortunately, for Soul Snipe. So trying to just reposition and find a little bit more impact. Just gets away. Yeah, the timing just goes against him. Now the rotation actually coming through. They're going to push up through towards scoreboard, and they're going to find one player completely on his own. He's going to need support from top mid, but then that puts you liable actually coming through now. You're going to drop, and now you've got support from Sandbags. It's been a complete wraparound, a stick onto that player with that spike grenade, and Sniper trading hands as well. 2 dead for both teams means that this Sniper's going to be ringing out. Breaking shot to find another one. This is looking pretty hairy for both teams, but somehow it feels like Kraken are actually able to ice up and secure the bigger amount of kills out of that one.
The wraparound from Kraken there, that was disgusting. Like, they waited for Mags Up to push and think they had the advantage, and then 3 players just wrapped around to screen, making them think they had the time and the space to do what they wanted to do. But look at this, 3 players going down for Kraken. Mags Up now rotating around the map to get them all boxed in onto the B part of the map. This is not looking good. If they can get this, if they can push this and get it the way that they want, this is where the game switches over. It's been a Kraken lead the whole time, and Jackson's gone down as well as screen, so the push is going to come in.
Yeah, everyone just trying to get out from B. They recognize that they could just get collapsed upon. They did it to Mags Up themselves, pinched him in there, choked him out. And Boo Boo with the player cam up, you can see Motor Mouth going. He's just trying to get all the info. Does find one, doesn't want to take too much damage though, so he'll take a single shot of damage and already dip away. Doesn't want to give anything away for free. You're only 2 kills behind, and this camo could be pivotal. So could this push. 1 falls for Kraken. Make that 2 is now dancing around, playing ring around the Rosie. Oh, the trade at least comes through. I thought Boo Boo might not have had that trade there. 3 dead for both teams. As now 40-42. The lead continuing for Kraken, but it has been closed down in these final moments.
Yeah, the camo going down there really changed the tide of the battle. That was a massive trade that ended up going through there to prevent that camo from getting any further profit from picking it up earlier on. But look now, Kraken again, they're deciding to just stay all on C again, and they have a 2-point lead, but it's giving Mags Up time to go around and get some space. And I think I saw the sniper rifle coming up in 5 seconds as well. You cannot just let this be taken for free. You have to challenge it.
Yep, and challenging it exactly is what you're going to do. Soul Snipe with the trade at least. Nice job from that player on Kraken to at least find that kill. I believe it was Piggy. Still 2-kill lead for Kraken. Piggy needed to find that kill as he was falling to his demise. You can't let anything go away for free. No unforced errors allowed here as Kraken find themselves yet again in the late game. So close of a Slayer and so tied up. This is the 3rd time we've seen this now today. Twice in this series, both Slayers going this close. And all things slow down now. It looks like Kraken are going to be holding on to this tower side. One on Nest Bridge as well. Will spot Druck. 1 tag down onto Druck. Just looking for a little bit more info, picking up those plasmas. We'll keep an eye on whether those are actually going to be pivotal, because the trades for Mags Up, you're going to need a little bit more than trades, but those plasmas can secure them at least. Camo coming up very soon as well. Druck just trying to find a bit of space, trying to find a wrap round actually. 2 plays. He's not going to be able to spot that player at dummies. The timing and his POV means that he's not actually going to spot them. 1 player now caught out completely on his own as well. They're going to back off though. They don't want to push in. They expect there to be more. Oh, you can't be giving away your life like that. Now it's just carnage. It's Breaking Shot finding 2. Able to pick those up with the sniper rifle in hand. Kraken have the win condition here. Surely of these 6 bullets, 3 need to land. And with 2 players already stuck back, oh God, the pillar player as well, just looking so damn scared. You're going to need your players down on the back green to try and shut Breaking Shot out, but now the flood coming in. All of them pushing in from Kraken. They're trying to find their way through. 1 will fall for Kraken, looking like they're going to surely pick up a response, but no, Jackson will fall. They're 49-46 now. Breaking Shot, you just need to find something with this sniper. 1 up at Nest, can't tag him, and now things are getting crazy. easy, but looks like Kraken are going to secure it. And the shouting even from the coach, Jackson staring him down, just grinning ear to ear. And then you look over to the other side, you got Acid and Piggy just kind of nod to each other.
Difference in mentality, right? Some people get really fired up, but look how many people came to watch that game. Look how many people wearing some of the people, the con lanyards, we got the player lanyards there as well for our own events as well, and it's just, it doesn't get better than this.
No.
Right, down to the wire, obviously not if you're on the losing team, but both teams were minutes away from finding out who's going home there for so long.
Yeah, and it was such a close game as well, right? GG's to Mags Up and commiserations. You took them all the way, and Kraken, again, just somehow able to put on the afterburners in back-to-back series. Luminon first slayed. Now you've slain Mags Up, and now Omit sit there waiting in that losers final. The team that has been the most likely to take down Shopify all weekend. They've shown time and time again in those two matchups. They can take them to Game 5 and make it look like they're going to win so many times, but Shopify showing the ice. If Omit can beat Kraken going into this next series, are we going to see any more? Is Lightning going to finally strike for them? But commiserations to Mags Up once again. A crazy series they played. That 50-43 was insane. The CTF was incredibly convincing. Probably the most convincing map that we've had this entire series, excuse me, and just somehow Kraken able to figure it out once again, back to back, closing it out, just off of what felt like, really, they were on the back foot.
Just clutching it up.
Yeah.
I need to double check. I keep going back to like thinking of what our picks were, but I think this means that James's prediction with Mags Up.
Yeah, but he didn't have Kraken in top 4 though. He didn't have them at all.
No. I did.
Yeah, I know you did. Hopefully we can maybe pull up caster predictions in a second once we've got the bracket shown to you nice and full. Omit and Kraken going to be your lower finals teams. They're going to be coming up just in a moment. But until we get to there, here we go. Talent predictions. So, yeah, James going to be actually a few of us not having. So, Kraken, yeah. Kraken moving forward, guaranteeing third, so a lot of us are actually wrong with that prediction for Kraken. James with the correct for Mags Up, currently the only one actually correct. But you do have some interesting one. Fries in the bag, of course, for Outcasted, making it out of pool play and into the bracket, so probably the best wildcard alongside Magin for Lethal, Reed, and Warlord as well. King's Order, unfortunately, falling in pools. They did have the harder pool of Pool A. Yeah, it was pretty tough for them. But Omit, also kind of Omit and Shopify being the last bastions for a lot of our predictions.
Yeah, and I'm looking at that second place, and while the Luminon going out a little earlier than what we thought, like all of us thought, this is a big upset. Yeah. Luminon really went out earlier than what we thought, and Kraken clutched up to get that. This is the question now. It's like, are Kraken a second place team? Or have what Omit has shown us, have they shown us how they've taken Shopify to a Game 5 twice? Have they got what it takes to take down a team which essentially hasn't lost anything since the start of the run-up to Dreamhack?
Yeah, I mean, look, your Kraken second-place prediction, to me, kind of wild initially, but now maybe I should start believing the hype. It's an interesting situation we find ourselves, I would say, but coming up after this very, very hopefully short break, we will be having the losers final. It is Omit versus Kraken. You do not want to miss it. Maybe we'll go to break. There we go. We're going off in a second. We'll just keep rambling until
we've
we're
been told
off.
to keep going. We've been told to keep going. I think we might have an interview as well. I have to wait for that as well. I think we were potentially talking about interviewing the winning team. But sometimes it's nice to have the voice in your ear, and sometimes we have it set up so we can't have the voice in our ear. And sometimes we go.
Not always given the luxury.
Yeah.
Are we off now?
Are we off now? I think we're off.
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know where I'm at every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. Too much.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I am joined by InExcelsis. So you guys made pool play, and I am very excited to get to talk to you. So we're just between a couple matches now, and they will be coming on very quickly.
Yes.
But I want to ask both of you to start off. What are you most proud of from this event?
Well, I think one thing I'm most proud of, we actually made, this is my first time making pool play. I've been to 8 of the events, first one being Kansas City in 2021, I believe. And ever since then, I've been shooting for pool play. I mean, obviously the ceiling is higher, but pool play was always a big goal of mine. And now that we hit it, we just feel amazing about it. So yeah, it's definitely one of the things.
Perfect.
Oh yeah.
I feel proud of being like a woman and share this with Ashlyn, being like the first like 2 women that made it to pools, having a mixed team.
Yeah, yeah.
And having a great team in general. I was so happy yesterday and today too.
I mean,
definitely.
That's amazing, and I love the jerseys, by the way. Like the pink
Oh.
color, the logos. I mean, most people go for like skulls and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got the flowers. Is it meant to be a flower? Is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's like a flower.
I think it's like a lotus or something.
Yes,
I don't know.
I think so.
But yeah, definitely shout out InExcelsis for like getting us here. We couldn't have done it without them. I literally wouldn't be here without InExcelsis and Jorge. So
how did that go about kind of getting picked up by that? Have you been together like as a full four for a long time?
Well, I've been with Wiley before. This is my first time teaming with Leah and Ashlyn. But me and Wiley go way back. I would say like 3 years. There's been events that we've teamed with like back and forth, but there was like 4 or 5 events in a row for 2 years that we teamed like together. So we definitely had the Kim going into that already.
Okay.
Yeah.
I went to Charlotte with Ashlyn. Ashlyn is actually like new to the scene. This is her 3rd event.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I think she's the future.
Yeah, well.
She's very good. She's very good for being new to the scene. And yeah, I'm so proud of her.
Does she have a background in another competitive title, or?
No.
Wow.
She's just
Yeah, I don't
picked
think
this
so.
up
Yeah.
and then suddenly just gone crazy.
Oh yeah.
Wow. I wish I had that much natural talent.
Yeah, I know.
Honestly.
Yeah, I'm chatting to guys here that are like, oh yeah, Infinite's my first game. I'm like, I've
Right.
been playing for so
And I
long.
mean, you see people like Last Shot, like how I want to say he's like 19 years old. Like he's super young, and
Yeah.
me being
Yeah, he's
27,
young.
I feel like my like clock's ticking already. I'm like, please, I gotta get there now.
Wait. I'm 27 in a month. Does that mean I'm going to be old? Is that how
Yes,
that
you're
works?
getting there. You're getting there.
Oh.
No, not yet. 30's the mark.
Well, there's a reason that Hixie and I are sat here talking to
Yeah.
the lovely guys and not sat there playing the game because we just can't quite crack
No,
it.
you guys do. You guys do an amazing job here. We appreciate everything y'all do. So
I appreciate that. Now,
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Yeah.
which team has impressed you the most so far at this event?
Kraken.
Yeah.
I know Yak went to Call of Duty for a little bit for like one of the first majors, and then he stepped back into Halo. So to like dip out of Halo and come back and then play at the top level like that again, I think it's just been amazing to watch them. And I I mean, playing on Xboxes really levels everybody out. I feel like on LAN, you know, they're used to being like qualifying on PC and then like going to PC, right? But playing on Xboxes kind of puts everybody on a level playing field.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely Kraken for me too. And also, it's so good to see Asi there. He's Latam too. He's from Mexico.
For sure.
So seeing another person that going too far, I'm so happy and proud for Asi. Then I think they can do really good. I think they're like third place, fourth place right now. I think they can just win second, first.
Yeah, they're going far.
Crazy. Yeah.
They looked incredibly strong in that last layer. Like the last layer was a nail biter, and the fact that they clutched it up and they popped off afterwards.
Yeah, I mean,
expected.
Even their last series, right, against Luminon, it was
49-49.
Yeah. Crazy. It was
they played that
good.
amazingly.
They've really surprised, I think, a lot of people.
For sure.
And they'll be riding high, right? Coming from a very close series, thinking, okay, well, that was very close, so we're going to lose the next one, and then just also sailing through that one.
And I want to give credit to like Moses' team as well. I don't remember his team name.
Fries in the bag.
Fries in the bag. Yeah, for them to 2-0 like SLG and Magi. It's like usually on paper you would think those, no disrespect, but I feel like on paper you would expect those guys, since they've been at the top level, to beat those guys. But for them to 2-0 them, and then playing Luminon, they took the first hill off of them, but then Luminon kind of stepped in. But they definitely had that fire.
Because you played them in pools, right? And they were the team that you lost to.
Yeah.
And how close is that series to you? Do you think, like, flip a coin, you might have taken it?
I mean, I would say the first series, like when we lost to them the first day, was definitely closer. That second one, for our last match, we were all pretty gassed out, to be honest. But
yeah, I mean,
it was like 7 o'clock at
3 games by that point.
Yeah. But no, like, shout out to them. They played the game well. Definitely.
Also, shout out to them when they go to like NA and compete.
Yeah.
Like, it's really hard to compete in a really different sleep schedule. Like,
Yes, that's been big.
I've been tired every day. It's hard.
The first
a lot of respect for that.
Oh yeah, the first night I flew into London, we slept 14 hours that night, and
that's great.
I just woke up. I don't even know where I was at, but I definitely needed that reset day.
Yeah, that's kind of mad.
Yeah.
I want to ask as well, like, what's your favorite series that you guys have played all weekend long? Was it the series that got you into pool play, or any others?
For me, it was against Legion Gaming. Like, they're really good. They're very known. Like, the twins are really crazy. Like, they have a lot of movement, and their skill is really good. So I play on really high ping at home. So we took a game from them. I went off, and I was like, oh my god, like, we can do this. We lost bad, but like,
shout out to them.
It just feels like we can do more, and that inspires me to just stay together if we can and practice on what we can do better, and maybe we can beat them next time.
Yeah. Am I right in saying that you guys have been like scrimming them, or just playing 8s and the station over there? Like,
we just scrimmed them. Yeah. It went a lot worse than the series, but that's okay. I mean, it's like Sunday, you know, we're relaxing. I had a chicken and waffles this morning, you know, kind of thing. But I would say my series was definitely the LCQ series, qualifying for Saturday morning. It was just, I think we won the Slayer 47, really close, but I was just buzzing that whole series. That was a great one to be part of. I was screaming at them too, so it's fun. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it gives us good content when you're screaming.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's actually quite interesting. So often we speak to people that are in America, right?
Right.
Obviously you're from Mexico.
Yes.
Yeah. So you have to deal with a lot of the same issues that we deal with as Europeans, where we're trying to play a game of ranked and we can't find a game, so we get shoved into an American game where we're playing on 150 ping, and it just feels awful. Or we're doing the global qualifiers that we had before this. We pull server, they pull server. I'm guessing you hardly ever pull server in Mexico because you're not
We don't
full
have a
team.
server in Mexico.
You just don't have
so
one? Okay.
We just play Texas.
Yeah, Texas is closest.
And what's your ping for
Me,
Texas?
it's like 60. That's my lowest ping. Then goes high.
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
60 could be worse, but
As your
still
bare
it's
minimum,
not
as
great.
like your lowest ping though, that's kind of rough, right?
Yeah, I have fiber and I get 14 ping a lot of games, so it's the same. It's the same land, you know. No, it feels great. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, and then you also have that moment where, like, for example, when Fires in the Bag gets knocked out, then those guys are just supporting Margin as much as they were supporting like themselves, because they want European teams just to succeed.
Yeah, definitely.
And you're just always supporting your region, and then like you're sticking behind the Mexican guys that are still left and playing and trying to make their way into top 3. No, they made top 3. Trying to make top 2. Yeah. Wow, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy for Kraken, I think.
Yeah, no Europeans up in the top 3 right now.
No, I feel good. It feels
It's
good
fine.
to definitely make a statement, like
Yeah.
in Europe, you know, to win that LCQ, because that was like a good English team, I believe, to get to pools. So it definitely feels good.
I know, because I went to Worlds last year, and it felt really cool when the European guys of the Luminon gaming roster made top 4, because they were having a pretty rough time of it.
Yeah.
And then suddenly just something clicked, and they were focused in, and they came in. I can't remember who they knocked out. I feel like it was...
I don't remember either.
Sentinel? No.
Omen? No.
Not sure. I can't remember. It's too long ago for me. my memory doesn't go that far back anymore.
It was Luminon, right?
Well,
they were on
Luminon.
Luminon. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, LAN's it's a whole different beast. I mean, you show up, it's about what team got more sleep. You know, what team is more prepared. It's a lot of that boils onto that because you know the pro scene is so back and forth. Like people in the top 8 are all on the same level. They can be. It just depends what they're feeling like that day. So.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, like Omit also taking Shopify to map 5
exactly.
twice, right?
Exactly.
Once in ball play and then once today.
Exactly.
Did you guys manage to catch the one today at least?
No.
I didn't catch it. I just saw the scoreline and was really surprised by it.
Okay.
So, you know, when you have a dominant team like Shopify, it's cool to see other teams like take them to game 5 like that, you know? So
yeah, some of the star power on Omit have just been playing at the top.
Oh, yeah.
Penguin has been an assist machine. And you really need that team player just to bring everything together, and you can just tell just by watching that. It's
For
so
sure.
clean. So thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah,
I hope
thanks
you
for
enjoyed
having
it.
us. Yeah.
Enjoy
Thank you very
playing
much. Amazing.
8s or whatever it is you do, and I'm sure the grand final is going to be excellent when we get back around there. And then the Shopify Billion guys, they're chilling.
Oh, yeah.
They're getting
They're
ready.
just, maybe taking in a little nap for sure.
Yes,
but thank you guys for real.
Thanks, guys. And thank you, GameSir, for supporting this, and we'll see you guys pretty soon.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Hello, hello, welcome back. We have somebody else coming to join us. It's Harry. How you doing, dude?
Not too bad, mate, not too bad. I've seen quite a few Game 5s today, and it's been very long-winded, but do you know what? More Halo the merrier, and I'm hoping we'll get a little bit more. I hope I don't jinx it, and it's like 3-0, 4-0, and it's like, oh, well, that was fantastic. But no, I'm sure that's not going to happen. The last couple of series have been really intense. We've seen Kraken just going absolutely ham on the last 2 series. Seem to be Game 5 specialists at the moment, and very curious to see how far they can get.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of prepped you up to hop on stream a couple times, and then they just kept dragging the games out, and you've been sitting here waiting. So we appreciate that. And joined by Hixie, we now have the 2 of you. Hixie, how's this feel?
Yeah, man, it's good to be there for Kraken just continuing their run, right? It's pretty nice. It's just insane. They cannot not get a Game 5. It's Luminon earlier, the reverse sweep, and then against Mags Up as well. Coming into this matchup against Omit, a team that's looked insane today. And also yesterday, right? They took Shopify to a Game 5 in pool play yesterday and also in that winners final today. It's going to be a very solid matchup. I really hope Kraken can extend this series to a Game 5 as well.
So the question I have, if Kraken is feeling really hot and they do incredibly well and manage to beat Omit in this series, do you think they can push Shopify as far as Omit could?
Possibly. I would say it depends on the stamina again, because it's been back-to-back Game 5s. They've been loud and proud for the entire time. You can see their coach, Fuck Nasty, has been absolutely on it. Like, he has been not mucking around at all, keeping his boys in check and keeping the energy levels high and just making sure that they're sticking to the guns and keeping them calm and cool-headed, which is probably why, one of the success stories of his Game 5s. Having a coach like that, being extremely supportive and showing all the strategic influence in there as well, he's been a big help. So just shows how much the coach matters overall. But honestly, how far Kraken goes, I'm excited to see, because I don't think, in terms of predictions, yes, we all assumed that Shopify would win. That's always been the storyline. But who is the better fit, either Omit or Kraken?
Yeah, and to be honest, man, the storyline of Shopify just winning it all feels a little bit shaky after Omit. Just
a tad.
Yeah, just a bit, right? They've managed to lock in when they absolutely need to, but it's been when they absolutely need to. It has been at the very end in that Game 5, and I don't know, I'm going to speak for myself, because I don't know about you, but when we were casting that pool play game yesterday against Omit and with Omit and Shopify, I really did feel like Omit had a lot of opportunities to take it. They could have taken map 4, but Shopify locked in, and then unfortunately again Omit had an opportunity to take map 5 as well, but Shopify are then just able to use their pedigree, and each individual player can really show up when they absolutely have to, but it did have to get to when they absolutely had to.
So I'm going to speak to you, Harry. Which players really need to step up in this series to take it on both teams?
It's quite hard to say. Like, if it was during the online phase, I would have said Piggy on Kraken. But do you know what? It's entirely different from what we saw now in an offline environment in comparison. He was a little bit of an all-round player, a little bit more supportive as well. Players like Acid, you don't really need to worry about him at all. He has a couple of hiccups, but it's mostly just in the TS games. In objective games, he's just flying here, there, and absolutely everywhere, like it's his day job. And what we've seen from Piggy now is a lot more than I anticipated. I mean, a lot more. I would have said before this even occurred, maybe to step up just a tad in terms of his slaying ability overall, because he's definitely got it in him. But no, Piggy's the complete opposite, and I'd love to see that consistency going into the potential next 2 series.
Okay, Hixie. Anybody you're looking forward to seeing play?
Acid, I think. And you know what, Jackson actually, he's been someone that I feel like hasn't had much conversation on him until today, because he's had some incredible series. So I think Acid and Jackson are my 2 that I'm looking out for.
Yeah, I mean, we had Jackson sit and join us here on the couch for a little bit, and he was feeling pretty good. Yeah. I liked what I was hearing from him, so I'm not surprised they made it this far. And honestly, I feel like we're just about to hop into this game, and I'm very excited. Let's take a look at the map pool.
Yeah, CTF at Aqua to start as well. I don't actually think I've casted that today. I think yesterday I might have done. But, I mean, looking like a pretty nice map pool. We got Slayer Solitude map 2, Oddball Recharge for 3, and then if we do need them, which I really, really do hope, we at least get that map 4. We have King of the Hill Livefire and Slayer Origin at the end. Any maps or modes sticking out for you, Harry?
I kind of feel like Aquarius CTF is a nice way to kind of ease into this matchup and to see how things go. It's one of the most standalone maps which you can really get a feel for both of these teams on maybe what to potentially expect in a long run throughout the entire series. It has been a long run. We've seen, back to back Game 5s. We want a few more, don't we, Hicks? We need a few more in our system, and I'm sure we're going to get it as well. As we're now going to start things off with Omit versus Kraken, and to see if Kraken continue their path of destruction as their Game 5 specialists. They probably don't want any more Game 5s. They're probably pretty tired of that at the moment, but let's see how they go in this game number 1.
Yeah, game number 1 of that losers final. Kraken already off to a pretty hot start, moving that flag, stuck in utility though. That threat sensor will at least allow them to know that one player for Omit is around about, but Sab just to slip in, didn't get caught by that threat sensor, so maybe a little bit unknown, expecting a little bit of aggression, but Sab actually does get out with 1. The rest of his team come through to clean them up, and already 3 dead for Kraken, so what was some early aggression from them has actually just been completely shut down, and now some pushing coming through from Omit.
As if Sab almost took that 1v2. He pretty much did, technically. All he had to do is get enough damage down in order to keep them weak for his teammates to trade, and that's exactly what happened. And Penguin, still well aware there's people on Fridge, but you see, there's so much damage across that Fridge side as they were trying to get back onto the flag. And Kraken is just, I think, a little bit of a shock to the system here. 3 dead once again, and Penguin just looking for another player just to come out from util, and he's well aware that there's 2 in util. One of his teammates is actually going round into the util side as well to try and help him out, but couldn't really pinch quick enough. But there is 3 dead once again, and it's just been the reoccurring story in the last 90 seconds.
Yeah, flag being run through utility, and actually has made it through as well. So you're going to expect the G-slide, nothing less from players of this kind of caliber. And looks like no one on Kraken is actually able to get out at all. So this flag has to go in and will. Already slamming that one in, and KOTH trying to run it again. Needs to find that kill though, does have the help, but now he's away from the flag and his shields are low. He's going to have to try and play around this and just wait a little bit longer. That gives time for Kraken to push up through that car side and actually find 2 for Omit, though 3 dead again now for Kraken. That final player pivotal in stopping at least KOTH, but Suppressed able to continue this flag run and no one there to really throw it up to. Actually, as I say that, looks like they could go for it, but opting not to. Suppressed will fall, but that flag so far through, it has to get in.
Yeah, that cut-off was important. Even if it's just a few seconds, it's very minor, but it will cause a huge impact, especially in this series. But they still haven't managed to cap the flag yet. Sab taking down Penguin, just trying to stay alive and keep Kraken at bay around that util side. Just daring for him to push, making sure he gets the first shot every single time. And look at the damage output coming from Penguin here. He did so much work, and it could be enough here, as he can now grab this flag and maybe get a second on the board, and it's only been nearly 3 minutes.
Yeah, 4 dead for Kraken just guarantees that that flag is going to go on in. Suppressed trying to lock down car 3, will actually drop down to car 1. Knows about this player weak, doesn't know about the support though, and as he floods in, the nade comes through, takes him down nice and weak. Easy cleanup from there on, perfect in the feed, but a double kill for KOTH, looking for the triple as well. Player taken weak and he will find it. Triple kill found, Kraken 4 dead, and now the flood comes in. Omit pushing into the base, already 1 in, and he has KOTH here to help him, so as his shields drop, he can do the little bait and switch, and surely you are dead to rights. Piggy try and makes the meal of it though. But KOTH, wise to his tricks with that camo, actually able to find another double, just multi-kills for Mike right now.
And you saw earlier there, only 1 player on spawn was able to get to the flag, and they were well aware that they need to just go straight onto the other side in order to be an even further threat. But I'm not too sure what's going to happen here though. KOTH has gone for the car, is going to rotate back around. Already a 3rd cap to their name. And look at this, Higgs, it's only been a few minutes in. Omit were clearly not happy with the upper bracket final matchup and how it went, didn't go their way. And now it's their time to shine in order to try and now go back into the grand finals and meet with Shopify once again. But still early days actually. KOTH now just puts it over to his own fridge side to try and take up the last of the offensive threat coming out from everywhere. And now they can push back again. But let's look at the stats here at the moment. It's Sab 11 and 4. And you can see KOTH 11 and 4, but with 7 assists to back that up. And in terms of the side of Kraken, it's a little bit even at the stage. A couple more kills from Piggy could be alright, but it does have the most assists, just to remind him. And Penguin here, top mid, just being a little bit of a nuisance, a little bit of a threat here. But look at the amount of damage he's doing once again, and he still manages to get that kill. So the pressure is really suffocating coming out from Omit.
Yeah, in that moment though, there was 3 dead for Omit, so Kraken now pushing in. Omit, how is your defense? You showed early on in this map, they're already able to stop them from actually pulling that flag out. They did get it a little bit out, but nice solid icing up. And again, 3 dead for Kraken, although they do get 2 back, so still some pressure on Omit's shoulders. KOTH actually lasts alive now. Penguin to spawn up Sab not long after, so it doesn't look like anyone in Kraken really in a position to try and make them bleed after taking down a few of their players. With the camo coming up though, eyes are going to be averted to here. Flags are an afterthought just for the moment. As I say that though, Kraken players pushing up through that utility. One of them has actually made it to the flag. They're going to pull that flag and they're going to get the camo. This is a great win condition to get this flag in for Kraken and have a bit of a response to these 3 flags that Omit have gotten in so far.
In theory, this should be a guaranteed cap, and Breaker's shot, as well as having the camo, is investing it wisely here, but it could get traded. Oh, he doesn't get away, but he was being a nuisance enough around that pink side. You could tell that he was just standing his ground, just not trying to create a stalemate, but he's trying to delay any kind of counter-attack coming out from Omit, and he did exactly that. He did his job. Yep, sure, he maybe didn't get any kills of it, but he did enough in order to do a tad bit of damage and just keep an eye on the map to feed his team his info. A double coming out from Penguin, and he's going to continue forward here.
Yeah, Penguin last alive though, so that flag is stopped dead in his tracks and actually wants to try and continue it, opting to run the flag. He has got car side free, but spawners could take him down because he's very, very weak. As I say, that shields will come up though. Penguin actually going to route this one through the utility door and throw it up to his teammate. It won't land him. He falls. A bit of a flub there, but 3 dead for Kraken means that surely this flag has got to go in. The last player alive for Kraken in no position to stop him, and with his teammates spawning up on Fridge side, you're going to need a response now because only one more flag for Omit as 2 players are stuck down in this Fridge. They are sitting very comfortable elsewhere.
Yeah, it could have been much better spots if they tried, but 1P2 still another 1P1 as Sab is now going to try and get away and get into the util side. And he does get picked off, so that's going to be 3 dead. 3 dead on both sides, actually. One just came up on a respawn from Kraken. And Acid, we said this is the guy, one of the game-changing players and the main slayers for Kraken to try and do some work. And he has been doing little bits here and there, but he sort of got taken down and traded out straight afterwards as Sab pushed it towards Pink's side, but will be greeted by one of the players on Kraken, decides to back away straight away, which I don't blame him at all. Took a little bit of damage from that nade. The thrust will give Sab a little bit of leeway here as he pushes around to P2, but one of the players from Kraken actually rotated around and got behind Sab, so I don't think they're going to be aware about them pushing towards the flag as of yet, but does get behind, gets a few shots down. There should be a kill there, easy peasy, not really so much an issue at all, but needs to consider what he should do with the flag here, because there is someone lurking around util and around that carbine side.
Yeah, Sab's teammate falling there on top flag. God, he is weak. Look at that. With Sab's teammate falling, it just puts him in a bit of an awkward position. He has to back off, and 2 kills found for Kraken. Make that 3 as Sab will finally get felled. Valkated last alive. He doesn't know exactly what to do. All his teammate falling around him, but Kraken also not necessarily in too much of a position to actually make this difficult. He gets the camo just fall right to his feet. Valkated has to be shut down there. You can't let him get away with that after that flub, and you manage to plug these holes. The water stops filling the boat momentarily, but they're caused by holes you've created. A nice 360 comes through for Penguin with 4 minutes left on this map and 4-1 scoreline. You're going to need a bit more if you're Kraken. This time can start to work against you. These flag runs don't come free.
Yeah, 4 dead at the moment, sorry, and there's actually a 3 cap difference, 4 minutes left. Yeah, this is going to be looking pretty bleak, so we've seen it before from Shopify, so there's no reason why Kraken can't do it either. They put out a lot of stuff out of the bag. 4 dead now for Kraken, 2 down for Omit. This is Valkated's time just to get full util control and just try and delay any counter push coming from back flag of Kraken. But it looks like they decide to go around the Fridge side. There is a couple of players lurking. You can see they're taking their time. There's only 1 player in the util, so I was going to say it wouldn't be too much of a problem, but Kraken are already 2 dead as they're trying to push that Fridge side. Valkate is still alive, still been a real fawn on the back side of Kraken here, and now he's going to come back up to flag. Lovely pinch coming out from both players on Omit, and this is going to be a flag grab. Maybe it's the last one, we'll have to see.
Yeah, just one of these players though for Kraken actually ratting around, will get taken down finally on those back base stairs. Valkated, and also another player for Omit, rooting around, trying to pinch him into the Fridge. We'll find both, and not a single player falls for Omit. Beautiful teamwork. Finally, Valkated will be felled as he tries to jump up just to get some sight lines onto util, but that flag will get returned. Looks like it just falls flat as soon as Valkated threw that one out. Trying to get a little bit more map control, actually favoring that. The long game over, trying to pull that flag just frantically and maybe giving up another cap now. They can work with the timer, 2.5 minutes left as 3, or make that 4 full for Omit though. So you need to push up now if you're Kraken. Acid sat on back base, the flag has finally been pulled and you do have the setup. You've blocked the car spawns, excuse me, so you've got them spawning up on Fridge, but they've got the perfect routing on Omit that just no one is there to actually have any impact for Kraken. This flag though seemingly has to go back. No one anywhere near to stop it. And that will go in 4-2 with 2 minutes left. It is possible, but it's going to be close.
I was going to say the probability of them winning as time is progressing is getting worse and worse over time. But with that flag cap, it's going to give him maybe even pave the way here. We'll have to see. We've seen Kraken do something like this before. No reason why they do it again, but the camo is going to be huge for them. And Oddball needs to stay low. He doesn't, sadly. They trade out the camo perfectly. Penguin will get the flag back and will continue on the aggression, but there's still a couple around U2 on Carbine side. Decides to actually back away and just use that for defensive purposes rather than just going in, getting shots and being taken down. But it does take one person with the trousers down there, does take him out. Beautiful stuff from Penguin, nice defensive stance as well, and also KOTH cleaned up. So now with only 1 minute and 15 seconds left, we need to see some huge slays coming out from the Kraken lads.
Yeah, and crazy amount of damage there from Penguin. You can't be letting him get away with that if you are Kraken, especially being in such a deficit. Minute left to work with now. That is going to go red for a second. Maybe just a little bit of stress now for Kraken. Whilst there is nothing against Mags Up. Omit just feeling like a different beast coming into today and yesterday. This entire weekend, Omit have felt so damn strong. They've looked so scary. And with 2 dead for Omit, this needs to be another push for you, Kraken, because 40 seconds to work with. You're going to need a flag now, or you're kind of done for. You need to get this one quick, and then you need to try and run one straight after. You need to have the positioning. You need to lock Omit in, and that's a very tall task, especially when you are finding the kills, though, actually. 2 dead, but the flag pulled. Oh, my God, surely Sab doesn't get 2 there. He does before he gets traded out, and this has to be curtains. Kraken just falling. Yeah, sure, you're going to get this flag back, but you've got no one in position to try and pick this one up. As I say, that player gets to the utility, but Penguin, aware of this, doesn't actually allow this to happen. This next flag could go in, but with 4 seconds left and this player falling, that is guaranteeing that when this one goes in, that is purely just for cosmetics. 3 dead for Kraken mean that this one is going to be a 4-3 in favor of Omit. Omit taking map 1 in your lower final.
Goodness me, that was getting a little bit hairy for my liking. We've seen it quite a few times. I know we normally talk about this kind of situation on any of the Stronghold maps, don't we? Where even 100, 150 points ahead, it's still a little bit of a worry because a lot of miracle work comes out from a lot of these teams. But Aquarius CTF is kind of slowly getting to that way as well. But honestly, from Omit, brilliant start, dream start you could ask for, and they held on, but that's gonna cost their mind a little bit, the fact that they held on. But you can see from the slaying as well. And one thing I have to point out is Suppressed. Normally you wouldn't think of Suppressed as, you know, with that such a huge slaying power, because during the online phase, he was doing fine. He's doing okay. He's doing quite well. And now in this offline environment, he's playing the total opposite, in a good way, mind you, not in a bad way. And he's been slaying absolutely out of his mind along with Falcated, as you can see there. So impressive stuff from Omit. We need to see a little bit more than that. But even with Kraken, though, it was a nice little comeback. It's going to give him a bit of breathing room, knowing that, okay, yep, sure, we got a little bit slaughtered to begin with, but it wasn't like it was not competitive at all.
Yeah, we got your game, sir, replays of that map 1 for the lower final. I mean, I was looking at the slays there. Omit heavily outslayed Kraken. And the fact that Kraken, yeah, okay, that 3rd flag was kind of just cosmetic. It's still a 4-3, and considering that they got outslayed that heavily, to only lose by 1 flag is pretty nice. I appreciate that Kraken just want to try and keep morale high as well by locking that 3rd flag in. I feel like possibly you could see a few teams, as soon as your player at the base of Omit falls, you just are like, what's the point? I'll just leave flag and let time run out. They at least lock it in, you know, try and keep morale high. They kind of had it somewhat close. It did feel very Omit dominant that entire map. And Slayer, as we've seen in the last series, is something that maybe Kraken aren't the best at. I feel like objective modes are probably more their forte. From today, at least. I wouldn't speak on their entire record. But it does feel like it's kind of lending itself more to an Omit 2-0 start. But again, Kraken have been here so many times that they've had to pull off some deficits, if not the reverse sweep that we saw earlier.
Both these teams are very patient, aggressive, but very patient in a lot of different situations and scenarios. But the problem is, when you've got a minute left, Omit could just relax, chill back, and just create those crossfires as they see fit from a defensive purpose. Yeah, sure, you should be being offensive anyway, no matter what time limit's left and what the scoreline is. But the fact that they knew that Kraken have to be impatient and will have to force out mistakes in order to try and get through. You saw they had to take out each player one at a time. I think it was Sab at the very end with the double, just sneaking by on that flag. That was massive, that was huge, and he may have delayed it enough to even stop it from causing that full flag to even be pulled and then create a sudden death if that did occur. But enough of flags, enough of Aquarius. We're going to head over to Solitude TS, and we're going to see how this is going to go. Of course, Kraken now are behind 0-1. But definitely not out yet. We've seen some crazy things for them in the last 2 series, and wouldn't be surprised if we saw something even more. As we're going to kick things off from Penguin's perspective to see exactly what he's up to, heading over to Snipe.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy things from Omit this weekend as well. So 2 teams that have been incredibly surprising for different reasons. Double kill coming through already. 3 actually. They get a triple, 4 Falcated. Just making light work of all of these players on Kraken. Breaking shot, just looking around, wondering where the rest of his team have gone. All spawning up now, Cafe side. And looks like Breaking Shot's actually the one to just stay up at Nest. Wants to try and get some early shots down. Looks like the engagements are going to go down in Yard, though. 2 players here for Kraken, actually 2 for Omit as well, as looks like Kraken will come out favorably, and also they get not only the camo but the shocks on breaking shot. The only player that didn't fall in the opening engagement comes out with both of these.
He's got all the goodies to play with, as well as his oyster at the moment. It's just a matter of who he can snipe and then how they're going to collapse afterwards. Does find one, but Kraken do manage to take one of the players down, but
Nice.
it does find one. Perfect trade coming out there from breaking shot. And again, I liked it, just having a bit of patience. He's well aware that the rest of his team is around yard, but he's hoping to see if he can get into the scragglers coming around, trying to run away whilst they're weak and without having to be able to chase him. And that was a great shock again from breaking shot. He's looking for another, almost gets it, but in the end, he did plenty of damage, did pretty well with the shock, mind you. And Acid, he's a keen boy, isn't he? He's looking to try and get that back, and he does beautifully.
Yeah, Acid just using that nade to cut off the cutback and actually finds a double kill of his own. Just looking, I believe, leaving the shocks on the floor. I'm not sure if he believes that they're out of ammo. Maybe they actually are. Maybe breaking shot had kept a tab on that. Nice kill from him. Perfect for Acid. Teammate to clean up that remaining damage put down. And what felt like a very solid start for Omit is actually a 5-kill lead for Kraken as we grace the 2 minutes played.
Certainly is, as Kraken now looking to see if I get that flank around Hotel. There is one player back. Acid wasn't aware, but that was only due to the fact that it was more focused on the 1v2 situation around S4. If someone took one, he may be able to stay alive. No, it does not, as the grenade does come out, and it will be cleaned up there by Omit. Sab currently going 4 and 3. He's just going to go to S4 and to try and continue that map control. They know they're all spawning around Tram and Spiral, and this is the perfect time to try and collapse. But why would you? Got camo. Delay things a little bit, and that's exactly what Kraken are doing. Now the problem is, there is one dead. Sab now just biding his time. He knows there's an engagement, but he's got to choose his fight wisely. Go for the assassination, play it safe, and decide what he should do in yard, as he's going to get another. Yes, he does. And he was a little bit keen for the triple, but keep them spawning. Let them spawn in KOTH. Get the surroundings, pinch them, and that's exactly what Sab's planning to do.
Yeah, just try and squeeze him in, choke him. Keep all these players just locked in. Oh, the trade comes through. Sab maybe not happy with that one. Thought he found the player with his back turned and nice and weak, but good job, at least from the Kraken player, to find that kill onto Penguin as well. Very, very nice plays from Kraken. Unfortunately not able to avoid a suppressed gaze is Acid. He will fall. And now, looks like we were tied up, but again, a trade comes through. So still an ever so slight lead for Kraken. Suppressed, trying to change that. Does just know about one of these players in yard. He's going to pick up the plasma as well, just get some extra nades to shut off that push coming through. He has a repulsor to work with as well, as things do slow down to pretty much nothing. Trade comes through though, Penguin onto Yaxin, Yaxin onto Penguin. And still that 1-kill lead. Player caught short though, Suppressed doesn't want to overpeak. He knows there's someone behind him and just allows his team to pick up the damage that he's dealt. Nice job from Suppressed to find another, and now LR Tunnel is where we're going to find ourselves with 2 players there. One spawning up on U-turn as well. Suppressed, you're going to have to try and find something or dip out. He's going to fall, and now Sab to try and pick up the pieces.
All 4 members are there, but Sab wants to try and keep these lads in check. They know that they're going to plan to either push around Shock or KOTH, and Sab's doing exactly that. Just putting a few shots down, making sure that there's just hover around that light tunnel and yard, but Wes finds one. The voice to stick gets to trade anyway. The rest of the members you can see from Omit now pushing in beautifully to try and clean up any of the weaklings coming from the outside in, but instead Penguin's now trying to see if there's any more players coming out from around, but is aware that they're all spawning around the truck, the KOTH, and it's just another time to try and pinch if possible. But lovely Ferrari peeking coming out from Penguin again. He knows one more coming, but look at the scoreline so far. Still 31 to 28, sorry, 29 now. And Kraken just doing their best to maintain this lead, and they have done, considering they've been in a lot of disadvantageous situations.
Breaking shot to fall, trying to jump up as well. Yaxon finding the camo though, last player alive, everything given to get him that camo. So if you're looking at him, you're hoping that he can convert something. Info does get gathered. Perfect off screen though onto Acid. Means that Yaxon needs to work even harder. Able to find that player nice and weak, so a freebie for him. Suppressed will fall. Oh, Yaxon looking for another, lands the body shot, so that player is absolute. Only 2 bodies or 1 headshot to finish him off, but he's going to hide ground by the pillar. Get his shields back. Although I thought he did. Yaxon with the final shot. Needed it. Will fall. Finally, camo is out. 2 dead apiece for either team. And also the lead taken over by Omit.
Goodness me, Acid's just going to go around Cafe, just binding his time in a moment, waiting for one of the players to go round, and that was a perfect opportunity as Acid must get another one to kill feed, and still 37 apiece. Omit takes the lead. As Kraken have had the lead for quite a while actually, even by just a few kills. 2 down now for Kraken. And Acid just going to be flanking round again. He knows that there's going to be someone coming from Spiral. Has been cleaned up anyway, but trying to maintain that control. It's been very tough for Kraken. Like I said earlier, that they've been in a really disadvantaged situation. It's so many occasions, but have managed to come out either trading out or with the advantage. It's a little bit of a shock, and they're stuck on Piggy just now to try and tie things up, but now regained the lead once again. It's getting so back and forth here, Higgs.
Yeah, that stick is just so heartbreaking for Piggy. It was tied up, like you said, 43-42 now as a result of that stick. Nice, perfect, and actually 3 come through, 3 dead for Omit, and suddenly the lead taken back by Kraken. They've been here so many times. The last 3 series Kraken have been in, they have found themselves in such a close late game on a Slayer, and surely things are going to be slowing down. Already still a little bit of confrontation coming out through yard, just peeking around the corner. As soon as tags up come through and the info's gathered, you're going to back off. 5 minutes, but I don't think we're going to need them. With Camo coming up as well, though, and with Kraken stuck in a yard, I don't think they're really in a position to try and find anything.
Yeah, look at this. You saw Omit had full map control, but still able to come out trumps, considering what we saw previously. 1 kill lead for Kraken now. Jackson trying to get back. Got 2 players on ramp, trying to get up top and trying to get behind. Jackson actually got past one of them, but actually found him, caught him with his trousers down, and that is going to be, well, with Omit with a 2 kill lead, 2 down for Kraken, as Penguin is going to have a little 1v1 engagement with another player able to trade out. No on issue at all. Just 1 more kill now for Omit in order to secure game number 2.
Doesn't feel like Kraken can surely just close this out. Well, absolutely flawlessly, but Sab with the camo as well just makes it so more difficult for Kraken. There are 3 of them set up at Nest, and just 1 player surely going to be found, and will be. Fist bumps come out for Omit. That one is just business. They are trying to keep themselves reserved, keep their energy in the tank, because they know what is to come if they can take this series.
Yeah, 2 potential best of 7s. We'll have to see how that goes later on, but not out yet. It's 2-0 down. The Kraken are no strangers to making a comeback here, but both games have been extremely close. We've seen it time and time again where Omit have had an incredible start and then Kraken just start clawing back, but Kraken did have the lead for quite a while from the halfway stage, even put in those awful positions, but still able to come out. It was just absolutely incredible, some of the counter-attacks and strategies they were using to push themselves out of that disadvantageous angles. But now though, still potentially 3 games left remaining, but Omit have been looking pretty damn good so far on Recharge Ball, and then we're going to go over to Hill on Live Fire, and then Origin Slayer. It's been a bit of a doozy, Origin Slayer. We've seen some incredible Game 5s already over the past few days, but getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here. We'll have to see if Kraken can pull this off, but yeah, going back into the Slayer game, it was very unfortunate for Kraken. You saw there, Omit falcated straight away with a triple. It's like literally the worst thing you want to see in terms of the kill feed coming up there from Kraken's side.
Yeah, already a map down, and then you see that, and you're just thinking, oh god, here we go again. But no, I mean, 4 kill deficit at the end of the game. Yeah, you lose it, but it's pretty close. And with how dangerous Omit have looked all weekend, the fact that they've taken Shopify to a Game 5 twice now and look like they can win it so many times, you got to be just trying to look at the positives if you're Kraken, because you are staring elimination in the face now. You've been here before. You were here earlier today against Luminon, and you've been pretty close against Mags Up. They were 2-1 down and managed to pull back the series, but Omit just feels like a different beast. You're going to need to just pull out everything, every little bit of energy you've got to really even just take down Omit, and then you've got Shopify sat in the final.
That's exactly that. It's a shame, really. You know, you have too much of something and you don't like it anymore. Well, I was going to say with Kraken, they've enjoyed their Game 5s, but it's like, oh, well, it looks like the only way we can get out of this series now is with another one. And do you know what? It's still possible. It's not like it's been heavily one-sided in any of these games. It's just that Omit have had an incredible, considerable advantage at the very beginning of both these games, and Kraken are just returning the favour, saying, no, you're not going to let it be too one-sided, and managed to come back quite comfortably. So Omit getting pushed to the limits, possibly. Are they going to be able to take this series? Highly likely. but we haven't seen everything from Kraken just yet. We've said that once they had that momentum shift, they actually come out swinging and change the series on its head entirely, and it's pretty unpredictable, but it just takes that one map in order to reverse things perfectly. And will this be the map? Well, it has to be. It could be their final map of the tournament.
Yeah, do or die time for Luminon. This has to be their map back in, or they are eliminated. A very solid showing for them still, but it's going to be pretty rough for them considering the run they've had today. They've had to fight just tooth and nail to make it this far, and now Omit just looking so insane. But we will get back into the series as soon as possible. I think we're just going to be giving them a little break, I guess. The guys need some time to chat. Yeah,
they need to have a few words, because they know that if they lose this map, that's it. They're done, completely out of the tournament, and grand finals is at stake here. And of course, with the juicy prize pool, we can't forget that either. But yeah, they're just having a little bit of discussion right now just to see like what's going wrong, what are we doing. If they've taken a break like that, all of them gone, there's obviously something serious which needs to be fixed in order. Like, it might just be one or two minor things which will then help them to go, well, actually, do you know what? If we just change this, and this, then do you know what? There's absolutely no reason why we can't reverse sweep and take this series. And I said it before, it only takes one map to get the ball rolling. Once you've done that, then that's when you start getting a little bit more, I want to say sympathy, but you get a little bit more momentum for yourself, a little bit more positivity going to say, actually, do you know what? Yeah, forget this. There's no reason why we can't take it down. It's been very, very close, and it may take just a couple of bits and pieces just to fix it in order to do it. And I'm glad they've done that, because not many teams have all four members go, well, do you know what? Let's have a chin wag. Let's discuss what's going on and see what needs to be done. And looks like they've done exactly that. So let's see how things have changed after their little chat with Kraken earlier.
Yeah, I saw a couple of small smiles out of Piggy and Acid as well, considering you're 2-0 down facing elimination. It's nice to see that, right? Still trying to keep still just trying to keep some spirits high for this Kraken team. It just feels so familiar to be facing elimination today for them. So maybe there's a bit of comfort in that. Maybe they can just find themselves going into this Oddball recharge, because they're going to have to. But on the other side, of course, Omit looking pretty scary. All just locked in. They didn't want to go for a team chat. They might have just still had it sat at the desk, felt they didn't need to get up and walk around. Got Bound in the background there as well, just watching over.
Having a little cheeky look. Sorry, mate, all the side events are done.
Oh, well, he clearly heard us, because now he's leaving.
He's going to come over and have a go.
Yeah, he's actually coming over this way. Get them on the sofa, I guess.
But they are pretty chilled, all smiles. And, why would you get off your seat? Literally, once you're this far up in the series, you don't want to take breaks. Sometimes, breaks, if you're on the losing side, taking a 5-10 minute break is actually good for you, just due to the fact that you know the momentum's on their side. You don't want them to keep feeling hot and ready to go to the next game. You don't want it back to back to back. You want to let them cool off a little bit, and then it'll be your turn to create that reverse sweep and get some map wins on the board. But the fist bumps are coming in, so we're assuming that it looks like we're going to get underway very shortly. And if you're just joining us, welcome. We are still in the lower brackets currently, but we'll be having the grand finals very soon as well, as we head into recharge ball, as Kraken are now down 0-2 against Omit. Maybe it's not really too surprising for some people, but Kraken have been absolutely playing stellar work for the last few series, but it's the real question if it's the end of the road, as Omit now looking to try and punch their ticket into the grand finals.
Yeah, do or die time for Kraken. This has to be your map. This has to be your way back in. You're going to be going home. You're going to be going home with some prize money, mind you, but rather than 10, you're going to be getting 8k. Still pretty solid, right? You're going to be pretty happy.
It's all right.
Yeah. It's going to be nice, but it would be oh so nicer to get a little bit more. Looks like we did just have a little bit of a false start.
We're just teasing the chat now, aren't we? We're sorry, guys.
We want to just drag it out a little bit more. Get you guys your drops, of course. We have specific drops for this event.
Got to put a bit of tension, don't we?
Yeah, why not? Bit of cinema, bit of drama.
Yeah, exactly.
Gives Kraken a little bit more time, I guess, to mentally reset as well.
Exactly that. But again, like I said, if you're just joining us, we're still in that lower bracket final, and if Omit win this next game, then we'll have the grand finals coming up and next. And Shopify looking just sitting pretty at the moment, waiting for their next contenders to go up for that championship at Dreamhack Open in Birmingham. And as you can see, just getting ready. It's taking a bit of time, don't get me wrong, but I think this is good because I kind of feel like the longer time has been dragging out, the heat coming from Omit will kind of soften as time progresses. So that's probably why Omit are actually still pretty keen to get into this next game here, as we're now going to go into that third game. But let's talk about it a little bit. With Recharge Ball, we haven't really seen too much in terms of how constructive Kraken can be. But from your experience of what you've seen in the past, how do you feel Kraken could be on Recharge Ball to maybe, or even potentially, topple Omit here to get that dog potentially running?
Look, man, I think it's very difficult with how strong Omit have looked. Kraken have taken a few oddballs in the series we've seen from them. They did take down Mags Up in that first map on their last series. It looks like Fistbump's coming out as well, so we should be jumping in very shortly. Appreciate your patience, of course, as we just sort everything out, make sure the lobby's all good. But I think Kraken really just, I don't know, man, they felt pretty solid in their oddballs of today. It's so hard. It's so hard to really talk about a team like this and what they need to do, purely because it just feels like when one thing clicks, then everything starts to, you know. The cogs really just are hard to start going, but once they are, they're so difficult to stop. So it's hard to really figure out what is going to be that one thing that just gets them moving again. I mean, you got to lend it, I guess, to the fact that they have 3 rounds to work with. You know, they have the most amount of time, I guess, in any game mode to get things working. So it's now or never.
It absolutely is. And Penguin already dropping down straight away and misses the beatdown, but get clean. You want to get cleaned up anyway. The best out of that situation would have been a trade breaking shot to grapple, and you know what? He's just going to be looking pretty here, trying to grab that ball. Nicely done. Sadly for him, a rotate came out straight away.
Yeah, although able to at least plug that gap. Acid and another player in Piggy, because they are the last 2 alive, just trying to hold this down. They take down 2 actually trying to push onto this, which is really solid from them, but they need to back off. Can't use the grapple. Still just waiting for it to re-up, and already the pinch is coming through as well. Looks like they're actually going to get a double. That's crazy work there. 2 dead for Kraken. The hold that felt like Pipes could be theirs. They were fighting for it, but finally they will fall. Jackson last alive, at least to find 1, but surely going to fall and will onto Old Grapple. So finally the control has flipped, and Pipes is in the hands of Omit, and looks like a little bit of deja vu.
It certainly does indeed. But you saw there with Jackson as well, he valued his life extremely well around Whirlpool. They're trying to cut off the push coming from Kraken here on that Whirlpool side, and top A as well. You can see that Valkyrie is just trying to keep on guard at the moment. Yes, he wants to try and get some damage on the Whirlpool players going forward, but you can see they were around Pipes earlier. As now 2 dead for Omit. Falcated needs to stay alive here, and if even just gets 1 kill, that's going to be huge, because it will mess up the death cycle a tad, and it will help Omit at least continue with that counter attack straight afterwards. With now Breaker Short having the ball, still a 3v3 scenario, but if you're looking at the stats so far, it's pretty even at the moment, apart from Penguin going 6-2 and the ball time.
Yeah, I mean, Penguin just trying to do it all and continue this run for Omit. Give them that swift 3-0. I think it's exactly what they would need to come into that grand final. They need to just close out Kraken quickly, and with 2 dead, it's looking like Jackson is going to fall as well. 25 points now for Omit. They're going to be holding this round glass. Shock Rifle is up as well. So they do have a lot of opportunities here, but no one really other than Falcade in a position to grab it. He does have that ball by him as well. Probably wants to total up some points. Camo to come up in 10, so everything is available, almost. Just Acid last alive and surely dead to rights. Everyone knows exactly where he is for Omit, and it's only a matter of moments. That camo will be picked up by Penguin after Acid will fall completely just uncontested.
Yeah, this is unreal at the moment. They've got full map control and they got camo, so it's just additional time into the kitty. And Penguin, look, just sitting in the open, just waiting for someone. And none of them are pushing. They're trying to agree on where to go. I think they're just saying, right, let's have a couple long, have 1 top control to see what's going on. Just at least get a bit of cover fire as the 2 long players push. But Penguin's got that camo. He's just assessing the situation. He's literally just telling everyone, look, just to let you guys know, they're going around long side. And they're just chilling on control, waiting to feed the info, and then attack straight afterwards. But somehow doesn't get the trade. Sub's taken down on the Mauler, and Falcated does have a shock. And will he take it down? Yes, he does. Killing spree coming out of Falcated, and he's getting away. You can see it was for a small moment, it was a 1v1 scenario. Still comes out on top. Don't ask me how. has been looking pretty damn good, and all the players around Kraken are spawning around A, Elevator and Control. But Falcate still seems pretty keen, wants a few close range battles, and he's trying to also do some excess damage. Even if it just takes one player down, that means Kraken don't have the numbers advantage to have that full counter attack, that full push in order to stop the ball. And the time now is 70 to 17 seconds. That's a huge statement.
Yeah, and the ball just now outside batteries in this kind of no man land near Trippy box. Going to be pulled through to long haul by Sab, just to get some more points on the board, make it even harder for Kraken. He's actually going to just hold it up by those nades. God, there's the shock rifle as well. 2 players just unaccounted for Sab, and Valkyrie to full suppressed as well. Penguin just going to need to try and lay down some damage, as she does take that shock rifle player kind of weak, but breaking shot to pick up the ball. And now you need a pretty solid response if you're Kraken, because so much time has been built up by Omit.
Breaking shot now, you can see all the players on Omit pushing around that A and Whirlpool side. There was one player around long, but it seems he has been taken down. But that one player was important because he would have had the only other angle from the opposite side of the map to pursue more damage. But Breaking Shot still getting more ball time. There was 2 dead potentially at one stage for Kraken. Breaking Shot making the right decision just to get away and also to be able to stay alive. But Loxley good down here. Not too sure what's going on, but he's getting the ball time, isn't he? Do you know what? I'll take that free time. I'll take that free time.
I think he got like 6, maybe 7 or 8 even points of ball time off there, because Omit was just like, oh, he's just jumped off with it. The ball's falling down.
That's the
oh, wait, no, he's right there.
Exactly.
They just left him. They just left it completely unaccounted for. Really solid work there from Breaking Shot as well. I think that jump is kind of difficult to time. So,
yeah.
I mean, crazy from him to land it that many times. Camo will fall. It will be burned as well. So with 3 dead, I think it was Piggy to find that. He will finally fall at Trippy Box, but being the last player alive to still shut down the Camo is crazy.
The thing is, though, it's a risky jump, but you're going to die anyway. So it's like you're technically not taking any risks, are you? So, but the fact they've got additional 6 or 7 seconds, and they made the assumption that, oh yeah, it's just going to drop, not an issue. You've got to remember, with Oddball in itself, how many times have we seen it go down just a few seconds, and then it's just about to carry the ball and then contest it and then try and purposely force them to take the lead and then have to drop the ball and leave it. There's so many of those situations, but you'll have to see if those 6 or 7 seconds are vital. But Falcate coming up with a double, looking for another if he can, and he does. That's 3 down now for Omit, but still the Kraken players have just come up on the respawn, suppressed, looking to get long control very, very quickly, I must say. But he is a very important asset on this side. He's the furthest player, and he's trying to at least cut off the path from Whirlpool, but get cleaned up straight away. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate indeed. I mean, a really nice life there from Falcade earlier on as well, but points were totaling up and are still for Kraken. Just going to pass off that ball, though another player has slipped through for Omit. Will get dealt with, I believe. No, actually able to find one, so that ball needs to be rotated. Finally dealt with now. Breaking shot to lock that player out to pick up the shock rifle, but it looks like he's going to fall and not be able to pick up that other player on batteries. Omit still continuing to dominate. They are picking up that ball as well. 50 seconds to work with. 76 to 67. Finding that trade is very helpful for Omit, not so much for Kraken. Kraken really need to go untraded here in order to push through and pick up this ball, but 2 dead for Omit means that a push can come through, and already frantically running back is Sab to try and help out his teammate. He takes a bit of damage on the way there, but whilst that ball's being rotated to long haul, points are still being totaled up, but the timer still going down as well. Things are looking a little dicey for Omit. It looks like the push is coming in from Kraken. They're doing a good job to shut him out, though, as Jackson is last alive over by Pipes. So you've got that ball long haul, and all you need to do is just hold on to it for a little bit longer.
Oh, Sab played so well. That C-stairs rotation over to goal was huge and could have been the game-changing play here. You got to remember, Omit were up 70 to 17 at one stage, and the fact that Kraken brought that back is unreal. But Omit just 1 round away here for punching their ticket into the grand final, and do you know what? It's definitely like a strong possibility here, but it depends on how the beginning section goes of round number 2, as Penguin just waited to contest the camo. He's realising, he might be able to get away with it for free here, and he has done. Very rare occurrence.
Yeah, you can't be giving those away, nor can you give your life away. Admittedly, Piggy, you didn't exactly know where camo was, but he knew it was picked up recently, so surely that well-known position should have been checked. Trying to get away and probably give his teammates some comms. Shock rifle, no, that's carbine, excuse me. in the hands of that Kraken player. Penguin doesn't want to get too overzealous. Doesn't want to take that fight. As I say that though, thought maybe he could have got back smacked, but the camo doing exactly what it needs to do to help Penguin find this double kill and stay alive. Acid last alive in back gold, surely going to get taken down, and does. So a very nice start from Omit. They don't get the initial points, but they have the camo, and now they have the hold.
And all the players straight away from Kraken going all the way to longside, trying to get that top gold at glass control, but Penguin with the combo has put a complete halt to that, and he may be able to do it again, but the nade, oh, that should be okay there. Goodness me, and already now trying to get more time on the board. Kraken's already got 16 seconds, considering what we saw earlier. 2 down for Kraken. Falcated now managed to add another to the tally, and the last 2 players are on long, so they're trying to get some kind of offensive push going early whilst the other 2 are coming up in the respawn. Very smart play, but the problem is, are they going to be able to succeed and break through?
The lights are on and Falcated is home. 20 kills and 62 seconds of ball time is just insane. Man like Mike just trying to find some more kills. Does actually get shut down by the shock rifle, and the body shot comes through. Breaking shot with, and almost getting shut down, but he will get that double kill. The 180 plasma pistol takes him weak enough that he can be picked up by Suppress. Suppress trying to find another nice nade as well. Surely that cleans up that player, but able to duck away, doesn't get picked up and backs off to Longhall. So teammates spawning in the back of Longhall as well. Means that all that missed melee, Suppressed will be falling. Not able to capitalize on that kill, really just screwed him over, and he will fall. So Penguin with a teammate picking up that green gun again. Penguin absolutely loves it, and he just puts it to work time and time again. This map, we've seen it so much. Earlier I saw him just completely disregard the shock rifle and find a kill with that noob combo, but now 2 dead for both teams. As spawners are coming up, it's getting a little frantic.
Yeah, a lot of strategic chaos, you could say, and the aggression coming out from Kraken. That's kind of what they thrive from here, but Omit wants to be a little bit more structured, as he's now going to attempt to try and push it back around long. 1 player gets taken down around chip stack, 2 down for Omit. Made that 3 down now, and Penguin has to hide away and just stick to his gunspin now to try and stay alive. But the problem is, Omit are going to have to wait another 10 seconds because he got taken down whilst his 3 teammates have been down for what? Like most of the respawn screen pretty much. So now they need to try and keep alive, maybe even just take 1, but this is interesting for Kraken. They've been extremely aggressive, but 2 players from Omit coming straight away into control, but Breaking Shot does have the camo, and there's opportunity here to try and help collapse onto them. Manages to get 1. Let's see if he's able to get another here.
That looked like the plasma bounced off of that Omit player. I don't know if that's an observer glitch and it actually bounced off the wall, but it literally looked like it bounced off of his body, and I did not see a repulsor because it would have come back much further. Very interesting what that was. I guess maybe we'll have to have a look later on, but I mean, looking a lot more convincing for Kraken. Nice kill found, but nice trade as well with that plasma perfectly placed. Means that Falcated is the only player alive, but he does have something to work with. He is incredibly weak though, and will finally be taken down. So now 2 again for Omit, as it just feels like a little bit of split spawning. They're good. Kraken are doing a good job at shutting Omit out right now and also taking the lead. This round looks a lot more convincing from them as a perfect comes through for Breaking Shot, but he didn't expect the other 2 players to come through Whirlpool, and that is how he will meet his demise.
Yeah, Acid now just get prepared for a rotate. There's 1 dead for Omit at the moment. All 4 members still alive here, as Acid is considering going around to top A or around to elevator side, but decides not to, as he's just been told that be a push coming up from longside. Acid's going to go gold stairs and see if he can find that straggler, and he does, but doesn't finish him as of yet. But there was another player on batteries since Omit needed that trade, but there was 4 down there. Acid is going to be laughing to the bank here. He's going to get at least another 10 more seconds. This is going to be the final push coming out from Omit.
Yeah, they're going to need to go now as well. Everyone's spawning up so far. Doesn't look like actually anyone's here. Okay, 2 players for Kraken on A side, so this is the play. Acid allowed to rotate this 1 round. If things get hairy and pipes, and they do, but they don't need it. The round comes through, and already fist bumps coming out for that round. They're very happy that they managed this one. Funk Nasty pretty happy as well with his massive clipboard. As Kraken still have potential to continue this series. They're going to need this map or they are eliminated in 3rd place. A very respectable position to be taking, but I don't think they're going to be happy with it.
Good response coming out from Kraken. Let's see if they can continue with this third round. Going into it. 2 down already for Omit. Falcated trying to stay low around Whirlpool, but also dealing a fair amount of damage as one of the players went round to trip stack, but gets caught off guard from behind. The Sab has really been a pain in the backside in so many different scenarios, and he's doing a huge job making sure to keep Omit in the frame. But even though, like, you can see that, okay, yeah, sure, he may be going neg-9 currently, but stats aside, the kills he's been getting have been game-changing kills to keep them in the frame.
Suppressed, just dodges that shock rifle, dodges some fried circuits, actually re-peeks for it again and will be met with it. Doesn't do all that much damage as his shield's only just popped. Does find 1 kill onto Trippy Box. Breaking shot to fall. Piggy with the camo though needs to make something happen with this. Takes 1 player weak in Whirlpool, but no one in a position to try and capitalize. And now all 4 players for Omit looking like they're going to be pushing into pipes. No one home though. Everyone for Kraken wise to their tricks. Both jumping out of window. Yaxon now to jump back in and just try and find them. Spots that his teammate is coming through, so knows that top gold is safe. And now the fight is through pipe door. And oh my god, Yaxon almost with a double, but does get cleaned up at least by breaking shot. He needs this one here to try and stop them. Doesn't find it, so the ball's still down in no man's land. And realistically, no one really in a position to pick it up.
No, really not at all. Savage just trying to hold on to top gold. You can see a couple of players on Whirlpool. They're looking to push pipes again. There's actually 3 of them there, but Sab and one other member of Omit are ready. They're ready for him to push. There is one weak, but there's another player just hiding around the outside, just trying to at least keep him alive. Still manages to get one afterward. That's going to be 3, 4 dead now for Kraken, and Sab with the ball is going to try to go over to top gold and add those points to the board, because look, already Kraken with that slight lead, but Omit, they're creeping up.
Yeah, Omit really just a solid job there to take Kraken down, all 4 dead. Get their first set of points on this round. Not much picked up from Kraken, so not a massive deficit to be trailing. Nice play ball as well, just down to batteries. Make it a little bit difficult, especially with all 4 dead for Omit. A beautiful response from Kraken. They go 4 dead themselves, but they have exactly what they need in the playbook to make sure that they can do that back to Omit. And now they've got their own hold in Elevator. Piggy just wanting to see more of this series and be the spearhead for Kraken to extend it. Already now rotating that ball over to pipes, but it does look like every player bar one, the 1 player alive for Omit, gonna be causing such a nuisance. Camo to find him at least, breaking shot, but still, you don't want as much friction as you can stop. Realistically, Kraken want to just try and get this nice and cleanly through, because they have the rest of the series to try and look onto.
I'll be honest with you, that wasn't a huge loss, but it's more the case of the fact that if there was only a couple dead at the time, then yeah, it would have been a little bit painful. He was just being a nuisance just for a couple of seconds. He was in a really bad situation and just wanted to trade, but he got back there. Whirlpool as well, pushing on forward. Acid top gold needs to wrap around to pipes, but again, that numbers disadvantage once more. Omit with the ball at Elevator, and you can see now, got 2 members on Control, C Plat, and 2 members on Elevator. So they're just trying to keep an eye on where Kraken are pushing from. And you can see they're slowly being pincer as they're going around the map. But they're all going in slight single file. So I'm not too sure what's going to go on here. But that's from Acid is going to help perfectly, as they do manage to play ball it. Acid does get taken down. But Acid grappling out to the top was huge, because if he didn't, that 1 player went single file with bottom Elevator, wouldn't have done too much damage, and they would have had further control of the ball, further time. And speaking of time, it's currently 44 to 36, all to play for here in this 3rd round.
Yeah, it's been very slow as far as points have been concerned in this 3rd and final round. Omit really don't want to make this any harder than they have to go into that final. Kraken, unfortunately, don't have that luxury. Ball has been reset, so back down to batteries it goes. Attention for 3 players at least of Kraken down long haul. They're going to be looking for anyone trying to push in through Omit. Try and get the first pick, and they'll actually do exactly that. Suppress the full. Penguin with a response though. He will be traded out. So 2 dead for Omit right now to Kraken's 1. Kraken had the opportunity. A nice catch onto the shock rifle player there though. And the ball just rolling towards Falcated. It wants to be in his hands, and unfortunate for Kraken, that's just not something they can allow. Doesn't get traded out though. No trade. Either player actually falling. Finally though, Falcated's enemy will drop. And now all of a sudden everyone dropping for Kraken. Falcated activates exactly when he needs to. He doesn't get overzealous. He doesn't over push. And he is rewarded.
4 dead. Falcated now does an elevator. All the players are spawning around C and control. And Falcated again, awareness down to a T. Rotated back to gold straight away. And you can see now 2 of the players trying to get round to top gold. All the players are now pushing back for Omit. They're just trying to surround the ball guy and just let them push. You've got the narrow choke points. Why should you be the aggressor as the grapple comes out again from the side of Kraken as they're going around to top gold to the pipes. Sab might have helped to clean up another as he's grappling back round again. Trying to find one more. He knows it's lurking. Already be cleaned up again. 2 down for Omit, but also 2 down for Kraken. And Sab picking up the ball, making a very important rotation. Spawns his teammates long, and this is perfect. They've got the long side, they've got C plat and potentially top glass, and he can just chill around that sneaky side depending on how Kraken go with their counter attack.
Yeah, that ball has dropped down by triple stack though, and there was a player for Kraken, I believe that was Acid, who was sat down there, but does get picked up. Nice catch from Sab as well. Will get traded out, but still solid work from him to rotate that ball round, using that grapple as well, not running to grab the ball, meant the difference between him getting killed and him staying alive, being able to rotate that ball further because there was a player coming through that pipe door. 37 seconds now left on this round, so Omit can just play ball time. They can play timer, excuse me. 3 dead as well for Kraken means that this is just looking harder and harder for them to come back. Omit only need to play 25 more seconds to lock in that grand finals against Shopify, and oh my god, Kraken has such a mountain to climb just in this final round alone. Looks like that player's gonna fall. Kraken now just accepting their fate, feeling like it's just gonna be all dead for Kraken again. Omit locking in grand finals. There's no way anyone on Kraken can get to that ball in time. So we're going to have Shopify Rebellion versus Omit. They're reserving their energy, and I can't blame them because they have another mammoth game. The 3rd matchup we will see of Omit against Shopify, and of course it's in a grand final.
As soon as they dropped that ball in batteries, Kraken were like, yeah, this is GG, and we're in a really awkward position around around C plat, around long. They couldn't break through glass or gold at all, and that was it. There's all these narrow choke points which Omit was just taking full advantage of, and it's just a matter of patience, and it's hard playing time. It's one of the worst things, especially when you're on the opposing side, because you've got all the patience in the world. You can relax, you can wait, because you know that a mistake is going to occur if it's a push, a timed push, any kind of coordination. Kraken aren't going to have the time to think and go, right, we need to do something like perfect in order to try and flank around. It just wasn't possible. But there you see it though. Omit, don't get me wrong, the scoreline, the series scoreline does not represent exactly what occurred here in this series. Every single map went down to the wire, and you know what, for Kraken, they should be pretty damn proud of themselves of how they performed here with a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, Kraken surprising pretty much all of us on the caster desk. I feel like that map 1 was really the only one that felt like it was just entirely Omit. Yeah, it was a 4-3, and still Kraken doing a good job to bring it only, by 1, right? But yeah, man, it's just commiserations to them. They had such an incredible run today. The series they've had to get here have just been insane. Unfortunately, we don't get the King of Hill, Livefire, or Slayer Origin. Omit probably pretty happy about that. The fact that last map did go to a 3rd round isn't exactly favourable for them because they have got a very tall task now coming into this grand finals from the losers bracket. They're going to have to do the impossible and bracket reset Shopify. So you want to try and do that with as little friction beforehand as possible. But still, you're going to be happy with the 3-0.
Yeah, of course they will, of course they will. And it does mean as well they're not going to be, too tired in terms of the stamina going into the grand finals, because it will be a long one for them. For Omit in the grand finals, they need to win 2 best-of-7, so it is going to be a doozy, don't get me wrong. Commiserations to Kraken, but honestly, they did perform extremely well, a true testament to the caliber of skill they do have in their back pocket, and look to see forward how well they go in the future.
Yeah, so I do believe we are going to be going to a quick break as we do get a winners interview lined up just before our grand final, so we're going to have someone over from Omit just in a second.
You light up my world in ways I can't explain.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is time. It is the grand final, guys. How are we feeling?
So good, man.
Very good.
So good.
Yeah, after like the last few series, it's been unreal. Omit are looking pretty damn good, like really strong, and that's exactly what we wanted. If it was a close affair, then it'd be a little bit of a worry against Shopify, I believe. But they seem warm and ready now, and this could go all the way. We'll have to see.
Yeah, no, I'm incredibly excited. We have our lovely trophy here that we will be awarding to the winning team, hopefully over there by the feature station. We also have one controller to give away left on stream, so if you are paying attention to our stream, please put in the chat !EHL game, sir, and we'll make sure that gets done. And make sure that your whisper settings on Twitch are open as well, so we can contact you. All right, we have you two casting. Obviously, you casted the last series, Hixie. You're going to be over there having a look in the audience?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to be watching this entire time. Come on, it's grand finals.
He's about to get his FaZe jersey out like he does it.
Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
Come off it, man. Come on.
So I think we had a little bit of a talk earlier about individual players on these rosters that might be quite interesting. James, I want to speak to you. What player are you looking forward to seeing here in the grand final?
I think it's got to be Cycle, right? I think the thing for me is, like, I think all of Shopify is such good players, but he just locks in so well, and it's kind of been one of those things. Those guys have been sitting back there a long time. They've been keeping warm. They've been doing aim bots. Like they've been kind of getting it going. But I expect him to like absolutely lock in, and they will need to beat Omit, like we talked about, back-to-back game 5s. Like this has all the potential to be an extreme banger.
So this is going to be a best of 7, of course.
Yep.
Love a good best of 7 grand final. So we could go all the way to 7 maps. We could go to a reset even, and that would be absolutely insane if we get there.
Yeah, it certainly will be as well. And I was just going to... you sound quite keen on that.
Yeah.
You're going now? Yeah, what surprise.
I'll be over watching it. I will not be losing my voice anymore, man. Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen Omit twice now take Shopify the whole way. Once in pools, once today, and they just haven't slowed down. They've looked so damn good. I mean, reset against Shopify is so difficult, right? You're asking for probably the hardest thing you could ever get. But could they do it?
Yeah, it's like winning one series is like more than enough as it is. That's like a chore in itself. But 2, it's like, goodness me. But do you know what? I'm glad that Shopify have been keeping warm, keeping themselves ready, as you mentioned, because Omit aren't going to be a walkover like, you know, maybe some of the lower tier teams. This team is really hunting for the gold now. And for Shopify, like, will it be a reset? There is potential, don't get me wrong. That's been the entire storyline of the entire event. But with players like Royal 2 standing out, even by a small margin, I say only a small margin, because every single one of these players on Shopify are individually talented to such a high degree. That's why it's very difficult to kind of separate them apart. But if you would say like the small margin, definitely Last Shot and Royal 2 this tournament, not just through the online phase, but through the entire phase here at Dreamhack Birmingham.
So, Harry, let me know. You're privy to a few games of Halo Infinite. You've watched a few series in your life, right?
I might have done, yeah.
So, when you have a situation like this, where you've had Shopify, you know, sat out for quite a while, whilst you've had the Omit guys obviously just coming out of a really close series, do you think it'll be a slightly slower start here for Shopify, or do you think they're well beyond that type of knockback?
That's more based on event experience, but these guys are world champions. They've done it all pretty much. They've got the t-shirt, so there's no reason for them to like slow down, underestimate these players or anything like that. So no, I feel like they're going to be more than ready, because there's probably a lot of times in a lot of grand finals from all these Shopify players' perspective is they kind of felt like they eased into it a bit too slow. They kind of gave them too much of an edge at the very beginning. You if they give your opponents out the gate strong, then you know that could force a reset. And we've seen it. So many resets have we seen in Halo. There's so many, more than we can count. And Shopify, they've been around the block for so many years now. They'll be looking to try and at least pounce on them from the get-go.
Yeah, like you look back at the Opens. I think it was Open 2, right? When now Luminon gave them, you know, a run for their money. They won the winners final, and then Shopify had to do it in a reset. So, you know, not unknown. And I know, you know, EU, if you've watched EU Halo over the last few years, we love a grand final reset. I think like every HCS Open for about 7 in a row between Quadrant and Na'Vi went to a reset, right? So if there's one thing I would definitely not count out, it would be a reset. But yeah, I mean, Omit, you're right, have just looked so hot. I think it's actually Van Adam who had Omit as second in his talent prediction.
No,
so
Kraken.
that was Kraken. Okay, never mind.
I
was talking him up.
No, funnily enough, he actually has Omit 4th. He's the only
Ooh.
person I think put Omit for. So Adam, I'm looking at you, brother. You're
that's rough.
He's probably not.
doubting him.
He's probably not bothered now. It's like, oh, that's it. I'm done.
No, but it has been crazy, right? I mean,
Yeah.
yesterday with how dominant Omit looked, I was like, surely this is just like a flash in the pan, right? This is just, that's their one series against Shopify, and they brought them to Game 5, awesome, but tomorrow it's going to be a different story. Omit are going to cool off. Not at all. Been just proven wrong entirely.
Yeah, and my pick obviously was Mags up, different to everyone else.
I knew this was coming.
So no, but it's more like
get out of the way.
Like I've seen Druck and Soul Snipe. They are going through every single part of that VOD. They are literally going through it right now, sitting at an Xbox, going through every part to try and understand how they can be better for Atlanta. And that's something that, when we talked about it off stream, it's like, that's how you become a world beater. That's how you become best. They were so kind of angry and so annoyed that they got top 4 because they played so good. And that game yesterday against Kraken, they absolutely demolished them. And then today to get reversed on, just for them, that's all right, Atlanta, we're coming for you. We're gonna make this better. We're gonna get revenge. But however good that series was, Omit just rolled right over Kraken, and now it's now we got the 2 best teams.
So, Harry, how important do you think the map pool is going to be in this one? Do you think it could be the differentiator between these 2 teams? Do you think they're that good? Or do you think it's some of the maps are just the top of the dime, depends who's better on it at the time?
Map pool's always going to be very important based on scrim stats and all that jazz. There's quite a few times where there may be some maps where they're actually quite good at, but actually much better in an offline environment. We've seen it time and time again. I would always go by those scrim results and go by exactly what occurs. It's not in complete replica. There's some events where it's like, oh, this team and that team, this team won 8-1, and then when they come here, they beat them in the best of 5. It's an entirely different ball game, an entirely different environment, especially in a competitive environment such as this. But with Shopify, as I already said before, they back-to-back champions. They've won it again and again. They've got so much experience across the board. They're well aware of what they're up against, and they've played these players constantly. They know every single individual tendency and their habits and what they get up to here and now. And honestly, that's why they're going to be skeptical of what's going to occur, and that's why they need to be hot from the very start. We've seen it time and time again. But honestly, for Omit, this is their chance to actually redeem themselves from previous cups and the online environment and what they've done in the qualifier to now to try and push Shopify as far as they can be. They're not, some may say, oh, they're satisfied with at least getting to top 2 or the grand finals, because a lot of us did have Luminon, and they had a couple of other predictions as well. I'm not going to talk about mine because it's probably down the far down the bin. I don't want to see it anymore. But yeah, honestly, we need to see these indicators in the first game to make a decision whether if this could be a complete sweep or if it could go, to the game 7 or even the reset.
And that's something that Hoax had talked about, right? We've interviewed him twice, and both times he said, "We're coming for this trophy.
Yeah.
We're going for gold. They're not they're not here to come second, right? And that is the only kind of mentality that is going to help you beat Shopify. If you come in thinking oh well, Shopify are really good or Shopify are world champions, then you're just not going to beat them. But we are going to get right into game number 1. It is going to be Omit Shopify. It is going to be a pit flag. And I'm ready to get this underway. I can see Harry getting his glasses on. That's how we know we're old, mate. That's how we know we're old.
Oh, to be young again. Well, I didn't have my glasses yesterday, so I'm surprised I was able to read some of the numbers going into this. But already now 2 down for Shopify as we're going to continue on from the perspective of Shopify. It's on the runway and he's going to catch one off guard, which he has done on the jump up. But will he have to take him? Yes, he does. Does find another S1, but I like that as well. He had a strong possibility, but he was going to get cleaned up. Decides to throw the snipe off the map. It's like, if I can't have it, no one else can.
Yeah, and here we go. Map number 1 of a grand final here in Birmingham. The crowd is out to have a look as well. Omit in the blue, like we said, Shopify in the green. As you can see, this player just trying to find their way back base. It is going to be Omit who are grabbing this flag initially. They aren't going to be able to do much though. It's going to be a takedown, and this flag still just hanging there, but you can see Omit trying to push forward. With Shopify just trying to work out where Omit are going to spawn and try and take him down.
Yeah, they're getting outslayed by 4 kills this early on. And Omit just trying to stay alive, but isn't able to in the end. He's going to come out straight onto stage and go straight over to that green or possibly long side. Does find one, but needs to stay alive here. Still got one dead on the team. Would he better take him? Yes, he does. Probably didn't want the trade considering the amount of shots he put in previously. But that's fine though, as long as he gets a guaranteed kill. 2 dead now for Omit, as now they're going to try and flank around to that training side. But just biding their time there. They know they haven't got the numbers. They just need a little bit of positioning to get a little bit of damage done so the people on Omit spawn can then flank around. But do you know what? It took him down anyway. Beautiful stuff coming up from the Omit squad, and had to deal with the rockets straight afterwards. The OS is up, has been picked up by Omit straight afterwards, and that was going to be a huge pickup for them.
Yeah, and I got a little inside intel. I think this is Penguin that was last alive for Omit as well. As you can see, name tags coming along. Oh, Cycle, we talked about it. Gets the repulse, sends him right off the map. And Omit here, going down, it's Falcated at the top, then it's Sab, Penguin, and Suppressed. But what a headshot out the snipe. And it's going to be the flag taken as well. Once again, Omit with a second grab of this flag.
And now they can continue pushing forward here. Omit have had a good start in terms of their slaying power, but it's slowly drifting over time. A couple of his shots coming out from that Shopify player. Goodness me, who's back and forth, playing bouncy castle down long, and now you can see, again, just trying to put a halt to this attack. But 3 dead for both sides, actually, as now the play on Omit trying to stay alive on the cuts, manages to get him a huge play, but you got to keep in mind though, all those players are going to, on Shopify, are going to spawn around that shotgun or the high pit area. And I love this though, they just assume that he's normally going to be S2 trying to take map control, decides not to, decides to be patient and wait around that snipe courtyard, and Suppress just staying alive, being an absolute nightmare, and that's what we love to see from Omit.
Yeah, here we go, we are on board with Royal 2. Shout out GameSir and Royal 2, by the way. We've had a good chat with him about the controller over the weekend. It is going to be Shopify, though, who start to run this flag. Royal 2 trying to provide some defense, trying to get ahead of the nade. Will find one. Will find a double kill, killing spree. Falcated here. Can he manage to find some damage? He is going to get that flag back. Although the snipe comes through for Royal 2. Another double kill and gets taken down. The man was about to be running riot all over. Oh, sorry, killing frenzy all over this map, but just about shut down. But Royal 2, so much damage in that one life.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Royal 2 taking a little bit of a 1v1 hit to go for this OS, but there's a couple players in Shopify already around that area, as Penguin doesn't manage to get one. He was considering going one way, but has pulled back. He realises that he's going to stay on that low side. He won't be around to give his teammates any kind of additional pressure on to the Shopify roster. Still managed to get one. Going onto that low training side. Been a little bit unorthodox here. Falcated now with the Rockets, just trying to hold at bay here. He needs to wait for the numbers, and he sees a couple of players are going around long, gets one, still one more, but it's on their own long side here. Sadly loses that engagement on the high pit, but for last shot though, he's looking very keen here. James is now going to push on forward.
Yeah, trying to go through this mid area, going into training now. Does have the BR, does start to get shot, so wisely going to retreat. 2 players of Shopify falling back. As you can see, Suppressed getting into the top of Shopify's base. Trying to get towards this flag, but look at the push from Shopify. Sab just trying to hide away. Is going to go down. Penguin here in the 1v1. And last shot takes him down and says, thank you very much. I'll have a sniper as a free reward.
And he's now got to keep that S2 control. This is going to be so annoying for Omit. They need to prioritise this player before having any kind of aggression on the high side of the map. But this is good though. Last shot is pretty weak, but is anyone going to be able to clean him up? I don't think anyone's in the position as of yet. Mate, no one's even attempted to sneak around yet for the last 20 seconds whilst he's had that snipe. And still putting the amount of work last shot is putting in. The only bad thing is he is spawning him on that high side. But then though, he's still trying to push on forward with that snipe. Lovely stuff from Royal 2. But we've got to talk about this though. Royal 2 at the moment going 19 and 11.
Yeah, and actually both snipes in Shopify's hands. Royal 2 and last shot, and if there's something you don't want to do, it's give the world champions 2 power weapons.
Yeah.
Because they will absolutely make you pay. Frosty here is going to lose that 1v1. Does find the assist though. Last shot. Going to find a player. Oh, does get taken down. I think from a side shot as well. 4 minutes 40 left on the clock. No one managed to cap yet. Omit and Shopify both had a grabs or multiple grabs. Can't get it out. OS going to be spawning up 2v2. So many nades, and actually it's Omit that find the OS, and both Shopify members get killed. So Royal 2 hitting the 20 bomb, but you can see 3 dead and Omit pushing in.
Goodness me, that was an absolute bundle for the OS earlier on as Sab rotated all the way to the high side, which is perfect. Managed to clean up. It's going to force the spawn onto the snipe courtyards of Shopify. But like you said, we haven't seen any flag capped in the slightest, like not even slight potential. Both these teams have been very good defensively. A little bit of a skew with it, but Penguin came out on top around that runway, finally gets traded out. 3 dead for Omid. This is now Shopify's time to clean up this last player around the Needler side and then push them forward and beat the aggressors.
Yeah, and that player right there, by the way, Suppressed, has done so much work to have at least 2, if not 3 players get amongst him.
Yeah, it is really incredible as well with Raw 2 just hanging around for now. He was considering pushing around long, but decided to push it forward straight away. 2 players down for Shopify already. Raw 2 has to stay alive. He does, and gets a kill as well. Yes, sure, he gets traded out, but at least relieved the pressure a little bit. He's trying to delay Omid as much as possible. They're already pushing forward. The flag has been grabbed by Penguin, and they're just on the hunt, on the search for where the Shopify players are. But one of the Shopify players have already gone around to flag. They're spawning around that flag area. They have got S2. Penguin did pick up the snipe, but it was very brief.
As you can see, Cycle here, just trying to work out where these Omit players are, but look how far back he is. Just having to be hit into the tower, actually going to get 5'd by Sab as well. It's one thing, Sab has looked so incredible this weekend. We talk about Penguin and his assist, but Sab, you know, there was even the shot yesterday after, I think it was Kraken or Mags Up that they beat, and then just like the like the relief of how insane that game was. And Omid have been playing really lights out, and this excites me not only for what we're going to witness right now in the last 2 minutes of this map for the whole BO7, but also Atlanta as well, right? Another LAN in just over 6 weeks. It's going to be really exciting to see these guys battle yet again.
God, they're so good at trading defensively for both of these teams. And KOTH does find another round cut. But Shopify, again, as soon as something happens, an engagement, any kind of attack, is shut it down just a minute of time. And that was ridiculous. Water now is going to cut. He notices one more player there as he's going back, but decides to not take the engagement, which is perfectly understandable. But it is going to be a 1v1 here onto Cuts. One of his teammates does trade him out. Raw 2, speaking of trades, gets traded straight back. But Sam, he does enjoy playing around this training pit area, being unorthodox, trying to find that flank. And again, we have to talk about Raw 2, plus 12, keeping his team in it in terms of his slaying prowess.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that was Omit throwing the snipe off the map, by the way, that you caught in the observer cam. Shopify getting denied that. The Spanker was up as well, but Shopify 2 dead, and Omit just trying to find this other player as well. It is Royal 2, who does find a great kill. Will get traded by Falcated though. Suppress going to be the first one on Omit to hit 20. The assist column, almost all double digits for Omit though, of course. Penguin leading the way, you can see. Falcated finding another. Frosty getting a perfect. Royal 2 finding a headshot for kill number 29. And Shopify just the outslaying, but unfortunately just can't get anything. And we're at the end of this map already. There's only 30 seconds to go.
Well, it's not often you see a complete flagless game. This is something you normally see in ranked, James, but it's not. It's an entirely different ball game. But it just shows how well these two teams have been countering each other and just keeping themselves in this game, as Penguin is going to find one. That's going to make that 2 here. And now 2 down for Shopify. This is their chance. This is their last opportunity to try and grab that flag, take it to sudden death. If not, we're going to continue on the extension of this game 1.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's going to get there in time, and no one really wants to. right? No one wants to like overcommit and make it so that they won't be able. Last shot almost got to that flag. We are going to go to overtime, but Royal 2 dropping a 30 bomb in a flagless game. Feels kind of insane.
It really is. Well, I mentioned it earlier during the before the grand finals even began, but Royal 2, he's the one who sticks out like a sore thumb in terms of his main slaying abilities. And here this time, last shot gets the overshield, and there's no mucking around here. Last shot was pretty key, but the rocket guy was actually delaying him just a tad in terms of his aggression towards that snipe tower. And last shot finding it again, one in training, gets caught with his trousers down from that snipe. And the overshield, sadly for him, not too much to good use, but Suppress coming out with a double with that snipe. He's well aware that there's one person hanging around green side, just finds one more around that snipe and just see another, doesn't hit that shot, but do you know what, he's going to be laughing here with additional ammo.
Yeah, picking up another 4 shots, making it count, the killing spree off the first, finds the body, a double kill, and Royal 2 taking it down. 1 shot left, makes it count on the flag carrier. Unfortunately for them though, there are 2 players, just finds another one as well. Suppressed, trying to get that flag, trying to find Royal 2. And Falcated's going to go down, and this flag run might be absolutely done and dusted, especially when they're going to find Penguin hiding in the corner, which is not usually where you find penguins.
That is true. That is that is true. As Royal 2 going back over to training, and Rogers just cracked in a moment. Look at this, 35 and 19. Really doing everything he can to keep his team in this one in terms of the slaying side of this matchup here. But there is going to be one down to Shopify again. It's just back and forth. We haven't seen a pick game like this in a very long time. I don't think I've seen a flagless game like this for quite a few years. Well, like 15, 20 years, even back in the pit days of Halo 3, where we've seen like 30 to 45-minute extensions. And Penguin now still trying to keep control of green, is well aware that his teammate's going to push over to high pitch, trying to supply that support to complement this push further, and does find one of the Shopify members. He was looking to get that kill, should have done, but sadly had to retreat with the trade.
Yeah, 3 dead for Shopify. This, a massive spawn point here, and you can see the push in. That player needs to be killed, but isn't quite yet. Even that nade's not going to clear them out, and this flag could be going, but the kill comes across. And where is this last player from Omit in that base? Surely they can find it. Just last shot left alive. He's going to be naded. He's going to be rocketed. This flag is going in, and Omit are going to take game number 1, even though Royal 2 had 36 kills in game number 1.
Plus 14. That's definitely a way to start things off, but the scoreline did not go their way. And goodness me, the fact that we didn't have any flag caps at all in the slightest, even how they dealt with last shot, picking up the overshield after the extension, the time extension, and then having to deal with him, but actually dealt with him perfectly. They kept him underneath the entire time onto bridge. They made sure at different angles, and they'll just keep him at bay. But one of the other pinnacle moments was Suppressed in those last few minutes with that snipe on runway. Like, we literally had no reason to change
second
POV,
question.
did we? Like,
What was the last map added to Halo Infinite? Into ranked. I think I heard you at the back. Oh. It was you then that I heard. Yeah, vacancy. Correct. Go. Good.
Again, I can tell you. So I think now some of the stations are starting to get shut down. It's, some of the chairs are starting to be reutilized. We're going to move on to a Slayer recharge. It's going to be a Strongholds live fire, a KOTH vacancy, a Slayer origin, an Oddball recharge, and a Slayer vacancy. So double recharge, double vacancy.
Well, do you know what? It's great for James because vacancy is actually one of his favourite maps. So when he gets to go, he wants it definitely to go to a game 7. But yeah, going to recharge Slayer, it's honestly, as I always say before every match, I want to see some clear indicators, right, of what could be occurring and what could potentially happen for the rest of the series. But honestly, for these two teams, it was very, very difficult to comprehend. It was very back and forth. Neither team wanted to really give up any kind of advantage or map control in any way, shape or form, and Omit really did impress me. You could tell they were very well drilled and very well prepared for that matchup. Yep, sure, took a little bit of time to get a flag cut, but they got there in the end. And live fire as well. I've been interested to see how they do on Strongholds, but seeing Vacancy in the mix, it's it'll be an interesting one, because I kind of feel like the meta hasn't really fully established itself yet. It has kind of on Slayer, but not on the objective side.
Yeah, and I mean, Oddball Recharge, how many times have we seen that game mode this weekend?
Goodness me, quite a few.
So many, right? And I think that, you know, but it is such a good map and mode, and I think, you know, some of the best games, some are also the sweeps. Like, some of those really easy games have come on Recharge, so it'll be interesting to see how those guys play it, and having the same map twice in the same series, right, really gives you an insight the first time as to how they play it, and if they're going to play it, you know, megally different the second time, just to try and confuse you. But here we go, map number 2 of this grand final. It is a Slayer on Recharge. If you're joining us for the very first time, first to 50 kills, and it's going to be Shopify off the rip, 4-1, and it looks like they've got camo as well.
Well, you talk about dream starts, it's exactly what Shopify have. 5 kills to their name already with less than 30 seconds into the game. Frosty has camo, probably one of the most annoying players to have camo, considering. And look at this, just feed a little bit of info, couple shots down. His teammate on gold says we'll be able to take him down, no problem. But the camo has been taken down. We've seen a lot of great plays and a lot of different situations where I should put a halt to that camo. So honestly, incredible stuff, but Royal 2 with a shock. Yeah, this is going to be dangerous for Omid.
I was about to say, really, Royal 2 plays with a basic shock, and then I realised they're the HCS accounts. Probably no one's going through and changing weapons. But also actually means, like, you know, you don't ever see... pros can tell each other apart by weapon skins and all this kind of stuff, so... yeah, everyone a little bit more default. It is going to be Royal 2, though, taken down. Frosty, last one left alive. So a 4-kill lead for Shopify, erased in a matter of moments. Everyone on the board to begin with. Penguin now with the shock rifle. Trying to be icy. Does manage to find a kill as well. Double for Shopify. Double for Omit. Now last shot going down, and Penguin surviving, and Omit a 1-kill lead as we get to double digits. But Shopify, just like that, a 3 ahead.
It was quite surprising considering Shopify had that incredible early lead and camo, but Omit is still able to keep this almost tied up. That's where it gets a little bit dangerous and a bit worrying as well. So it means that if Omit get this next camo, if they're able to time this power and actually set up accordingly, honestly, it's going to be very interesting to see how this is going to go straight afterwards with a double from Sab, trying to look for that triple on bottom elevator. Does he stay alive? He does for a little bit more time as he does get the assist for it straight afterwards. So honestly, Sab had no right to stay alive in that segment.
Yeah, shout out the auto clamber, by the way. Yep. I talked to him earlier. he is a pro that plays with auto clamber. So yeah, shout out to people like me who also play auto clamber. Even the pros do sometimes. Having said that, 16 apiece between Shopify and Omit. This camo coming up, and it is going to be Sab who is trying to get away with it, and will. Shopify trying to hunt him down, trying to get the camo eyes going. Friendly damage as well. That's not what you want to see, but shock rifle up, and now Shopify trying to push into this side. Suppressed, trying to find his way out, gets a quick reload, takes some damage, and it's going to be Frosty that finds that kill. As last shot, he's got a man flying in his face. It's a trade with Falcated, and there's just battles absolutely everywhere on this map.
2 down for Omid, Royal 2 now. Trying to at least cover some ground here, holding this top elevator side, but Sab, shock, camo, you name it, he's got all the goodies here, and he's expecting a push, and that's exactly what's going to occur. There was 2 players around that control side that were a little bit keen to go towards Plat, but after those 2 nades earlier on from Sab, I don't think they were too keen on the idea, as he has found run around that back spiral. It's going to rotate back again, trying to see if there's anyone around pipes. But speaking of pipes, suppressed, having to deal with 2 players there, 2 down for Shopify straight afterwards, and look at the scoreline here. Now Omid taking the lead, and Shopify 3 dead at the time.
Yeah, and if there's one thing EU loves, it's a Slayer on recharge, especially the extremely close ones. We've had a few of them on a few 50-49s on LAN as well in grand finals. So, yeah, it's one of those maps that, you know, it's been around since the start, but still pros find a way to kind of make this map their own. A massive shock, a great nade on the way back though. Both players survive importantly. 2 melee kills for Shopify, 4 dead for Omit, and now Shopify can start to move around this map as they are the first ones with the halfway to victory.
And this is the issue, isn't it? When you start dissecting the map a little bit quicker than your opponent, that's when things get a little bit dicey, and that's what occurred during that last portion there with the 4 dead from Omit's side. But saying that overall, 2 trying to stay alive, but another player comes back control. That gets traded straight after. 3 dead again for Omit, which means that Shopify do get to extend their lead by 5, but we saw this at the very beginning. Camo, honestly, going to be so important for Omit.
Oh, but I think it's actually been grabbed. Look like maybe by Royal too, but I'm not 100% sure. It might have even been last shot, but I think Camo's been burned, seeing as all of Shopify are dead. So they've got Camo and Omit. Like you said, it was important. Yeah, most people think important for them to grab, but this is important for them to kill. For Shopify now, it was a 5-kill lead. It's back to 1. That Camo was their death sentence, and you can see Falcated misses a nade, trying to find his way into pipes. Just a hail of nades coming down. 1 apiece, but look at that sneaky Frosty. 14 and 7 and finding shots across the bridge.
Yeah, having an incredible game so far. And as it keeps it up with his slaying ability here, Ben, he shouldn't have too much of an issue as you're going to try and keep that lead. But saying that though, we're all tied up. That Sab with a double, expecting one more to come through that Mauler side, but not going to happen. They're still just lurching around control. They know that Sab is there waiting for them at elevator, but he was getting a little bit eager, wasn't he, at the time? So instead, Sab does get taken down in the end. 3 dead for Omit, and that's Shopify now regaining the lead once more.
Yeah, and Falcated's going to get traded as well. So all of Omit taken out there for only like 1 or 2 of Shopify. So still that 2-kill lead for Shopify as we start to get to the pointy end of this Slayer. 38-35. Cycle, he's hunting, he's hearing, he's almost smelling where Omit are, trying to find them. Top tower, he's going to get an assist as well. You can see the last 3 members of Omit trapped in long haul, and if Shopify realize, they can try and collapse in and really extend their lead.
Yeah, this is not really a position you want to be in at the moment, but at the same time, there's limited routes for Shopify to make the push. But who needs to make the push? It's Omit. They need to make the push in order to try and start an engagement going. Maybe with the advantage, but in that position, not at the moment, as we can see the stick coming out. A 6-kill lead. It was bound to happen at some stage, and Shopify were just knocking at the door. 4 dead at the time, and suppressed now at elevator, trying to consider what his options are, and it looks like he may have to wait to see what Shopify are up to.
What a play by Shopify. Just, you can see, checking pipes. They realized Omit are nowhere here. Omit are all in long haul, and they collapsed. They found 4 dead, and Sab goes down as well. The smoke shroud over the Camo, and Omit just cannot win almost any battle. Falcated finds 1, but Shopify only need 4 to tie this BO7 up. Make it 3. It's just looking so easy for Shopify right now. A 9-kill lead, and they know where Omit are. They know Omit are in pipes. They're even trying to see, is there anywhere else they are? But again, no. It's going to be 1 more kill. There's Trippy Box. They know it's long haul. It should be the finish, and it is. 1 apiece. But oh my God, that was an impressive comeback considering how close that game 1 was. Game 2 just looked so good for that Shopify side.
And that just escalated so quickly in just a matter of, a couple of minutes. And Shopify, even when they had the lead, they had to, and you could see from there, wow, goodness me, 19 and 10, and even Cycle as well, 15 and 12. Frosty was just playing just lights out overall. He's been playing okay this tournament, but we wanted to see some standout plays, maybe because that's what we're used to, that's what he's known for, and he's actually coming to do it in game number 2. But you saw even towards the end, even towards a couple of minutes before it actually finished, the entirety of Omit were around long, slightly around glass and that C plat. When you're in that position, you kind of feel like, yep, I'm looking at my watch, it's just a matter of time before the collapse is going to happen, because they've got the height advantage, they've got all the utility around the map, and they just pushed that beautifully here. But not only that though, Shopify are very good at strategically dissecting maps like Recharge, where a lot of it's quite closed off, and they time it perfectly as well. But with players like Frosty just pulling off stats like that, it's great as well, because Shopify is kind of like just taking it turns to give each other the spotlight.
Yeah, I actually think that was Royal 2 had 19 kills. No, that was...
Because Frosty was going 14 and 7, but of course server tags.
Yeah, but like, yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, it doesn't even matter. Shopify, like, both maps so far, even though it's 1-1, Shopify have had so much slaying prowess that eventually it's going to start taking its toll on maps if Omit don't find some way to close them down. Because at the moment, if you're letting, you know, Royal 2, who's already on a heater, keep going, if you're letting Frosty and Liarshot and Cycle, literally any of them heat up, it's just going to be a straight bad time. So, yeah, for Omit, you got to work out how to shut this down, because, yeah, it's, here I was, Frosty. Yeah, it's just, like, incredible to watch him at work, because he was just frying.
Do you know what I was going to say? You were saying, yeah, you were right. I was just about to say, actually, no, yeah, you were right. So I'm glad you said that first, because I was planning to say straight afterwards. But let's get into game number 3 here with Penguin, with that engagement on Sandbag. Cycle now rotating around towards that B side. B has been taken, so has A. Points on the board for Shopify from the get-go.
Yeah, a great start for Shopify right there. Always what you want to do, right? Get on the board early, find those points, maybe even go for the trip cap. Frosty, with the TIE Fighter gun, as I like to call it, is going to find the trade, and there it goes off the edge. Falcated does have the camo, though. Will get into this engagement, will find Cycle. As you can see, Royal 2 trying to go down the rat tunnel, but there's just Shopify players everywhere. Somehow finds the kill anyway. 3 dead on Shopify. But now Frosty just trying to capture C, and yeah, B and C getting traded, but so far very, very scrappy in the first minute.
Yeah, it's to be expected depending on the scenario, and yeah, it was quite chaotic to begin with. You are right, as the points really do show at the time, as Frosty is rotating back to pillars. A couple of players now, Big Door and Sandbags, but Frosty's more than aware of it, because that was the original person he was looking for, as he does find him, but gets taken down by the C and Sandbags player. Falcated also taken down, 2 dead for Omit, trying to look for a third, but Cycle's like, nope, not yet, my teammate can go finish that easy peasy, no problem, which he has done. And look at the spawn cycle as well, there's always 1 dead, so they're always having that numbers disadvantage with the death cycle as well. It's a little bit unfortunate here, and it's going to happen again. One just come back on the respawn, 1 dead again.
Ooh, Cycle, what a 1v1 that was. Is going to find... Okay, I was going to say, if he finds that kill, that's just absolute
have a day off.
Insanity, yeah, just pack it up, kids, we're going home. But jeez Louise, just so good. Falcated getting taken down, 6 and 3, hell of a start for him. Last shot 6 and 2. Again, another different player of Shopify getting hot, and it's tough to work with when you're Omit trying to find all these players that you have to shut down.
Well, it looks like Last Shot's having the spotlight at the moment, but we'll see how it goes later on. Beautiful nade and shot coming up from Cycle. 2 dead again for Omit, but look at the points at the moment. It's still back and forth here. Even though Shopify only have a 12-point lead, but Cycle's like, well, we might have to extend that a little bit here, but let's see how his camo play goes and see how much he can invest into this game. Again, 2 down once more. Time for Frosty to push on in and go for B, and then trapping round C. 4 dead now for Omit.
Yeah, Shopify trying to get this first triple cap of the game. A triple cap on paper, if not in actual points. But yeah, Cycle with the shock and the camo. Surely the camo gonna run out soon, and a perfect snipe nade combo. Oh my god, and actually this is a trip cap not only on paper but in points, and you can see Cycle wisely didn't jump in that hill to reset it. Got a teammate to do it, so they still have no idea, but surely camo about to run out soon. And as if like magic, it does.
Well, for Omit's sake, I was hoping for it pretty damn soon. As we did say, it depends how well he invests his camo, and he did invest extremely well, and he's got snipe in hand. But look at the scoreline at the moment, last shot, 10-3. Don't worry about the 0 assists, we'll ignore that bit, but even though you have to look at Cycle, 5-3 with the 6 assists to boot. And last shot just biding his time here. But look at the scoreline at the moment, 104-38. Great shots from last shot, apart from speaking the devil for the last one outside that rat tunnel. But Cycle cleaned him up anyway, having a look around. But you can see that Shopify are very keen to try and get this trip cap. But Omit are just trying to put a stop to that to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, and we talk about cycle, like that's something that Shopify are also doing really well. They're just cycling around this map. Like you said, they're hunting that trip cap. When every time Omit finds some kind of opening, bam, they're losing the other one. Like, they're so efficient. As the back smack comes through, it is going to be a trade as Royal 2 takes him down. But here we go, B and C, it's in the garage. Oh, he's actually found a way to kill him. Just the QT around, finds the killing spree. And once again, going for this trip cap. It is there. It is done another trip cap to Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and they're just trying to stay alive at the moment. Not even considering C. One of the players were, but already trying to topple them now. It's getting so messy here. Sab just trying to stay alive, just to try and get 1 point here. Does manage to do it, but look at that though. 2 dead currently for Shopify, but it's also 2 dead for Omit. Last shot does get taken down when he was trying to finish off C. Suppressed with the camo rate. This is going to be a huge play from Omit if Suppress can get away or just do some criminal activity around the map, and he's doing exactly that. Good start from Suppress with the camo.
Yeah, important to keep hold of your A site there, but you can see it was going to be the fact that Shopify were jumping into C anyway, but the important thing there is he's going to jump into B. Is, you know, Shopify got a couple of points, but could have been so much worse if Suppressed had not been able to do that. Having said that, Camo gets taken down. B's going to be reset by Royal 2, who, like a little gopher, goes up and sees the amount of players from Omit going into the middle. It's going to be a double kill for Cycle. Can he find the triple? It's not going to count, but it will unofficially count. But talking of triple, it's going to be Shopify going for another trip cap.
We'll let him have it. To be fair, he's had too much of a good time, but like I said, 4 dead, 1 just come up on the respawn. Still with this trip cap, and this has been unreal. Shopify have really come alive after that second game, and is continuing on the warpath here. 232-42. A's been taken. C had a little bit of contention earlier, but doesn't need to worry about it currently, as there was that one player around Pillars. Roll 2 trying to get a couple of those scopes of his own. 3 dead once again. Shopify making it 4, and you know what? It's just a matter of time here, James, as Shopify will be taking game number 3, and in this best of 7. Game 2, they've really turned things up.
I don't know if you noticed, but not 1, but 2 members of Shopify had a 2KD or more, which, you're right, is absolutely terrifying. You can see the smiles, best man, I think the fist bumps from Bound as well. Everyone's getting in on the action, but look at that, 15-7, 14-6. Just everyone from Omit never really got going, all negative KDs. You can see an 8 assist there, but it's just so difficult for them to sort this out. Yeah, man, jeez.
Yeah, the pressure. They couldn't even stop the bleeding on multiple occasions. You saw round C, it just got so messy, so scrappy, and they were just trying to bare minimum trade, but they couldn't even get that either. They were collapsing so well. But we've got another replay for you, powered by GameSir, one of the best gaming controllers on the market. And if you haven't heard about them, then you certainly will have done now. And yeah, it's just what started things off with the Cycle camo. The camo straight away, last shot you saw them go 9-2 so early on, but we have to talk about this camo investment. Suppress didn't do too bad earlier on, but the only problem was there wasn't much objective efficiency behind it. But Cycle with his camo and snipe play completely turned things around, broke the stalemate in terms of the scoreline, and then that's when they just went completely off and took this game 3.
Yeah, just really impressive showing in those last 2 maps. And you know, for Omit, like, lucky is not the right word, but to have someone drop 36 kills on you, but you still win the map, shows a resilience. But like, and a good
your favorite,
and a good mental. But but they've got to work this out, man. Like, they are consistently letting one, if not two players of Shopify absolutely run riot in the kill column, and they have got to rein this in really quick, because if they're 3-1 down, you know, Shopify after this map, Shopify are just going to smell blood and hunt them.
It was mainly their life cycle on that last map. There was always 3 dead, or when the 4th person come back on the respawn, another one died straight afterwards. I'm not too sure if it was because some of them were going in single file. I wouldn't believe that maybe at this level, but it can happen from time to time. But they never had the numbers to do the successful pushes, which is what they were known for in that first game. But it's been a couple of games now. We know that Shopify is starting to heat up, but let's see if Omit now can turn things around in this vacancy game.
Yeah, last shot being one shot and being allowed to being able to get away. The thrust going to come in, a trade coming down. As you see the the shroud screen, the shield, the smoke, whatever you want to call it, going down over that shock rifle in mid. Sab winning the piv and getting away with that shock. And as you can see, no one really getting any hill time, as Falcated going to get a 5 onto Cycle. And it's Sab still with this shock. What can he do with it? I think that was even a body shot. Jeez. Shopify trying to push in.
Yeah, you can see he's quite eager to try and take down Sab, because we know how much of a pain in the backside he has been with that shock, as he's going to rotate back around towards bottom middle. And he's just daring for someone to come back, but instead it looks like he'll just go back to his original spot, which is not really too bad of an idea, considering it's a good place to contest the hill if one of the Shopify members do try to obtain it. It's still quite even in terms of time. Sab now trying to hold on to the hill for dear life, just waiting for the spawners to come up, and it looks like one Shopify player was trying to push from circle onto Sab there. Gets a lovely shock, almost a double as well. 2 down for Shopify, but also 2 down for Omit. It's going to be a 2v2 scenario. Suppress in the hill and get the slays and doing further damage, and it looks like they are spawning around that red tower side, but now moving from circle onto the stairs.
Yeah, Suppressed here, trying to do as much work as he can. Finds the last shot and cleans him up. Also finds a 2-shot shock rifle as well, but will be taken down. You can see the fight for Courtyard already, as Omit already planning the rotate around, as they're going to clean up hill number 1. I can tell you what, that was a very dominant hill number 1.
It really was. It was quite surprising, considering top mid, yeah, a little bit open.
Yeah, just a tad.
Let's be honest, but the fact that they kept the control of the map and stopping Shopify from pushing from red tower, circle, or even from the sides towards Carbine, that was absolutely ridiculous. And it's exactly a couple of choke points here and there, but honestly, the fact they did that consistently was a fantastic finish of that first hill. But going over to Cycle now, to trying to put a few shots in, trying to pull back. There's an Omit player just waiting for him, but with his back turned, so that doesn't really help, sadly, for him. And now 4 dead for Omit. Perfect time now for Cycle and the rest of the gang in order to try and get the second hill.
Yeah, shock rifle spawning up in just a couple of seconds as well. Oh, well, if they come right in your face, it's much easier to kill them. But it is going to be Shopify who are on this hill, and they haven't let Omit get anywhere near them at all. It is going to be a trade. 2 dead for Shopify, and finally, Sab going to jump on this hill. Royal 2 providing Overwatch, and I'm not 100% sure who actually got this shock rifle. Well, why am I surprised? It's Cycle again. He's going to find one. Can he find a second as well? Going to have to change his routing through bottom mid, but when players from Omit just hang out, they're going to go 3 dead, and it looks like Shopify are going to clean up hill number 2 and bring us to 1 apiece.
Cycle making that comeback with the shock, some huge plays from him, but it was a great setup overall from Shopify. But Omit already there, trying to push towards those back stairs straight away. But in the end, though, Cycle staying alive, killing spree for him. 3 dead for Shopify, though. That's the main issue here, and you saw all of them trying to collapse onto that final player. I believe it was Cycle earlier on. But you've got to be careful here, because with this circle hill as well, Penguin has got a prime spot now. Just needs to watch the flanks from behind. But from Red Tower, it can give so much info from anyone coming from top mid or coming from round to that Carbine side. Lovely stuff coming out from Penguin. Not really a decision made by many people, but that was a huge play coming up from him with that rotation.
Yeah, and what a flank. Finds a kill, finds an assist. Ooh, the clamber's a little bit awkward, but he's going to find it. Oh, a beautiful trade as well. and 4 dead as Royal 2 gets 5'd. And look at this hill.
Clean.
Yeah, the same, almost the same as hill number 2, super clean as well. But you can see they're not really jumping in this hill. They're already setting up for the next one. Hill number 3, gonna go Omit's way.
But this is the issue with that second hill, so with the third hill rather. If you get full map control around that circle side and go for the hill, if you're already on red tower, you could just bait the hill straight away if your opponents are already trying to decide to switch to the next hill, assuming that you're going to get that no problem. But Suppress, great shot, still able to stay alive, and that extra few seconds may actually help, because you saw the Royal 2 going round, Sab having to stay alive once again, valuing his life. His teammate just to give him a little bit of cover fire here, but this setup can be very hard to break. But we mentioned it before, Shopify are good at dissecting it, but they're the ones in control here. Let's see how Omit can dissect it.
Yeah, very efficiently, apparently. As 2 members of Shopify going to go down. Massive nade, though, to stop this Omit push. An insane chow from Sab when he had no health is going to mean he is taken down. And you can see where all these members of Omit are spawning. The Red Street ping, they're just huddling in the streets for warmth. It's going to be a 3-man push from the side of Omit. Royal 2 wisely realizing that he should get away, but just trying to find that little bit of scrap time to make sure that his teammates have some time to reset, some time to find where Omit are. You can see Suppressed. Crazy Chow with no shield. He's just going to get absolutely donked. A Royal 2 double off the spawn. And as you can see, even though Omit had a great push, Shopify back in this hill again and looking to tie it up.
And look at the stats again. Royal 2, top of the board, as per usual in the majority of his games in this series. Frosty with a double of his own and a shot, just daring for one of the Omit players to come up top, and he has done. Will he be able to finish him? Yes, he does. Sends him straight into the death screen, and what Frosty's looking for a little bit more. Sadly, barely misses by just a few inches of his head with that shock. Pull him back again, and goodness me, they were dancing for days on Red Tower. Honestly, Frosty is an absolute nightmare to duel with, and that was a great example as to why.
Yeah, and in that one sequence, Shopify have not only capped the second hill as a Frosty triple kill comes through, the ping's coming through as well. Can he find a delayed over? He won't. But look at this hill. Shopify already almost done with hill number 5. You spoke, and I don't think any time that you were speaking they were not in the hill.
No.
Just a crazy sequence from Shopify to find so much of hill number 5 and to put themselves in a fantastic situation to win this game. Great shot through the smoke, though.
Well, it wasn't about that fear. I was too busy watching the Frosty show, because some of the shots he was playing with, just literally playing with his food around Red Tower, was insane. Cycle trying to stay alive, not too much longer. One of the other players on Omit managed to finish that off. Traded once again from Penguin. His last shot now, trying to wait for the push coming out. Lovely nade, great double. 2 down now for Omit again. And last shot's just a matter of time where he could get his third, and will he be able to finish him off? Just enough for it here. Gets to jump, gets to trade, and now again you can see 3-2 now in favour of Shopify.
And we have that slightly open top hill, although it's going to be 3 dead to Shopify. 1:47 left on the clock. I'm going to say more than enough time, seeing as we saw, pretty sure it was Omit cap a hill with 7 seconds left in the neutral clock.
Yeah.
And they only lost like 2 seconds, so a bit of a whiff from last shot there. So Omit going to clean him up. 2 dead though, and you can see Falcated here, trying to work as 3 dead briefly from Omit. But 1:35 left. As Royal 2 going about his business again, 19-13. The man is just absolutely on fire.
Yeah, no complaints, honestly, from Royal 2's gameplay. Not even just this series, but the entire tournament and everything leading up to it as well. And he's trying to back away, but he knows that there could be an Omit player hiding near that red tower. And Sab backing away again, going to bottom mid. Will be greeted by another player, but actually the Shopify player backs away, and Sab will get to stay alive, but he's grappling straight on in. Does get a beat down, so keeps one of the players weak, but Cycle's fine. Doesn't need to worry about that beat down earlier on. Gets the double. Omit still 2 down, but remember, they've still got a little bit of padding, a little bit of cushion there with the amount of hill time they've been able to grasp in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, 50 seconds left on this map. Omit have to find a way to get into just a really open hill. Like you know, like camo on recharge, just so open, so difficult to get a setup, and this is going to play into Shopify's hands. They've just been burning time off this hill, and you can see here comes Penguin. 30 seconds left. He's going to get bait and switch. He's going to find one, though. 3 dead for Shopify. Frosty goes down 2, and now Royal 2. Last one left alive, trying to hunt down Sab. Won't be able to find him, but Omit 2/3 of the way through this hill with 23 seconds left on this neutral clock, and this is going to go down to another, I feel like, overtime situation.
Yeah, it's huge for the top carbine player to actually stay alive, but the way Royalty is playing right now, that flank was crucial, and the rest of his teammates complementing that by pushing forward aggressively so quickly. That was insane. But now 10 seconds left remaining. Omid, can you find a way to try to contest that hill? Yes, they can. Valkaten goes around, misses that last beatdown, gets cleaned up, and that is going to be it. Shopify take the next game, and honestly, it was anyone's guess there. They were so close to take that top mid hill, but just didn't have the numbers to really continue that contention so late on.
100%, and now Shopify Rebellion, one map away from taking this grand final, taking first place in the Dreamhack Open Birmingham featuring Halo. It's going to be 20 kills for Frosty, 23 kills for Royal 2. See, they tried to confuse me, you know, like Royal 2 with the tag God. Yeah, makes a bit of sense when you see the amount of kills that he's been getting. Yeah, replays powered by GameSir. This first hill so scrappy. And then second hill was so quick, third hill was so quick, fourth hill was so quick. It just kind of kept going and going and going, and eventually, unfortunately for Omit, time just running out. They were so close to sending us to overtime and a hill 7, but unfortunately for them, not over now. Back firmly against the wall.
He saw Omid. Their counterattacks have been a lot better in that game. I know they still got the loss, but still, at least it's a slight improvement. But we don't need just small improvements anymore. Like he said, they're already 3-1 down. One more map for Shopify. They will take the entirety of Dreamhack Birmingham. And Omid still have the potential to take this series. They're probably aware now of what's been going on, but they need to adapt. We've seen it time and time again. It's been very difficult for them in a lot of areas. Like, I could talk about strategies for days, but Frosty around Red Tower playing silly gits here and there around that Red Tower with the shock. It was absolutely insane. But it's what he's known for. You give him a small amount of room to breathe, and he's going to take a huge amount over time, and that shock was just incredible.
Considering, look at where that hill was. It was halfway through hill 5, and there was almost 2 minutes 30 left on the clock, and it finished 3-2.
Yeah.
Like, Shopify burned so much time on that top hill, but we are getting right into it. I've been told the players get no breaks. We are just go all the way through. It is going to be a Slayer on Origin. As you can see, off to the start, Royal 2. Look, if there's one thing, guys, don't let Royal 2 get going. He's got going in like 3 maps, and it's just been insane to watch.
The bloke's been going all day, all weekend, so not even just the series. But as you can see from the scoreline now, Shopify do have their early advantages. Cycle with the snipe. This is probably a way to try and close out this entire tournament. Great snipe and great prediction in terms of them coming round from that cave side. Lovely snipe again from Cycle, and they've got rockets, almost 3 rockets here. The question is there anyone to contest him? It looks like he's just leaving him for now. Does find another around that cave side. People are trying to stop him, but honestly, finally gets cleaned up on bridge, but the damage has already been done, even though it's only a 2-kill lead, so it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, Spanker, you can see on the map as well. Sidekick for Falcated is going to avoid the rocket. Can't avoid the second one. Although Frosty is taken down. Couple of assists for him. 3 dead for Shopify. 3 dead for Omit as well. But a 3-kill lead for Shopify right now.
Last shot again, going bottom mid, see what he can find. He's trying to catch up with his other teammate to maybe get a numbers advantage onto that elbow side. But he's just being patient here, and I understand why they're both not going in at the same time, but sadly for him, last shot, I don't blame him. He did the right thing. He thought eventually he is going to come out around elbow. He did not. So from his opponent's side, that was a good play. He's going to hang out around top rockets to get another angle. And Cycle just hiding underneath that courtyard, waiting for someone else to make the rotate onto that snipe. But instead, he's actually gone all the way around. And we have to talk about the KDs as well. As last shot going +4 this early on. Penguin, will he be able to take him? Yes, he does. That was huge. But still, a reminder, though, they're trying to climb from that 3-kill, make that 2-kill deficit.
Yeah, so important for Omit as well. And I think, you know, if Shopify can close out this game and find a way to win this Slayer, I think it's going to be a full statement, right? We've talked about so much this weekend, how Omit have been so close, how Luminon in the qualifiers looked so close, but Shopify on LAN, they've been taken to 5 games already twice by Omit. So if they can get this done 4-1, of course it's early days in the Slayer, but it's going to send a statement to everyone else like, yeah, nice, but can you do it in the grand final? Can you do it on a rainy night in Birmingham? It's going to be Penguin hiding away as Omit just trying to find ways to bait and switch. But Shopify just here ready. 3 dead for Omit. Last shot with a spanker as well. And I have to say, 3 kills up. It's been consistently 3 kills. And Shopify looking really good. Last shot just trying to hunt down members now. He's got this spanker. He's waiting for the call-outs from his teammates to launch these rockets. 2 of them are dead. See him avoiding the maze, going top mid. Man's just running Rosie, ring around the Rosies here. Is going to find some damage onto 1. Does manage to clean up Penguin. 3 dead again. It's going to find another rocket kill. And Shopify Rebellion, 7 kills up already. They're over halfway, and it's looking pretty damn comfortable.
It certainly does indeed. I was a little bit worried about how things were going because Shopify had all these power weapons and the power weapon advantage, and still Shopify only had a 2-kill lead. But look at this though, they are closing the gap. Only 4 kills now, 2 down for Shopify. Falcated looking to try and rotate across the bridge, but he's holding his position. This is good from him. Got a lot of info there. He knows all 4 members, well 3 now, will actually run that flag and elbow side. That 1 member on Fountain, Falcated is trying to at least bait him out to get a reaction for his teammates to try and do some damage or finish him off. But again, we can see he's still got that 5-kill deficit coming up from Omit. Fantastic shots coming up from Omit. Trying to do a little bit more, but the guy on snipe needs to try and clean that up. Somehow he's able to stay alive. Finally gets cleaned up, but he valued his life so well and gave his teammates that kind of edge in order to make that counter-attack.
Yeah, and you can see, look at the kills from Shopify as well. Everyone contributing. Frosty with the 7 assists as well. Still a 6-kill lead, and Omit, they have to find some kind of way to get this under control pretty quick. A great clamber, it's 3 dead again, and it seems like Shopify are gonna walk this home at the moment. A 9-kill lead with 12 to go. Cycle with a spanker, and I'm not gonna lie, Harry, this is looking sketchy for Omit right now.
As time's progressing, it's gonna be the final nail in the coffin. Cycle just back and forth with those rockets, trying to bait the team out, and he has done perfectly. Another player bottom middle, add another one to the kill feed. You might as well. 3 dead for Shopify, but the problem is Omit needs to deal with the pressure after losing a certain battle because they're getting pinned, crushed, you could say, around cave, sometimes elbow, but Shopify seems to be so good at just putting so much pressure. But look at this now, 42 to 34. We kind of feel like it's just a matter of time here, James.
Yeah, Royal 2 once again. If there's going to be an MVP of this series, it has to be him. He has been top of the KD charts almost every single game. 2 dead for Omit. 4 kills left to go. A snipe there as well, but Omit take it out. Sab, he's trying to do whatever he can to get this done. 8 kills the deficit. The snipe in their hands. What can they do to bring this back? Frosty's going to go down. But you can see the claps starting to come in. It's a double kill for Cycle. It is 2 kills to go. Sab is going to find that snipe though. They are still 6 kills behind. He is going to regen. The bullets are starting to come through. The nades into Maze. It is going to be Royal 2 who goes down. Maybe he plays no further part. And speaking of no further part, it'll be Shopify Rebellion, your Dreamhack Birmingham Open champions. They take down Omit 4-1, and whatever happened during the rest of the weekend, Shopify stamped their authority. We are the world champions. We still are the team to beat, and no one has beaten them yet.
Massive plays across the board coming out from Shopify. This is why they're your world champions last year, and they're continuing to win back-to-back events. And we must say, ever since game number 2, where we managed to change things up and dissect that recharge map perfectly, ever since then, they were just, it wouldn't even say a walkover, but they started getting heated up and they started performing on another level. But we really do have to check the stats here, James, because honestly, they were so good on Origin Slayer in every series, not just this one.
Yeah, and Royal 2, once again at the top of the kills, just such a great player, just absolutely took this grand final apart, made it his own, and really made it theirs, because look at that. That CTF Empyrean was so damn close. It went to overtime before they finally got it done. But then Shopify just took apart Omit in the rest of those games. And it's going to be, Shopify even had the kill lead in that first game anyway.
Yeah, exactly. But we have to talk about it at the very beginning of the series as well. Omit was actually going head-to-head with them. They were going bumper to bumper and trying to actually, was actually able to take game 1. So that was a great start from them. But as time progressed, Shopify were getting a lot more warm, a lot more ready. It's adaptability. Adaptability can be one of the key things here in Infinite. And Shopify are one of the best to do it. And it's why not only were they your world champions last year, but it looks like they are continuing their run, their spree of event wins. And it's going to be quite a tough one. It's going to be quite an equation to try and figure out in terms of how anyone to take down Shopify, not just in this event, but in future events this year.
Yeah, and to be honest, there's not that much time to Atlanta, right? The middle of May, only kind of 5-6 weeks away, and teams are going to have to get into these qualifiers again, the opens for Atlanta, and they're going to have to work out some way to beat Shopify, because you saw it online, right? Luminon looked so good against them, took them out, and made it a little bit kind of hard for them in that open too, but Omit took them back-to-back 5 games yesterday and today. But unfortunately, when all the biscuits are on the line, Shopify just so dominant.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, that second game kind of told a tale for me. It was like, yep, okay, they're starting to figure them out a bit more now. And is it just a matter of time? Are they delaying the inevitable, or are they going to be able to clutch this up? But Omit just couldn't readapt. It happens to a lot of teams, to a lot of players. It is just one of those situations. And you saw Royal 2, surely he has to be one of the MVPs. Not even just his slaying prowess across the board, but just how he's been performing overall. Because it's not just this series, it's been, I swear to God, like every single series this event.
Yeah, I think every time we've had Shopify on the stream, we have talked about how impressive Royal 2 has been. And, I mean, that scoreline really kind of sums it up, right? Like, that CTF so close. The KOTH vacancy, like, a few more seconds Omit could have gone, but Shopify burned so much time off that clock that it wasn't easy to deal with. But the Strongholds, the Slayers, they just sorted it out, mate. Like, they just kind of, once they got that stranglehold, Omit just had no way to kind of deal with it. So it was just one of those things that It was just one of those things that when Omit, like, they just had no answer. But we're going to throw to a very quick break, because when we come back, I believe we have a trophy to give out.
Oh.
We'll see you in a sec.
Hello, everybody. I am joined by your Dreamhack Birmingham Open champions. It's Shopify Rebellion. How you doing, guys?
Doing great. Just had a, pretty fast victory, but yeah, I think we just played really well. So feeling good.
Now, what I'm going to do, let's pass this along. I want to have one word out of each of you. How has this tournament gone for you?
Slow. Great. I'm going to go with resilience.
Long.
It's quick.
Long, quick. I feel like this isn't... There's not much agreement here going on the team, but somehow you managed to work together and win this one out. So obviously, I'm going to pick on one of you to answer this question. You got pushed to a map 5 twice by Omit. You did ultimately clutch up and win it in the grand final. Do you think something went wrong, or how do you feel about that?
I just think, like, all these teams are so good. We're going to have to battle back eventually, and Omit came to play this tournament, so I feel like they were playing well all weekend. But I feel like going into it, we know it. It doesn't always have to be a 3-0 sweep every single time. I feel like we know that whether it's 3 games, 5 games, we're going to be able to win a series versus no matter what team we're playing. So that's kind of the mindset that we had. So even if series were close, like, we still feel good overall.
Wise words. Sounds like a man who's been practiced in doing interviews. All right. Okay, I'm going to do one more question before I hand over the lovely trophy. The question's going to be, Atlanta is up next. Are you going to do anything different, or are you just going to carry on with the same and just be ready for that one?
I don't think we're going to do anything different. Probably just go back home and just get back to grinding and scrimming. So, I mean, we have a really good practice schedule that we stick to. That's basically scrim more than every team. But, yeah, that's about it.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for playing. And, of course, you are the winner. So I'm going to hand the trophy and move out a shot, and then we'll do that.
I just want to give a shout out to Shopify Rebellion, Razor. Thank you for all the support. Obviously, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys competing and still playing a Halo. Best org on the planet, best sponsors. Appreciate everything.
Nice.
Like the smoke in my lungs, you got me feeling so numb. Oh, all I felt was you. I was out of my mind, you were killing me inside. Yeah, I know the truth. I know it's that I think of you, I'm losing sleep. I don't know what it is you do. The moment that you walked into my life, I started to fall head to toe for you. No, I just can't get over all the games we played. I lose myself in your views. You split my heart in two.
kill.